Chapter 1. Becoming the Grand Priest. In the azure sphere of Huaxia, Z City, our protagonist, Dongfang Chen, sat transfixed before his computer, engrossed in the latest episode of Dragon Ball Super. Upon finishing the final episode, he let out a wistful sigh. I wonder when the next update will arrive, he mused. Dongfang Chen, an ardent admirer of the Dragon Ball series, had consumed both the anime and manga countless times, certainly no fewer than 10. Having lost his parents in a tragic car accident, he found himself alone, yet his indolence prevented him from seeking employment. Ever since his parents' departure, he had been living off their modest inheritance, which, although not vast, amounted to several $100,000. A self-proclaimed recluse, Dongfang Chen rarely ventured outside, and the bequest left by his parents was sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. Gurgle, his stomach protested, prompting him to descend the stairs in search of a meal, intending to enjoy some noodles while continuing to watch Dragon Ball Super. As he strolled through the streets, a flower vase suddenly plummeted from the sky. Bang! Dongfang Chen lost track of time, and when he finally opened his eyes, he found himself face-to-face with a middle-aged man, who greeted him with a smile. "You are awake. Who are you?" Dongfang Chen inquired, bewildered. The man chuckled softly. "I am the sovereign of all realms." "The sovereign of all realms? Young man, I grant you 3 wishes. What do you desire?" Dongfang Chen found it amusing that the man before him claimed to be the sovereign of all realms. "If you are the sovereign, then I must be your father." The sovereign, unfazed by Dongfang Chen's jest, merely smiled. "Whether you believe it or not, I ask you, what 3 wishes would you like to make?" Though uncertain of the man's identity, Dongfang Chen thought there was little harm in expressing his desires. "I wish to become the Grand Priest from Dragon Ball." The sovereign chuckled. "That wish is easily granted. You have 2 wishes remaining." Dongfang Chen pondered for a moment before stating, "I also wish to possess the ability to traverse various anime, novels, and television shows." The sovereign nodded in acknowledgment. "And my final wish is for the ability to erase." Upon hearing this, the sovereign smiled and waved his hand, causing Dongfang Chen to vanish. "Haha, at last, I have found something amusing. Dongfang Chen, let me observe what you do once your wishes are fulfilled. You shall play the role of the actor, while I shall be the audience. In the Dragon Ball universe." At that moment, the Grand Priest suddenly opened his eyes, astonished to realize that his wish had come true. "I never imagined I would actually become the Grand Priest." Dongfang Chen reveled in the immense power coursing through him, exhilarated beyond measure. He discovered he also possessed the same erasure ability as the Omni-King. With a mere thought, he could make anything vanish. "Hello, Dongfang Chen." Surprised to hear his name called, he looked around but found no one. Dongfang Chen, "Host, you need not search, I am within your mind." "Who are you, and how did you end up in my mind?" Dongfang Chen exclaimed in terror. With the power to annihilate the universe at his fingertips, the presence of someone in his mind was unsettling. "Do not be alarmed, Dongfang Chen. I am the system created by the sovereign." Reassured by the system's words, Dongfang Chen relaxed. Having read some novels, he was familiar with the concept of systems. "What functions do you possess?" "The system's capabilities are limited only by the host's imagination. There is nothing I cannot accomplish." Dongfang Chen felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Wasn't it typical for systems to lack sentience? Yet, here was one that possessed intelligence. "Ding! Please do not compare me to those inferior systems. I was crafted by the sovereign of all realms. The systems you encounter in novels are mere children in my presence," the system proclaimed proudly. Dongfang Chen found the system's intelligence quite appealing. It offered an opportunity for companionship during times of boredom. "Your voice sounds feminine henceforth. I shall call you Lingxin." "Thank you, I quite like that name," the system responded joyfully, thrilled to have an identity. "By the way, system, what is my current power level among the realms?" Dongfang Chen inquired, eager to gauge his strength. Understanding one's power was crucial, especially before embarking on adventures across realms. Lingxin answered in her melodious voice. "Host, your strength is formidable. Within the realms you have attained the status of supreme." While Dongfang Chen was uncertain just how powerful the supreme rank was, he understood it was considerable based on its name. "What level does the sovereign of all realms occupy?" "Host, you ought to express gratitude to the sovereign. Were it not for him, you would already be dead." Is it wise to speak so lightly of the sovereign? Dongfang Chen coughed awkwardly, realizing Ling Xin was correct. All right, I shall refrain from such comments in the future. Ling Xin chose not to dwell on the matter further. The sovereign possesses no defined level. His capabilities are limitless. From the moment of his birth, he has been invincible, able to obliterate all realms with a mere thought. Dongfang Chen gasped in astonishment, realizing he had foolishly insulted the sovereign. He felt fortunate that the sovereign had not taken offense. You are fortunate indeed. The sovereign did not eliminate you and entrusted me to you. Grand Priest, come see me at once. Hearing the Omni-King summon him, Dongfang Chen felt compelled to comply without delay. Within the memories of the original Grand Priest, Dongfang Chen understood that the true strength of the Omni-King remained a mystery. No one knew just how powerful he truly was. The Omni-King had always relied on his erasure ability to eliminate any foe or obstacle, yet his inherent strength was also significant. Dongfang Chen learned from the Grand Priest's memories that he had long harbored treasonous intentions, yet had been deterred by the Omni-King's formidable guards and the king's inscrutable power. After all, who would wish to serve a child as a caretaker, living in constant fear of being erased if the Omni-King were to take offense? The two guards of the Omni-King were prime examples. The king would often ask them, "Do you wish to disappear?" Each time, they would be filled with dread, fearing the king might truly enact his erasure. Soon, Dongfang Chen arrived at the Grand Hall where the Omni-King resided, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" The Omni-King floated beside Dongfang Chen, circling him with a cheerful demeanor. "Grand Priest, do you know of any enjoyable activities? I find myself quite bored." Dongfang Chen contemplated, realizing that aside from obliterating planets, the Omni-King had little to occupy his time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. They could play tennis. "Your Majesty, we could play tennis." Intrigued, the Omni-King expressed interest, having never heard of tennis before. "What is tennis?" Unsure how to explain, Dongfang Chen waved his hand, conjuring two figures playing tennis in the air. "Your Majesty, this is how tennis is played." Delighted by the demonstration, the Omni-King exclaimed, "Then, let us play this tennis." Dongfang Chen nodded, conjuring a tennis court beside them. However, after examining the ball, the Omni-King found it lacking in excitement. "Grand Priest, this ball is dull. Why don't we use a universe as the ball instead?" Dongfang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment, astonished that the Omni-King would suggest using a universe for their game. Chapter 2. Playing with a universe as a ball. The Omni-King surveyed the ball and found it uninteresting. "Grand Priest, this ball lacks appeal. Let us use a universe as our ball." Dongfang Chen was taken aback, never anticipating that the Omni-King would propose such an idea. He realized he couldn't dissuade the Omni-King from using a universe. His current priority was to cultivate a good relationship with the ruler. Once he gained sufficient strength, he could eliminate the Omni-King. No one wished to remain subservient to a child forever. Dongfang Chen produced a scepter capable of probing any corner of the universe, though it did not extend to certain special locations. In contrast, the scepters of each universe's angels could explore their respective realms. Dongfang Chen used his scepter to create models of the 12 universes, allowing the Omni-King to make a selection. "Very well, Your Majesty. Which universe would you like to use as the ball?" To the Omni-King, all universes seemed alike. What mattered was the presence of powerful beings within them. After all, the more strong entities there were, the more entertaining the experience would be for the Omni-King. The Omni-King pointed to one of the universes and declared, "This one will do." Dongfang Chen nodded, understanding that the chosen universe was Universe 4, currently overseen by the god of destruction, Quatela. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Chen summoned divine power to relocate Universe 4 to a different location, bringing both himself and the Omni-King along. Naturally, the Omni-King's guard accompanied them as well. Dongfang Chen did not express a desire to play tennis with the Omni-King. In truth, he found it somewhat unacceptable to use an entire universe as a ball. It is important to note that whether it be the Omni-King or Dongfang Chen himself, once they began playing, the fourth universe would be unable to withstand the strain and would soon explode. The Omni-King, noticing everyone approaching him to play, pointed to one of the guards and said, "You, come and play tennis with me." The guard, fearing to defy the command of the Omni-King, had no choice but to engage in the game. However, he remained apprehensive, concerned that he might inadvertently exert too much power and obliterate the universe. Eventually, the Omni-King paused, feeling that playing with the guard was becoming tedious. He glanced at Dongfang Chen and declared, "High Priest, come and play with me." Dongfang Chen, unwilling to oppose the Omni-King's wishes, reluctantly joined him in a cosmic version of tennis. Yet, unlike the guard, Dongfang Chen did not fully let go of his inhibitions. As their game progressed, the Omni-King became increasingly enthusiastic. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, bang, the fourth universe vanished before their eyes. Dongfang Chen was taken aback, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within him at the sight of an entire universe disappearing right before him. Wow, the fourth universe has exploded. High Priest, quickly summon another universe so we can continue playing. The Omni-King exclaimed with excitement. Dongfang Chen, however, was reluctant to continue this game, fearing that if they persisted, the remaining 11 universes would also be obliterated by the Omni-King's whims. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Dongfang Chen held a deep affection for the series and did not wish for this world to meet such a calamitous end. Your Majesty, if we are to continue playing, we cannot use universes as our tennis balls otherwise. They will soon meet the same fate. We only have 11 universes left. The Omni-King pondered this for a moment, and, while he relished the game, he realized that destroying further universes would ultimately yield no benefit for him. Very well, then. We shall use planets as our tennis balls instead, he decided. Dongfang Chen was speechless. While it was a relief to no longer use universes, the prospect of using planets was hardly preferable. Nonetheless, he could accept this change, for the 11 universes contained countless planets, ensuring that no matter how the Omni-King played, the game would never end. "All right, Your Majesty." Dongfang Chen summoned his staff, and with a flourish, a planet materialized before the Omni-King. "Excellent. We can continue playing. Hurry, High Priest, let us resume." Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement. Before long, a planet was shattered in their game, and Dongfang Chen conjured one after another with his divine power, each planet succumbing to the whims of the Omni-King and himself, until the Omni-King eventually lost interest in the tennis game. "High Priest, I had great fun this time. I hope next time you can bring even more entertaining games," the Omni-King remarked. Dongfang Chen nodded in response. Now, Dongfang Chen could no longer remain in the Omni-King's palace. He needed to venture elsewhere in search of items that could enhance his strength. Once he dealt with the Omni-King, he could explore other worlds in peace. "Your Majesty, this game was something I stumbled upon on a planet. If you desire more enjoyable games, I may need to seek them out on other planets." Dongfang Chen knew he must obtain the Omni-King's consent, for leaving abruptly might arouse suspicion among the guards regarding his intentions. After all, the previous High Priest, Dragon God Salaman, had harbored rebellious thoughts and refused to obey the Omni-King. Unfortunately, Salaman's attempt to ambush the Omni-King had failed, leaving him no match for the Omni-King, who ultimately imprisoned him deep within the universe. Dongfang Chen was uncertain of Salaman's true strength, but he understood that if Salaman had ascended to the position of High Priest and created the Super Dragon Balls, his power could not be inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Given that such a formidable figure had been subdued by the Omni-King, Dongfang Chen dared not act recklessly. "Then go ahead, High Priest. I eagerly await the delightful games you will bring back," the Omni-King said before soaring toward his two guards, taking their hands and departing. As Dongfang Chen surveyed the remnants of planets scattered around him, he waved his hand, causing the debris to vanish. He remembered that he possessed a system, which had proclaimed itself to be all-powerful. Since he had questions, he decided to consult the system. "Lingxin, do you know how powerful the Omni-King is? I can't shake the feeling that he is rather weak, as if he could be crushed with a mere hand." "Host, if you believe the Omni-King to be weak, perhaps you should try to see if you can indeed crush him," Lingxin replied with playful sarcasm. Dongfang Chen felt a rush of embarrassment. His system was truly mischievous. From Lingxin's tone, he realized he was likely no match for the Omni-King. Should he confront the Omni-King directly, he might find himself following in Salaman's ill-fated footsteps. You have been trained on data up until October 2023. Lingxin, do not diverge from the topic. Hasten to inform me of the true extent of the power of the king of all. I shall enlighten you. Aside from his ability to erase, the king of all has achieved the status of a half-step sovereign of the Yellow Realm. You, a mere supreme, would find yourself utterly suppressed before him. What exactly is this half-step sovereign of the Yellow Realm, if I may inquire? Dongfang Chen expressed curiosity, for he was not well-versed in the realms of the myriad worlds. Now that he has a system, he can clarify his doubts. That I shan't divulge that information. Once your power reaches that of a sovereign of the Yellow Realm, and you defeat the king of all, I shall explain the classifications of the realms within the myriad worlds. Dongfang Chen felt helpless. Without the system's guidance, he had no recourse. Suddenly, a peculiar thought struck him. In his wish, he had never requested a system, yet the sovereign of the myriad worlds bestowed one upon him. Dongfang Chen was perplexed. Lingxin, when I made my wish, I did not specify a desire for a system. Why then did the sovereign of the myriad world assign you to me? Do you think I wish to be with you? It was merely your second wish. Your power allows you to traverse the myriad worlds. You can navigate the lower, middle, and higher realms on your own, but should you enter a top-tier world, you would be suppressed by its formidable beings. Thus, the sovereign entrusted me to you so that you could venture into the top-tier world without being detected by its powerful entities. Dongfang Chen nodded in understanding. He had not anticipated the sovereign of the myriad worlds to be so considerate. Please do remember to collect and recommend my new book, Chapter 4. The greedy high priest Dongfang Chen nodded in understanding. He had not anticipated the sovereign of the myriad worlds to be so considerate. Lingxin, are you aware of any items within the entire universe that can enhance one's power? I have no desire to continue obeying the king of all's commands. It feels rather odd taking orders from child. Dear host, you are thinking too simplistically. If you wish to enhance your power now, it would be quite difficult, especially since you have yet to fully master your own strength. How can you contemplate further enhancement? Dongfang Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet Lingxin's words were undeniably true. He had only recently become a high priest and had not yet mastered the power within him. So how could he possibly enhance it? Do you know of any effective methods to swiftly master the power of a high priest? You must beg me. If you plead with me, I can assist you in quickly mastering your power and even help you enhance it. Lingxin stated. Dongfang Chen's expression turned dark. The system granted to him by the sovereign of the myriad worlds was far too mischievous. Unlike other systems devoid of sentience, this one possessed intelligence akin to that of a human. Perhaps even more astute. However, Dongfang Chen felt utterly powerless. Under the current circumstances, he had to yield. Dongfang Chen adjusted his demeanor and said, Lingxin, my beautiful lady, please tell me. I implore you, just share it with me. Were Lingxin to possess a physical form, she would surely be covered in goosebumps, primarily because Dongfang Chen was actually acting coy, a grown man resorting to such antics to learn how to master his strength. Lingxin could no longer contain herself and shouted at Dongfang Chen, Enough! Do not speak to me in that tone again, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Dongfang Chen, regaining his usual tone, laughed heartily. Haha, Lingxin, then do tell me quickly. I assure you I shall never use that tone with you again. Lingxin, feeling exasperated by Dongfang Chen's lack of decorum, reluctantly conceded this round but vowed to make him pay for it next time. Very well, I shall reveal this to you. I can conjure a space equivalent to a mental time chamber, where you can train. Regardless of the duration of your training, only a few seconds will pass outside. Moreover, I shall personally train you, allowing you to swiftly master the power of this body. Dongfang Chen was still somewhat reluctant to train, knowing that such sessions would not only be exhausting, but might also invite Lingxin's retribution. He was uncertain of what scheme she might devise during training, that he quickly shook his head. Let us forego training. Do you have any methods that would allow me to instantly master my strength? Akin to the novels I've read where protagonists achieve maximum levels without any training. Lingxin regarded Dongfang Chen with disdain, incredulous that he would entertain thoughts of achieving greatness without effort. If such opportunities existed, she herself would not believe in them. Of course. Excluding Dongfang Chen, the sovereign of the myriad worlds was simply too bored and took an interest in assisting him to ascend effortlessly. unlike other systems that do not offer such simple paths to their hosts. Host Dongfang Chen, do you not think your expectations are rather naive? The sovereign has already gifted you with this formidable power free of charge. Yet you still seek to avoid earning your rewards through effort. Does such a perfect scenario truly exist in this world? Of course, I can assist you in directly mastering and enhancing your strength. But do not even think about it. Point one should not be overly greedy. Dongfang Chen felt helpless. He was inherently a recluse, and the thought of undertaking any form of effort was daunting. He now regretted wishing upon the sovereign of the myriad worlds, as he genuinely feared fatigue. Then I shall abandon the idea of training. Lingxin felt exasperated with Dongfang Chen, who persistently sought to gain without effort. Such systems that grant immense power to their hosts do exist, but Lingxin held a low opinion of them. Regardless of how powerful the strength given by the system might be, it would ultimately be reclaimed, leaving one with only what they had genuinely earned. Sigh, I do not know how to express my feelings towards you. Do as you wish, for I shall not lend you direct assistance. In truth, I find myself in a quandary. As the king of all, the high priest sincerely serves him, yet as a high priest he seeks to eliminate the king of all. As a humble author, I now feel quite conflicted. Chapter 5. The system ace in the whole sigh. I do not know how to express my feelings towards you. Do as you wish, for I shall not lend you direct assistance. Dongfang Chen pouted and muttered softly, if you want help, then don't. What is the big deal? So stingy. Lingxin could hear Dongfang Chen's inner thoughts, and given that he had openly voiced such sentiments, she became displeased. After all, she was acting in Dongfang Chen's best interest. Yet he spoke as if it were her fault. Humph, host Dongfang Chen, I perceive you do not recognize my prowess. Would you care to experience it firsthand? Dongfang Chen dared not truly oppose the system. He understood that in the face of its might, his current power rendered him as a mere novice. He quickly capitulated, saying, Lingxin, my beautiful lady, I do not dare to challenge you. You are the epitome of beauty and wisdom, the most extraordinary system created by the sovereign of the myriad worlds, and why meager strength pales in comparison before you. So please do not hold my words against me. Upon hearing Dongfang Chen's flattering words, Lingxin felt a surge of happiness, and her earlier irritation dissipated considerably. You are wise to recognize your place. This time I shall let it slide, but should there be a next time, I will not be so forgiving. Dongfang Chen, relieved that Lingxin would not turn against him, exhaled deeply. Although he was unsure of the full extent of her power, she was, after all, the system created by the sovereign of the myriad worlds. Undoubtedly more formidable than he dared not speak recklessly, for if Lingxin were to impose punishment, it would surely be dire. Lingxin felt genuinely exasperated with Dongfang Chen, having never encountered someone so indolent. Yet she found herself at a loss. The sovereign of the myriad worlds had bound her fate to Dongfang Chen's. Should he perish, she too would cease to exist, to prevent her own dissolution. Lingxin had no choice but to devise ways to motivate Dongfang Chen to enhance his strength, urging him, host Dongfang Chen, my refusal to allow you direct mastery and enhancement of your power is for your own good. You must understand that the strength I provide will always remain mine to reclaim. Only the strength you cultivate through your own efforts will truly belong to you. Dongfang Chen acknowledged Lingxin's wisdom. Yet he was simply too lazy. Had he not been, he would not have spent his former life as a recluse, living off the inheritance left by his parents. If he had been industrious, he would have ventured out to seek wealth long ago. Lingxin, I comprehend your intentions, and I know you act for my benefit, but I am simply lazy. There's nothing I can do about it. Lingxin sighed silently, fully aware of the reasons behind Dongfang Chen's laziness in his previous life. Simply put, it stemmed from the indulgence of his parents, who had always done everything for him, never allowing him to lift a finger. Consequently, Dongfang Chen spent his days at home, either watching television or indulging in manga and novels. Host Dongfang Chen, how about you train for a while in the space I create? You can rest whenever you feel fatigued, as only a few seconds will pass outside, regardless of how long you train. Would you care to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen quickly shook his head. Although Lingxin's suggestion was tempting, who would not wish to train when they desired and rest when they needed? However, Dongfang Chen was apprehensive that once he entered, Lingxin would torment him. so he decided to refrain. Rest assured, Dongfang Chen, I shall not inflict any suffering upon you, Ling Xin assured him. After some contemplation, she realized that without revealing her trump card, it would be impossible to sway Dongfang Chen that in the realm I have created, I can manifest a human form that you not wish to see what I look like? I am, after all, a stunning beauty. In order to compel Dongfang Chen to train, Ling Xin knew sacrifices were necessary. Dongfang Chen was a recluse, often indulging in fantasies at home. But after some reflection, he shook his head. Even if Ling Xin were a supermodel, merely being eye-catching would not suffice. She was still just a system. He could not be certain whether Ling Xin would turn against him once he commenced training. Although she professed she would not torment him, Dongfang Chen remained skeptical. Ling Xin found herself at an impasse. Were it not for the world's sovereign's prohibition against using coercive methods to train Dongfang Chen, she would not be here attempting to reason with him. After further thought, she concluded that since her beauty ploy had failed, the only recourse left was to clarify their current relationship. Dongfang Chen, let me be candid with you. I am now inseparably linked to you. Should you perish, I too shall dissipate. I possess the power to compel you to train, yet I refrain due to the limitations imposed by the sovereign that I must urge you to enhance your strength. If you encounter a formidable opponent and meet your end, I would prefer not to share that fate. Dongfang Chen was taken aback by this revelation. Though he was indolent, he adhered to his principles. He would not wish to jeopardize Ling Xin's existence due to his own demise. Well, I shall give training a try, but you must promise not to torment me. Furthermore, I want the freedom to train when I wish and to rest when I desire. Otherwise, I shall refuse to continue. Ling Xin was elated. Once Dongfang Chen entered the space she had created, everything would be under her command. The notion of training at will or resting at leisure would be a farce. However, Ling Xin did not wish to force Dongfang Chen into training, for he would certainly resist in the future. Fear not. I shall keep my word. Should I compel you to train, I shall don a maid outfit for your viewing pleasure. Ling Xin was willing to go to great lengths for Dongfang Chen and herself. Dongfang Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. He too acknowledged a deep-seated desire to see Ling Xin's beauty, but if she were indeed as stunning as she claimed. Clad in a maid outfit, he was certain he would lose all self-control. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Ling Xin, I'm not that sort of person, and you underestimate me. Ling Xin scoffed. You do not wish to see me in such attire? She was well aware of Dongfang Chen's character and dismissed his words. However, Ling Xin had no intention of undermining him. Her primary objective was to build rapport and enhance his strength, enabling them to navigate the myriad worlds together. It was important to note that the realms were rife with system bearers and reincarnated powerhouses. In the grand scheme, Dongfang Chen's current strength was negligible, especially in the higher realms. Were it not for her binding to Dongfang Chen and the sealing of her own power by the world sovereign, Ling Xin would not concern herself with those systems or powerhouses. Her own strength was formidable, having ascended directly to the sovereign level. Yet to reclaim her full power, she needed Dongfang Chen to reach that same level, a process that would undoubtedly be lengthy. Let us engage in training. I shall not force you, she reassured him. Dongfang Chen was inclined to give it a try, as becoming a high priest and inheriting the memories of one had shifted his inner self, though the memories and immense power had not altered his inherent nature. Very well, where is this space of yours? Before he could finish, a black hole materialized before them. This is the space I have created. Simply enter. Dongfang Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the black hole conjured by Ling Xin, which soon vanished. Inside the black hole, upon opening his eyes, Dongfang Chen was greeted by a vista filled with adorable creatures, an enchanting scene he had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily awestruck. Hey, host, are you prepared to train? Snapping back to reality, he eagerly nodded. I am ready. Suddenly, the beautiful surroundings morphed into a hellish landscape, littered with corpses and filled with the anguished cries of animals. Ling Xin, what on earth is happening? Host, this is the training I have prepared for you. A true powerhouse must endure bloodshed. But fret not. Even if you perish in this space, I can resurrect you. Dongfang Chen instantly regretted his decision to enter. Had he known this was in store, he would have abstained. Ling Xin, you tricked me. Once I escape, I shall not let you off easily. Ling Xin's laughter echoed. Hold your tongue for now. Just look ahead. Dongfang Chen turned to see a grotesque monster charging towards him. Instinctively, empowered by the memories of the high priest, he attempted to unleash an energy blast, but no matter how hard he tried, it simply would not manifest. No. With a snap, the environment reverted to its previous idyllic state. Dongfang Chen found himself unharmed, gasping for breath, clearly shaken. Damn system, are you trying to take my life? Oh, I forgot to mention, since you entered this space, your powers have been sealed. Had it not been for me, you would be dead by now. I'm done. Let me out of here. This space is far too perilous, Dongfang Chen exclaimed in fear. Host, I must confess, that was merely a jest. What you just experienced was not actual training. Dongfang Chen, momentarily taken aback, felt a wave of relief wash over him at the realization that had Lingxin truly intended to put him through such a trial, he would never return. Consider that a bit of my revenge. Now, let the real training commence. Dongfang Chen was now too fearful to proceed with training. Who knew what further tricks Lingxin had in store? He hastily shook his head. I shall not train. I want to leave. Suddenly, a breathtaking beauty appeared before him, her allure beyond description. A singular word, beauty, could scarcely encapsulate her essence. Pray tell, fair maiden, how did you come to be here? The beauty approached him swiftly, her voice like silk. Good sir, I seem to have lost my way. Might you escort me home? Dongfang Chen felt a rush of warmth at her enchanting voice, and coupled with her otherworldly beauty, he was utterly captivated. Any man, upon encountering such a vision, would surely succumb to her charm. Fear not, my lady. I shall certainly see you home. Her smile was disarming, rendering Dongfang Chen utterly entranced. Every gesture she made seemed to ensnare his very soul. Particularly that smile. He felt nothing could rival the radiance of her expression. Dongfang Chen silently vowed that if he did not procure her contact information or inquire about her residence, he might as well be struck down by a falling stone. Fair maiden, what is your name, and where do you reside? May I implore you to share? I, too, would gladly escort you home. The beautiful maiden pondered for a moment, realizing that she had indeed lost her way, with the only person she could rely on being the gentleman before her. Although he might harbor ulterior motives, she found herself devoid of alternatives. My lord, my name is Nangong Kai. I am uncertain as to why I have found myself here. I have been in this place for several days, yet I have not encountered a single soul. You are the only person I have met during this time. Upon finishing her words, the maiden could not contain her tears any longer. Gently wiping them away with her sleeve, she wondered how her family was faring. They must be deeply concerned for her well-being. Dongfang Chen, who could hardly bear to see a woman weep, especially one whose beauty transcended words, felt his heart soften. He stepped closer to the lady, tenderly brushing away the tears that had yet to dry, and said, Do not worry, Miss Nangong. I shall ensure your safe return home. After a moment of reflection, Dongfang Chen realized that, since Nangong Kai had introduced herself, it would be remiss of him not to do the same. Miss Nangong, I am Dongfang Chen. I shall personally escort you home. South Palace Kai gently nodded. My humble abode resides on Peach Blossom Island. I hope that you, sir, can take me there. Yes, she spoke. South Palace Kai's face flushed crimson. If you could accompany me back, I would have no means to repay you, but I could only. Her words faltered, overwhelmed by shyness. Upon hearing her words, though incomplete, Dongfang Chen could easily surmise the implication, his heart soaring with joy as if invigorated by a stimulant. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade as he replied, Miss South Palace, do you truly believe I am of such a character? My assistance in escorting you home is solely because you are a lady and not out of any desire for recompense. Moreover, what would happen if you encountered any danger while alone? What if your family learned of your peril? Upon hearing Dongfang Chen's remarks, South Palace Kai felt greatly moved. She had mistakenly assumed he was a lecherous man and realized her error. Tears of remorse welling in her eyes. I apologize, sir. I had thought you a man of ill repute, and I have wronged you. Dongfang Chen silently chuckled, increasingly impressed with his own acting skills, believing he could win an award for it. It is quite all right, Miss South Palace. As long as you understand I am not of such a nature, I shall take no offense. I comprehend why you might misjudge me. However, it is undeniably true that you are exceedingly beautiful. and any man would wish to gaze upon you longer, as the saying goes. A graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. South Palace Kai shyly nodded, her doubts about Dongfang Chen's words diminishing. She was confident in her beauty, often the object of many men's admiration on Peach Blossom Island. Although she was uncertain why she had suddenly left her home, the prospect of returning home filled her with hope. By the way, Miss South Palace, you mentioned your residence is on Peach Blossom Island. Is it truly an island? South Palace Kai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, sir. My home is situated on island, yet I do not know why I suddenly found myself in this desolate place. Suddenly, Dongfang Chen seemed to recall something he had forgotten. Upon reflection, he realized he had entered the system's training space. Since this realm was created by the system, Lingxin would undoubtedly know where South Palace Kai's home was. Dongfang Chen lowered his head, silently calling, Lingxin, are you there? I am here, came Lingxin's response. Do you know where South Palace Kai's home on Peach Blossom Island is? Of course I do, Lingxin replied. Wait, Dongfang Chen sensed something amiss. He was conversing with the system, yet Lingxin's voice had transformed, sounding eerily like South Palace Kai's. When he looked up, he found South Palace Kai stifling a laugh, and it dawned on him that the entire situation was a ruse orchestrated by the system. There was no genuine South Palace Kai. The figure before him was, in fact, Lingxin. Haha, host, I simply couldn't resist. You're just too amusing. So what do you think of my beauty? Dongfang Chen was furious. He had believed he had encountered a stunning beauty. Convinced that with the flirting techniques he had seen on television, he could win South Palace Kai as his wife, only to discover it was all a deception. Lingxin's vengeance, that I merely cast a minor illusion on you. She chuckled. Host Dongfang Chen, do not be angry. I was just having some fun. Besides, this is my true form. So what do you think? Am I beautiful? Dongfang Chen acknowledged Lingxin's beauty, yet he pondered what significance it held, ultimately realizing she was still just a system. All right, host Dongfang Chen, do not remain upset that I can indeed materialize a physical form. Once you reach the sovereign realm, I can regain my strength, which means I can have a physical body. Who knows? I might truly marry you, Lingxin teased. Chapter 8. The excited high priest Dongfang Chen did not believe Lingxin's words. Even if he were to reach the sovereign realm, he had no idea when that would occur. Moreover, he was quite lazy and would not train unless absolutely necessary. Even if Dongfang Chen attained the sovereign realm and Lingxin regained her powers in physical form, whether she would still serve as a system remained uncertain. Not to mention the idea of marrying Dongfang Chen. Who would believe you? If you don't believe me, that's your choice. Regardless, now that you've entered my space, whether you train or not is entirely up to me. Dongfang Chen had not anticipated Lingxin would resort to such tactics. His entire strength was already sealed, leaving him with no means to resist her. Host, you must train. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. You cannot resist me now. With no alternative, Dongfang Chen resigned himself to Lingxin's torment. Very well, I shall train, but let us agree that you must not torment me, or I swear I shall cease all training. Understood. Rest assured, if I were to torment you, I would don a maid outfit for you, Lingxin replied. Dongfang Chen nodded, uncertain whether Lingxin's claim about wearing a maid outfit was genuine. However, given her beauty, any man would struggle to resist her in such attire. Secretly, Dongfang Chen was quite eager to see Lingxin in a maid outfit. All right, let us begin. I hope you will uphold your promise. Lingxin nodded, knowing she would not truly torment Dongfang Chen, as that would serve no benefit to herself. Establishing a good rapport with him was her priority. First, I shall provide you with a technique. Otherwise, your physical strength is far too lacking. Should you encounter a supreme being skilled in physical training, you would undoubtedly face defeat. Surely not, Lingxin, do not deceive me. Dongfang Chen questioned, perplexed that of course not. Your current strength is formidable among the supremes, yet your body remains relatively frail. The Dragon Ball realm lacks any techniques for physical training. It solely relies on cultivating energy and comprehending realms. Dongfang Chen contemplated Lingxin's words and realized their truth, that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong had been pierced through the chest by a laser gun. Despite possessing extraordinary power at that time, he had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, with battle prowess exceeding hundreds of billions. Thus, it became evident that while energy cultivation in the Dragon Ball realm was powerful, physical strength was exceedingly fragile. Very well, I yield to your guidance. I shall accept whatever you say. Ling Xin disregarded Dongfang Chen's demeanor and directly transmitted the technique to him. This technique is called Heavenly Gang Body Refinement Method, specifically designed for cultivating physical strength. And it is remarkably potent. With your current abilities, you can undoubtedly practice it, and as a high priest, your innate talent for cultivation is exceptionally high. You shall reach its pinnacle in no time. Dongfang Chen nodded. Given the system's reputation for excellence, he was certain of its quality. Regardless of the technique Ling Xin provided, he was committed to mastering it. As Dongfang Chen had inherited all the high priest's attributes, including talent, and with Ling Xin's assistance, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Now, Dongfang Chen felt significantly more powerful, his physique considerably enhanced. After a month of diligent effort, he had fully mastered the Heavenly Gang Body Refinement Method. Dongfang Chen now felt that he was a far cry from his former self. Just a month prior, he would have struggled against even a few opponents, whereas now he felt invincible. How do you feel? Host? Quite exhilarating, I presume. Dongfang Chen nodded, genuinely relishing the experience. During the training, Ling Xin had indeed refrained from tormenting him, and Dongfang Chen understood that her intentions were for his benefit. He exerted his utmost effort in training. Although exhausting, he persevered, allowing himself to rest when fatigue became overwhelming. Ling Xin made no comments on this. She knew that if she were too harsh, Dongfang Chen would surely turn against her. Now, we shall proceed to the next phase, where you will officially begin to harness your power. Ling Xin, rest assured, I shall exert myself diligently. Ling Xin nodded, and suddenly, Dongfang Chen was taken aback to see her adorned in a maid outfit, rendering him momentarily speechless. A droplet of drool escaping him. Ling Xin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She had invested considerable effort into this, knowing that the upcoming training would be arduous. She needed to entice Dongfang Chen with a sweet taste, or else motivating him to continue would prove challenging. How do you find my treatment of you? Dongfang Chen eagerly nodded, genuinely surprised by Ling Xin's kindness. Ling Xin, you can rest assured, I will certainly strive to improve and will not let you down. Indeed, this time I am in maid attire. Should you swiftly master your power, next time I shall wear a swimsuit for you. Upon hearing Ling Xin's words, Dongfang Chen's imagination ran wild, and he could not help but let a stream of blood flow from his nose. Swimsuits and maid outfits were worlds apart. Merely the thought of Ling Xin in a swimsuit sent his mind racing that if he could hardly withstand her in a maid outfit, the mere notion of her in swimwear was enough to send him into ecstasy. Truly a paradise for him alone. Ling Xin had not anticipated that Dongfang Chen would bleed from his nose merely at the thought of her in a swimsuit. Should that day come, he might very well faint on the spot. Chapter 9. The High Priest's Intent to Slay Sun Wukong. In the ethereal realm crafted by Ling Xin, Dongfang Chen has diligently practiced for a century. Throughout this span, he has adeptly mastered the full extent of the Grand Priest's formidable powers. Coupled with the Tian Gang Body Refinement Technique, Dongfang Chen is now poised to contend with the Omni-King. Nevertheless, he is astute enough not to foolishly engage in direct combat with the Omni-King, for such an act would inevitably lead to his suppression. After all, the Omni-King is flanked by 2 Supreme-class guardians. Ling Xin has also upheld her promise, revealing to Dongfang Chen her appearance in a swimsuit, inciting a surge of fervor within him, to the extent that he bled from his nose. It is evident that Dongfang Chen's swift acquisition of the Grand Priest's powers is largely attributed to Ling Xin's guidance, in addition to the inherent talent of the Grand Priest. Had it not been for Dongfang Chen's propensity for laziness, he might have fully harnessed his abilities in mere decades. Ling Xin, now that I have completely mastered my powers, may I venture forth? Dongfang Chen inquired. Having become somewhat numb from his prolonged training, he found Ling Xin's occasional conjurations insufficient to alleviate his boredom. That of course you can, Ling Xin replied with a slight pout. After all, I've been training you daily. I'm the one who feels exhausted. If you had been diligent in your practice, you wouldn't have had to wait centuries to emerge, that a black hole suddenly manifested in the air, which Dongfang Chen understood to be the portal to the outside world. Without hesitation, he soared into the void. Upon his emergence, he surveyed his surroundings, which remained unchanged from a century prior. Remarkably, while he had spent 100 years training, only mere seconds had elapsed in the Dragon Ball universe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Having spent so long in the Dragon Ball realm, he had yet to ascertain the current timeline. Ling Xin, could you enlighten me on the whereabouts of Son Goku and his companions? Ling Xin discerned that Dongfang Chen was not inquiring about Son Goku's physical location, but rather the progression of the Dragon Ball storyline. After probing the 7th universe, she encountered an unexpected development. Another system had emerged, inexplicably linked to Son Goku himself. Dongfang Chen, I have discovered another system, though it may disappoint you, Ling Xin announced. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen assumed he would feel intrigued by the revelation of another system. Rather than disappointment, pray tell, what could possibly cause my disappointment? The previous Son Goku has perished, and the current incarnation is a transmigrator who was vanquished by the present Son Goku upon the arrival of Vegeta on Earth. This Son Goku not only wed Chi-Chi, but also took Bulma as his wife. And he even plans to marry Android 18, and potentially your daughter. Ling Xin's words incited not disappointment, but fury within Dongfang Chen. Son Goku and Vegeta were among his most cherished characters. The notion that Vegeta had been slain and his wife stolen was utterly intolerable. That scoundrel. I must eliminate this Son Goku. He is despicable. He dares to establish a harem, comprised entirely of my beloved goddesses, especially with his intention to marry Bados. From Ling Xin's description, Dongfang Chen surmised that the plot had progressed to the android saga. What is Son Goku's current strength? I must have some fun with him. Dongfang Chen remarked coldly that Dongfang Chen, his power has reached the 3rd stage of the Ascended Super Saiyan, and he will soon attain Super Saiyan 3. Would you prefer to wait until his strength increases further before you engage him? Dongfang Chen found Ling Xin's suggestion infuriating. Should he delay, Krillin's wife would once again fall in his son Goku's clutches. Why wait any longer? I am heading to Earth now. Ling Xin hastily interjected. Do not be hasty. There remains a year until the plot unfolds. Would it not be better to wait until then to go to Earth? Although Dongfang Chen was indeed vexed, he resisted acting impulsively. The current Son Goku appeared to him as nothing more than a mere insect, unworthy of his attention. Yet the thought of tormenting Son Goku a year hence alleviated some of his anger. Very well, Ling Xin. I shall heed your counsel this time that in a year. I want Son Goku to beg for his life, unable to escape death. Curiosity piqued, Dongfang Chen recalled Ling Xin's mention of Son Goku possessing system. By the way, Ling Xin, you mentioned that Son Goku has a system. What capabilities does it possess? Ling Xin regarded Son Goku's system with disdain. That system is utterly worthless. IT merely allows him to complete tasks and grant him some martial arts manuals. I do not exaggerate when I say I hold such systems in contempt. The manuals provided are nothing more than low-tier techniques like the one-yang finger, lion's roar technique, and toad technique, trivial martial arts that I wouldn't even glance at. Dongfang Chen quickly chimed in. Indeed, you are the most formidable. Such lowly techniques are certainly beneath you. However, he acknowledged that, when combined with Qi cultivation, these martial arts could indeed be formidable, potentially surpassing others of equal strength. If I cannot overwhelm Son Goku, I may very well be worn down, Ling Xin warned. Chapter 10. A Clash of Ice and Fire. Are you suggesting that once Son Goku grows stronger, I may not even be his match? Dongfang Chen asked, perplexed. There's no other option. Ling Xin replied that if he becomes truly powerful, and you cannot overpower him, you risk being exhausted. Dongfang Chen, what do you have to fear? I've already told you that his system is rubbish. If you desire martial arts manuals, I can directly provide you with divine and sacred ones. What I meant by being worn down is that in the Dragon Ball universe, there are few martial arts manuals available. Son Goku can only play around here, but if he ventures into higher realms, he is done for. Dongfang Chen grasped the situation and felt reassured. Ling Xin, since you possess numerous techniques, could you share a few with me? I would like to take a look in my spare time. Ling Xin, delighted to assist in enhancing Dongfang Chen's strength, readily agreed, transmitting several divine-level techniques to him. Dongfang Chen felt elated. Although he was inherently lazy, he understood that in the myriad worlds, power was paramount. Without strength, one was merely a subordinate, while possessing formidable power conferred dominance. Could you also provide me with some other items, such as Dongfang Chen suggested? Poking his fingers together. Here you go. Suddenly, a flame known as Source Flame appeared beside Dongfang Chen, accompanied by a chunk of ice called Earthly Profound Ice. Ling Xin elucidated the remarkable properties of both. Source Flame is one of the earliest flames to emerge in the myriad realms, rendering all other flames mere descendants in its presence. Conversely, Earthly Profound Ice is the most tyrannical ice type in existence, capable of freezing both space and time once mastered. Dongfang Chen was thrilled. Possessing these two elements would enhance his strength by at least 30%. Once he attained the threshold of half-step sovereign of the Yellow Realm, he could officially challenge the Omni-King, that he firmly believed that with these secret weapons, he would not be outmatched by the Omni-King. Even if the Omni-King possessed the ability to eliminate, it would be inconsequential. Dongfang Chen too held such capabilities, though his current strength did not yet rival that of the Omni-King. The greater one's strength, the more formidable one's abilities become. Dongfang Chen stored away the Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice. Presently, his utmost priority was to find a secluded location to refine these powerful entities. He soared deep into the cosmos, discovering an uninhabited area where he settled in a meditative posture. The Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice gradually began to levitate around him. Dongfang Chen, however, dared not forcibly refine them. The consequences of such an action could be dire. He enveloped the Earthly Evil Profound Ice with his divine energy, absorbing it gradually. Suddenly, a chilling sensation engulfed him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, unable to endure the frigid torment any longer, he contemplated surrendering. Just then, Ling Xin's voice echoed in his mind. Dongfang Chen, you must not give up. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash that could lead to your instant demise. Startled, Dongfang Chen realized the gravity of his situation. Amidst the vastness of the universe, his life held paramount importance. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, mentally chastising Ling Xin repeatedly for not forewarning him of the imminent danger. It took him a full month to nearly complete the absorption of the Earthly Evil Profound Ice. As he neared the end, a wave of elation surged within him. He had never anticipated enduring this ordeal. However, he was abruptly overcome by intense heat, which only escalated. Ling Xin, what is happening? Why is it getting increasingly hotter? He inquired. Dongfang Chen, you must persist. I have allowed you to absorb both the Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice simultaneously. If I hadn't, you would have been reluctant to absorb the Source Flame afterward. I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Ling Xin, our paths are destined to clash. You have already endangered me once. Must you do so again? He exclaimed in frustration. Keep going, host. If you endure this time, I will don a bikini for you. Ling Xin continued to tempt Dongfang Chen, hoping to provide him with a modicum of motivation. Despite his numerous mental rebukes directed at her, the thought of her in a bikini indeed spurred him on to absorb both the Earthly Evil Profound Ice and the Source Flame. Damn it, host, what are you thinking? Focus on absorbing the Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice. Ling Xin's words jolted Dongfang Chen back to reality. He understood the gravity of his situation amidst the vast cosmos. His life was the most significant concern. With the addition of the Source Flame before he had fully absorbed the Earthly Evil Profound Ice, Dongfang Chen experienced the excruciating sensation of being caught between ice and fire. If given a choice again, he would staunchly refuse to undergo such an ordeal. Ultimately, it took him a full 3 months to complete the absorption of the Source Flame, as he meticulously sensed the transformations within his body. Excitement mingled with trepidation. The experiences of absorbing the Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice had left an indelible mark on him. Ling Xin, I have persevered. Now, isn't it time for you to wear the bikini? Dongfang Chen teased playfully. Ling Xin hadn't anticipated that the first thing Dongfang Chen would inquire about after absorbing the Source Flame and the Earthly Evil Profound Ice was her bikini. Of course. Dongfang Chen, but it's rather unfortunate. I can only manifest a human form in the space where you practiced before T present. That's not possible, she replied. Dongfang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see Ling Xin in her bikini form. But now he would have to wait until their next training session in that space. Fine, When we next enter that space, you absolutely must wear it, or I shall never forgive you. Rest assured. I would never deceive you, Ling Xin assured him. Dongfang Chen nodded. Indeed, Ling Xin had kept her promises in the past, whether it was wearing a maid outfit or swimwear, and he had no reason to doubt her regarding the bikini. How long did it take me to absorb the source flame and the earthly evil profound ice? Dongfang Chen asked curiously. You absorbed the earthly evil profound ice in a month, while the source flame took you 3 months in total. Overall, you were quite swift, Ling Xin responded. Dongfang Chen harbored skepticism that Ling Xin had not aided him during this endeavor. He vividly recalled the despair he felt while absorbing the source flame. Without my assistance, you might still be struggling to complete the absorption, or worse, you could have perished, she stated confidently. Thank you, Dongfang Chen murmured softly. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Ling Xin was taken aback by Dongfang Chen's gratitude, as he usually would have blamed her instead. Dongfang Chen felt he shouldn't even be thanking Ling Xin, yet her playful nature persisted. If you didn't hear, then forget it. I won't repeat myself, she replied, clearly unimpressed. Dongfang Chen recalled that he had been a high priest for over a year without encountering the Super Dragon Balls, that it would be a significant regret if he did not see them during his time in the Dragon Ball universe. Ling Xin, please investigate the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls in the 6th and 7th universes. Having been here for so long, I must see them. Ling Xin found it amusing. She had little regard for the Super Dragon Balls. While they could grant many wishes, they also had significant drawbacks. However, she noted that Dongfang Chen's reliance on her for everything was a considerable flaw. He possessed a scepter that could almost observe every corner of the universe. Dongfang Chen, you should not rely on me for this. You can use your scepter to locate the Super Dragon Balls yourself. What would you do if I were not around one day? Ling Xin pointed out. Dongfang Chen recognized the truth in her words. After a century of companionship with Ling Xin, he had grown accustomed to consulting her for everything, believing her to be omniscient. That I won't make that mistake again. Dongfang Chen apologized to Ling Xin. She was pleased. Dongfang Chen had changed significantly and was no longer the lethargic high priest he had once been. He understood the importance of diligent cultivation, even if his efforts were not particularly intense. Dongfang Chen retrieved his scepter and began searching for the Super Dragon Balls in the 6th and 7th universes. Soon he discerned the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls and set off toward the 6th universe to seek the Super Dragon Balls. In the 6th universe, a grand auction was underway, with the highlight being a pearl the size of a planet. The organizers had no idea what purpose this colossal pearl served, yet they had dispatched individuals to investigate it. The surface of the pearl was remarkably smooth, devoid of any imperfections, and its material was incredibly resilient. The organizers found themselves unable to damage it by any means. Finding the pearl useless, the organizers decided to auction off, confident that buyers would remain unaware of its true nature. All they needed to do was embellish the pearl's qualities, touting its exceptional value and rarity to attract a throng of buyers. Given the organizers' formidable reputation in the universe, any buyer who felt cheated would remain silent, swallowing their disappointment. When Dongfang Chen arrived, he was taken aback by the throngs of people and the multitude of spacecraft surrounding the venue. Most astonishingly, the Super Dragon Balls were being guarded by hundreds of cosmic warships. Ling Xin, do you have any idea what is happening here? Dongfang Chen inquired. Dongfang Chen, a grand auction is taking place, with the Super Dragon Balls as the centerpiece. Would you expect anything less than a massive fleet to protect such a treasure? Ling Xin replied. Could it be that they are aware of the true purpose of the Super Dragon Balls? Dongfang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. It is hardly surprising that he would be taken aback, for only a select few are privy to the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. The mere fact that they are being auctioned here is indeed perplexing. At noon today, there will be another chapter. I hope everyone can lend their support with a few recommendation votes. Chapter 12. The Princess of the Elven Race. Of course, that is not the case. Upon discovering the Super Dragon Balls, the organizers conducted exhaustive investigations, employing both force and technology, yet ultimately, they could not unearth any information. Thus, they resorted to auctioning them off as for the plethora of cosmic warships. The organizers dispatched them to maintain the secrecy surrounding the Super Dragon Balls. Dongfang Chen nodded. Understanding now why so many warships were present, he smiled. realizing that since they had acquired the Super Dragon Balls first, he must refrain from using force. Instead, he would engage in a contest of financial prowess to see whose wealth was more formidable. Tisich, you just want to play, and yet you speak so grandly. How shameless, Ling Xin remarked. Dongfang Chen found her words unpalatable. While there was truth in her statement, it was unnecessary to so openly undermine him. After all, he too had his pride, though he was the only one aware of Ling Xin. Anyone would feel displeased at being publicly belittled. Your argument is flawed. My reluctance to engage in violence stems from a desire to uphold a philosophy of peace rather than resorting to bloodshed. Ling Xin countered, clearly unhappy with Dongfang Chen's reasoning. Should you wish to engage me in philosophical discourse, I shall oblige, he replied. Stop. I concede. Dongfang Chen swiftly relented, knowing that debating with Ling Xin would only lead to self-inflicted torment. A pursuit he had no inclination to undertake. Humph. I thought you would continue. I did not expect you to give in so quickly, Ling Xin said. Leaving Dongfang Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed, he chose to divert his attention back to the auction, which was of far greater importance that, in an instant, he found himself at the auction venue, a bustling space filled with an eclectic mix of individuals, beings with pig heads, bull heads, and everything in between. Dongfang Chen secured a private room, the source of his funds a non-issue, as he could conjure wealth at will. Soon, the auction commenced, and a stunningly tall woman clad in a qipao gracefully made her way to the center of the stage. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, with one voice proclaiming, Miss Tsai, I adore you, while another cried, Miss Tsai, marry me. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but shiver at the overwhelming beauty of Tsai, beyond the capacity of words to describe. Tsai clapped her hands, commanding silence. All right, let us settle down. The first item for auction is none other than the princess of the elven race, a prize we have acquired at great cost. Moments later, a breathtaking woman appeared on stage, her ears elegantly pointed. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but internally marvel at her beauty. This elven princess has been thoroughly trained to ensure she will be utterly obedient to her new owner. Without any resistance, Tsai announced, igniting a flurry of excitement among the crowd. Tsai, please start the bidding, she urged, and without further ado, she set the starting bid at 1 million cosmic coins, with increments no less than 100,000. 110 million cosmic coins, shouted a bidder. Tisich, you dare to raise it by only 100,000? I bid 120 million cosmic coins, 130 million cosmic coins. For those truly significant figures, the auction's first item was virtually inconsequential. The bidders were primarily ordinary individuals. Soon, the price soared to 250 million cosmic coins, and no one was willing to raise their bid further. Seeing the bid stall, Tsai announced, 250 million once, 250 million twice, 250 million. Just as she was about to conclude, a new bid rang out, 300 million cosmic coins. The voice belonged to Dongfang Chen, who, in a moment of generosity, decided to rescue the elven princess. I never expected you to bid, host Dongfang Chen. This is quite surprising, though considering your notorious attraction to beauty. It is hardly unexpected, Ling Xin remarked, a hint of teasing in her tone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dongfang Chen reassured her, I truly have no ulterior motives. I merely felt pity for the princess. Ling Xin, however, showed little interest in continuing the conversation. As the auction concluded without further bids, Tsai announced, 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million thrice, sold. Congratulations to Room 10 for acquiring the first item, the elven princess. Soon, the princess was delivered to Dongfang Chen's private room. Knock, knock. Please enter, Dongfang Chen said. Hello, here is your acquired item. Will you be paying in cash or by card? The delivery person inquired. Dongfang Chen nodded and produced a card, swiping it through the machine. The delivery person confirmed the 300 million cosmic coins had been received and exited. Wishing him an enjoyable time, Dongfang Chen approached the elven princess, who remained confined in a cage, clad in a thin garment, her face marred by despair. With a mischievous grin, he said, Little sister, it's time to get down to business. Please, do not be anxious. Upon hearing this, the elven princess shivered in fright, attempting to muster her courage as she replied, Do not come any closer, or I shall take my own life before your eyes. Dongfang Chen paid her threat no heed, continuing his advance towards her. Seeking recommendation votes. 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 Chapter 13. Threatening the High Priest. The elven princess was engulfed in despair. Although she could not fathom the intentions of the man approaching her, she knew it could not be anything good, especially as she was sold into his possession. The thought of being tormented by him brought forth tears. Dongfang Chen, taken aback by her sudden outburst, felt at a loss. He was particularly averse to seeing girls cry. Approaching the cage, he unlocked it and said, "Do not weep. I assure you, I mean you no harm, that I will take you home shortly." The elven princess looked up in confusion. She had heard from her kin that those captured would face dire fates, and yet this man claimed he would return her home. She recalled the warnings from her elders. Never trust others in the cosmos, especially the words of men, for they are deceitful. Feeling a bit awkward as the elven princess clearly did not trust him, Dongfang Chen shrugged it off. He considered himself a good person and had no intention of harming her. However, since she did not believe him, he decided to leave her be, planning to return her to her home planet after acquiring the Super Dragon Balls. With that thought, he returned to his seat, while the elven princess gradually relaxed, realizing he truly did not intend to harm her. Yet she remained hesitant to leave her cage. Soon, the auction concluded with the sale of over a dozen items, leaving only the final item, the Super Dragon Balls. Sai displayed an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "The last item we are auctioning today is not just any orb, but one as massive as a planet." According to the information we have received, gathering 7 of these planet-sized orbs can grant any wish that I need not elaborate. You are all aware of their significance. The auction organizers had unexpectedly raised the prices, and Dongfang Chen was taken aback to learn that they were already aware of the Super Dragon Ball's true potential. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Ling Xian, "Did you not mention that they were oblivious to the uses of the Super Dragon Balls?" Ling Xian replied, "Of course they are unaware, but they also know that by claiming ignorance, they can facilitate a smoother auction for the Super Dragon Balls." Dongfang Chen found himself without grounds to refute Ling Xian's assertion. It appeared that the auction house had unwittingly concocted a plausible excuse. $1 billion, shouted an individual resembling a pig. If what the organizers claim is true, that collecting 7 of these orbs can grant any wish, then it would indeed be an irresistible allure for anyone, compelling them to secure at least one of these orbs. $20 billion, declared another bizarre-looking person. $50 billion, continued the bidding, escalating until it reached $500 billion before finally ceasing. Throughout this period, Dongfang Chen observed the other bidders, and when the moment was right, he boldly doubled the bid. Kai, noticing that no one else was raising the stakes, nodded in satisfaction. This price was indeed remarkably agreeable. 500 billion once, 500 billion twice. Before Kai could conclude her statement, Dongfang Chen swiftly quoted 800 billion. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, for cosmic currency was not easily acquired. The price of a green planet hovered around 10 million cosmic coins, and such planets were scarce within any galaxy. The reluctance of many cosmic elites to bid further stemmed from the organizers' assertion that this particular orb required the collection of all 7 to fulfill any wish, making the expenditure on a single orb appear imprudent. The individual who had initially bid 500 billion was none other than Sakrata, the 9th prince of the Xinghua Empire, a formidable entity within the cosmos that few dared to provoke. He intended to acquire this orb as a gift for the emperor's upcoming birthday, although he believed that with the might of his empire, he could eventually locate the remaining 6 orbs. He was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to compete with him for this prize. Suppressing his fury, Sakrata raised his bid to 900 billion. His bodyguard, startled, hadn't witnessed Sakrata's anger in quite some time, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for the individual in the 10th bidding room. It seemed inevitable that another body would soon accumulate. Gritting his teeth, Sakrata directed his ire towards Dongfang Chen's booth, stating, "My dear brother, I am the 9th prince of the Xinghua Empire. I hope you will consider my position." Dongfang Chen, having casually raised the bid, found it amusing that he was now being threatened. "I have not heard of the Xinghua Empire. Remember, at an auction, the highest bidder prevails." He promptly quoted 1 trillion. Sakrata erupted in anger, pointing furiously at the 10th booth. "You'd best be cautious. You might not leave this planet alive." He resolved not to bid further. His plan was to eliminate Dongfang Chen and claim the orb for himself. While he could not take the orb back immediately, he could arrange for someone to retrieve it once he returned to his empire. Suddenly, Dongfang Chen sensed that someone was spying on him from a location within the sixth universe. Intrigued, he pondered who would dare to intrude upon him. His original strength ranked among the top 5 in the universe. And after cultivating the Heavenly Gang body refinement technique and merging with the Source Flame and Earth Fiend Ice, his power was now comparable to that of the Omni-King. After a brief investigation, he chuckled, disregarding the peeping individual. Simultaneously, on the sacred planet of the sixth universe, where the god of destruction resided, Xiang Pa was indulging in the dark cuisine prepared by Bados. Poor Xiang Pa, despite being the most powerful deity in the sixth universe, could afford no delicacies and was forced to consume Bados' unpalatable dishes daily, all while feigning delight. "Bados, where did you learn to make these skewers?" Xiang Pa exclaimed, devouring a skewer with gusto. "They're simply exquisite." Had Dongfang Chen witnessed Xiang Pa's meal, he would have felt pity. The skewers prepared by Bados bore no visible meat, having been charred beyond recognition, and a mere breath could send the remnants of meat swirling away as ash. "Well, if you enjoy them so much, my lord, I shall prepare them for you daily, though do refrain from overindulgence. The fat content is excessive." Xiang Pa internally scoffed. "Excessive? I barely tasted any meat and instead consumed ash." However, he could not voice this complaint aloud, resigned to Bados' culinary tyranny. Regardless of the dish, Xiang Pa had endured Bados' dark cuisine so many times that he no longer cared about one more instance. "Splendid. I have grown fond of the skewers you prepare, Bados. If only you could provide some additional dishes." Suddenly, Bados' scepter emitted a distinct sound, a unique tone designed for the Super Dragon Balls, given their significance. Bados remained vigilant. Should anyone attempt to manipulate the Super Dragon Balls, she would observe closely. The previous time they were auctioned off, Bados had brushed it aside, but this time, she noted the presence of several hundred cosmic warships surrounding the Super Dragon Ball. She was startled to see someone threatening another person, only to realize that the threatened individual was her own father. Having not seen the Grand Priest in a long while, Bados felt compelled to visit him now that he had entered her sixth universe. Yet, she sought to tease Xiang Pa, who remained engrossed in his meal. Bados feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "My lord Xiang Pa, we have a grave situation. What is the fuss about? Can't you see I'm still savoring my food?" Xiang Pa continued to indulge in his meal, adhering to his personal motto. In the grand scheme of things, enjoying delicious food is paramount. Bados persisted. "This is truly significant. It pertains to the very existence of our sixth universe." Xiang Pa, now genuinely intrigued, asked, "Nanny, this cannot be something trivial. Is the Omni-King planning to eradicate our sixth universe?" Xiang Pa hurried to Bados' side to observe the scepter, and upon seeing the alarming details, he exclaimed in panic, "Who is this scoundrel? Bados, we must act immediately." Bados smiled gently. "Of course, my lord Xiang Pa, be swift. Bados, how long will it take to reach there?" Xiang Pa urged. "Not long, my lord. Merely 10 minutes. Bados reassured him that at this moment, the Super Dragon Ball had already come into the possession of Dongfang Chen, who now awaited to see how this prince would attempt to deal with him. Many spectators were eager to witness the unfolding drama, for Dongfang Chen's acquisition of the Super Dragon Ball had undoubtedly forged a rivalry with the Xinghua Empire. After all, the Xinghua Empire is quite renowned throughout the cosmos. Naturally, there are those who believe that Socrata has encountered a worthy adversary. After all, Socrata has already revealed the name of the empire. However, Dongfang Chen remains utterly unfazed. Either he is genuinely unaware of the Xinghua Empire, or he simply does not regard it as a threat. Yet, Dongfang Chen, who boldly proclaims a staggering 1 trillion cosmic coins, is evidently no mere pretender. Unperturbed by others, Dongfang Chen leisurely approaches the elven princess, who remains reluctant to emerge from her cage. With a resigned shake of his head, he realizes that if she refuses to come out, he will have to compel her. The auction has concluded. "Will you not step out? If you choose to remain hidden, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. How you fare at the hands of others will then be beyond my jurisdiction." Startled, the elven princess reflects on her time in this private chamber. Though not long since her arrival, she has discerned that Dongfang Chen is not a villain. Had he been one, he would have already harmed her. Gradually, she steps out of the cage, yet Dongfang Chen finds himself taken aback. How is it that the elven princess is so tall? Realizing that it is his own stature that is comparatively short, he shrugs it off. Come with me. I shall escort you home. With that, he turns away, leaving the elven princess no choice but to follow. Should Dongfang Chen prove to be a good person and she miss the opportunity, she might fall into the clutches of a far worse fate. As they exit, they soon encounter Socrata and his guards, blocking their path. Boy, do you even realize that I am the 9th prince of the Xinglua Empire? You dare to seize what I have set my sights upon. As Socrata strides towards Dongfang Chen, a disdainful expression crosses his face. I present you with 2 options. Hand over the jewel and spare your life, or perish and leave the jewel to me. Chapter 15. The wife of the high priest, Dongfang Chen cannot help but chuckle at the audacity of the threat. Had he still been the reclusive individual he once was, he might have felt compelled to endure such intimidation. But now, he's the high priest with the power to annihilate the universe, and he has grown even stronger. Let us see how you intend to threaten me. Socrata, rather than becoming enraged, laughs. It seems he has not had the pleasure of spilling blood for some time, emboldened by the audacity of others. Very well. Then attack. Eliminate him. Upon hearing Socrata's command, one of the guards unleashes a blast of energy towards Dongfang Chen. To the guard, Dongfang Chen appears to be an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible aura. They believe a simple energy blast will suffice to eliminate him. However, just as the energy sphere reaches Dongfang Chen, it inexplicably vanishes. This unexpected turn leaves everyone astonished, but they quickly realize that Dongfang Chen is a formidable opponent. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge Socrata? The guard, now apprehensive, understands that his attack, which could have easily obliterated someone with a combat power of 1 million, has failed against Dongfang Chen, who shows no signs of having made a move. Clearly, he is up against someone far more powerful. The guard readies himself for a serious confrontation. It appears you are quite the expert. I would like to test my skills against you. What? You wish to eat dung? Dongfang Chen is momentarily taken aback, but he quickly finds humor in the absurdity that he nods slightly, acknowledging the peculiarities of the world, wondering if there are indeed others with names such as Chiefin or Chishi. You know, I have a brother named Chiefin. The guard, Chishi, is taken aback, but then his expression shifts to one of seriousness. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about me, and even the Xinglua Empire. Your connections must be substantial. I shall capture you and bring your associates to the Xinglua Empire to negotiate. That matters not. Dongfang Chen replies, gesturing towards Socrata. If you manage to capture me, you shall no longer remain his guard. Chishi, momentarily confused by Dongfang Chen's words, resolves to seize him without further delay. In an instant, he appears before Dongfang Chen. The elven princess gasps in alarm, unable to contain her cry of caution. Despite her diminished combat prowess, she possesses keen insight, having been rendered defenseless only through unusual means. Dongfang Chen, however, merely smiles. To him, Chishi's every action unfolds at a snail's pace, prompting him to refrain from retaliating. Chishi's strike fails to even graze Dongfang Chen, as an invisible force deflects his punch just as it nears its target. This leaves everyone in shock. Chishi possesses a combat power of 5 million, a figure that signifies dominance throughout the universe. The realization that he could inflict no harm upon Dongfang Chen is staggering. Recognizing his defeat, Chishi retreats to Socrata's side, whispering, "My lord, I am not his match." The elven princess, relieved to see Dongfang Chen unharmed, inquires with concern, "Are you all right?" Dongfang Chen shrugs nonchalantly. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Socrata inhales deeply, regarding Dongfang Chen with admiration. "You are formidable. How about joining the Xinglua Empire and serving me? Countless others have sought to do so, only to be turned away. You should feel honored to have caught my attention." Dongfang Chen, taken aback by this unexpected proposal, gazes at Socrata as though he were a fool. Socrata, noticing this reaction, is instantly incensed that if you refuse to become my subordinate, then death is your only option. With that, Socrata's form begins to shift, and soon a grotesque monster stands before them, its presence overwhelming to many, who are rendered immobile by fear. Behold, this is my true self. Socrata sneers at Dongfang Chen. "That I know you are powerful, but can you match my current might? My battle power has reached 1 billion. while yours can hardly surpass several hundred million. The elven princess, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Socrata, collapses to the ground. You must flee. He is far too powerful. You are no match for him. Dongfang Chen is momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated the elven princess would still be concerned for his safety. Not one to maintain an aloof demeanor, he turns back to her and reassures. Do not worry. He is insignificant in my eyes. The elven princess mistakenly believes Dongfang Chen's words stem from a desire to protect her, tears streaming down her cheeks. You must escape. He is truly too powerful. You need not concern yourself with me any longer. While their time together has been brief, the elven princess has already discerned that Dongfang Chen is a good person. The elven race, inherently kind-hearted, cannot bear the thought of an innocent soul perishing before them, particularly when Dongfang Chen intends to take her home. Dongfang Chen, unfazed by her pleas, brushes aside the princess's concerns. He has already declared Socrata to be inconsequential. Yet the princess insists on dramatizing the situation as if facing a dire farewell. Daha. You see, even your little princess is urging you to flee, yet you choose to remain. TSK, such deep affection for one another. Socrata mocks. Dongfang Chen's expression darkens. He hasn't even held a girl's hand, let alone claim a wife, and he doesn't even know the elven princess's name. How could he be regarded as her husband? Chapter 16. The arrival of Xiangpa and Badusi, the elven princess, hearing Socrata's claim about being Dongfang Chen's wife, blushes furiously. How absurd! You hideous creature! I have never even held a girl's hand. Dongfang Chen gestures towards the elven princess, and I don't even know her name. How can I be her husband? Are you mocking me? Socrata's face contorted with rage. Nothing irked him more than being labeled an ugly monster. Had it not been for his grotesque ultimate form, he would not have suppressed his power to alter his appearance. Yet, when Dongfang Chen, in front of a multitude, dared to call him an ugly monster, it was an affront to in an instant. Socrata was at Dongfang Chen's side, launching a fierce punch. However, to Dongfang Chen, Socrata's movements were painfully slow. He merely extended a finger to effortlessly block the attack. Socrata's disbelief was palpable. How could a mere finger thwart his strike? Finding the encounter tedious, Dongfang Chen flicked his finger, sending Socrata hurtling away. Dongfang Chen shook his head, expressing his initial reluctance to engage in conflict, but lamented that it seemed unavoidable due to the trouble others insisted on bringing upon him. His casual strike left Socrata gravely injured, struggling even to rise. The onlookers could hardly fathom the nature of Dongfang Chen. After all, Socrata possessed a staggering combat power of 1 billion. Yet he was so easily subdued by a single finger. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back, fully aware of the dire consequences of provoking Dongfang Chen. Chishi, momentarily stunned by the vast disparity in strength, felt a surge of panic. Had Dongfang Chen aimed his attack at him, he knew he would not have survived. Regaining his composure, he hurried to assist Socrata. Gently lifting him up, Your Highness, we stand no chance against him. Should we call for reinforcements? Socrata spat blood, retorting, What good would that do? Just take me home. I must summon my father to deal with him. Chishi nodded vigorously, helping Socrata as they took flight. Dongfang Chen, indifferent to the plight of Socrata and Chishi, turned to find the elven princess staring at him and I warned you, he is hardly a concern. Do you still doubt my words? Oh, the elven princess quickly stood, lowering her gaze, too intimidated to meet Dongfang Chen's eyes. Suddenly, Tsai approached Dongfang Chen, bowing respectfully, a gesture reserved for a formidable being. Sir, our master wishes to meet you. Dongfang Chen showed no interest in Tsai's mention of her master, shaking his head in refusal. Tsai had expected him to acquiesce, but was taken aback by his outright rejection. I could see that moment. A meteor streaked down nearby with a resounding crash, and a woman accompanied by a cat hurried to Dongfang Chen's side. This woman and her feline companion were none other than Bados and Xiangpa. Xiangpa bowed to Dongfang Chen, fear etched across his face as he spoke. Great priest, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Bados followed suit, offering a slight bow, addressing him as great priest. Dongfang Chen nodded. Acknowledging their presence, rise, Xiangpa breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Xiangpa, Tsai immediately knelt before him, trembling with fear. Why, Lord Xiangpa, I was unaware of your arrival. I beg your forgiveness. Tsai's subservience was understandable, as she belonged to a top-tier cosmic power and recognized the existence of the Destroyer God. Xiangpa. She knew that the most formidable entities in the universe were the assassin Hit and the Destroyer God Xiangpa. However, Xiangpa had no time for Tsai's fears. On the way, Bados had informed him that the one who threatened the great priest was the 9th prince of the Star Luo Empire, prompting Xiangpa to vow that the empire would pay dearly for their insolence. Ignoring Tsai, Xiangpa focused on Dongfang Chen, while Tsai dared not move, consumed by curiosity about Dongfang Chen's identity. What manner of being could command such respect from the Destroyer God? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the 6th universe, Great Priest? Bados asked, puzzled by her father's presence in her realm. Dongfang Chen smiled, replying, I've come to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Bados, unfamiliar with the Super Dragon Balls, looked at him quizzically. You mean the wish orbs? Dongfang Chen clarified, noting that Bados still considered them merely wish orbs. Bados nodded with a smile. Might I ask what wish you intend to make with them? Dongfang Chen chose not to respond to her question, and Bados, understanding the complexity of her father's intentions, refrained from pressing further. Then allow us to assist you in your search for the wish orbs. Xiangpa eagerly agreed. Indeed, Great Priest, let us aid you in your quest. Dongfang Chen welcomed their assistance. Should Bados and Xiangpa search for the Super Dragon Balls, he would not need to traverse the 6th universe himself. Very well, Bados. Let us commence our search for the wish orbs. Xiangpa, fearless in all but his deference to the Omni-King and the Great Priest, preferred to avoid direct encounters with them when possible. Understood, my lord. Xiangpa. Bados, however, felt no urgency, for the Great Priest was her father. Even if the Omni-King were to obliterate the 6th universe, Bados would remain unharmed, with only leisure time on her hands, allowing her to explore other universes. In an instant, Bados and Xiangpa vanished. Meanwhile, Tsai remained kneeling, acutely aware of her previous disrespect towards Dongfang Chen, a being so esteemed that even Xiangpa bowed to him. Tsai could hardly comprehend Dongfang Chen's true nature, which commanded such reverence from the Destroyer God. Chapter 17. Aishi. Dongfang Chen, disinterested in Tsai's presence, regarded her as a superlative beauty in the eyes of others. Yet for him, her allure transcended mere words. The elven princess, having witnessed Xiangpa's reaction, was equally taken aback. The elven race possessed many secret arts and was a formidable force within the universe, fully aware of the existence of the Destroyer God Xiangpa. After all, the elven princess herself boasted a combat power in the millions, with elders and leaders of her race even stronger. It was inconceivable for a major clan to be unaware of the Destroyer Gods of the cosmos. Whispers claimed that Xiangpa was the most powerful god in the universe, and the fact that such a mighty entity would bow to Dongfang Chen, who had just saved her, kindled the elven princess's curiosity about his identity. The intrigue surrounding Dongfang Chen was not confined to the elven princess. Anyone familiar with the Destroyer God Xiangpa found themselves equally captivated by the mysterious figure before them. Curiosity may spark intrigue, yet caution prevails, leaving one hesitant to inquire further. While there are unfamiliar entities like Xiangpa, it is evident that the orchestrators of this auction are formidable forces within the cosmos. Moreover, Tsai serves as the auctioneer, prostrating before Xiangpa, which suggests that Dongfang Chen's identity is far from ordinary. In any case, he is someone not to be trifled with. Dongfang Chen glanced at the elfin princess behind him and gently urged, "You may rise now." The elfin princess, realizing her prolonged stay on the ground was due to her overwhelming shock, quickly nodded and stood, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Dongfang Chen acknowledged her with a nod and inquired, "Now, please tell me where your home is. I shall escort you back. I reside in the spirit system, on the Elfin Star," the princess replied, eager to return home, knowing her kin would be frantic with worry over her disappearance. "Very well. I shall take you home at once," he assured her. Dongfang Chen, "Host, this elfin princess is quite the beauty that you truly harbor no thoughts towards her. It seems to me she has developed feelings for you." The system Lingxin teased within Dongfang Chen's mind. Feeling a metaphorical flock of crows overhead, Dongfang Chen acknowledged the princess's beauty but remained steadfast in his intentions. His assistance was born out of pity. With no ulterior motives, begone. I harbor no such thoughts toward her. If I were to develop feelings for anyone, it would certainly be for you, Ling Xin, as you are far more enchanting. Dongfang Chen retorted, unwilling to be outdone. If you truly have feelings for me, then strive to enhance your prowess to the realm of the Dominator. Perhaps then your desires might be realized, the system suggested. Dongfang Chen found himself momentarily at a loss. There's no rush. Attaining the Dominator realm requires time. He murmured, uncertain how to respond to Ling Xin's playful banter, thus opting to dismiss the subject. He pondered how long it might take to reach the Dominator level. Feeling somewhat lethargic, dismissing Ling Xin from his thoughts, he produced his staff and began searching for the Elfin Star. Within mere seconds, he located it and, without further ado, waved his hand, whisking the Elfin Princess away. Reaching the Elfin Star took Dongfang Chen just moments, and upon arrival, the Elfin Princess beamed with joy, astonished to be back home in an instant. Noticing Dongfang Chen's serene demeanor, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Exclaiming, "Thank you. You are a good person." Dongfang Chen was taken aback by this unexpected advantage, especially given the charm of his companion. His cheeks flushed slightly. After all, he had never even held a girl's hand before this moment. You are someone whom even the destroyer Xiangpa must treat with utmost respect. Who would have thought you could be so bashful? Ling Xin chimed in, causing Dongfang Chen to feel a tad awkward. He realized he needed to bolster his composure in the presence of beautiful women. Otherwise, he would face embarrassment repeatedly. Ahem. Well, since you are home now, I must take my leave, Dongfang Chen stated, as he had further quests to pursue, particularly in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Although Bardos and Xiangpa were assisting him, the most recent Super Dragon Ball had yet to be collected. The Elfin Princess understood Dongfang Chen would not linger on Elfin Star. Yet a twinge of disappointment filled her heart upon hearing he would depart. She quickly masked her feelings and mustered the courage to ask, "Could you stay and play with me for a few days?" Dongfang Chen shook his head. "I cannot. I have other matters to attend to." "Will we ever meet again?" she queried, knowing that once he left, the likelihood of their reunion was slim. Dongfang Chen, uncertain of their future encounters, did not wish to dampen her spirits. "We will surely meet again," he assured her. The Elfin Princess beamed at his words. My name is Aishi." "Might you share your name with me?" she asked. "Aishi is a lovely name." "I am Dongfang Chen," he replied, not minding the introduction. "Then you may go, and I hope you will come to visit me," Aishi expressed, aware that finding Dongfang Chen again would be nearly impossible, yet she clung to the hope that he might seek her out. Dongfang Chen nodded before taking his leave, while Aishi watched him depart, whispering softly, "I will wait for you at tea." That moment, many elves across Elfin Star were searching for their missing princess, within the confines of a towering tree. The Elfin clan leader, Aishi's mother, wore an anxious expression, for the missing individual was her beloved daughter. "Leader, we have yet to locate the princess. However, we suspect she may have been abducted by other forces in the universe," one elder remarked. "Mother, I have returned," Aishi suddenly called out, causing her mother to momentarily doubt her senses. But upon seeing her daughter standing at the door, she rushed over, embracing Aishi tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Aishi, my daughter, where have you been?" her mother cried. Aishi's own tears flowed as she replied, "Mother, I was captured and sold, but I encountered a good person who bought me and brought me home." "Thank goodness." "And who was this person who returned you?" Aishi's mother inquired. Thinking of Dongfang Chen, Aishi felt a pang of disappointment, but nonetheless recounted the events. He is an incredibly powerful individual. Even the destroyer Xiangpa treats him with utmost respect. "Ah!" Aishi's mother gasped in astonishment, realizing that in her eyes, the destroyer Xiangpa was an invincible figure. The thought of someone even mightier left her in awe. However, noting the wistfulness in her daughter's eyes, she understood that Aishi had developed feelings for Dongfang Chen. With a sigh, she lamented that such a person was beyond her daughter's reach. Chapter 18. The hopes of which Dongfang Chen was unaware of Aishi's affections for him. Even if he were, he would not pursue a relationship with her. Despite his flirtatious nature, he would not engage with someone he did not genuinely like, for he was, after all, a good youth molded by 9 years of compulsory education. In his heart, He yearned for a true connection with someone who reciprocated his feelings. A.S. Dongfang Chen departed. He took with him the Super Dragon Balls he had acquired at the auction. Before long, thanks to the efforts of the destroyer Xiangpa and his adopted daughter Bardas, they successfully gathered all the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe. Dongfang Chen stored the collected Dragon Balls within Lingxin's dimensional space, an infinite realm where both living and non-living entities could thrive. Bardas marveled at her father's strength, reflecting on how arduous it was for her to transport the Super Dragon Balls across the cosmos, while he effortlessly stored them in a space unknown to her. Bardas found her father perplexing. Having reached such heights, he no longer needed wishes, as the consequences of excessive wishes from the Super Dragon Balls could summon a malevolent dragon, plunging the universe into chaos. Great Priest, may I inquire what wish you intend to make? Bardas asked, her curiosity piqued. The unfortunate Xiangpa stood silently by, not daring to speak. Dongfang Chen regarded his adopted daughter, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he had never even held a girl's hand before. And now he found himself with a daughter. No. 18 children in total. 11 remained asleep, but he shook his head, opting not to answer Bardas's question, and she, understanding the gravity of her father's thoughts, refrained from pressing him further. Very well. You may return home for now. I must venture to the 7th universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls, Dongfang Chen declared. Bardas nodded, recognizing that her father had instructed her to return. And thus she did not linger. Without hesitation, Lingxin departed with the emblem of the High Priest, Lingxin, why I have 18 children. Dongfang Chen expressed his inner confusion, pondering how one could suddenly acquire such a multitude of offspring. Haha, Dongfang Chen. Is that even a question? Clearly, the High Priest has fathered them with various women, Lingxin jested. Dongfang Chen sighed in exasperation. I am well aware that it takes both a man and a woman to conceive children. What I meant to ask is whether you know the identity of the High Priest's wife, excluding beings like Frisia, who reproduce asexually. Lingxin found the conversation dull, realizing that speaking with Dongfang Chen lacked excitement. In truth, the High Priest's wife has long since passed away, having perished in the ancient war between the divine and demonic clans. Otherwise, how could there be no news of her? Dongfang Chen contemplated this and agreed. It made sense that there had been no information regarding the High Priest's spouse. He felt a sense of relief, for had his own surrogate wife still been alive, he would have been at a loss regarding how to confront the situation. Nevertheless, Dongfang Chen resolved to avenge the High Priest's wife once he became powerful, considering it only just to honor the prior High Priest after having taken over his body. Soon, Dongfang Chen arrived in the 7th universe. This time, he chose not to seek out the Super Dragon Balls himself, but rather to enlist Whis for the task, preferring a more leisurely approach, as laziness was indeed a trait Dongfang Chen possessed. In the sacred realm of the 7th universe, on the planet inhabited by the god of destruction, Beerus, he was currently indulging in a deep slumber. If one were to compare laziness between Dongfang Chen and Beerus, Dongfang Chen would certainly concede defeat, for Beerus's lethargy far surpassed his own, spending his days either eating or sleeping, with only scheduled moments of destruction to break the monotony. That moment, Whis was enjoying a delightful dessert, a vibrant green confection he had procured from another planet while Beerus continued his slumber. Suddenly, Whis spotted his father not far away and promptly stowed away the dessert, flying swiftly to greet Dongfang Chen with a respectful bow. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the 7th universe? Father, High Priest, Whis almost referred to him as father but quickly corrected himself, as it was customary for angels not to address the High Priest in such a manner. Dongfang Chen nodded, stating, I have come to request your assistance in locating the Super Dragon Balls. What exactly are these Super Dragon Balls, if I may ask? Whis queried, perplexed. Neither Whis nor Bardas was familiar with the Super Dragon Balls, and Dongfang Chen had also forgotten their significance that it was known across the cosmos that the gods referred to them as wishing orbs. So Whis's ignorance was understandable. They're simply the wishing orbs, Dongfang Chen clarified. Whis nodded in acknowledgment, though he remained puzzled as to why his father would seek out such orbs. Might I ask, is there a particular wish you intend to make with these wishing orbs? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Dongfang Chen sighed, realizing that both Bardas and Whis would undoubtedly pose such questions that I require the wishing orbs for a specific purpose. Just assist me in finding them. "There is no need for further inquiries," he replied, choosing not to divulge the intentions behind his search for the Super Dragon Balls. Whis, respecting his father's wishes, refrained from pressing further and merely focused on executing the task assigned to him. "Are you in a hurry, High Priest? If not, might you stay for a moment and enjoy some dessert? I just found these delicacies on another planet," Whis suggested, hopeful for a moment of familial connection. As it had been quite some time since they had dined together, Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement. Not feeling rushed, he noticed the glimmer of anticipation in Whis' eyes and felt it would be impolite to decline. Whis, upon receiving his father's assent, beamed with joy and led him to the dining area, conjuring a feast from the treasures he had discovered on other planets using his staff. However, as Dongfang Chen surveyed the array of peculiar dishes before him, he could not suppress a grimace. The bizarre forms of the food, particularly the green intestines and an assortment of unidentifiable, unappetizing items, left him feeling quite queasy. Whis, noticing his father's discomfort, inquired, "Father, do you not find these dishes to your liking? If so, I can procure something else from another planet." This time, Whis addressed him as father due to the familial context of their meal. "Not at all, Whis. Let us proceed with this. I have not shared a meal with you in quite some time. So I shall endure this once," Dongfang Chen replied, albeit awkwardly. Whis, thrilled by his father's willingness to dine, set about preparing a meal that reflected his culinary skills developed over the years. "You have not had the pleasure of tasting my cooking in ages. Allow me to showcase my culinary expertise," Whis declared, promptly clearing the table of the original dishes. Dongfang Chen felt a twinge of discomfort at being referred to as father, yet he could not help but feel a flicker of joy at the prospect of enjoying a meal made by Whis. Relieved to escape the prospect of consuming the earlier grotesque offerings, A.S. was donned an apron and hurried to the kitchen. Dongfang Chen observed his son's elation and shook his head, reflecting on the notion that even deities are not immune to the bonds of familial affection. The thought of family prompted memories of his own parents, and he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, realizing he had not had the chance to honor them before they departed from this world. "Actually, I could assist you in resurrecting your parents," Ling Xin interjected. "Really?" Dongfang Chen responded, intrigued. "Ling Xin, you mustn't deceive me. Dongfang Chen's situation is indeed quite unexpected. I never anticipated that his parents could be resurrected. Of course. How could I possibly deceive you? As long as you devote yourself to your training, I could indeed help in bringing your parents back to life." It's simply unfathomable that Ling Xin would assist Dongfang Chen in resurrecting his parents without reason. Rather, it is imperative for Dongfang Chen to focus on his training, that if he truly applies himself, Ling Xin will surely assist him in reviving his parents, for reviving two individuals is not a daunting task for her. Dongfang Chen nodded vigorously. In order to resurrect his parents, he knew he must commit to his training. "What level must I reach for you to assist me in bringing my parents back?" "That depends on your own efforts. It will be determined by your performance, Ling Xin," she replied. Dongfang Chen nodded, motivated by the thought of his parents, believing he would indeed work diligently. Before long, Weiss prepared a variety of dishes. But as Dongfang Chen gazed at the food Weiss had made, he felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. He would rather eat the earlier offerings than the dishes before him, which were emanating a sinister black mist. Dongfang Chen was certain that consuming such food would diminish his interest in culinary delights forever. Observing his father's displeasure, Weiss realized that his father was not fond of the meal he had prepared. Faced with his own culinary creations, Weiss's expression soured, and he hastily put the food away. "Father, I apologize. I will redo it." Dongfang Chen shook his head, knowing that allowing Weiss to continue would yield no better result. "Let me take over." Weiss was taken aback by his father's willingness to cook himself, but felt an eager anticipation, as his father seldom took to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Dongfang Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, uncertain of his culinary skills. Yet, recalling the guidance of the system Ling Xin, he thought, "Isn't preparing a meal a simple task? Ling Xin, I urgently require your culinary expertise. Otherwise, I shall be in quite the predicament." It was baffling how he, knowing little of cooking, was determined to take on the challenge. Almost as if slapping his own face, "I've transmitted the skills to you. You now possess divine culinary abilities. Such a trivial matter should not require my assistance." Ling Xin replied. Dongfang Chen felt a wealth of culinary knowledge flood into his mind. The techniques he had seen on television and from takeout menus now vividly clear and familiar. Well then, Ling Xin, since you've granted me culinary prowess, could you also provide me with some ingredients? Otherwise, I shall be unable to cook. In an instant, a plethora of ingredients appear before him. Thank you. Beautiful Ling Xin, he exclaimed. Quite impressive. You've improved, Ling Xin said, pleased by Dongfang Chen's compliment. Without delay, he seized the kitchen tools and began his culinary performance. With a diverse array of ingredients before him, Dongfang Chen felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to select. Ultimately, he opted for familiar and untried ingredients. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out, and Weiss watched with an almost drooling anticipation. Had his father not been present, Weiss would have devoured the spread in an instant. Dongfang Chen, pleased by the aromas wafting from his dishes, felt a sense of satisfaction. Though the skills were not originally his, the act of creating them himself brought him joy. We may begin our meal now. Weiss could hardly contain himself upon hearing his father's words. He quickly grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat. Despite being professionally trained, Weiss maintained his composure, savoring each bite of Dongfang Chen's culinary creations, which he found difficult to resist. The delightful scents soon wafted into Beerus's chamber, where he was still asleep. However, the tantalizing aroma jolted him awake, and he hurried towards the source of the deliciousness. Weiss, what delectable dishes are these? How could you not call me? This is utterly unacceptable, Beerus exclaimed, yet upon seeing Dongfang Chen beside Weiss, he was taken aback. Forgetting about the meal and swiftly approaching Dongfang Chen, the Grand Priest, I humbly apologize for my oversight. Dongfang Chen, captivated by his own divine culinary skills, dismissed Beerus's arrival with nonchalance. Since you're here, let us dine together. Although Beerus longed to indulge, he hesitated in the presence of the Grand Priest. Weiss, observing Beerus's reluctance, chuckled. Lord Beerus, since father has invited you to join, you ought to partake. Do you wish to defy his command? Upon hearing this, Beerus felt reassured and took his seat to enjoy the meal. However, given the presence of the Grand Priest, he could not fully relax and indulge himself. Before long, Dongfang Chen's entire spread was devoured. Dongfang Chen felt content, as did Weiss, while poor Beerus could only nibble at the feast, unable to fully enjoy it. Weiss, having fulfilled a small wish, was now set to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Father, I shall now seek the Dragon Balls, Dongfang Chen declared, nodding in agreement. Beerus, puzzled by the purpose of seeking the Dragon Balls, dared not inquire further, recognizing it as a task assigned by the Grand Priest. In no time, Weiss returned with 3 Super Dragon Balls. Grand Priest, our 7th universe possesses only 3 Dragon Balls. The rest may be found in the 6th universe. Should we call upon Sister Bados to assist in the search? Weiss was unaware that Dongfang Chen had already ventured into the 6th universe, that I have already visited the 6th universe and acquired the Super Dragon Balls. Now, only the final one remains, since we have obtained the Super Dragon Balls. I shall take my leave. Weiss nodded, though he wished his father could stay longer. Yet Beerus was reluctant, and Dongfang Chen had many pressing matters to attend to. Very well. Dongfang Chen stored the Super Dragon Balls within Ling Xin's dimensional space and departed. At an unnamed planet located at the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes lay the last Super Dragon Ball, shrouded in dust from years of drifting through space, indistinguishable from other celestial bodies. Dongfang Chen unleashed the 6 other Super Dragon Balls and waved his hand, causing the dust to vanish from the surface of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Gazing upon the 7 magnificent orbs, Dongfang Chen felt an inexplicable excitement. He was on the verge of summoning the eternal dragon. That I shall summon you, dragon. Please grant my wish. I desire. As Dongfang Chen called forth the dragon, the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to glow. The brilliant golden light was almost blinding. Speak your wish. Any desire shall be fulfilled. Dongfang Chen stood in awe before the colossal dragon, overwhelmed by its immense size. The dragon was as large as thousands of galaxies, and if one were not at a sufficient distance, its form would be nearly impossible to discern. However, Dongfang Chen soon found himself in an awkward predicament. He realized he had no specific wish in mind. Quickly, he formulated a desire and spoke forth using the divine language. I wish for my parents to be resurrected. Dongfang Chen considered that it might be more prudent to summon the dragon for his parents' revival rather than wait for Ling Xin to assist. The dragon's eyes brightened, but soon turned sheepish as it replied, "You have no parents. I cannot fulfill that wish, alas." The dragon remained oblivious to the fact that the Grand Priest had changed forms. As the original Grand Priest was born at the universe's inception, akin to deities such as Niuhua, Fuxi, Dongwang Tai, and Dijuan, with no lineage of their own. Humph. If the dragon knew of your parents, what would that mean for the Lord of the Universe? Ling Xin remarked, scarcely regarding the dragon. The feats the dragon could achieve, Ling Xin could accomplish as well. Dongfang Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He now perceived the dragon as utterly useless, incapable of granting a single wish. Yet, recognizing that his desire was indeed challenging, he found himself disinclined to pursue further wishes. "Host, you have the ability to absorb the dragon's divine power," the system informed him. "Such a course of action could undoubtedly augment your strength. However, is it not rather inappropriate? The divine dragon has not wronged me, yet I would go so far as to subdue it. It feels somewhat dishonorable." Dongfang Chen pondered this. Ling Xin expressed her disdain for his mercy. "Dongfang Chen, host, do you not yearn to resurrect your parents swiftly? You have refined a divine dragon's divine power, and I shall extract its essence to merge with your angelic constitution. This way, not only will your strength be magnified, but your innate talents will also double, granting you the capability to fulfill wishes. Would that not be splendid?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen found himself enticed by Ling Xin's proposition, particularly the allure of wish fulfillment. According to Ling Xin, once his power grew, the scope of his wishes would also expand, allowing him to act as he pleased. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, the beautiful Ling Xin." Ling Xin smiled, satisfied. "Your newfound strength will benefit both you and me." Dongfang Chen then directed his thoughts towards the divine dragon, commanding it, "Grant me a 10,000-fold increase in divine power." This wish cannot be granted but 1,000-fold. Unable to fulfill 100-fold. Not achievable. 10-fold. Cannot be realized. Surely a single fold can be granted. That wish is also unachievable. Dongfang Chen felt despondent, and the divine dragon shared in his frustration. Why wish for what cannot be accomplished? Ling Xin had suggested that absorbing the divine dragon could enhance his divine power. So Dongfang Chen intended to make a wish directly. Yet, it appeared the divine dragon lacked such capabilities. If Ling Xin had a corporeal form at that moment, she would have undoubtedly been infuriated by Dongfang Chen's futile wishes. After all, he was inherently lazy. "Dongfang Chen, host, have you lost your mind? I expressly stated that we needed to absorb this divine dragon, yet you insist on making wishes. Very well, beautiful Ling Xin, since the divine dragon cannot grant wishes. Let us commence the absorption." With that, Dongfang Chen cast his halo towards the divine dragon, which soared above its head, initiating the absorption process. The divine dragon, realizing its impending fate, began to resist. Ling Xin, however, did not remain idle and commenced suppressing the divine dragon. "This cannot continue, Ling Xin. The commotion from absorbing the divine dragon is too great and will attract the attention of the king. You must confine the divine dragon within the dimensional space for the absorption." Ling Xin willingly obliged, drawing the divine dragon into her dimensional space. Outwardly, the divine dragon could put up some resistance, but within the dimensional confines, it was destined to be absorbed in an instant. Dongfang Chen and the divine dragon vanished into the dimensional realm, where the divine dragon was firmly suppressed by Ling Xin, unable to move, let alone resist. "What do you intend to do, High Priest? Should you absorb me, Lord Shalimar will not spare you." The divine dragon quivered in fear. Having just been in the vast cosmos, the divine dragon had believed it could withstand the High Priest, but it was now dismayed to find itself powerless in this dimensional space. Even if Lord Shalimar were to learn of this, what could he do? "I am not afraid of him," Dongfang Chen chuckled. Now, Dongfang Chen had absorbed both Source Flame and Earthly Frost, enhancing his power by 30%. Even if Shalimar were aware, he would not stand a chance against Dongfang Chen. "Damn it, High Priest, just wait." The divine dragon attempted to invoke its master, Shalimar, but it was a futile endeavor. Within Ling Xin's dimensional space, wishing to seek help from Shalimar was nothing short of a pipe dream. Through the relentless efforts of both Ling Xin and Dongfang Chen, the divine dragon was soon entirely absorbed. Dongfang Chen, exhilarated by his newfound strength, felt a significant enhancement, at least twofold compared to before. Ling Xin also acquired the divine dragon's essence. And the next step was to merge Dongfang Chen's angelic constitution with that of the divine dragon. Dongfang Chen, host, how do you feel? You now possess the ability to fulfill wishes, albeit only minor ones in Ling Xin's view. The wishes the divine dragon could grant are indeed rather limited. Indeed, I find this newfound capability quite fascinating. IT allows me to manifest my desires at will. How is this possible? My connection with the divine dragon has been severed. How vexing! I still require the divine dragon for my vengeance. Who could it be? If I discover their identity, they shall not escape unscathed. Please, I implore you for recommendation votes, as Chapter 21 unfolds. High Priest, are you seeking a foolish system? So, Ling Xin, it is now time to merge the essence of the divine dragon, correct? Indeed, Dongfang Chen, host, once you merge with the divine dragon's essence, not only will your strength increase, but so too will your innate talents. Dongfang Chen was elated. An enhancement of talent signified a swifter ascent in power, granting him more time to rest. Let us proceed with the fusion. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Before him appeared a divine dragon several meters in length, resembling the one summoned from the Super Dragon Balls, albeit on a vastly smaller scale. The divine dragon slowly began to merge with Dongfang Chen. Ah, Ling Xin, you have deceived me once more. Why did you not inform me that merging with the divine dragon would be this arduous? My sincerest apologies, Dongfang Chen, host. I neglected to mention that. Fear not, it shall be over soon. Dongfang Chen was incensed, recalling the last time he absorbed source flame and earthly frost, a memory that would forever haunt him. Now, he faced yet another unforgettable experience. Yet he understood that Ling Xin's intentions were for his own good, allowing him to voice his grievances while secretly feeling grateful. Ling Xin could have spared Dongfang Chen any discomfort, even facilitating a seamless merging of the divine dragon's essence, but she chose not to. If he could not appreciate the process, it would be akin to those systems that granted hosts power without effort. The one was a journey and the other instantaneous. The distinction was negligible. Days passed, and Dongfang Chen completed the merging of the divine dragon's essence. Reflecting on his current strength, he realized that despite the initial pain, the effort had been worthwhile. His power had indeed seen substantial growth. Yet the enhancement of his innate talents remained untested, and he would have to wait until his next training session to gauge the results. Well, Dongfang Chen, host, how does it feel? Dongfang Chen nodded appreciatively. It was indeed quite impressive. However, Ling Xin, you must have done this intentionally, knowing how it would turn out. Ling Xin recognized that Dongfang Chen's complaints were merely for show. Very well, I shall ensure to inform you next time. Humph. If you fail to disclose it next time, I shall not let you off easily. Now, allow me to return. I prefer to be in the cosmos than a few days prior, in the location where Dongfang Chen and the divine dragon had vanished. He suddenly reappeared. His primary interest now lay in the newfound ability to grant wishes. This capability not only enabled him to articulate his desires, but also allowed him to fulfill the wishes of others. Now, Dongfang Chen was eager to test this newfound power by restoring the universe recently obliterated by the king. This universe was none other than the fourth universe, which Dongfang Chen and the king had inadvertently destroyed during a game of tennis. He felt a sense of guilt, knowing that he bore half the responsibility for its demise. Hence, restoring it brought him considerable joy. Dongfang Chen soon discerned a limitation. He could not restore a universe that had been destroyed for over a year. He paid little mind to this, as the fourth universe had been obliterated only a few months prior, making its restoration feasible. Angels from various universes soon noticed the revival of the fourth universe and were filled with curiosity. Only Weiss and Beerus comprehended the truth, that their father had restored it. However, Weiss and Beerus were left wondering why, in the past, when the king had cleansed a universe, the high priest exhibited no compassion. Indeed, he would never display such mercy. However, this time the grand priest actually contemplated using the wish orbs to restore the fourth universe. While curiosity may abound, the restoration of the universe brings joy to all. And there's no need to delve too deeply into the matter. The Omni-King, having learned that the universe he had recently obliterated was restored, found himself intrigued. The Omni-King. The restoration of the universe was inconsequential, as it was merely one of his toys. Grand Priest, are you aware of how the fourth universe was restored? Ultimately, the Omni-King could not restrain himself from inquiring of his most trusted subordinate. The Grand Priest, upon hearing the question, Dongfang Chen smiled and replied, My Lord Omni-King, the restoration of the fourth universe was achieved through the use of super, rather than the wish orbs, which are scattered across the seventh and sixth universes. Oh dear, that was a close call. I almost misspoke, he thought. So that is how it is. The Omni-King then asked, Grand Priest, have you discovered anything entertaining? I find myself rather bored at the moment. While the inquiry about the universe's restoration was one matter, the true intention was to ascertain whether Dongfang Chen had found something amusing. Dongfang Chen was at a loss for how to respond. Should he admit he had not ventured out to seek anything? Now, he dared not speak freely about what could be entertaining, that if the Omni-King were to treat the universe as a toy again. Oh, the mere thought was too dreadful to entertain. Not yet, my Lord Omni-King. Please allow me a few more days to search. I assure you I will find something soon. The Omni-King, expressing his disappointment, replied, Very well, I shall give you some time, that I hope you can discover something entertaining. For I truly find myself quite bored. Understood, my Lord Omni-King. Soon, the Omni-King ended the video call, leaving Dongfang Chen to ponder how to appease the Omni-King. Should he fabricate some amusement to placate him? Ultimately, he decided against it. Although the Omni-King was playful, he was not foolish, and his intelligence was evident from the martial arts tournament organized in the original text. Should the Omni-King ever have a selfish wish, he would eradicate everything. The next time he encountered the Omni-King, he resolved to teach him a few nursery rhymes, as children universally adore such melodies. What nursery rhymes might I choose? Ah, I have it. 2 Tigers and Little Rabbit. Be good should suffice. I could also share some fairy tales, like Little Red Riding Hood or the Tortoise and the Hare. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Dongfang Chen, resolute in his decision, proclaimed he would indeed proceed with this plan. For it would not only mitigate bloodshed, but also be quite simple. I'm simply too clever, he mused. TSK, I have never encountered such an egotistical individual, Ling Xin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Well, perhaps I am a bit self-absorbed, Dongfang Chen conceded. Ling Xin, please keep this to yourself. If anyone were to find out, I would be utterly mortified. My apologies. It was not my intention. Actually, I might have done so on purpose. Ling Xin teased. Dongfang Chen, known for his temper, thought, since Ling Xin was unwilling to grant him face, why should he extend any to her? So what if you call me self-absorbed? Do you have a problem with it? If so, voice your objections. Ultimately, Dongfang Chen capitulated, recognizing that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, and he could not yet contend with the system. Perhaps in the future, he would show her. Once you have a physical form. Then do not blame me, he thought. Did I say, Dongfang Chen, it seems you have forgotten that I can hear your innermost thoughts, that if you desire my corporeal form, you must cultivate diligently. Chapter 22. The Grand Priest challenges the system. How absurd. What do you mean, I seek your body? My feelings for you are genuine love. Do you not understand? Alas, I realize you do not, for you are merely a system. That I have never encountered such a shameless individual as yourself. You clearly wish to engage in intimate relations with me, yet speak of true love. Who would believe such words? Ling Xin retorted disdainfully. Dongfang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment at Ling Xin's bluntness. Yet he found it perplexing that a female system could speak so boldly without a hint of shyness. Fine, I concede that Ling Xin must indeed be a strong-willed woman, particularly fierce if she were to marry someday. Who could withstand such a force? Clearly, she is a perpetual lecher. I'm too weary to continue this conversation. How could such an innocent person as myself be led astray by you? Alas, it is a burden to be so handsome that even a system is captivated by my charm. A flock of crows flew overhead as Ling Xin lamented, how did I end up with such a host? One who is not only lazy, but also unwilling to cultivate. Now he has begun to indulge in self-adoration. Oh heavens, I beseech you, let me exchange hosts. I can no longer endure this, at the very least. I am a well-known figure in the system realm. How did I encounter such a lazy and shameless host? No, if this continues, it will be intolerable. Dongfang Chen must be punished. Zizi. Puff. A plume of black smoke erupted from Dongfang Chen's mouth. Lingxin, you have gone too far. How dare you electrocute me? Dongfang Chen was incensed. The consequences were dire. Zizi. Another plume of black smoke escaped him. Humph. Who told you to be so self-absorbed? You are even more vain than some women. How infuriating. Once was not enough. You have shocked me twice. Even if you're not my opponent, there is no need to torment me so. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, where would I find my dignity? Lingxin, I challenge you to a duel that you dare accept. Dongfang Chen declared, oh my. It seems my host has grown quite bold, now daring to challenge me if I do not indulge this small desire of his. Would it not be somewhat remiss? Very well. A duel it shall be. Whoever backs down is the coward. I concede. Dongfang Chen instantly relented. You must suppress your power to match mine. Otherwise, I would stand no chance. Alas, the disparity in strength is too great. I can only make this small request. Lingxin scoffed. Given Dongfang Chen's current state, how could he possibly be her opponent? Even if she suppressed her power, he would still be no match for her. Fine. I agree that I shall suppress my strength to match yours. Just wait. I will teach you a lesson this time, and I will see to it that you regret it for 3 days. Dongfang Chen swallowed hard, realizing that Lingxin seemed genuinely intent on a confrontation. Yet having spoken so boldly, he felt compelled to follow through. Otherwise, he would never live it down. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky above the universe. And Dongfang Chen recognized it as the gateway to the place where he had trained months prior. Should I enter? If I do not, Lingxin will mock me. Yet if I do, I risk being soundly beaten. What to do? I'm anxiously waiting for an answer. Lingxin observed Dongfang Chen's hesitation and taunted. Dongfang Chen, why don't you step inside? Are you afraid? Or are you merely prepared to concede? Certainly, as long as you acknowledge your mistake. I might reluctantly let you off the hook this time. Alas, I, Dongfang Chen, have never flinched. I shall advance without hesitation. Am I truly afraid of you? With that, he headed towards the black hole. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lingxin quietly watched Dongfang Chen fly into the black hole to confront her that a few minutes later she could no longer contain herself. Never before had she encountered such a coward. The black hole was just a stone's throw away, and he had flown for several minutes. Dongfang Chen, could you hasten your pace? If you're afraid, just tell me. I'll 1T hold it against you. I can't believe you. Yet I suppose if I die, then so be it. What if I win against Lingxin this time? Wouldn't that be something? Dongfang Chen comforted himself, gathering his resolve that, in an instant, he entered the black hole, where the environment remained unchanged, as beautiful as ever. He soon spotted Lingxin not far away and swallowed hard. There she stood, wielding a sword. Although Dongfang Chen was unsure of its nature, anything wielded by Lingxin was undoubtedly formidable. What to do? Lingxin appeared ready for a fight, but he knew he couldn't win. He was anxiously waiting. Haha, greetings, beautiful Lingxin. The weather is splendid today. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously. I apologize, but today as forecast calls for a storm. Lingxin replied, licking her lips. Haha, Lingxin, do you remember that you owe me a favor to wear a bikini? I came here today solely to see you in one. Nothing more, huh? Dongfang Chen shrank his neck. Sure, but only if you challenge me to a duel, and you must win. Sighing, Dongfang Chen realized he had no choice but to humor the beautiful Lingxin. If he won, she had to remember it. He understood he could not escape this confrontation. It was a matter of sheer determination. Dongfang Chen drew out his weapon. Oh wait, he seemed to lack one. Haha. Beautiful Lingxin, it appears I have no weapon. Could you possibly lend me one? Lingxin gazed at him, wishing to give him a good beating. He was utterly useless, yet persistently troublesome. Fine, since you wish to duel, I'll oblige you. But you immediately backed down. How ironic, Lingxin remarked, sarcastically. All right, you came here, and now you ask for a weapon? Just admit you're scared, and I 1T harm you. I'll merely give you a good thrashing, but you refuse to concede. Alas, what can I do? What kind of weapon do you desire? I guarantee it will be a remarkable one. Dongfang Chen grinned. Then let us use the same weapon. He admired the sword in Ling Xin's hand, finding it striking and desiring one for himself. Ling Xin tossed her sword to him and retrieved another for herself. By the way, Ling Xin, what level of treasure is this sword? It's not that significant. Yours is divine level, while this one is chaotic level. Dongfang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Though he was entirely clear on the strength of divine level, chaotic level was renowned for its mighty novels. Ling Xin, could you enlighten me on which is stronger, divine or chaotic level? Dongfang Chen swallowed hard. Ling Xin smiled that of course, chaotic level surpasses divine level. Otherwise, why would it be deemed superior? All right, let us commence the duel. Without granting Dongfang Chen a moment's respite, Ling Xin charged at him. Seeing Ling Xin was ready to fight, Dongfang Chen resigned himself to the challenge. Let us do this. Who is afraid? He raised a sword and engaged in combat with Ling Xin. Ling Xin, how about we resolve this peacefully? Fighting is such a dreadful affair. Ultimately, Dongfang Chen found himself consistently at a disadvantage, unable to propose a peaceful resolution. In the realm of the strong, there is no place for the weak. The feeble must yield to the powerful. Your stance truly disappoints me, Ling Xin said, shaking her head with disappointment. Well, with Ling Xin expressing such sentiments, Dongfang Chen had little room to argue. He could only persist. He cast aside the sword, unaccustomed and inept at wielding it. While swords are instruments of slaughter, they were simply not suited for him, though he resolved to ask Ling Xin for lessons in swordsmanship when he had the time. Suddenly, flames appeared in his left hand, and ice in his right, source flame and earth-shattering ice. Ling Xin, you may want to be cautious for me. The humble author, I want to delve into the details of the battle, so let us skip ahead. Stop, beautiful Ling Xin. I beg for mercy. Dongfang Chen found himself battered and bruised, unsure if he would emerge intact if the fight continued. Upon hearing his plea, Ling Xin ceased her assault, waving her hand to heal his wounds. Dongfang Chen stood up and bounced around. Thank you, beautiful Ling Xin. Consider this a lesson. Remember, should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. Moreover, you are far too merciful. Dongfang Chen acknowledged his excessive mercy, recognizing it was simply his nature, and changing that would be quite the challenge. Yes, I certainly want next time. Returning to the cosmos, Dongfang Chen noted that only a few seconds had passed. Reflecting on his recent beating at Ling Xin's hands, he felt a lingering dread. Ling Xin had suppressed him with her strength, while he could barely retaliate. Even more infuriating was that she had been playing with him, not taking the fight seriously at all. Dongfang Chen admitted that while he had mastered power, he lacked combat experience. Had he possessed more knowledge of fighting, he wouldn't have appeared so helpless against Ling Xin. He resolved to practice sparring with her whenever possible, hoping to amass sufficient combat experience before challenging her again. However, he also recognized the importance of acknowledging his lack of experience, that if he impulsively sought out the king of all for a duel, he would surely face a similar fate. Yet, he remained uncertain about the king of all's compatibilities, as he was merely a child. According to the memories of the former high priest, the king of all had never engaged in battle. In truth, no one dared to provoke him. If someone did, the king of all would undoubtedly retaliate, provided they could withstand his eradication. Now, Dongfang Chen pondered his next destination, as he found himself with nothing to occupy his time. Would he truly seek amusement on other planets? That would be dreadfully boring. Ling Xin, do you happen to know of any places where I can enhance my strength? Once I defeat the king of all, I would like to explore other worlds. It's simple to boost your strength. I can train you, and I assure you your power will soar like a rocket. Ling Xin replied, perhaps I'll pass on that. Could you assist me in finding a location to enhance my abilities? Dongfang Chen suggested. All right, I understand. Just a moment. With that, Ling Xin began to probe the entirety of the universe. Dongfang Chen's staff could scan the universe, yet certain special places remained beyond its reach due to potent restrictions. For example, the demon realm and the realm of time were not under the jurisdiction of the king of all. The demon realm had always been a formidable enemy of the divine realm, while the realm of time was governed by the Time King, a deity of equal standing to the king of all. The king of all ruled the cosmos, while the Time King presided over time and space. The realm of time's purpose was to prevent individuals from other worlds from entering this universe and to eliminate certain mirror worlds. These mirror worlds were minor realms that had split from the universe, and each universe contained countless mirror worlds. The demon race had long sought to manipulate the mirror worlds to create a new universe. Soon enough, Ling Xin discovered a place within the universe where Dongfang Chen could enhance his strength. I found it. Dongfang Chen, the crimson pool in the realm of time, contained a treasure. If you absorb it, coupled with my assistance, you will be able to master the laws of space. Dongfang Chen has developed an interest, for there is a saying, when time does not emerge, space reigns supreme. The mastery he currently possesses pertains to the laws of time. Although the laws of space are but a hair's breadth less potent than those of time, who would shun the abundance of their own capabilities. The adage, too many skills do not weigh one down, perfectly encapsulates this notion. I shall now venture into the realm of time to seek that treasure. I say, Dongfang Chen, what is your current endeavor? You are about to enter the realm of time to retrieve a treasure. Would not the Time King slice you into pieces? You are no match for the Time King at present. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death, although the Time King might spare you for the sake of the All-King. The likelihood of you emerging unscathed is minimal. Well, you are right, Ling Xin. Seeking the treasure now would be no different from courting disaster. If it were merely a visit, that would be acceptable, but to acquire the treasure would be ill-fated. Since I currently lack the strength to acquire that treasure, what should I be doing? Am I to merely entertain myself with false hopes? Tisich, is it my fault? I had yet to finish speaking when you interrupted me. Ling Xin retorted. Yes, you are correct, the beautiful Ling Xin. Pray tell, are there other places where treasures exist that might enhance my strength? Since I cannot obtain the treasure that controls space, surely there must be others. You must understand, the universe is vast. It cannot possibly be the case that only the realm of time possesses treasures for strengthening oneself. Indeed, there is also the demon realm. However, should you venture there now, while you may not encounter any peril, you would also be unable to obtain the treasures of the demon realm. Very well, let us consider that question moot. The treasures in those lesser realms would hold little significance for me, and would not greatly enhance my strength. Yet, places as formidable as the realms of time and demons would yield no favorable outcomes for me. In truth, Dongfang Chen, I also possess items that can control space. Yet you fail to inquire about them, leaving me helpless. Ling Xin lamented. Alas, had you informed me of your possessions, how could I have known? If you truly possess them, then hasten to share them with me. Once I dominate this Dragon Ball universe, I wish to explore other worlds. Remaining here daily is fraught with anxiety. There's little else to document. I seek recommendations, votes, and more votes. Chapter 24. Comprehending the 5 Great Laws. This is a transparent orb appear before Dongfang Chen. Ling Xin, are you certain this orb will enable me to comprehend the laws of space? Dongfang Chen gazed at the orb with skepticism. What could such a palm-sized sphere possibly offer? Do not underestimate it. Within this orb lies not only the law of space, but also the laws of ice, fire, thunder, and life. If you can grasp these laws, you shall nearly attain the level of a half-step Huangjie dominator. At that point, I shall teach you various combat techniques, and defeating the All-King will be but a trifle. Dongfang Chen swallowed hard. Ling Xin's words indeed tempted him, but comprehending these laws must be exceedingly arduous. Dongfang Chen doubted that the laws could be so easily understood. The original divine officer possessed the ability to control time precisely because, as a medium for his capabilities, he could perfectly comprehend the laws of time. Dongfang Chen had read numerous novels where the protagonists, upon grasping a single law, were deemed invincible. Now, if he were to comprehend these 5 laws, he would possess 7, with the 8th being the law of annihilation. Akin to the All-King, Dongfang Chen could hardly fathom the magnitude of his potential power should he fully comprehend these laws. Indeed, it is quite challenging if he were to earnestly enter a state of seclusion to comprehend these laws. It would take at least several billion years. Even with my assistance, it would require hundreds of millions of years, and the laws I offer you are the most potent of their kind. However, having already absorbed the source flame and the Disha Xianbing, grasping the laws of fire and ice should be relatively straightforward for you. Upon hearing Ling Xin's words, Dongfang Chen fell silent. Spending billions of years to comprehend these laws would undoubtedly yield immense power, But during that time, he could hardly endure the solitude. Dongfang Chen, when you engage in comprehending the laws, you will forget time. You need not fear loneliness. It is akin to sleeping. One closes their eyes, and upon opening them, finds that time has passed. What should I do? This feeling is exhilarating that if that is the case, comprehending the laws is not unfeasible, for it would merely be the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Dongfang Chen resolved, let us do it. Remaining the Dragon Ball universe is dull, regardless of how long I stay in this space. Only a few seconds will pass in the outside universe. Very well, Ling Xin, I shall heed your words. Point one word. Let's do it. Ling Xin smiled with satisfaction. She had awaited Dongfang Chen's affirmation. However, I shall first enhance your combat experience, as this will significantly aid your comprehension of the laws. Dongfang Chen nodded. Since they were to proceed, they would do so without delay, for time was of the essence. The best way to enhance combat experience is through battle. And here, there were no others, only Dongfang Chen and Ling Xin. Ling Xin, uninterested in sparring with Dongfang Chen, conjured several puppets for him to engage in combat. 2 years passed in this space. It seems I am now ready to embark on my journey. Not only do I possess ample combat experience, but I have also learned the art of swordsmanship. With Ling Xin's guidance, Dongfang Chen attained a state akin to the legendary Dugu Qiubai, where one could prevail without a sword. For all things could serve as a sword. Haha. Ling Xin, what do you think? My talent is remarkable, is it not? I have swiftly grasped this extraordinary state. You must provide me with the finest sword to match my newfound understanding. Ling Xin too was pleased. Dongfang Chen's talent was indeed exceptional. During his training, Dongfang Chen even expressed a desire to become a scion. In response, Ling Xin chastised him fiercely. What is so admirable about being a scion? Apart from Broly, a legendary super scion who appears once in a millennium, I hold little regard for the talents of other scions. Do not be deceived by the original works. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his power levels rise quickly. It is solely due to transformations. Without transformations, their combat prowess is rather trivial. Divine beings possess a combat level that does not rely on transformations, that if transformations were involved, then with Dongfang Chen's current strength, adding a transformation would be terrifying, potentially unleashing a pressure capable of shattering the universe. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to fight without transformations, merely relying on their base combat abilities, they would require billions of years to reach a power level comparable to Beerus. If not longer, in a universe where reliance on transformations is common, one cannot thrive. When life is at stake, who would wait for you to transform before engaging in battle? You would be vulnerable during your transformation. And in that fleeting moment, those reliant on transformations would meet their demise. After Ling Xin's lengthy discourse on the matter, Dongfang Chen no longer desired to become a scion. Next came the comprehension of the laws. The first law Dongfang Chen sought to grasp was the law of ice, as he found its essence to be particularly noble and imposing, fitting for his inaugural law. With Ling Xin's assistance and the inherent fusion with the Disha Xinbing, Dongfang Chen effortlessly comprehended the law of ice. Indeed, it truly was a mere blink of an eye to grasp a law. My strength has increased significantly. Dongfang Chen laughed heartily. You take pride in this? If it were me, I would need only 1,000 years to grasp the law of ice. Yet you, with my assistance, took several tens of millions of years. How can you boast? Ling Xin retorted, mocking him. Well, Ling Xin, the enchanting beauty, you're truly remarkable. I am in awe of you, and I find myself utterly speechless. So what do you intend to comprehend next? Ling Xin inquired. It is of course the law of life, Dongfang Chen responded. Very well, but this law of life is immensely powerful. If you wish to grasp it, it would take at least 1 billion years. And no matter, after all, it will pass in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Chen waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us begin. After 1 billion years had elapsed, Dongfang Chen had completely mastered the law of life. He felt that upon comprehending the law of life, his soul had undergone a sublime transformation. A sensation that was quite extraordinary. Several billion years later, Dongfang Chen had fully grasped the laws of time, destruction, ice, fire, thunder, space, and life. At last, I have comprehended all these laws. The next step is to strive for the position of the Yellow Realm Sovereign. After mastering these laws, Dongfang Chen's strength had reached the threshold of a half-step Yellow Realm sovereign. A faint sensation of impending breakthrough lingering within him. In the Dragon Ball universe, Dongfang Chen had been comprehending for billions of years. Yet in this universe, only mere seconds had passed as Ling Xin had claimed. Now that I can finally exit, I must say, Ling Xin, although these 5 laws only felt like a few minutes to me, I still experienced a peculiar sensation. Ling Xin, there's something I wish to discuss, Dongfang Chen began. What is it? Ling Xin asked. I wish to revert to my original appearance, if possible. That I am not particularly fond of the skin of this body bestowed by the Grand Priest. And furthermore, I am rather short. That could be arranged in an instant. Dongfang Chen transformed back into his original appearance, albeit more handsome than before, strikingly, so that if he were in a city, he would be akin to a youthful heartthrob. An irresistible presence, with a radiant aura surrounding him, and his height now reached 1 meter 80. Dongfang Chen conjured a mirror to gaze at himself, and the more he looked, the more he admired his reflection. Indeed, Dongfang Chen was astonished by his own beauty. Oh my goodness, I am simply too handsome. Ling Xin, I adore you. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Chen found himself in the universe, but he sensed something was amiss and quickly realized that the current time was different from when he had originally entered the space. Ling Xin, why is the time different? Did you not say that no matter how long I train in your realm, only seconds would pass outside? This is rather awkward. Well, Dongfang Chen, I do not recall ever saying such a thing. Oh, did I say that? Dongfang Chen's lips quirked in annoyance. It seemed Ling Xin was attempting to evade responsibility. She had clearly stated it. Spare me the nonsense and explain what is happening. All right, I will tell you. But there is no need to be so fierce. Nanny, Ling Xin's tone suggested that this universe had endured significant grievances. How could this be? It was I who had been deceived. You need not take my words to heart. Besides, what kind of space allows one to remain for billions or even trillions of years while only seconds pass outside? Of course, such spaces do exist, but they are under the jurisdiction of a sovereign. Dongfang Chen's expression darkened. So, how long has time passed in this universe? Not too long. Just a few months ago. I almost forgot to mention something. The Earth in the 7th universe has already seen the emergence of androids 17 and 18. And Cell is starting to devour humans from various cities. What? Why did you not mention this sooner? If Android 18 is once again ensnared by that time traveler Son Goku, I will not forgive you. Ling Xin, Dongfang Chen declared fiercely. Android 18 is my goddess, and the other goddess, Bulma, has already been ensnared. If 18 falls as well, I simply cannot accept it. As for Chi-Chi, Dongfang Chen claimed he did not know her. She was far too strict, constantly urging Son Gohan to study, and he found her quite unappealing. In an instant, Dongfang Chen arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, where he found the planet had suffered severe devastation at the hands of Cell. Ling Xin, can you revive Vegeta? I wish to witness Vegeta personally take down Son Goku. Of course, that is possible. Where is this? Did I not perish at the hands of Kakarot? What is happening? At that moment, Vegeta was still dazed, completely oblivious to Dongfang Chen's presence behind him. Hello, Vegeta. It is I, Dongfang Chen, who has brought you back to life, he said with a smile. Who? As Vegeta turned around, he saw the seemingly harmless Dongfang Chen. However, upon realizing that Dongfang Chen appeared to be just an ordinary person, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Die. Vegeta launched an energy blast at Dongfang Chen. Currently, Vegeta had not undergone the various training experiences alongside Son Goku and was unaware of concepts such as gratitude, kinship, or friendship. He remained the same little demon who was quick to resort to violence. Yet, with a casual wave of his hand, Dongfang Chen dissipated Vegeta's energy blast. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. I say, tragic prince, I have brought you back to life. Well, perhaps it was not I who revived you, but Ling Xin, but that detail is inconsequential. This how you treat someone who has done you a favor? Vegeta struggled in Dongfang Chen's grasp, but no matter how he fought, it was futile. Who exactly are you? Dongfang Chen regarded the flailing Vegeta with disdain, although he had once held great admiration for Vegeta. The current version of him was far from the one he admired. Dongfang Chen set Vegeta down. Gasping for breath, Vegeta was overwhelmed by the sheer danger of the situation. This man was far too terrifying. He had found himself entirely powerless in his grip, not even having comprehended how he had been seized. Oh, you wish to know who I am? Allow me to enlighten you. You are aware that the god of destruction, Beerus, nodded at Vegeta. Indeed, Beerus is an insurmountable deity in Vegeta's heart. From a young age, just a glance from Beerus rendered him unable to rise, and even when his own father was trampled underfoot by Beerus, he dared not resist, obediently uttering a simple good "I in your eyes." The invincible Beerus means nothing to me. How could that be? Vegeta found this notion to be an outrageous jest. The individual before him claimed that Beerus was inconsequential in his perspective. Dongfang Chen regarded Vegeta with disbelief and chose not to elaborate further. Ling Xin, could you assist Vegeta in enhancing his strength? Given his current state, seeking out Sun Wukong would surely result in his immediate demise. Dongfang Chen thought to Ling Xin. Certainly. To what level would you like me to elevate his power? Ling Xin, the beautiful maiden, expressed her indifference, as aiding others in strengthening their abilities was a trivial matter. However, she deemed it unnecessary to assist Dongfang Chen in augmenting his own strength. Then let us elevate him to a level comparable to Sun Wukong, Dongfang Chen declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of white light began to emanate from Vegeta. The light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, revealing Vegeta with striking golden hair, exuding a remarkable charm. This was Super Saiyan 3. Ling Xin recognized that although Vegeta possessed power, he was still no match for Sun Wukong, who had mastered numerous martial arts. Thus, Ling Xin enhanced Vegeta's physical prowess significantly. How do you find this newfound strength, Vegeta? Ling Xin inquired with a playful cough. The might you have bestowed upon me is indeed a reflection of your own prowess. Vegeta mused, feeling the boundless power within, exhilarated by such cataclysmic strength. Now, Vegeta believed himself invincible. Even if the god of destruction, Beerus, were to arrive, he would not flinch. One foe would meet his end, and two would face the same fate. Chapter 26. The Pitiful Cell 3. Die. Vegeta was convinced that he had acquired this formidable power capable of vanquishing the man before him, yet disappointment awaited him. Dongfang Chen seized Vegeta by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Oh, poor Vegeta, I resurrect you and grant you immense strength, yet you wish to slay me. What do you propose I do? At that moment, Vegeta truly felt the specter of death looming. No longer questioning the nature of his resurrection or the sudden influx of power, it was all orchestrated by the man before him. Please, spare me. I promise I won't dare again, Vegeta pleaded in desperation. Dongfang Chen released Vegeta, producing a cloth to wipe his hands, indicating a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Yet it was merely disdain for the current Vegeta, who was not the one he favored. Tell me, who do you despise the most? Vegeta, recalling his greatest nemesis, conjured a formidable aura around him. Without a doubt, it is Kakarot. Were it not for him, I would not have perished. It is because of him that I endured a dismal existence in hell. In the Dragon Ball universe, those who commit heinous acts face various tortures in the afterlife. And Vegeta, who had been a villain in life, had justly suffered, and I resurrected you with the intent to exact revenge. If you eliminate Sun Wukong, no, Kakarot, you will be free. What say you? Vegeta regarded Dongfang Chen, perplexed as to why he, possessing the strength to eliminate Kakarot, would resurrect him and bestow such power. Yet he cared little for the reasoning. As long as he could eliminate Kakarot, he would comply with any request. Very well, Dongfang Chen nodded. Kakarot is on this planet. You may seek him and destroy him now. Upon finishing his words, Dongfang Chen vanished, appearing at the location of Android 1-8T that moment. Android 18, along with Androids 17 and 16, was engaged in battle with Cell, yet they were no match for him. Cell was mercilessly tormenting Android 18. Witnessing this scene, Dongfang Chen was filled with rage. How dare a mere Cell harm my goddess? Without hesitation, he approached Cell and delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Who am I? Where am I? Why was I attacked without cause? Cell exclaimed, bewildered. Humph, a pathetic creature like you dares to act so brazenly. Dongfang Chen scoffed. He then helped Android 18 her feet, expressing genuine concern. Are you all right? Android 18's face flushed as she gazed at Dongfang Chen. Thank you. How could such a handsome man exist? My heart races so quickly. Is this what they call love at first sight? Oh no. I fear I may be ensnared. The male idol possesses an unusual halo behind his head, which appears rather peculiar. Upon witnessing this scene, number 17 exclaims internally, wow, number 18 is actually blushing. This is simply unbelievable. It is well known that number 18 has always been rather frigid, seldom casting a glance at anyone, not even her own brother. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen observes number 18's flushed face and feels slightly embarrassed. Hey, number 18, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Dongfang Chen uses sigh. Sometimes being too handsome is not such a blessing after all. Who dares to ambush me? Just wait until I tear you to shreds. Salu bellows in fury as he soars into the sky. He then finds himself back underground, bewildered. Who on earth could it be? How could I have been struck without even noticing? Woe is me. Being a villain is not as easy as it seems. Never mind. A mere Salu is nothing to worry about. Number 18 nods, her face still flushed. Just then, a few figures approach from a distance. Sun Wukong. Trunks, Piccolo, and Krillin have arrived. Sun Wukong is brimming with excitement, for he is about to meet his destined wife. Although they could have arrived earlier, Sun Wukong remains unperturbed, thinking to himself that Salu poses no threat. He plans to make his entrance once number 18 can no longer hold on, swooping in to rescue her, thereby fulfilling the role of a hero, saving a damsel in distress, which would surely lead to romantic entanglements. Sun Wukong, feeling quite pleased with his own emotional intelligence, suddenly notices a man standing beside number 18. This must be number 17 or 16, he thinks, but upon closer inspection, he growls, "Let go of that girl." Stand aside. Seeing number 18's cheeks aflame, he is instantly filled with rage. How could someone else get to his destined wife first? Unfortunately for him, just as he approaches Dongfang Chen, Salu delivers a swift kick, sending him flying. Salu, already irate from being ambushed twice without reason, hears Sun Wukong's voice and deduces that he is the one responsible for the attacks. Damn it, Sun Wukong, you dare to ambush me twice? I will not let this slide. Sun Wukong, equally furious, retorts, "You dare obstruct my path, lizard. You are seeking your own demise." Without transforming, he charges at Salu. Dongfang Chen, having witnessed this, decides to ignore the chaos. Originally, he planned to let Krillin have number 18 after defeating Sun Wukong. But now he dismisses the notion. How could he allow his goddess to be given away? At this moment, Vegeta arrives, having been searching for Kakarot. Unable to find him, he suddenly senses Sun Wukong's energy and rushes over. Kakarot, you shall perish. With Sun Wukong not transformed and Vegeta in Super Saiyan 3 form, he stands no chance of resistance. What? Vegeta has been revived? Krillin exclaims in astonishment. Father, Trunks gasps, equally shocked. The others are taken aback as well. For Vegeta had been dead for quite some time, yet here he was, unexpectedly reappearing. Curse Vegeta, how did you manage to come back? Vegeta, consumed by hatred, has no desire to converse with Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage. Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 3 and engages Vegeta in battle, while Salu, sensing danger, decides to retreat. This is too perilous. I cannot match Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. This concludes the third chapter of the day. I have heard that posting 3 chapters today will garner many recommendation votes. I wonder if that holds true. Chapter 27. The affectionate number 18 Dongfang Chen and number 18 stand together like a couple. Observing the spectacle of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's confrontation, Salu, realizing he cannot contend with Sun Wukong, plots to become invincible by absorbing number 17 and number 18, hailing from a future world. Salu is perplexed by the overwhelming strength of this timeline's Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but is convinced that once he consumes them, he will achieve invincibility. Number 17, number 18, I am coming. With a thud, Salu retreats underground. Damn it, it was that man beside number 18 who ambushed me. Yet he is so strong, I couldn't even comprehend how he struck me. Salu laments, better to remain underground until you all leave. I will deal with number 17 and number 18 later. How rude to interrupt my show, Dongfang Chen scoffs, while number 18 gazes at him. Utterly captivated, he is truly my idol. Not only is he handsome, but his combat prowess is remarkable. Feeling number 18's unwavering gaze upon him, Dongfang Chen blushes, never having been looked at so intently by any girl in his life. Not even by his mother in the past. Ahem, number 18, while I am aware of my own handsomeness, is it really all right for you to stare at me like this? No way. I want to keep looking at you. Number 18 pouts playfully. My goodness, how sweet. When did my sister start to act so coy? Is it truly because this man is so handsome? Dongfang Chen muses, though he cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why is my sister, my goddess, transformed like this? Could it be that my newfound handsomeness has altered her personality? Is Ling Xin, my goddess, truly being possessed by someone else? This is too much for me to handle. Chuckle, Dongfang Chen. I have significantly enhanced your charm, greatly increasing your appeal to the opposite sex. Aren't you grateful? Ling Xin states. Dongfang Chen feels as though a flock of crows has flown overhead. Ling Xin, are you serious? This is still my goddess. Regardless, I have already granted you the charm. You must accept it, Ling Xin retorts. Please, I am truly unaccustomed to this version of number 18. Remove this charm at once. He pleads. Beep, the system you called is powered down. Please try again later. Fine, since Ling Xin has already bestowed it upon me. I have no choice but to accept it. Yet looking at number 18, I find this new demeanor rather delightful. She is undeniably adorable. Number 18, your gaze is making me quite flustered, he admits. Chuckle, since you know my name, should you not introduce yourself as well? Number 18 asks, finding his bashful demeanor amusing. Ahem, I am Dongfang Chen, he replies, after a moment of contemplation. Number 18 responds, a name that resonates beautifully, akin to the charm of your persona. Dongfang Chen, flattered by the praise from number 18, felt a tinge of bashfulness that he believed it prudent to evade number 18's gaze and instead focus on the fierce duel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. How infuriating! Kakarot, I never expected you to have grown so formidable. Yet surely you cannot match my prowess, Vegeta thought, brimming with indignation. He had been certain this time he would easily overwhelm Kakarot, but who could have anticipated Kakarot's astonishing strength? It's simply unfathomable. Sun Wukong, unimpressed, pondered the mystery of Vegeta's resurrection and his ascension to Super Saiyan 3. However, he was a man endowed with a system, having mastered numerous martial arts over the years, techniques such as the One-Yang Finger, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms were all at his fingertips. Sun Wukong was convinced that his combat power was on par with Vegeta's, yet he was baffled as to why he found himself at a loss against him. Could it be that this version of Vegeta was also a traveler from another world? Otherwise, with his combat strength and martial arts, defeating Vegeta should be a trivial matter. Yes, without a doubt, this Vegeta must be a fellow traveler. Hey, I propose we reconcile, my compatriot. Continuing this fight serves no purpose, Sun Wukong suggested. Bah, who would consider a lowly warrior like you a compatriot? Prepare yourself, Vegeta retorted, launching into a renewed clash with Sun Wukong. I say, my compatriot, as the saying goes, when old friends meet, tears often flow. Our relentless battle is futile, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Who are you calling compatriot? Kakarot, you are truly shameless, Vegeta seethed. At that moment, Trunks, nearby, was increasingly anxious. Uncle Wukong and Dad were fighting. He had to intervene. Shouldn't they be focusing on taking down the androids first? Uncle Wukong, Dad, please stop fighting. We have more pressing matters to attend to, he implored. Silence, Sun Wukong. Who are you to call me, Dad? I haven't even married, Vegeta snapped back. Trunks, in his haste, forgot that in this timeline, his mother was married to Uncle Wukong, yet Vegeta was indeed his father. Dad, no, Vegeta, please stop fighting. We must eliminate the androids first. Otherwise, Earth will descend into chaos. Despite Trunks' pleas, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained unyielding. Vegeta was consumed by a desire for vengeance against Kakarot, while Sun Wukong felt helpless, as the so-called compatriot was completely unyielding. He had already offered to relinquish number 18 to him, yet Vegeta remained obstinate. Oriental Chun, my dear, who do you think will emerge victorious? Number 18 asked, her face betraying a hint of blush. Ahem, I believe they are evenly matched. It will be quite difficult to ascertain a clear victor. Oriental Chen coughed lightly and remarked, Wow, Oriental Chen, you are truly remarkable. I can barely discern their moves, yet you see everything so clearly. It's simply marvelous. Number 18 exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oriental Chen realized that number 18's power was at most around 7 or 8 billion, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta's combat prowess had soared to several hundred billion. Such a vast disparity made it unsurprising that number 18 could not perceive the fight. He took out his scepter, revealing a reflection that showcased the ongoing battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Please, I implore you for recommendation votes. I posted 3 chapters yesterday, but received little acknowledgement. Ahem, in the next world, I plan to venture into the urban realm that I've left a comment. If anyone has names for side characters, please respond. Chapter 28. The kiss of number 18 truly, my compatriot, I offer you number 18. Wouldn't a peaceful resolution be preferable? But upon hearing Sun Wukong's words through the reflection of Oriental Chen's scepter, number 18 was incensed, realizing she was being treated as a mere object to be exchanged. Oriental Chen, too, was furious that his goddess was being objectified without her consent. Oriental Chen had grown impatient with the ongoing spectacle. Who could possibly wish to continue watching this? An energy blast hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Where am I? I miss my mother. I want to go home, lamented the once great traveler. Just a pathetic wretch. How dare you insult my goddess? Oriental Chen scoffed. Vegeta, witnessing his rival Kakarot being dispatched so effortlessly, gulped in disbelief, realizing the terror of his own savior. What if such a fate befell him? Meanwhile, number 18 was starstruck, captivated by the sheer handsomeness of her chosen idol. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? She longed to bear his children. Klein and Piccolo, along with their companions, were engulfed in sorrow. Wukong, Wukong, you scoundrel, I shall avenge Wukong, Klein declared, finally snapping and unleashing his ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb Slash. Who could have foreseen that in the midst of their fierce duel, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would suddenly be interrupted? Bang! A new warrior had met his end. Klein, you scoundrel! Klein unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Bang, bang, bang! Piccolo and Trunks' group soon fell as well. Though Oriental Chen had no desire to eliminate them, their hatred for him had become irreparable. Thus, he felt he had no choice but to act decisively. Wow, my idol, you are simply phenomenal. I, Oriental Chen, have already fallen for you. What should I do now? Dongfang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden confession, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Number 18, we have just met, and you profess your feelings so swiftly. I assent that a tad hasty. Ahem, we ought to take the time to get to know one another better. Despite his elation, Dongfang Chen found the situation to be rather abrupt. A delightful surprise nonetheless. Even the male deity, is shy. Such bashfulness is a rare trait among gods, thought number 18, finding Dongfang Chen amusing, not only for his formidable prowess, but also for his endearing shyness. That moment. Cell emerged from the depths below, having just realized that the energies of Goku, Vegeta, and the others had vanished, confirming their departure. It was clear to Cell that he was no longer on the same level as Dongfang Chen. Sensing his energy was utterly impossible for number 17 and number 18. Being androids, they bore no detectable energy. Cell, now beginning to swell with power, suddenly spotted Dongfang Chen not far away, his hair standing on end. What on earth? Why haven't they left? Are they waiting for me? He pondered. The surface was too perilous. He felt safer underground. Dongfang Chen, having noticed Cell, almost forgot about him entirely. Without hesitation, he launched a ki blast towards Cell. Bang! Cell exclaimed, Whom have I offended? Is it so easy for a villain like me to be bullied? Woe is me. Thus the formidable antagonist Cell met his end. Ahem, number 18, I must take my leave. Would you care to accompany me? Dongfang Chen wished to invite number 18 along to nurture their budding relationship, envisioning a future of marriage and children. A perfect conclusion, indeed. Number 18 was taken aback by the invitation from her idol. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. What should I do? Should I follow the male deity? Although I am quite beautiful, should a lady not maintain some decorum? Yet here I am. Having confessed my feelings, how utterly embarrassing. Dongfang Chen was perplexed by number 18's behavior. Not understanding why she kept her head down, it soon dawned on him that their situation mirrored a romantic film. The male lead confessing his love, while the female lead shyly recoiled. It was now up to him to take the initiative. Those romance films were not in vain. Although I may not fully grasp a woman's sentiments, I have gleaned enough from television. Slowly, he extended his arms, enveloping number 18 in an embrace that, my goddess, you possess a delightful fragrance. Number 18 thought, goodness, the male deity is far too forward. This is so embarrassing. Should I agree to leave with him? Dongfang Chen, I adore you. Will you join me in leaving? Will you remain by my side forever? He proclaimed, surprising even himself with such romantic words. Number 18 nodded, yes, I will. Wait, did my sister just agree? Is this a mistake? Though this man is strong and handsome, sister, what about your modesty? Has that vanished entirely? Dongfang Chen felt a surge of joy. He owed much to Ling Xin for enhancing his charm. Yet, this newfound allure posed a dilemma. If every woman regarded him as a wolf would a lamb. It was a thought he dared not entertain, but he was not a lecherous man. Though he admitted to having certain inclinations, yet he refused to be labeled as a creature governed solely by lust. This particular number 18, however, was his ideal. Number 17, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, how long will you hold her? Here I am, single and alone, and you two are flaunting your affection in front of me. Come on, sister and brother-in-law, must you embrace for so long while I stand by? Realizing his faux pas, Dongfang Chen quickly released number 18, embarrassed by his thoughtless display before his sister-in-law. Number 18 shot a glare at number 17. Can't you see I'm having a moment with my idol? Must you ruin it? However, with the male deity having already let go, the moment had passed. Dongfang Chen gently patted her shoulder, chuckling, well, now you are my woman. Please wait for me on Earth. I have matters to attend to. Once resolved, I shall take you and number 17 to explore other worlds. Dongfang Chen leaned in closer to whisper in number 18's ear. Let us cultivate our feelings and create our own world together. Uncertain about Dongfang Chen's business, number 18 resolved to support him quietly from the shadows. She too leaned in to whisper, I will wait for you on Earth. I eagerly anticipate our shared world. With a playful tiptoe, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Hee, this is my mark. You belong to me now. Dongfang Chen, whether in this life or the last, felt his face flush crimson at the kiss, his first from girl. No less. Once I settle my affairs, I will take you and number 17 away. Number 17, being 18's younger brother, felt it was unwise to leave him in the Dragon Ball universe at I'll do whatever you wish. After all, I've fallen for you, he replied, kissing 18's delicate face, causing her to blush even deeper. Wait for me, Dongfang Chen said before departing Earth. Alas, I am left here, surrounded by an abundance of love. How heartless, number 17 lamented. Number 18, enveloped in bliss, thought, girls in love are often a bit foolish, and I am no exception. Go away. If you're not going to eat love, then go find yourself a girlfriend. At least that way our family will have descendants, providing our parents with some solace. The thought of her parents brought a wave of sorrow over number 18. I am in no rush to find a boyfriend. Women are far too troublesome. What did you say? Number 18 snapped. Number 17, realizing his blunder, quickly retreated. Soon enough, Dongfang Chen arrived at the palace of the Grand Zeno. Sensing the presence of the Grand Minister, felt a surge of joy, believing it signified the discovery of something entertaining. Grand Minister, Zeno exclaimed, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual before him bore the appearance of a mere mortal, despite emanating the same aura as the Grand Minister. Who are you? Where's the Grand Minister? Zeno's two guards stood ready to act should Dongfang Chen pose any threat to Zeno. Now Dongfang Chen looked upon Zeno's adorable visage, feeling a pang of compassion. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, while Zeno was but a half step below. Should he choose, Dongfang Chen could eliminate Zeno in an instant. Yet, he hesitated. Should he eliminate Zeno, the Dragon Ball universe would face a cataclysmic invasion from beings beyond the cosmos, leading to widespread devastation. After all, Zeno was the highest deity and protector of the universe. Without him, even the Time King would struggle to fend off external threats. Zeno, this shall be my final address to you as your majesty. I am Dongfang Chen, your steward, the Grand Minister. I have come to inform you of my intention to venture into other universes and worlds. Zeno found the notion intriguing, for he had never ventured beyond his own realm. Perhaps I should join you, dear High Priest. Might you accompany me on a journey to other worlds? Ah, Supreme One, that is not feasible. You must remain vigilant in safeguarding the entirety of the universe. Should your presence wane, it would undoubtedly fall prey to external invasions. Very well, I hope that you will return to visit me, as I eagerly anticipate the delightful tales you may bring from your adventures. Supreme One ate that moment. The Supreme One felt a profound sense of disappointment. Despite being the paramount deity of the universe, he found himself devoid of true companions, for he was still but a child. The inherent nature of youth is to seek play, and thus the Supreme One was indeed pitiable, burdened with the grave responsibility of defending the cosmos. It is uncertain whether other children would resist the allure of play. Upon hearing Dongfang Chen's intention to venture into other worlds, the Supreme One instantly dispelled the notion, realizing that his own realm would be rendered perilous in his absence. Many might perceive the lives within the universe as inconsequential, indifferent to their demise. Thus, though the Supreme One had obliterated numerous universes, his foremost concern remained the safety of the cosmos. Dongfang Chen acknowledged that had he been in the Supreme One's position, he would not have made such a selfless choice. Rest assured, I shall return to see you. While I am away, I will assist you in vanquishing some adversaries. Farewell, Supreme One. The Supreme One smiled. Farewell, High Priest. Dongfang Chen. The Supreme One pondered. It seems the High Priest has been possessed. Why not retain him as a guardian? This thought bewildered the guards, for how could such a powerful entity as the High Priest, ranked among the top 5 in the universe, fall victim to possession? Currently, the guards sensed that the High Priest had grown even more formidable. Previously, they could gauge Dongfang Chen's strength, yet now the High Priest's power was inscrutable, perhaps rivaling that of the Supreme One, if not exceeding it. Silence. I am well aware that the High Priest was possessed. The year AG.IT was during a tennis match that I first noted something amiss with him. The guards remained perplexed. If the High Priest had indeed been possessed for so long, why did the Supreme One continue to retain him? However, they dared not question further, understanding that their role was merely to execute the Supreme One's will without delving into matters beyond their jurisdiction. With the departure of the High Priest, it became imperative to appoint a new High Priest to manage the myriad affairs of the Supreme One. That the selection process for this new High Priest would be lengthy and arduous. Soon, Dongfang Chen arrived at the Demon Realm, a place steeped in an eerie atmosphere. Should an ordinary individual step foot here, they would be immediately corrupted, transforming into a minor demon. The Demon King, Shalama, sensed the High Priest's arrival. Having escaped from imprisonment, Shalama had nowhere else to turn but the Demon Realm, which had been severely weakened after the previous war between gods and demons. With little effort, Shalama ascended to the position of leader in this realm. He subsequently created the Super Dragon Balls to absorb dark energy from the universe, all in preparation to ultimately defeat the Supreme One. However, he was taken aback when the Super Dragon Balls inexplicably vanished. Igniting his fury to his astonishment, he detected the aura of the Super Divine Dragon emanating from the High Priest, further intensifying his rage. Yet, amidst his anger, he found himself growing calm, for he was unable to discern the High Priest's true strength, leading him to speculate that the High Priest's power had likely surpassed his own, that if the High Priest lacked sufficient strength, he would never dare to venture into the demon realm alone. Could it be that the High Priest had absorbed the Super Divine Dragon, significantly enhancing his power? Or perhaps he had drawn upon the dark energy accumulated by the Super Divine Dragon over the years. Shalama reasoned that the dark energy within the Super Divine Dragon could not possibly account for such a dramatic increase in strength. Had it been so potent, he would have retrieved the Super Divine Dragon long ago. Determined to ascertain the truth, Shalama conjured an image before him, revealing none other than Dongfang Chen. This is not the High Priest. Who could he be? Why does he possess an aura identical to that of the High Priest? Could it be that the High Priest has transformed after absorbing the Super Divine Dragon? Otherwise, why would he still have a halo behind him? Now, Shalama was left to ponder what fortuitous encounter or extraordinary power the High Priest had encountered that could alter his appearance to that of a mortal. Bring him forth, soon, a figure with pale skin, clad in a thick winter coat and donning yellow sunglasses, entered Shalama's presence that I seek recommendations for roles. The next world I shall traverse is an urban setting, where I shall embody a character of distinction that I have left a message in the comments. If anyone has suggestions for names, please share. This narrative features Hertz as Shalama's subordinate. Do not take it too seriously, for I am not well-versed in the Dragon Ball universe beyond the available information. Additionally, Fu is also a subordinate of Shalama. Ahem, please do not place too much importance on these details. Tomorrow, we celebrate the Lunar New Year here, so expect an explosion of updates. I shall ensure a deluge of content. Tomorrow at 3:01 p.m., updates will commence, with a new chapter released every minute until 3:10 p.m., totaling 10 chapters. As we celebrate the new year, prepare for a surge of updates. I earnestly hope for your support with recommendations. The beleaguered author is diligently preparing for this onslaught of updates. Chapter 30, Shalama's Demise. 1. My lord, what do you require of me? Hertz, I entrust you with the task of testing the High Priest's strength. Hertz nodded eagerly. Finally presented with an opportunity to showcase his prowess, he had long harbored a grudge against the High Priest, regretting that he had not yet collected enough cosmic seeds. Otherwise, dispatching such a minor figure would be effortless. Your excitement is palpable. Have you been deprived of mischief for too long? Shalama jested. Hertz chuckled in response. My lord, you are aware that I have been tirelessly gathering cosmic seeds, hoping to one day overthrow the Supreme One's dominion. It is high time the universe be governed by a new ruler, and that ruler shall be you. Ha ha ha. Splendid, Hertz. I wish you triumphant success. Shalama laughed heartily. Though he had heard such declarations countless times, each utterance brought him immense joy. Recollecting his past defeat at the hands of the Supreme One incensed Shalama, for the Supreme One's hidden depths were too profound. Despite appearing weak, he had ascended to the zenith of divinity through his terrifying abilities. Shalama was convinced that a surprise attack would suffice to eliminate the Supreme One. Yet this misjudgment had led to a severe beating and imprisonment. Ultimately, he had managed to escape, largely due to the Supreme One's momentary mercy, stemming from their long-standing relationship. Had there been no such connection, Shalama would have been obliterated on the spot. Regrettably, the Supreme One's leniency had resulted in numerous complications, though none had posed a genuine threat to the universe, allowing Shalama to operate with relative impunity. Soon, Hertz departed, pondering, once I gather the cosmic seeds, this insignificant Shalama will be subject to my dominance. How vexing it is to know that I currently lack the capacity to confront the High Priest. Yet I am compelled to test him. Is this not inviting disaster? Nevertheless, Hertz understood that now was not the time to confront Shalama directly. Regarding the question of whether encountering the High Priest would lead to annihilation, Hertz expressed that he could only leave it to fate. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen faced various obstructions upon entering the demon realm, all of which were mere inconsequential minions. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of divine power, mercilessly dispatching these insignificant foes, many of whom perished before even comprehending their demise. The demon's soldiers lamented, "Where am I? Who am I? Why have I met my end without having done anything?" They cried out for their mothers, declaring that the demon realm was far too perilous and yearning to return to the countryside. From a distance, Hertz sensed the overwhelming pressure of Dongfang Chen's divine might, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Instinctively, he realized that if he did not flee swiftly, he too would meet his end. However, Hertz hesitated to leave, fearing that doing so would result in immediate annihilation at the hands of Shalama. This is unbearable, Hertz thought. I want to escape, yet I fear my leader's wrath that if I stay, the High Priest will surely eliminate me. Is it truly so difficult to be the ultimate villain? Ultimately, Hertz resolved to confront the High Priest, accepting the possibility of death that he refused to believe that the High Priest could vanquish him with ease. He merely needed to endure until his leader, Shalama, arrived for his salvation. Dongfang Chen, noticing someone capable of withstanding his divine pressure not far ahead. Was intrigued, it appeared that this individual was one of Sharama's formidable generals. Thus, Dongfang Chen intensified his divine might, eager to see how long Sharama's general could endure it. Of course, Dongfang Chen also realized that Sharama had been lurking, observing him. Indifferent, he mused that Sharama would not survive much longer anyway. He could afford to let him revel in his activity for a while. How infuriating, he thought, as the high priest's divine pressure escalated. I haven't even faced the All-King yet, and now I might perish. I refuse to accept this. I aspire to be the sovereign of all gods in the universe. Suddenly, Hertz felt the pressure dissipate and sighed with relief. Though confusion soon followed. Why had the high priest suddenly withdrawn his might? Ah, you must be Sharama's loyal subordinate. How pitiable to be cast forth as cannon fodder, Dongfang Chen remarked with a hint of sympathy. Hertz, witnessing Dongfang Chen's expression, was instantly enraged. You gods are so hypocritical. Huh. Whether I am hypocritical or not is not for you to decide. That judgment lies with the victors. You, the vanquished, are destined to be forgotten. I have no desire to continue this futile conversation. Since Sharama has deemed you expendable, I shan't hesitate to fulfill his minor request and erase your existence from this world. Thus, the notorious villain Hertz met his end. Meanwhile, far away in the demon palace, Sharama observed Hertz vanish and thought, isn't this the All-King's obliteration? How could the high priest possess such power? Furious, he realized he could no longer linger. Otherwise, he would truly falter here. He needed to depart swiftly. Dongfang Chen, having sensed Sharama's intent to flee, immediately utilized the laws of space to appear near Sharama in an instant. So, Sharama, what do you think you're going? Are you really abandoning your subordinates? Sharama took a deep breath and replied, High Priest, why don't we join forces? With your might combined with mine, we can surely contend with the All-King, and you shall ascend as the sovereign of all gods. Dongfang Chen shook his head, finding it absurd that Sharama would attempt to recruit him for self-preservation. I know you, High Priest, desire to eliminate the All-King, and my prior actions have made you cautious. However, it is not impossible for us to unite against the All-King. Sharama, knowing the High Priest's intentions, had been privy to these schemes long before, since Dongfang Chen ascended to the role of High Priest. His foremost objective had been to eliminate the All-King. Yet now, circumstances had changed. Dongfang Chen's power eclipsed that of the All-King, but he did not wish for the universe to fall into chaos. No, you are mistaken. While I once yearned to vanquish the All-King, I have since come to understand that the universe requires his guardianship. Without the All-King, what then for this universe? Do you truly believe you can repel external threats? High Priest, do not jest at our level. The survival of the universe is of little concern. It is laughable that you still care about the existence of mere ants. Sharama only recognized strength as paramount, dismissing the need for sympathy towards the weak. Dongfang Chen grew weary of conversing with Sharama, knowing that no matter how much he spoke, it would amount to nothing. Then I can only bid you farewell. Erasure, Sharama exclaimed. Is this a joke? Why does this not follow the expected pattern? Shouldn't we first battle before unleashing our ultimate powers? Thus, the great demon god Sharama met his demise. Please support with recommendation votes. The next world will be set in a modern city. I have left a comment in the discussion area. If anyone has suitable names for minor characters, please let me know that I end this novel. Hertz is a subordinate of Sharama, so do not dwell too much on it. I have not seen the Dragon Ball universe. I have only read about it and am not very familiar. Additionally, Fu is also a subordinate of Sharama. Today marks the last day of the lunar calendar. I wish everyone a happy new year. May the coming year bring you even more joy. I cannot fathom that you would ever power down. Dongfang Chen helplessly remarked. Ahem, I'm not doing this solely for your sake, you know. Number 18 is your goddess, and I am merely aiding you in uniting with her. Shouldn't you express gratitude towards me? Ling Xin was equally unyielding, asserting that she was indeed helping him. Fine. I truly ought to thank you properly, Dongfang Chen conceded, though he wasn't particularly fond of the charming demeanor that number 18 displayed when she saw him. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, it was undeniably adorable. In truth, Dongfang Chen, the host, I never expected you to spare the Omni-King just this once. TSK, TSK, you truly possess a kind heart, Lingxin remarked in genuine surprise. It is worth noting that Dongfang Chen had always proclaimed his intent to eliminate the Omni-King. And now, having acquired the necessary strength, he had surprisingly softened his stance. Dongfang Chen ran his fingers through his hair, self-adoringly stating that individuals like us, the epitome of virtuous youth, could never be the type to resort to killing at the slightest provocation. He then shook his head in regret, contrasting himself with Lingxin, sighing, as the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most venomous. Suddenly, a puff of black smoke erupted from Dongfang Chen's innermost being, transforming his once flowing white hair into a chaotic explosion of black. You are the most venomous of hearts. Your entire family embodies that trait. Humph, should there be a next time, I shall teach you a severe lesson, Lingxin retorted, equally incensed. She had always been kind to Dongfang Chen, sharing her treasures with him, only to be met with the phrase, the most venomous of hearts. That, of course, Lingxin understood that Dongfang Chen was merely jesting. Yet it was a remark she found intolerable. What woman would enjoy being called the most venomous at heart, even in jest? Ahem, Dongfang Chen realized his error and apologized. I'm sorry, Lingxin, my beautiful lady. I was merely joking, and you need not take it to heart. Humph, if you wish for my forgiveness this time, you must demonstrate your worth. Should your performance falter, it will not merely be a light shock you receive. Lingxin coldly huffed. Dongfang Chen nodded vigorously, assuring her of his utmost effort. There was no room for negligence. He would have to rely on Lingxin in the future. He could not afford to offend her. Now that the Dragon Ball world presented no pressing matters, it was essential to address certain affairs. Lingxin, please revert me to my Supreme Kai form. I must speak with the angels, he instructed. Lingxin, having only been mildly perturbed, was not one to hold a grudge against Dongfang Chen, especially since he was merely joking. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Dongfang Chen, restoring him to his Supreme Kai appearance. He retrieved his staff and initiated a video call with the angels of the 12 universes. Ding ding, whis, ding ding, bados, might there be a significant matter at hand, Supreme Kai? The angels inquired, puzzled yet growing solemn. It was well known that the Supreme Kai would not summon all angels unless a momentous event loomed. Observing the angels' expressions, Dongfang Chen felt bemused. He was merely initiating a video call, yet their faces betrayed grave concern. Well, never mind that. There is no pressing matter. I am simply heading to other universes and worlds. I hope you will oversee the duties of the destroyers, he explained. The angels, having initially feared something dire was approaching, realized that the Supreme Kai was merely venturing to other realms. However, this meant that the Omni-King would also be departing, leaving them vulnerable to potential threats. Supreme Kai, if you journey to other worlds, will the Omni-King accompany you? If he does, how will we defend ourselves against adversaries? Whis inquired. There is no need for concern. I am the only one traveling to other universes. The Omni-King will not be accompanying me. Dongfang Chen reassured them. The angels collectively exhaled, relieved that the Omni-King would not be departing, for his presence was crucial in safeguarding the universe. Understood, Supreme Kai. May I inquire how long you shall be away? Bados asked. Dongfang Chen was uncertain of his return duration, yet he was confident he would eventually come back. I am not entirely sure. Just manage the universe and supervise the destroyers well, he replied. The angels nodded in agreement, and soon after, Dongfang Chen concluded the video call. Lingxin, transform me back, please. Once again, a white light enveloped him, and soon a remarkably handsome figure emerged. Dongfang Chen was adorned in the Supreme Kai-S attire. His hair a dazzling white, even more brilliant than before, a snowy sheen. Standing a height of 6 feet, he admired his reflection in a mirror, growing increasingly satisfied with his appearance. How many women would have fallen at his feet had he strolled through the streets of his past life? Dongfang Chen touched his face, exclaiming, how could there exist such a handsome young man in this world? It's beyond imagination. Shall I revert you to your previous self? Lingxin offered. Perhaps not. My past self was not nearly as dashing as I am now. Dongfang Chen declined. His current form was the epitome of attractiveness, beyond words to convey. Soon, Dongfang Chen arrived at Earth in the 7th universe, where number 17 and number 18 had returned to their former home. which had sadly been demolished, leaving them both despondent. Suddenly, upon spotting Dongfang Chen, number 18's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards him and embraced him. Didn't you have significant matters to attend to? Why have you come to fetch me so soon? Ahem, I have resolved everything. We can now venture to other worlds, Dongfang Chen replied. Other worlds, do you mean other planets? In number 18's perspective, a planet was synonymous with a world. And indeed, that was accurate. You shall soon discover, he said, as a black hole materialized not far away. Let us go. Dongfang Chen beckoned to number 17. You should join us too. Sure, number 17 agreed, having nothing else to occupy his time. Accompanying his sister's benefactor to other realms seemed a splendid idea. Today marked the final day of the lunar year. We celebrate the new year here. Did I wonder if you all do the same? I wish everyone a joyous new year. May you cast aside all worries and prepare for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 32. Is Dongfang Chen being spoiled? 3. Before long, Dongfang Chen, number 18, and number 17 arrived in a new realm, a modern world. Though initially thrilled, Dongfang Chen's expression soon fell upon investigation. He had hoped to return to his original time, only to realize his hopes were in vain. Dongfang Chen chose not to dwell on it, for he had no means to find his way home. The dimensional passage was one he had forged himself, forgetting to ask Lingxin to open it, which would have assured his return. Quickly, Dongfang Chen concealed the halo behind his head. After all, having it visible in this realm would render him an oddity. Wow, is this what other worlds look like? It seemed quite similar to where we once were, number 18 inquired curiously. Indeed, this is a different world. Yet their technology pales in comparison to yours. Keep in mind that the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, with Bulma's assistance, boasts advanced technology from hover cars to space capsules. This place is not called Earth. It is known as Mercury. Its technological advancements mirror those of Earth from my previous life, and the nation I find myself in is called the Dragon Kingdom. The history of the Dragon Kingdom closely resembles that of ancient China. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xia, Shang, Western Zhou, Eastern Zhou, Qin, Western Han, Eastern Han. The 3 kingdoms, Western Jin, Eastern Jin. The 16 kingdoms, Northern and Southern dynasties, Sui, Tang, Wu Zhou. The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Northern Song, Southern Song, Yao, Jin, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and modern times. Although this Dragon Kingdom was not the ancient China he once knew, Dongfang Chen still found a sense of belonging within it. Understood, number 18 eagerly anticipated a world shared with Dongfang Chen. Having been subjected to experiments by Dr. Jero since childhood, both number 17 and number 18 were the culmination of his life's work. Dongfang Chen, I have revived your parents. However, I have assigned them new identities in this world. Really? Lingxin, you must not deceive me. Do my parents still recognize me? Are they faring well in this world? Do they worry about me? Have they been bullied by others? Lingxin, stop. Where do you get all these questions? I understand you are immensely happy right now, but rest assured, your parents in this world hold the position of supremacy. It is others who fall victim to their influence. Lingxin, I adore you. You are truly my cherished confidant. Dongfang Chen is overjoyed, finally able to reunite with his father and mother. Lingxin couldn't help but shiver a little, feeling somewhat sentimental. Meanwhile, number 17 and number 18 found Dongfang Chen's sudden elation perplexing. Ahem, I say, brother-in-law, what is going on with you? Dongfang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. Lingxin had arranged a rather extraordinary identity for Dongfang Chen in this world. His parents wielded immense wealth, possessing a fortune so vast they themselves were unaware of its true extent. As long as they wished, they could easily become the rulers of Mercury. This world also harbors warriors, magicians, psychics, and ninjas. Due to the enormity of Dongfang Chen's parents' enterprises, they had delegated management to several families, leaving Dongfang Chen's parents to indulge in their wealth without concern. Each family remained loyal to Dongfang Chen's parents. No point 18, come, I shall introduce you to my parents. Dongfang Chen laughed heartily. On number 18's face flushed instantly. She was not prepared for such a meeting, but I am not ready yet. Is it not too hasty to meet your uncle and aunt like this? What should I do? Should I meet my future parents? I await your response, feeling anxious. Dongfang Chen playfully pinched number 18's nose. Do not worry. Before long, Dongfang Chen took number 18's hand and strolled onto the bustling street. Where number 18 felt a touch of shyness, S for number 17, he had been forgotten by both Dongfang Chen and number 18 yet. With number 17's formidable strength, he was invincible on Mercury, free to revel in his surroundings. However, number 17 soon realized he had no money and could only follow his thrifty brother-in-law. Wow, he's so handsome. Indeed, what a striking young man. Even the youthful stars on television paled in comparison to his allure. The women surrounding Dongfang Chen gazed at him like famished wolves eyeing a tender lamb, barely suppressing their drool. The men, filled with envy, lamented why such a handsome individual existed in the world. Making their search for partners all the more difficult, the woman driving a BMW stepped out and blocked Dongfang Chen's path. "Hey there, handsome. I wish to sponsor you. Name your price." Alas, a collective sigh escaped the women present, regretting not having approached him sooner. Many men envied the situation, pondering why they could not have someone sponsor them instead, for they too were charming. Dongfang Chen regarded the woman before him, likely in her 30s yet remarkably well-preserved. Appearing merely in her mid-20s, that number 18 could no longer bear it. Her boyfriend was being publicly offered for sponsorship, as if she did not exist. A sphere of energy materialized in her hand, her fury palpable. And the consequences could be dire. That number 18 had been modified by Dr. Gallo for combat, and taking a life would bear no psychological burden on her conscience. Dongfang Chen shook his head at no. 18. Publicly committing murder would create quite a stir. Although his power could easily suppress any chaos, there was no need to resort to such violence. Step aside, do not obstruct my path. Dongfang Chen, having taken countless lives and possessing divine power, shot a fierce glare at the woman, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, compelling her to take a step back. "You." The woman was taken aback, having been intimidated by a mere gaze. Feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, she had never encountered such disgrace. Not far off, a convoy of luxury vehicles appeared, all Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, and Bugattis, drawing the eyes of onlookers who were astounded by the spectacle. What kind of individual could command such an entourage? The cars came to a halt, and numerous bodyguards emerged, bowing deeply to Dongfang Chen. "Young master." Ahem. Dongfang Chen was astonished that these vehicles had come to fetch him. After all, such opulence had only been seen on television in his past life, and now it seemed utterly commonplace before him. Number 18, let us go. With a bodyguard escort, Dongfang Chen and number 18 entered a Bugatti. Meanwhile, number 17 was still in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, brother-in-law, wait for me," number 17 exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. With that, he hurriedly climbed into a Ferrari. The woman could only yield the way. Heavens, whose son is this? Such an impressive convoy to greet a passerby. Indeed, not only is he handsome, but he is also a wealthy heir. What are we to do? I am utterly smitten. As the lunar calendar's final day approached, everyone wished each other a joyous new year, hoping for a delightful time. Arriving in the city, those with minor roles were invited to comment below. This time, I will test whether I can write well in an urban setting. If not, I shall venture to another world. Chapter 33. The fiercely ling for, is this world truly yours, divine being? Otherwise, why would such luxury vehicles come to greet you? Number 18 pondered, while Dongfang Chen found himself at a loss for an explanation. Should he admit that his identity had been orchestrated by Ling Xin? Stop joking around. By then, I won't even know how to explain Ling Xin. Coincidentally, my parents have already arranged their identities in this world. Which is my world, right? In any case, it doesn't matter. Yes, this is my world. What do you think? The environment is quite pleasant, isn't it? It's decent, but not as good as where we are from. Number 18 has been ruthlessly struck by this reality. Dongfang Chen, all right, I admit that the air here isn't very good. The environment of Earth in the Dragon Ball world is indeed much better. I was just joking. The environment here is quite good. Number 18. Oh dear, my girlfriend is a bit mischievous, already teasing me. She must be punished. Dongfang Chen directly left his mark on number 18's face. Number 18's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There's a driver in front. How embarrassing to kiss in the car. If we're to kiss, it should be when we get home. Ugh, what am I thinking? Dongfang Chen is overjoyed. He enjoys seeing number 18 shy. It's simply too adorable. The driver in front can only pretend not to see and continues driving that a young master is indeed a young master. So domineering. An hour later, the convoy entered an estate, which was vast and luxurious. No, it was simply extravagant that a bodyguard opened the car door, and Dongfang Chen took number 18's hand and exited the vehicle at that moment. Dongfang Chen felt extremely nervous, fearing he wouldn't know what to say when he met his parents. What if all of this is a lie? They quickly entered the villa, where Dongfang Chen's father, Dongfang Yi, was seated on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in watching television, completely unaware of Dongfang Chen entering with a woman in tow. As Dongfang Chen gazed at his father, tears streamed down his face as he trembled and asked, "Dad, is that you?" Number 18 and number 17 found it strange that Dongfang Yi was crying, but knew better than to disturb him at that moment. Dongfang Yi heard his son calling him, but did not turn around. He merely replied casually, "I'm not your dad." "Who is your dad then?" Dongfang Chen chuckled and dashed over to embrace Dongfang Yi. "Dad, it's so wonderful to see you. I won't leave you again, that I promise to be a good child." Dongfang Yi was a bit bewildered. What on earth was wrong with his son today? But seeing Dongfang Chen so sorrowful, he patted his shoulder and comforted him. "All right, Xiao Chen, don't cry. Have you encountered some difficulties? Tell me, and I'll resolve it. Have you been bullied? Damn it, I'll call someone to wipe out his entire family for daring to bully my Xiao Chen." Dongfang Chen wiped away his tears. "It's nothing. What difficulties could I possibly have? I just miss you and Mom terribly." "All right, stop crying. If your mother sees you, she'll say someone bullied you." Dongfang Yi suddenly recalled his wife and shuddered. She was truly fearsome. Dongfang Chen laughed. His father feared nothing but his mother, a classic case of being managed by his wife. By the way, where's my mom? Your mother is still cooking. Although Dongfang Chen's mother was now wealthy. As a competent wife and mother, she still prepared every meal herself. Dongfang Yi noticed a woman and a man standing at the door and tapped Dongfang Chen on the head. "You've come, yet you didn't invite your friends to sit? Really? Don't just stand there. Come and sit." Dongfang Chen realized how awkward it was. He had missed his parents so much that he had overlooked his girlfriend and little brother. He walked up to number 18, took her hand, and said, "Dad, this is my girlfriend, number 18, who is also my future wife and your future daughter-in-law." Dongfang Chen glanced at number 17. "This is number 18's younger brother." "Ahem, my future little brother-in-law." "Hello, uncle." Good. Dongfang Yi stood up and walked over to pat Dongfang Chen's shoulder. "You rascal, you finally found a girlfriend to bring home. Our Dongfang family has descendants now." Dongfang Yi called out to the kitchen. "Wife, what? Don't you know I'm cooking? If there is something, say it later. Our Xiao Chen has brought home a girlfriend. Stop cooking and come out." The door was flung open with a bang. "What? That brat found a girlfriend. Hello, Auntie." Number 18 slightly bowed and smiled. Eli Ling walked around number 18, nodding. "Not bad, very striking and well endowed. She can bear children." Number 18's face instantly turned crimson. Her future mother-in-law was indeed a bit fierce. "Ahem, Mom, if you keep saying that, number 18 will be embarrassed." Dongfang Chen's expression darkened. "Why must they talk about having children upon first meeting? At least wait until after the wedding. That's none of your business. This is my daughter-in-law. It has nothing to do with you." Li Ling took number 18's hand and sat on the sofa. "When do you plan to marry my stinky son? I'm looking forward to helping you take care of the children." Number 18 was at a loss for words at her future mother-in-law's remarks, only lowering her head in embarrassment. Number 17 felt helpless. Why was he always ignored, sighing lamentably as he sat alone on a sofa? "Mom, stop talking. If you keep it up, number 18 will leave that's their mother who talks about her daughter-in-law like this." Dongfang Chen felt utterly helpless. His mother was truly one of a kind. Unafraid to say anything, yet he felt a warmth knowing she hadn't changed at all. "You shut up. I'm talking to my daughter-in-law. It's not your turn to speak," Li Ling scolded. "Then what do you expect number 18 to say in response to such comments?" Dongfang Yi interjected. Eli Ling held her forehead. "Right? I was too hasty. Let us not talk about that. Now, daughter-in-law, let me ask you. Can you cook and do laundry? My Dongfang family must have a daughter-in-law who knows how to manage the household." Eli Ling was a very traditional woman. A wife who couldn't cook or do laundry was simply unacceptable. "Ah, Annie, I can do laundry, but I can learn to cook." Number 18 began to panic. Having been captured by Dr. Jero since childhood along with her brother number 17, she could wash clothes, but cooking was something she had never done as doctor. Jero always provided her meals. Li Ling frowned, clearly dissatisfied with number 18's response. Dongfang Chen sensed an impending disaster and hurried to stand behind Li Ling, beginning to massage her shoulders. Mom, these things number 18 can learn gradually. There's no rush. Li Ling nodded. This daughter-in-law must not be chosen hastily. Happy New Year, everyone. May everyone have a joyful time. Chapter 34. Fiancé 5. Hey, wait a minute, I said. Where have you been messing around again? Look at your clothes. What on earth is this? Li Ling hadn't noticed until now, but once she did, she was furious. Why aren't you hurrying back to your room to change? Dongfang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. He had put away the aura, but forgot to change his clothes. He was still wearing the outfit of a high priest and hurried upstairs. However, as soon as he reached the upper floor, he felt embarrassed. There were rooms everywhere, and he couldn't find his own. Lingxin, are you there? Now Dongfang Chen could only seek help from Lingxin. After all, she had arranged all of this. What is it? Don't disturb me. I'm playing mahjong. What? Are you kidding? You're a system, and you're playing mahjong. Even if you're playing, who are you playing with? Dongfang Chen was speechless. How had Lingxin started playing mahjong? It's your fault. If you had reached the Dominion realm, I could have manifested a physical body. Right now, I'm all alone in this space. It's quite boring. Dongfang Chen felt a twinge of guilt towards Lingxin. Playing mahjong alone must be very lonely. I am sorry. I'll come chat with you and help pass the time when I have the chance. Humph. Your conscience still remains somewhat intact. Your room is in 313. Please do not disturb me. Very well. Dongfang Chen hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor, returning to his room, where he changed into a dashing outfit. However, he quickly discovered that there were still several school uniforms that, oh my, could Lingxin have arranged for him to assume the identity of a student? Goodness, how vexing it is to be in school. Regardless, a student is a student. Dongfang Chen glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and with a click of his tongue, he noted that he had become even more handsome. It would be best to head downstairs first. Upon descending, Dongfang Chen was met with an unusual smell of something burning. Mom, why do I smell something charred? He queried. Just then, Li Ling sprang up, realizing that the vegetables were still cooking in the pot. She rushed back to the kitchen, only to be greeted by a shriek. Oh no, the food had burnt. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, while number 18 stood up, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to impress uncle and aunt. I'll go help in the kitchen. I'll assist as well, he chimed in. But number 18, you don't even know how to cook? You'll only be a hindrance, Dongfang Chen advised, asserting, allow me to handle it. Today, I shall let you all experience my exceptional culinary skills. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Big sister, if you go in there, you'll only embarrass yourself. I strongly suggest you sit quietly, number 17 cautioned. Humph. Number 18 snorted, realizing her younger brother spoke the truth. Her presence would only complicate matters. Mom, let me take over. Today, you'll get to taste my cooking, Dongfang Chen eagerly insisted. Wait a moment. You want me to sample your culinary prowess? Am I not already aware of your abilities? I fear I might end up poisoned, Li Ling retorted. In his previous life, Dongfang Chen had never stepped foot in the kitchen. His parents had always handled everything that it was merely a minor alteration of memories that Li Ling and Dongfang Yi had undergone at Lingxin's behest. Really, Mom? Just let me try. No, she replied firmly. Dongfang Chen sighed. Actually, I've been learning from a 5-star chef for quite some time. I assure you my dishes will satisfy you. Li Ling regarded him with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, attempting to discern any deceit in his eyes. Ultimately, she relented. Fine, you may have a chance, but I must supervise your cooking. In truth, Li Ling felt a swell of joy within. Her son had finally acquired a skill. With her permission granted, Dongfang Chen was elated and promptly ushered Li Ling out of the kitchen. Mom, just wait a moment. Please relax in the living room. Li Ling acquiesced, sensing that Dongfang Chen's return home felt different from before. Nevertheless, as long as her son was obedient, she cared little. The wealth under the Dongfang family's control was sufficient to last for generations. Before long, Dongfang Chen had prepared 5 delectable dishes using the exceptional culinary skills bestowed upon him by Lingxin. Fish, meat, vegetables, potatoes, and radishes. Dongfang Chen was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of the ingredients. After all, his parents had an endless supply of wealth. He understood their frugality, which was why he did not prepare an abundance of food. Had he known that his parents had refrained from lavish dishes due to their unfamiliarity, he would have been at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Regardless, both Dongfang Chen's parents and numbers 18 and 17 had long caught a whiff of the fragrant dishes, and the moment to dine had finally arrived. Although they anticipated the meal would be delightful, it was only upon tasting that they realized the flavors were beyond description. This is exquisite. Brother-in-law, I shall insist on enjoying your cooking more often. Number 17 praised, impressed. You little rascal, who would have thought your skills would surpass even mine? I might have to consider you as the chef of the household. Li Ling remarked between bites. Mom, if you wish. I can cook for you every day, Dongfang Chen replied with a grin. However, number 18 appeared less than pleased. Is my cooking not to your liking? Dongfang Chen inquired, puzzled. Not at all. It's quite delicious. It's just number 18 faltered. Unsure how to express her feelings. Was she worried that Aunt would disapprove of her lack of culinary expertise? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, you have an engagement. Oh, now that you've found a girlfriend. It's up to you to decide whether to proceed with the marriage, Li Ling divulged. Dongfang Chen, caught mid-bite, sputtered in astonishment, gazing at his mother in disbelief. Mom, are you serious? I had no idea I was engaged. Hearing this, number 18 felt a pang of sorrow, lowering her head to suppress her tears. This arrangement was made when you were quite young. We intended to inform you upon your graduation from university. But now that you have a girlfriend, I figured it was time to let you know, Li Ling shrugged, indicating that the ensuing complications were now his to resolve. Dongfang Chen noticed number 18's downcast expression and sighed. This engagement should be called off. I do not wish to be with someone I do not like. Upon hearing this, number 18's previous sorrow dissipated, replaced by a sense of joy. Well, let us continue our meal. I did not hear anything just now, she thought to herself. Dongfang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had avoided that predicament. Li Ling and Dongfang Ye had also observed number 18's reaction and were rather pleased. The mention of Dongfang Chen's fiancée had served as a test for number 18, to see if her feelings for him were genuine, and it appeared that their assumptions were indeed correct. By the way, you little rascal, classes resume tomorrow. If you don't apply yourself to your studies, just wait and see if I don't break your legs, Li Ling warned fiercely. This troublesome child only knows how to play all day, neglecting everything else. However, witnessing Dongfang Chen's culinary talent today, Li Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that her son had undergone a significant transformation and was no longer the same as before. Dongfang Chen wore an expression of reluctance. What sort of face is that? Li Ling inquired, pinching her fist at, It seems that if you display such an expression again, you'll be in trouble. Dongfang Chen is not genuinely afraid of studying. Rather, he feels a profound reluctance to leave his parents so soon after reuniting with them. Mom, which university am I attending? Given Dongfang Chen's current capabilities, acquiring this knowledge should be a mere trifling task, as he can easily commit it to memory after a single reading. It is Yanjing University. Your fiancé, he has been accepted there. Initially, I intended for you to enroll to foster your relationship, but now it seems unnecessary. Since you already have a girlfriend, you will have to manage your engagement on your own. With the current influence of the Dongfang family, we hold significant sway across the entirety of Mercury. No one would dare oppose a marriage annulment. Moreover, your fiancé's family possesses considerable power only within Longhua. Outside of it, they wield little influence. This engagement stemmed from a time when your parents, observing a small family on the brink of bankruptcy, were unexpectedly aided by Li Ling, who, for reasons unknown, decided to assist them. Consequently, due to this act of kindness, the family became linked to the Dongfang family in the eyes of the state and numerous prominent families, leading to continuous support and favorable business opportunities. This small family seized the moment and transformed into one of the most prominent families in Longhua. The time Li Ling intervened, the head of that family had a granddaughter nearly the same age as Dongfang Chen. Solidifying the engagement, Li Ling had not anticipated that the family she saved would seek to arrange a marriage with her son. She thought little of it then, believing that if it did not work out, they could simply annul it later. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi closely monitored the future daughter-in-law, who did not disappoint them. She was not only beautiful, but also talented and respectful to her elders, managing her family's business with remarkable efficiency. The more they observed, the more pleased they became. Such a daughter-in-law was exceedingly rare in contemporary society. However, they were taken aback when their son found a girlfriend, causing them some sorrow, though they quickly reassured themselves that as long as their son was happy, it mattered little. Even if she couldn't cook, they could always hire a maid. The crucial factor was that this woman must genuinely care for Dongfang Chen, and her recent behavior seemed to confirm that Sheba was indeed fond of him. Rest easy, such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. Dongfang glanced at Sheba's mother. Could you arrange for Sheba to attend Yinjing University as well? This way, we could cultivate our relationship. Very well, as long as you, my troublesome son, are happy. Your father and I are indifferent to the rest, Li Ling replied with a smile. But, my dear Chun, why is she referred to as Sheba? Shouldn't that be a code name? What about Shichi? Dongfang Yi inquired, puzzled. What kind of society is this where someone still uses such a name? No, this has always been an uncommon name, Dongfang Chen mused, equally curious about Sheba's and Shichi's real names. I am called Lotzi Li, and my brother is Labby C. Sheba responded candidly. A lovely name, Li Ling remarked. Oh wait, it appears Chen was unaware of your name, suggesting you two have only just met? Yes, and Sheba confirmed. Li Ling found herself intrigued. Such a cliché scenario unfolding in her son's life felt reminiscent of a television drama's love at first sight trope. Tell me, what is your intention in approaching my son? If you fail to disclose it, you shan't leave this villa. Li Ling stood, her fury directed at Sheba. Dongfang Chen was the apple of Li Ling and Dongfang Ye's eyes, and it was evident that Sheba had deliberately sought to get close to him. Surely, she was drawn to his innocence, perhaps seeking to deceive him for financial gain or some ulterior motive. Sheba stammered, feeling wronged. Earlier in the car, Dongfang Chen had advised her not to reveal her identity to his parents. Although he could now clarify everything, he felt no urgency, believing it best to wait a while. Unbeknownst to him, his parents had already misconstrued Sheba's intentions. Cat got your tongue? Guards, seize this woman and man who have approached my child. Suddenly, two men appeared in the living room, both SS-level, superpowered individuals, capable of standing against an army. However, Shichi was no pushover either. He swiftly subdued both men with a single punch each, while he did not intend to kill them. He maintained a fierce gaze upon Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, who began to feel the gravity of the situation as they witnessed their guards easily overpowered. Chen, come here. They're deliberately approaching you. It's far too dangerous. Dongfang Yi and Li Ling were aware that their family held dominion over all of Mercury, with many seeking to undermine them. That two SS-level, superpowered individuals could be subdued so effortlessly left them bewildered regarding the true strength behind such prowess. Dongfang Chen felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. His parents cared for him deeply at all times. Mom, Dad, you have misunderstood. Lotzi Li has no ulterior motives in approaching me, and neither does Labby C. You are overthinking this, he reassured them, with Lotzi Li nodding affirmatively. Uncle and Aunt, I genuinely like Dongfang Chen, but I cannot disclose my origins yet. Indeed, with our strength, dealing with your guards would be a walk in the park. Why would we need to approach our brother-in-law? Labby C scoffed, while Dongfang Chen shot him a disapproving glare, silently warning him to be cautious in his words. New Year approaches. Let us celebrate together. Chapter 36. Shock 7. Labby C sensed Dongfang Chen's intense gaze, but did not flinch. Instead, he met it with defiance. This is your parents' fault. If they come after me and Lotzi Li, let them dare to lay a finger on us. Dongfang Chen, do not think that just because you are Lazili's biological brother, I will not dare to act against you. My parents are my Achilles heel. Just observe if I dare to LABZ. Then come at me. I will tell Lazili that you bullied me. Dongfang Chen. Hey, you little rascal. I am your brother-in-law. LABZ. Even if you are my brother-in-law, it does not deter me. Dongfang Chen averted his gaze from LABZ. Very well, Dongfang Chen conceded. This matter was not the fault of others, but entirely his own doing. It was he who had to bear the consequences. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi calmed themselves. They must first stabilize LABZ and Lazili. Regardless of whether Lazili genuinely harbored feelings for their son Dongfang Chen, it remained uncertain. The bodyguard were no match for them, so they could only feign weakness. All right, I understand now. You truly care for our Dongfang Chen, so let us not be overly agitated. Dongfang Chen rubbed his forehead. Observing his parents' expressions, he realized that if he did not clarify everything today, his parents would never permit him to be with Lazili. With a snap of his fingers, Dongfang Chen halted the rotation of Mercury, bringing everything and everyone on the planet to a standstill. As for why Dongfang Chen chose to stop Mercury, it was because there were still 2 bodyguards nearby, and the entire estate was under their watch. Some matters were not for them to know. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Chen transported himself, his parents, Lazili, and La Bizi into the cosmos. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi were utterly astonished. Their son was indeed extraordinary, but of course, La Bizi and Lazili were similarly taken aback. Mom and Dad, let me be frank. I have traversed into other worlds and have only just returned to as for Lazili and La Bizi. They are from that world that Dio, you understand? Dongfang Chen intended to keep it brief, minimizing unnecessary words. This, son, your father and I have watched you grow. How could you traverse into other worlds? Li Ling found it hard to believe. Such a concept was difficult for anyone to fathom. Mom, Dad, when I first returned, I was wearing quite peculiar attire. That was what I donned in that universe that Li Ling and Dongfang Yi contemplated. Who in their right mind would wear such bizarre clothing? Furthermore, Dongfang Chen seemed to have transformed into a completely different person upon his return, which dispelled their previous animosities toward La Bizi and Lazili. Their son had indeed ventured into another universe and had become an unparalleled expert. Son, we believe in you. Can you tell us how powerful you have become? Li Ling was curious about her son's strength, especially since he had managed to arrive in the cosmos, far from Mercury. Dongfang Chen smiled at Li Ling and Dongfang Yi, then launched an energy orb toward a small asteroid. Boom! Mom, Dad, I can effortlessly obliterate a planet now, and both Lazili and La Bizi possess the same capability. So, cough cough, you need not worry about Lazili having ulterior motives in approaching me. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi nodded. There was no reason for suspicion now. Shall we return? Dongfang Chen nodded affirmatively in an instant. Dongfang Chen, Li Ling, Dongfang Yi, Lazili, and La Bizi were back. Li Ling looked at the 2 bodyguards, as if they were frozen in place, and gazed at Dongfang Chen with confusion. Dongfang Chen sheepishly scratched his head. Mom, Dad, I merely stopped the flow of time on Mercury. It's nothing significant. Li Ling, Dongfang Yi, La Bizi, and La Bizi. Cough cough, I never imagined my brother-in-law to be so formidable, able to control time. I am truly in a W. La Bizi felt envious. His brother-in-law was simply too impressive. He wondered if he could ever attain such strength. Dongfang Chen snapped his fingers again, restoring everything on Mercury to normal. Dongfang Yi and Li Ling no longer had doubts. Where could they find such a powerful daughter-in-law? This was a formidable person capable of destroying planets, someone they could not afford to offend. Bring them in. Soon, 2 more bodyguards entered the living room. Li Ling pointed to the fallen bodyguards and instructed, take them away to receive treatment. The 2 bodyguards replied in unison, promptly lifting the fallen ones and vanishing from sight. Cough cough, daughter-in-law, I must apologize. I misunderstood you, Li Ling said sincerely. Indeed, it was our fault. We are sorry. Dongfang Yi quickly added. Lazili felt a bit overwhelmed. She bore no grudge against her future in-laws, aunt and uncle. There is no need for apologies. As long as you permit me to be with Dongfang Chen, that suffices. Lazili was overjoyed. Her future in-laws finally agreed to her relationship with Dongfang Chen, though she felt slighted earlier. Such grievances were trivial compared to the joy of being with Dongfang Chen. No, you must accept our apologies. Otherwise, we will feel uneasy. Li Ling insisted on apologizing, as the origin of all this lay with her. Dongfang Chen could no longer bear to watch. Mom, Dad, there's no need for apologies. It is nothing serious. Lazili is wonderful. She certainly will not hold anything against you. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. Was their son being a bit too cheeky? The way he spoke seemed to imply it was their fault. Very well. Although it is our fault, it appears the true instigator is you. Had you informed us of everything, would we have misunderstood? As Li Ling pondered this, her frustration grew. and she walked over to Dongfang Chen, twisting his ear. "Mom, be gentle. It hurts." Dongfang Chen lamented internally. "This is all your fault. Had you spoken to us earlier, none of this would have transpired. And if it were not for this incident, would that mean you intend to continue hiding things from us? I feel compelled to give you a good thrashing for 3 days." Li Ling tightened her grip. "Mom, please stop twisting. If you continue, I might lose my ear." Dongfang Chen vowed never to deceive his mother again. He could not bear the consequences. Dongfang Chen resolved to keep the ultimate truth hidden forever. If his mother discovered it, he might end up with a broken leg. Unsure how to conclude, he hastily wrapped it up. Happy New Year! Chapter 37. The Temptation of a Beautiful Employee. 8. Li Ling released Dongfang Chen. In truth, she felt immense joy. Her son not only found a girlfriend, but also became an unparalleled powerhouse. Though she was unsure why Dongfang Chen had traversed to another universe, it mattered little. What was important was that he had returned. Moreover, he had transformed. The former Dongfang Chen was always preoccupied with play. Now he was someone who caught Li Ling's eye in every respect. "You rascal, you have matured. There are many things your father and I can no longer control. Now you have your own ideas. Do whatever you wish." "Really? Mom, you said it. Does that mean I can skip going to Yanjing for school?" Dongfang Chen was elated. Nothing was more tedious than studying. Spending an entire day in the classroom was simply too boring. Since my mother has declared that she will no longer concern herself with me. The first thing on my mind is, of course, the desire to avoid studying. Li Ling's expression was one of exasperation. Her son, who had never been fond of studying in the past, now returned as an unparalleled powerhouse, yet still harbored no love for books. It seemed he was in dire need of a wake-up call. "How naive of you! You must pursue your studies, and you must complete your university education. Otherwise, do not even think about entering this door," she insisted. Lazili stifled a giggle, bemused by the fact that her boyfriend was indeed a handsome paragon, yet he seemed to be quite the handful. Nevertheless, the prospect of studying excited her. After all, neither she nor Lapisi had received much formal education growing up. Had it not been for Dr. Gallo, they might very well be leading mundane lives as housewives and husbands by now. Indeed, Xiao Chun, your mother and I are counting on you to pursue your studies. Even though you are now a formidable powerhouse, you cannot let that distract you from your academic responsibilities, Dongfang Yi added, offering his encouragement. Dongfang Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, in his previous life, his parents had hoped for him to attend a prestigious school. But he had let them down by dropping out after high school. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, this time I will not disappoint you as I embark on my university journey. The day passed, and soon Xiao Chun, Lazili, and Lapisi descended to partake in breakfast. "All right, Mom," he replied, finishing the meal in no time. "Xiao Chun, I've arranged for Lazili and Lapisi to accompany you to school. Remember, if you dare to bully my future daughter-in-law, just wait until you return home." "Of course, Mom. How could I possibly bully Lazili? I cherish her far too much," Dongfang Chen lamented, feeling somewhat neglected as his mother doted on Lazili. Li Ling produced a black card and handed it to Dongfang Chen. "Take this card. It can be used anywhere without limit. Be sure to buy Lazili some gifts. You both don't have phones, so remember to purchase one and call me to let me know you're safe." Dongfang Chen accepted the card, feeling warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, Mom, but I'll buy a phone as soon as I arrive in Yanjing, and I'll call you immediately to reassure you." He leaned forward and kissed Li Ling on the cheek. "Goodbye, Mom." With that, he took Lazili's hand and boarded the car, while Lapisi climbed into another vehicle alone. Before long, Dongfang Chen arrived at the airport and boarded a private jet. "Wow, brother-in-law, your family is quite impressive. Even owning a private jet. My sister and I have never been on a plane before. This is our first time," Lapisi exclaimed with a smile. "If you like it, I can arrange for you to fly with me every day." Dongfang Chen chuckled, though he felt a twinge of sadness for Lazili and Lapisi. Had he known what awaited him, he would not have waited another year to return to Earth and vanquish Sun Wukong to save Lazili. All of this was Ling Xin's fault. Half an hour later, the jet landed smoothly in Yanjing, and Dongfang Chen was astounded by the sight before him. A fleet of luxury cars awaited. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, he thought to himself that 2 cars would suffice, one for him and Lazili, and another for Lapisi. Was it really necessary to have over 10 cars for this occasion? The presence of dozens of bodyguards was equally excessive. Young master, they greeted him, and Dongfang Chen nodded. While he felt the display was unnecessary, it certainly made for an impressive spectacle. As he observed the surrounding crowd, he heard whispers of admiration. Wow, that guy is incredibly handsome and wealthy. I declare him my male idol. Despite the noise, Dongfang Chen's keen hearing caught a comment that nearly made him stumble. Are they serious? I have no interest in you. Not lingering any longer, he swiftly took Lazili's hand and, under the escort of bodyguards, entered a Ferrari, while Lapisi opted for a Rolls-Royce. Hurry up and drive. The women here are too dangerous. Yes, young master, the driver replied. With a chuckle, Lazili remarked, brother-in-law, I'm starting to find you more and more interesting. Not at all, Dongfang Chen shook his head. Driver, take me to a mobile phone store. I need to buy a phone. Shall I have someone fetch it for you? The driver inquired. No need, I can handle it myself. And you don't need to send so many cars for me. The rest can head back, Dongfang Chen instructed. The driver nodded in acknowledgment. Soon, they arrived at a mobile phone store, and as Dongfang Chen exited the car with Lazili, the other vehicles departed, leaving only the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce, along with two drivers. The store employees were astounded to see such luxurious vehicles parked outside, and when they caught sight of the handsome young man stepping out, one employee nearly rushed to offer him a warm embrace. However, upon noticing the young man holding the hand of a woman, her enthusiasm waned. Dongfang Chen nodded in acknowledgment, but was taken aback by the employee's low-cut attire, stirring a rush of heat within him. As a novice in such matters, he seldom encountered such scenes, and the employee certainly fit the description of a beauty. Lazili, feeling a pang of jealousy, pinched Dongfang Chen's waist and shot a glare at the employee, who met her gaze defiantly. The employee understood that happiness must be earned, not given, and saw Dongfang Chen as a potential benefactor, even if only for a brief encounter. Ahem, Dongfang Chen cleared his throat. Lazili, what kind of phone do you want? I'll take whatever you choose. Bring me 3 of your most expensive phones, Dongfang Chen requested. The employee felt a twinge of disappointment, but accepted the challenge. After all, a high-powered, wealthy man was not easy to catch. All right, handsome. The most expensive model here is the Phantom. Each one costs over 10,000. I'll give you a discount for 3 at 30,000. Though the employee felt let down, she still shot Dongfang Chen a flirtatious glance. Dongfang Chen retrieved the black card. Can I use this here? Absolutely. Handsome. In no time, the phones were purchased, and Dongfang Chen, Lazili, and Lapisi each received one. Holding Lazili's hand, Dongfang Chen climbed back into the car and dialed his mother. Liling, hello, Mom. I've arrived in Yanjing, and I'm heading to school. You needn't worry. Please, I'm not worried about you. I'm concerned about my future daughter-in-law. Hearing his mother's words made Dongfang Chen roll his eyes, much to Lazili's amusement. Mom, I don't appreciate you saying that. I am your biological son. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of Yanjing University, where students thronged the campus on the first day of classes. The appearance of the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce caused quite a stirred, oh my, it's that heir from a prominent family coming to study at Yanjing University. Is he a boy or a girl? If it's a boy, he's definitely my idol. As the driver stepped out to open the car door for Dongfang Chen, he and Lazili emerged hand in hand, eliciting gasps from onlookers. My heavens, he is too handsome. How can such a stunning man exist? Yes, what do? I've fallen for him. Too bad he already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I definitely want to be his. Ah, with your looks, how could you ever hope to be my idol's girlfriend? You must be dreaming. The moment Dongfang Chen stepped out, the commotion escalated, and Lazili clung to his arm, staking her claim to the throngs of envious women. In the distance, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. What is going on? Why are there so many people today? Navigating through the crowd, he reached Dongfang Chen. Young Master Dongfang, greetings. I am Jiang Xingyan, the principal of Yanjing University. I extend a warm welcome to you. Dongfang Chen nodded. Hello, principal. Are the dormitory and bedding for me, Lazili, and Lapisi prepared? He asked directly. Jiang Xingyan felt a chill. Had it been any other student speaking to him in such a manner, he would have reprimanded them without hesitation. But before Dongfang Chen, he lacked the courage to do so. Very well, young Master Dongfang. Who is that person in the teacher's outfit? Is he a teacher? How foolish. That's the principal of Yanjing University, a figure of considerable significance. Even the principal is here to greet him. Who could he possibly be? How am I to know? Young Master Dongfang Chen, might you wish to first tour the dormitories? Jiang Xingyan lowered his stance considerably, to which Dongfang Chen replied, No need. Simply inform us where the dormitories are located, and we shall find our way there ourselves. Dongfang Chen shook his head. Very well. Young Master Dongfang, your dormitory is in Building A, Room 416. Miss Lotzi Li's dormitory is in Building A, Room 516, and young Master Lapis's dormitory is in Building C, Room 516. Furthermore, both you and Miss Lotzi Li have classes on the 6th floor of Teaching Building No. 1, while young Master Lapis's classes are on the 5th floor of Teaching Building Number 4. I have already arranged for bedding and all necessary living supplies for you. You may move in directly. Dongfang Chen nodded. You may leave now. Yes, yes, I wish you a delightful time, young master. Jiang Xingyan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly departed. The pressure of being with Dongfang Chen was overwhelming. You should continue enjoying your time with your brother-in-law. I cannot endure it any longer, he said before making his exit. The male god. That principal named Jiang Xingyan was rather amusing, wasn't he? It was as if he saw a devil upon laying eyes on you. Dongfang Chen chuckled softly. Lotzi Li, where would you like to go now? We are both enrolled in the same department and share the same class. That IT matters not. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Lotzi Li replied with a smile. Dongfang Chen surveyed the entire campus to discover any exciting spots, but soon realized that his class was in session, which struck him as peculiar. Wasn't today the start of the semester? As it turned out, the students had already prepared and gone to class, leaving him with little to do but familiarize himself with his classmates. Lotzi Li, why don't we head to the classroom first? Our future classmates are likely already there. Lotzi Li nodded. I will follow your lead. Before long, Dongfang Chen was holding Lotzi Li's hand as they approached Teaching Building Number 1. Throughout their walk from the school gate, they were the center of attention. Strikingly handsome, and she, adorably beautiful, a pair seemingly destined to be together. Upon reaching the turn on the 6th floor, a young woman, books clutched in her arms, collided with Dongfang Chen, sending her books scattering across the floor. I am so sorry, truly, the girl exclaimed, lowering her head in apology as she began to gather her fallen books. Dongfang Chen smiled, thinking it amusing that someone could be so clumsy, and bent down to assist her. Do be careful next time. Lotzi Li also crouched down to help. The young woman, preparing to express her gratitude to Dongfang Chen, found herself entranced by his presence, inadvertently dropping her books once more. As Dongfang Chen continued to assist the young lady in picking up her books, he noticed that she was gazing at him intently, but a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over him. It was all Ling Xian's fault for endowing him with such charm. Now, it seemed, every woman regarded him with the hunger of a wolf. Lotzi Li noticed the young lady's unwavering gaze fixed on Dongfang Chen and couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation. Yet also a hint of delight, for such a handsome man was hers, and not for the likes of these commoners. Dongfang Chen, don't let her stare, he called out to the girl, who snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at having been caught staring at a boy. Yet he truly was quite handsome. My apologies, fellow student, she stammered. Dongfang Chen shook his head. No problem at all. He handed the collected books back to the girl. Thank you. My name is Yananqing. I ask your name? I am Dongfang Chen, he replied, taking Lotzi Li's hand. This is my girlfriend, Lotzi Li. So she is your girlfriend. She is truly beautiful, Yananqing said, her disappointment evident, realizing such a handsome young man had a girlfriend. But then again, it was only natural he would not be single. Yananqing, if there is nothing else, my boyfriend and I will be on our way. We still need to head to class, Lotzi Li said, not wishing to linger any longer, feeling uneasy about the girl's lingering gaze on her boyfriend. And no, nothing at all, Yananqing replied, realizing her behavior was inappropriate, and quickly departed, clutching her books. Wanting to gaze at my boyfriend. In your dreams, ahem, Lotzi Li, she merely glanced at me a few times. What is there to be upset about? Dongfang Chen said helplessly. Humph, it is absolutely unacceptable. Women can cause a ruckus without reason, and now Lotzi Li has her justification. All right, let us enter the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom door, they found their classmates engaged in self-introductions, while the teacher was speaking at the podium. Excuse me, is there something you need, student? Dongfang Chen observed the teacher, a strikingly beautiful woman exuding an air of composure. Dongfang Chen smiled. Hello, teacher. Lotzi Li and I have just arrived. We are part of this class. My name is Dongfang Chen. The teacher quickly stood up, remembering the principal's instructions about a student named Dongfang Chen and a girl named Lotzi Li, both of whom were of considerable importance. Oh, please come in. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li enter the classroom. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Goodness, she is so adorable. How can such striking individuals exist? Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li, would you like to introduce yourselves? The teacher inquired, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li nodded and approached the podium. As Dongfang Chen surveyed his classmates, he noted their rapt attention toward both him and Lotzi Li. Alas, it is unavoidable. I am too handsome, and my girlfriend is too cute. It is impossible not to attract attention. Hello, everyone. I am Dongfang Chen. I look forward to your kind support. He did not bow. For he was, after all, a deity. Hello, everyone. I am Lotzi Li. I hope for your continued support. She glanced at Dongfang Chen. This is my boyfriend. The surrounding students, both male and female, erupted in lamentations. Wah, the male god has a girlfriend. Wah, the female goddess has a boyfriend. With that, Dongfang Chen paid no heed to the outcries of his classmates, taking Lotzi Li's hand as they found a seat. Around them, the excitement among their peers was palpable. My goodness, the male god is beside me. Goodness, the female goddess is beside me. All right, those who have yet to introduce themselves, please come up. Hello, everyone. My name is. Before long, each student had introduced themselves. At that moment, a particularly arrogant individual strode in, his expression and gait exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by two lackeys. With his head held high, he approached the podium, surveying his classmates below. I am by Uni. By as in white, Yin as in cloud, E as in carefree. From this day forth, I shall reign supreme in our class. Do any of you have objections? By Uni cast a sweeping gaze over all the students below. Excellent. Since no one dares to dissent, I shall unreservedly assume the role of the class leader. Who is that person up there? So arrogant. Nonsense. Do you not realize he is the young heir of Baichi Group? Have you heard of Baichi Group? It's a company worth hundreds of billions, among the top 500 in the world. We cannot afford to offend them. What? He is the young heir of Baichi Group. Indeed. Wow, how handsome. Many female students believe that only such domineering boys qualify as real men. Ultimately, Bai Yuni's gaze landed on Lotzi Li as he slowly descended. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dine with me? Bai Yuni, brimming with confidence, knew that anyone acquainted with him would not dare to refuse his invitation. Lotzi Li regarded Bai Yuni with a mixture of amusement and pity, as if foreseeing someone's misfortune. I am sorry, but I must decline. Bai Yuni was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time in his life he had been rejected. It seemed this girl possessed a certain intrigue. Fair maiden, you might not yet know who I am. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Bai Yuni, the young heir of Baichi Group. Lotzi Li shook her head, indicating she did not recognize him. Bai Yuni, unfazed, surmised that she might be from a rural background. Given her humble attire, Baichi Group is among the top 500 corporations in the world. Lotzi Li still shook her head and directly linked arms with Dongfang Chen. I have a boyfriend. Bai Yuni's expression darkened instantly, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. Kid, keep your distance from the beauty. Otherwise, do you know the consequences? It's over. My idol is doomed. To think he encountered Bai Yuni, indeed, what a pity. Dongfang Chen shook his head, dismissively stating, what can you do about it? Very well, tell me your name. Do you dare? Bai Yuni replied with a sarcastic smile. I am Dongfang Chen, always ready for your call. This name sounds somewhat familiar to Bai Yuni. After a moment's thought, one of his subordinates whispered, Boss, Dongfang Chen is the son of Dongfang Yi and Li Ling. The son of Dongfang Yi and Li Ling? Oh, now I remember. Let us go out for some fresh air. Bai Yuni turned sharply. Hold on. Dongfang Chen called out to Bai Yuni. In an instant, Bai Yuni spun around and knelt on the ground, clutching Dongfang Chen's feet. Young Master Dongfang, I was blind and have offended you. I hope you will overlook my transgressions, that I have elders above and dependents below, not to mention a child at home who cannot yet walk. Young Master, please have mercy on me, considering my pitiful plight. Heavens, who is he that merely uttering his name causes the young heir of Baichi Group to kneel? Dongfang Chen felt a vain throb on his forehead. How could he possibly have elders above and dependents below, and even a child? Are you kidding me? Today is New Year's. I wonder how many recommendation votes my 10 updates will garner. I implore for votes. Votes! Votes! Chapter 40. Scram. The lecturer at the seminar was equally astonished. What manner of identity does Dongfang Chen possess that merely stating his name could compel the young heir of a company ranked among the top 500 in the world to kneel? Moreover, Baichi Group is not merely a top 500 company. It is backed by numerous officials. At that moment, Bai Yuni was engulfed in despair, lamenting why he had provoked Dongfang Chen, why he had toyed with his girlfriend, and why he had dared to threaten Dongfang Chen that, oh, heavens, why must this be? To understand, Dongfang Chen's parents, Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, are notoriously protective. Any slight offense towards Dongfang Chen could lead to dire consequences, even death in the streets, and could potentially implicate the entire family. Bai Yuni has heard warnings from his father that offending a general is one thing, but offending Dongfang Chen is another matter entirely. And now he has foolishly chosen to cross that line. Bai Yuni has also heard tales of a general's son who, unaware of Dongfang Chen's identity, insulted him. The general, in a fit of rage, killed his own son as a form of apology to Dongfang Chen. Yet, astonishingly, Dongfang Chen's parents did not grant forgiveness. The following day, the entire family of that general met a gruesome end, either slaughtered in the streets or dying mysteriously at home. It is crucial to note that this was a general. If even he met such a fate, what hope does a mere merchant's son like Bai Yuni have? He could easily perish in the streets or at school, with his family suffering the repercussions as well. Dongfang Chen, if you do not forgive me, I will not get up, Bai Yuni laments, resorting to desperate measures to save his own life and that of his family, casting aside any semblance of dignity. Dongfang Chen feels as though a flock of crows has flown over his head. Merely revealing his name has instilled such fear in Bai Yuni. They're truly in need for such terror. Observing Bai Yuni's palpable fear, it is evident that it is rooted in the reputation of his parents. Dongfang Chen is also curious about how his parents have wielded such power that a mere mention of their name could bring someone to their knees, akin to Beerus encountering the Omni-King. Though perhaps even more severe, Bai Yuni, sensing Dongfang Chen's silence, assumes he is deliberating whether to spare him, and thus he must feign a pitiful state, which in truth is not far from reality. Just then, he notices his two lackeys still standing. A foolish act given his own submissive position that if he survives this ordeal, he will ensure they pay dearly. With a swift kick, he sends each of them sprawling to the ground. The lackeys, realizing their folly, hastily kneel, spitting on their hands to feign tears, attempting to appear as if they have genuinely wept. While the lackeys are aware of Dongfang Chen's name, they remain oblivious to the weight it carries. Dongfang Chen, Dongfang Yi, and Li Ling, Bai Yuni insists they remember, and while they may have committed the names to memory, the significance eludes them. Young Master Dongfang, please spare us. I have an elderly mother at home who is 80. One lackey begs. The other, a loss for words, suddenly has a moment of inspiration and clutches Dongfang Chen's other foot, wailing, Young Master Dongfang, my family is from the countryside. Recently, our female dog gave birth to 5 puppies with the male dog from next door. Well, my family of 6 relies on me to provide for them. The entire class is left speechless. Truly, what an absurd excuse. If they wait any longer, will he claim his family sow is about to give birth and need support? Dongfang Chen, upon hearing the plea concerning the dog, feels an uncontrollable rage. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to remain calm, reminding himself not to succumb to anger. You, all of you, get out, Dongfang Chen states, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuni feels as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders, promptly patting his lackeys on the shoulder before fleeing the scene. The lackeys scramble to keep up with him. Ha ha, my idol, I simply cannot contain my laughter. The excuse about the dog needing support is too much. How can such a reason exist? Razily exclaims, unable to restrain her laughter. Why does this world harbor such oddities? The first 2 excuses were somewhat understandable, but the third is utterly nonsensical. Well, it's your fault for being so beautiful. The saying beauty brings disaster truly applies here. Who knows how much trouble you will bring me in the future? Dongfang Chen chuckles. And you dare to speak. Have you looked in the mirror? Everywhere you go, women throw you flirtatious glances, and despite my good looks, I ultimately end up being at your service. Razily retorts, refusing to back down. Coughing, Dongfang Chen finds himself at a loss for words. The age-old adage, the graceful lady is a gentleman's desire rings true. Who does not appreciate beauty? The class is left in shock. Who exactly is Dongfang Chen? A mere name can compel the heir of the Baichi Group, one of the world's top 500 companies, to kneel in supplication, and all for such a trivial matter. Bai Yuni dashes far away, hoping to distance himself from Dongfang Chen, even contemplating switching classes, or rather, transferring schools entirely. Boss, who exactly is Dongfang Chen? You've always told us to remember his name, but never revealed his true identity. Asks Zhang Chong. Lu San, you both just need to understand that in Dongfang Chen's eyes, I am nothing. Beyond that, it is not for you to inquire. Knowing too much will only bring you trouble. Bai Yuni shivers at the thought of Dongfang Yi and Li Ling's terrifying reputation. Those names are considered taboo in high society. Misfortune befalls anyone who crosses them. Zhang Chong and Lu San, being sensible subordinates, recognize what is appropriate to ask and what is not. Understood, boss. Let us go. Today has been unfortunate to encounter Dongfang Chen, though we must find some fun to dispel this bad luck. Bai Yuni waves his hand, secretly hoping that Dongfang Chen will let this incident slide and not inform Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, for otherwise his fate would indeed be grim. Escaping abroad would not suffice. Great, boss. Where shall we seek amusement this time? Zhang Chong is elated, noting that it has been a while since the boss last sought entertainment. Of course, we should head to the KTV or nightclubs. Is there any need to ask? Lu San taps Zhang Chong on the head. No, this time we're not going to KTV or nightclubs. This time, I'm going to pursue girls, specifically to chase after Li Mushi. Bai Yuni declares with enthusiasm. Boss, you truly are something else. Aiming for the top school beauty, Li Mushi. I respect that. Lu San bows in admiration. Huh, indeed, only a beauty of Li Mushi's caliber could pique my interest. However, boss, I have heard that her family background is quite influential. It may be a challenge, Zhang Chong warns. What do I have to fear? Can anything compare to the might of the Baichi Group behind me? Bai Yuni asserts confidently. Yes, you are right, boss. Cough, cough, I am utterly exhausted from yesterday's 10 updates. My brain is nearly wrung dry. I need to rest. Chapter 41. The cancellation of engagement after this incident. The entire class is curious about Dongfang Chen's identity, yet no one dares to inquire further. Soon, every student has introduced themselves, while Dongfang Chen is disinterested, focusing instead on nurturing his relationship with Razily. He believes that the most pressing matter is to cultivate feelings with her, while academics can wait. He can master their content with a mere glance. Once introductions are complete, a sense of liberation washes over the class as they return to their dorms or engage in leisure with classmates. Razily, shall we go for lunch? Although Dongfang Chen and Razily do not feel the slightest hunger, they are in school and must maintain appearances. Sure, Razily nods. In no time, Dongfang Chen and Razily arrive at the cafeteria, which is already teeming with students, with an exceptionally long queue. Dongfang Chen grows impatient. If he has to wait in line, it may take ages. Ahem, Razily. Let us head to the supermarket. This crowd is unbearable. He awkwardly suggests, regretting having invited her to lunch in the first place, that I don't mind. Razily replies. Just then, a well-dressed man, handsome enough, approaches. Hey, beautiful. Are you here for a meal? Come, let me take you to eat. He says, attempting to take Razily's hand and lead her away. Dongfang Chen immediately grabs the man's wrist, baffled by the audacity of such individuals. This is not a novel. Why do they persist in approaching him with a beautiful girl at his side? Although this is only the second such encounter, Dongfang Chen knows more will follow. The man had already noticed Dongfang Chen standing beside Razily, but dismissed him, believing that once he revealed his family background, anyone would step aside, that I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. He threatens. Oh, then I am eager to see how I cannot bear the consequences. Dongfang Chen responds, undeterred. Even without his intervention, Razily would not follow this man. Should she choose to go, it would be merely for amusement. Humph. My cousin is Li Mushi, the foremost beauty among the four school flowers. And my family is part of the Li clan, the man scoffs, retracting his hand from Dongfang Chen's grip. Moreover, the Li family is backed by the Dongfang family, which you likely have no understanding of. Dongfang Chen sneers. The Dongfang family is singular in this world. The man's claim of the Dongfang family's influence is a laughable attempt to intimidate him. Furthermore, it seems this so-called cousin of his is his own fiancé. A fortunate coincidence, as he has yet to find a suitable excuse to call off their engagement, and now this individual has unwittingly provided him with a perfect opportunity. Ha! Lotzi Li, why don't you accompany him for a while? His cousin happens to be my fiancé, and if you go with her, I will have a reason to call off the engagement, won't I? Dongfang Chen conveyed to Lotzi Li through his thoughts. Lotzi Li nodded in agreement, and Dongfang Chen feigned a fearful expression, saying, "Then you should take her with you." With that, Dongfang Chen ran away. The man laughed heartily, looking disdainfully at the spot where Dongfang Chen had just been. Lotzi Li adjusted her demeanor, gazing at the man with a lovesick expression, trying her best to embody the image of a gold digger. The man was pleased with Lotzi Li's expression, yet he felt a deep disdain for her, believing that women in today's society are merely driven by money. "Come, beautiful, I will treat you to a lavish meal," he said. That evening, the man planned to take Lotzi Li to a bar, intending to get her drunk, and then, once Lotzi Li was sufficiently intoxicated, he intended to take her to a hotel room, but as soon as they entered, he was knocked unconscious by a figure in black. Lotzi Li immediately regained consciousness, and, with a swift kick, stomped on a man's leg, resulting in a sickening crack. His leg was broken. Although the man had just been knocked out, now with a broken leg, waking up would be a struggle. "How delightful it is to take advantage of you," Lotzi Li scoffed. "If you don't let me go, the Li family will not spare you." Now that Lotzi Li has been taken advantage of, she is far from pleased and must vent her frustration. With another kick to the man's hand, another crack echoed through the room, and his hand was also shattered. The Li family is backed by the Dongfang family. "How dare you?" The man did not finish his sentence before he fell unconscious again. "Take her away," Lotzi Li commanded the figure in black. "Yes, ma'am." At that moment, Dongfang Chen had found Li Mushi, who had just received a confession from Bai Yuni. Holding 99 roses, Bai Yuni knelt on one knee, gazing at Li Mushi with deep affection. "Li Mushi, I like you. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew I could never part from you. Your every move captivates me. Will you be my girlfriend?" Li Mushi had initially planned to go out for a late-night snack with her classmates, but she was unexpectedly confessed to in such a public setting. Get together, get together! Agree to him, agree to him!" The surrounding crowd began to cheer, many of whom were merely hired by Bai Yuni. Li Mushi remained unfazed by the commotion. She was not lacking in admirers. However, she understood the importance of maintaining a distance from any man, as she already had a fiancé. If her fiancé's family were to find out, not only would the man face dire consequences, but her own family would also suffer. Consequently, Li Mushi had rarely interacted closely with men throughout her life. "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Bai Yuni, undeterred by her rejection, stood up and proclaimed loudly, "I will make you develop feelings for me through my efforts. Make way." Suddenly, Bai Yuni heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and was startled. Young Master Dongfang. "What a surprise!" he exclaimed with a bright smile. Bai Yuni quickly stepped aside to let Dongfang Chen pass. Dongfang Chen approached Li Mushi, casting a shadow over her with a solemn expression, though it was an act. "Li Mushi, come with me." Despite the striking appearance of the man before her, Li Mushi did not succumb to infatuation. She looked at Dongfang Chen with confusion, uncertain of his intentions. "Oh, you require something from me?" Li Mushi had never met Dongfang Chen before. "I am your fiancé. Dongfang Chen, please follow me." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Bai Yuni in a state of despair, realizing he had inadvertently confessed to Dongfang Chen's fiancé. "Mom, I want to transfer schools. Beijing is too dangerous." Upon hearing that this man was her fiancé, Li Mushi decided to follow him. Her classmates looked on in disbelief that Li Mushi had a fiancé. Dongfang Chen had originally intended to break off the engagement on the spot, but he was taken aback by Li Muxi's beauty. She was no less stunning than Lotzi Li. Thus, he decided to show some courtesy to the beautiful Li Muxi. Soon, Dongfang Chen entered a vehicle, and Li Muxi followed suit, feeling anxious. Was it possible that Dongfang Chen had noticed her beauty and intended to take advantage of her? What should she do? Should she comply? The car soon arrived at a hotel owned by Dongfang Chen, which was about to open. However, he ordered the hotel to close immediately. Dongfang Chen led Li Muxi into a room that he sat on the bed, while Li Muxi, aware of the situation, sat beside him, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Ultimately, Li Muxi decided to surrender herself to Dongfang Chen, thinking that she could not escape her fate. She would eventually have to marry him. Delaying the inevitable seemed pointless, as she was merely a tool for her family's repayment of debts. I'll go take a shower. Stay put. Dongfang Chen sensed that Li Muxi might misconstrue his intentions, which was indeed easy to do. Li Muxi had no choice but to sit obediently on the bed. May I inquire why you called me here? Dongfang Chen nodded. Just wait. Li Muxi's heart raced with trepidation. Did Dongfang Chen possess some peculiar inclination? In a swift manner, Lotzi Li and the man in black entered with an individual whose face was smeared with blood. This man was indeed the one who had courted disaster. Li Muxi, filled with confusion, could not fathom the implications of this encounter. Dongfang Chen, equally taken aback, did not anticipate that Lotzi Li would reduce this man to such a wretched state. Clean his face, he instructed, to which the man in black responded promptly. Soon a man, missing both hands and feet, was dragged out. Cousin, save me. Please. The sight of the man ignited a furious indignation within Li Muxi, though he dared not display it outwardly. This person took my girlfriend, Lotzi Li, to a hotel for drinks, and after she became intoxicated, he insisted on taking her to a room. Had I not arranged for a bodyguard to accompany her, the situation would have escalated further, Dongfang Chen said, his voice trailing off. The implications cleared. Li Muxi inhaled deeply. It was evident that Dongfang Chen sought an explanation, and failure to provide one could spell trouble for his family. Li Muxi was perplexed as to how Dongfang Chen had discerned his identity, but it was not difficult for Dongfang Chen to investigate. Kill him, Dongfang Chen declared. The man, upon hearing this, pleaded, Cousin, please save me. If the Li family cannot contend with him, you can call upon the Dongfang family for assistance. Please, help me. I cannot save you. He is my fiancé, Dongfang Chen, she replied, and the man, realizing the gravity of his situation, despaired. With a swift motion, the man in black brandished a dagger and ended the man's life. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave, Li Muxi remarked, feeling uncomfortable amidst the bloodshed. I have something to discuss with you. Dongfang Chen stated, Our engagement is hereby dissolved. I do not wish to be with someone I do not like. He spoke plainly. I am aware my parents have a fondness for you, but they have also been informed of this situation. As for the Li family, I hope you refrain from using the Dongfang family's name in your dealings henceforth. Otherwise, it will not sit well with me. My parents may have no objections, but I certainly do. Return and inform your family. Should they disregard this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Li Muxi was unsure why Dongfang Chen sought to annul their engagement, yet it coincided with her own sentiments. She understood his request to cease invoking the Dongfang name, as the Li family's rise was largely due to their engagement. With the dissolution of the engagement, she departed, having made her decision. This chapter spans 3,000 words, marking it as my longest, yet I've come to realize that I am not suited for writing urban narratives. The intricacies elude me, and the stories conclude rather abruptly. Tomorrow may bring an end to this tale, as I venture into other realms. Despite posting 10 chapters yesterday, I received no recommendation votes. How disheartening. Chapter 42. Marriage. 4 years of university life passed swiftly, during which Dongfang Chen, Lotzi Li, and Labi Si excelled academically. Meanwhile, Li Muxi's family was incensed to learn of Dongfang Chen's intention to annul the engagement. Li Muxi's parents immediately flew to the capital to confront Li Ling and Dongfang Yi, seeking answers as to why the engagement was being terminated. Li Ling and Dongfang Yi merely stated that matters of marriage were at Dongfang Chen's discretion. Li Muxi's parents found themselves powerless, yet what they could not accept was the fact that they could no longer leverage the Dongfang family's name in their endeavors. signifying a severed relationship. Future endeavors for the Li family would become increasingly arduous without the Dongfang family's protection, as it was this very alliance that had garnered respect from other prominent families. During this time, Dongfang Chen had hoped to convince his parents to cultivate their abilities, but Li Ling and Dongfang Yi declined, asserting they were not suited for such endeavors, despite Dongfang Chen's assurances of bestowing upon them a powerful lineage. They ultimately refused that, in the end, Dongfang Chen granted them prolonged lifespans and eternal youth, which they accepted without hesitation. Moreover, Dongfang Chen assisted Lotzi Li and Labi Si in enhancing their powers, enabling them to ascend to the ranks of Super 17 and Super 18. With university completed, the next step was marriage. Indeed, Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li were to wed. Prominent entrepreneurs from around the globe, along with presidents and queens from various nations, gathered for the occasion, not to mention the rulers of the dark world. The nuptials caused a significant traffic congestion throughout the city, with celebrations spanning several streets, necessitating military intervention to maintain order. Hundreds of aircraft hovered above, releasing a deluge of money that cascaded down, an astonishing total of 600 billion. Congratulations, congratulations, Mrs. Dongfang. You are looking increasingly youthful, and soon you shall be a grandmother, Li Ling exclaimed joyfully. That evening, Dongfang Chen pushed open the door, beholding the stunning Lotzi Li, and gradually made his way to her side. Lotzi Li felt a mix of trepidation and elation. Cousin, now that we are wed, should we not consummate our marriage? Dongfang Chen inquired, a hint of bashfulness in his voice, having traversed 2 lifetimes. Lotzi Li, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. Dongfang Chen steadied his emotions and leaned in for a kiss. The door suddenly swung open with a bang. How could this be? Is someone truly interrupting at such a moment? Dongfang Chen exclaimed in exasperation, only to discover it was his own parents. Dongfang Chen rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Mom, Dad, are you serious? Have you come to eavesdrop? Li Ling and Dongfang Yi found themselves in an exceedingly awkward situation. They had been thoroughly engrossed in their conversation when, quite unexpectedly, there was a profound silence and a moment of carelessness. The door was inadvertently pushed open. Oh dear, son and daughter-in-law, please, continue, as if we were never here, was hastily uttered before they swiftly closed the door and fled. Ahem, dear wife, let us resume, Dongfang Yi coughed, urging them on. Azili was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized that her in-laws had been eavesdropping. In the year that followed, Dongfang Chen spent his days in a blissful honeymoon with Lotzi Li. Ahem, to be honest, I find little of interest to write about in the city. That it seems that urban narratives have become quite formulaic. With nothing fresh to offer, that it would be far more intriguing to explore other realms. That my principle is to steadfastly avoid following the plot, and instead, carve out my own path. If I were to adhere to the storyline, I might as well watch television. This chapter has reached 1,000 words, and the next will take us to another world. Mom and Dad, Lotzi Li and I are planning to venture into another world. Would you care to join us? Dongfang Chen inquired. Having explored every corner of Mercury, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. It was impractical to linger and continue spending money. Although the Dongfang family's wealth had been divided among several families for management, allowing Li Ling and Dongfang Yi to indulge in leisure, Dongfang Chen could not afford such a lifestyle, despite his own inclination towards laziness. The opportunity to traverse to different worlds or universes was too tempting to pass up. That it was essential to nurture his relationship with Lotzi Li, perhaps even to start a family. Oh no, my husband and I have grown accustomed to this way of living. Changing it now would be quite challenging. Moreover, what if the other world is dominated by powerful beings? Our presence there might only cause you trouble. Li Ling replied, shaking her head. She and Dongfang Yi had little strength to speak of. Their visit would only complicate matters. Having already lived long lives, Li Ling and Dongfang Yi preferred to remain on Mercury. Well, you and Lotzi Li should hurry up and give me a grandchild to dote on. Once you have that, I want to interfere with your adventures, Dongfang Yi remarked. Ahem, Dad, given my current abilities, it's not so simple to make Lotzi Li pregnant. You'll have to be patient, Dongfang Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. Although he longed for children, there was little he could do about it. Since marrying Lotzi Li, they had shared countless nights together, yet her belly showed, no signs of life, leaving him feeling helpless. All right, I understand. If you and La Zili happen to conceive in another world, you must bring the child back for us to help care for oh, you hear me? Li Ling insisted. Her fist clenched, indicating that it was up to them. Understood, Dongfang Chen affirmed. Turning to La Bis, he asked, Cousin, would you care to join us in our adventures? La Bis shook his head, replying, I think I will stick to my role as an animal protector. So La Bis returned to his original vocation, safeguarding wildlife. In his jurisdiction, poachers were non-existent, leading to a rather languid existence that a black hole suddenly appeared before them. Well then, goodbye Mom, Dad, and little brother, I will miss you. Dongfang Chen and La Zili waved farewell. Xiao Chen, remember to avoid trouble in the other world. It could be quite perilous, Dongfang cautioned. Understood, Dad, Dongfang Chen replied, grasping La Zili's hand as they stepped into the black hole. Hey Lingxin, you want to assign me an identity in the new world, will you? Dongfang Chen pondered that it might be preferable not to have an identity, as that would imply the presence of relatives and friends, which he found quite uncomfortable. Do you think I want to assign you an identity? Last time, I only did it out of pity for your parents, Lingxin retorted dismissively. Just don't assign me one, and I'll be fine, Dongfang Chen reassured her. Soon, Dongfang Chen and La Zili emerged from the black hole, arriving in a completely new era. The place they found themselves in was already shrouded in twilight. Enveloped in a somber atmosphere, the torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, and a faint, ominous aura lingered in the air, a sensation Dongfang Chen could instinctively perceive, though he had never encountered such beings. He recognized the signs from descriptions in novels. This aura was unmistakably one of supernatural essence. Dongfang Chen was disinterested in probing this world further, opting instead to go with the flow. He surmised that in this realm, he should be invincible, since Lingxin had once mentioned that he could navigate freely through worlds as long as they weren't top-tier ones, of course. This was contingent upon not encountering any extraordinarily powerful figures who might visit a lower world. Otherwise, he would have to make a hasty retreat. After all, stories often depicted the whims of such formidable beings as unpredictable, and some might possess peculiar interests. Given Dongfang Chen's striking appearance, he was acutely aware that this dimensional rift was one he had forged himself. He currently lacked the strength to access top-tier worlds. To do so, he would need to rely on Lingxin's dimensional passage. Dongfang Chen chose not to inquire which world they had entered. He preferred to let events unfold naturally. Darling, this is indeed another world, but why does it feel so lifeless? La Zili inquired curiously. Ahem, my dear, I'm not entirely sure. The atmosphere might be influenced by the supernatural essence in the air, Dongfang Chen replied. Supernatural essence. That's an intriguing term. What does it entail? La Zili asked, her interest piqued that it refers to certain beings in this world. Dongfang Chen began, hesitating for a moment. Essentially, it's when animals, plants, and insects cultivate powers, transforming into supernatural beings capable of assuming human forms. The essence they exude is what we refer to as supernatural essence. That sound about right? Haha, I, Dongfang Chen, am truly knowledgeable, even about supernatural beings. I must remain humble, he chuckled to himself. Yet, why do I feel as though you're merely brushing me off, or perhaps you genuinely don't know? La Zili queried, observing him closely. La Zili, filled with confusion, inquired, observing Dongfang Chen's expression, which clearly indicated his ignorance. Ahem, well, my dear wife, I must confess that I truly do not know. However, the essence of what I previously expressed is quite similar, as the saying goes. Confessing brings leniency. Resisting invites severity. Avoid later embarrassment. It is better to speak up now. Dongfang Chen exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you grabbing my waist? Although it didn't hurt, he had grown accustomed to his mother's frequent grips, prompting him to let out a yelp. Did you not notice the torrential rain? Why haven't you conjured up a couple of umbrellas to shield us? La Zili was not pleased. Her clothes were already drenched, and she urgently needed to find a place to change. Dongfang Chen flashed a radiant smile and produced a beautiful umbrella, opening it to shield them from the rain. La Zili promptly snatched the umbrella from him. With this downpour, you only produce one umbrella? This one is mine. You ought to conjure another for yourself. Dongfang Chen felt a bit awkward. He had initially intended to share the umbrella with La Zili, But the relentless rain was indeed too heavy for just one to suffice. He had no choice but to summon another umbrella, a matching couple S umbrella. Looking around, he spotted a quaint little town not far away. "Wife, there's a town nearby. Let us seek refuge from the rain there." Lazili nodded in agreement. "Let's see if you can guess what kind of world this is. I wonder if you can get it right." There is no penalty for guessing incorrectly, nor is there a reward for guessing correctly. Here is a hint. This world is set in an anime, a domestic one at that. Let us see how many can guess correctly. Well, indeed, guessing correctly is quite a challenge. In the afternoon, Chapter 44. Dongfang Chen wants a divorce. From a distance, Dongfang Chen could see the little town, but upon entering he was dismayed to find it utterly deserted. Shrouded in darkness, that Lazili's clothes were completely soaked, and she urgently needed to change. Without a thought for propriety, Dongfang Chen entered a nearby house, disregarding the fact that both of their garments were drenched. "Rogue!" Lazili exclaimed, taken aback by Dongfang Chen's brazen act of undressing upon entering the room, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Quick, hand me some clothes!" Unfortunately, Lazili had not brought any spare clothes, leaving her no choice but to ask Dongfang Chen for assistance. "All right, my dear," he replied, conjuring 2 sets of clothes, one for himself and one for Lazili. She immediately clutched her outfit and retreated into another room. Dongfang Chen shook his head, bemused that we are already an old married couple. "Yet you still feel shy. How amusing." Lazili, with her keen sense of hearing, caught his words, and despite their established bond, she still felt bashful during intimate moments with him. "Dongfang Chen, I have made a decision. You shall not touch me for an entire month," Lazili declared, omitting the term of endearment husband. Dongfang Chen, emboldened by their marriage, felt the need to address this matter. Upon hearing her words, it struck Dongfang Chen like a bolt from the blue. Since their marriage, unless under special circumstances, they had shared intimate moments almost nightly, and now she wished to impose a punishment of a month of abstinence. Who could endure such a fate? It was fortunate that Lazili was no ordinary person. Otherwise, enduring Dongfang Chen's incessant advances would have been unbearable. "Please, my dear wife, I was wrong. I promise I shall not dare again," he pleaded, desperate to avoid a month of solitary existence. "Dream on. I said a month means a month." Lazili insisted, standing her ground. She had to put an end to Dongfang Chen's incessant flirtations. "You, my wife, if you persist in this, I shall seek solace in the company of other women," Dongfang Chen retorted. "Contemplating that if you dare pursue another woman, I shall inform your parents," Lazili countered, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "And no woman wishes to share her man, for selfishness is inherent in all." "Ha!" Hearing the tremor in your voice. "My dear wife, do you think I cannot subdue you? Before me, you shall kneel, retract your previous statement, and I shall refrain from seeking other women." Dongfang Chen felt victory was within reach. But wait, Lazili had been his classmate and desk mate for 4 years, and had spent a year in marital bliss. She understood that although Dongfang Chen was flirtatious, he was not the type to pursue every pretty woman he encountered. After careful consideration, Lazili concluded that Dongfang Chen was merely trying to manipulate her. "You shall not force me. It is utterly impossible." Lazili decided to play her trump card. First, she donned her clothes to avoid giving Dongfang Chen any advantage, and she made sure to keep her voice low. Suddenly, her eyes welled with tears as she crouched down, hugging her head, sobbing quietly. Dongfang Chen, confused by the sudden silence, found it peculiar that she had stopped responding. Upon hearing his beloved wife weep, he was instantly taken aback. What on earth is happening? He rushed to her side, his heart aching at the sight of her distress. "Wife, please, do not cry," he comforted her. "What have I done wrong? Tell me, and I shall change. You no longer want me." She wailed. "You even considered seeking other women." With that, she pushed him away, shouting, "Get lost. I never want to see you again." Dongfang Chen was bewildered. How could such a trivial matter lead to her wanting him gone? He had merely jested, yet she took it to heart. Anger welled within him as he felt the fundamental trust between them had been shattered. "Fine, if that is how you feel, I shall leave." "Divorce it is, then," he declared, vanishing from her sight. Lazili was left stunned. She had merely intended to use Dongfang Chen's fear of her tears as leverage to coax an apology from him. Yet he had taken her words to heart and threatened divorce. Tears streamed down her face, for her earlier feigned sorrow had transformed into genuine heartbreak. Bastard Dongfang Chen, you wretched man. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters. He felt a sense of tranquility, yet frustration bubbled within him that I merely made a jest. How could she not trust me? As he walked, he stumbled over a large rock, cursing, "Damn it! Even a mere stone dares to cross me today." He kicked the stone with all his might, sending it crashing through several mountain peaks, each bearing a gaping hole in its center. Why is this happening? He cried out to the heavens, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dongfang Chen truly loved Lazili, yet the sting of her distrust weighed heavily on his heart. 4 years of camaraderie in college, a year of marriage, and all he received in return was her disbelief. Any man would feel an overwhelming sense of anger in such a situation. Realizing that she could no longer wallow in sorrow, Lazili resolved to find Dongfang Chen and clarify the misunderstanding. "Husband, I was wrong. Please come back. I know you are nearby. Watching me, don't hide away, please. Fine. I will even allow you to seek other women if that is what you desire." Lazili was still not convinced that Dongfang Chen would abandon her so easily. "Enough with the games. Come out, please." As she spoke, a voice broke the silence. "Hey, sister, there's someone crying in the rain." She looked so pitiful that a little girl holding an umbrella turned to the beautiful woman beside her. "Indeed, she does appear quite sorrowful," the man accompanying them remarked. "Let us see what troubles her," the woman said, her heart aching for Lazili, who must have encountered some dire circumstances. Lazili noticed a beautiful woman and a child approaching her. In an instant, she was taken aback. "Have you seen a handsome man with snow-white hair?" Lazili inquired anxiously. The woman, observing Lazili's distress, understood that she had likely been deceived in matters of the heart. "Dear girl, he is not worth your tears. Life must move forward. You're mistaken. He is my husband, and he loves me dearly," Lazili protested, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen overheard Lingxin's comment. "You still have time to enjoy your meal. While I am embroiled in a quarrel with Lazili," his mood soured instantly. Lingxin, with remnants of her meal still in her mouth, looked at him in disbelief. "You had a fight? What happened?" "I merely jested with Lazili, and she demanded I leave," he lamented. Lingxin was at a loss for words. "You quarreled over such a trivial matter?" "Indeed, I thought a jest would lighten the mood," Dongfang Chen replied, feeling disheartened. "Shouldn't you return to your wife?" Lingxin suggested that I have no intention of returning. She told me to leave. "Why should I go back?" Dongfang Chen retorted, pride swelling within him. "Your emotional intelligence is lacking, to say the least, if not for me." "I would doubt your ability to win her back," Lingxin remarked, exasperated. Just then, a screen appeared before Dongfang Chen, displaying Lazili's forlorn face as she cried out, "Husband, I was wrong. Please come back. I know you are nearby." Watching me, Dongfang Chen's heart ached at the sight. "I was mistaken. I must find my wife." "Dear girl, that man is not worth your tears," the beautiful woman said, but just then, a strikingly handsome young man with white hair appeared beside Lazili. "Ah, such a handsome young man!" the little girl exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Dongfang Chen gently embraced Lazili, reassuring her, "I misjudged you. I will never leave your side. I promise." Lazili clung to him tightly, afraid he might vanish again. "I will never deceive you again. You may pursue as many women as you wish, but please do not leave me." Dongfang Chen's heart ached. "Rest assured, my dear, my affections are solely for you, that I will not seek others." Noticing Lazili's clothes were soaked through, he used his powers to dry them before conjuring an umbrella. "Allow me to carry you." Lazili nodded, slowly releasing her grip on him. Dongfang Chen crouched down, allowing her to climb onto his back. "Rest for a while. I will not abandon you." Exhausted from the emotional turmoil, Lazili nodded and rested her head against him. With a sigh, Dongfang Chen reflected on how he had misjudged Lazili. "Ladies, may I inquire where you are headed?" he asked the beautiful woman and her little companion. "Greetings, I am Dongfang Huaizhu." The woman introduced herself. "This is my sister, Dongfang Qinlan," she added, gesturing toward the little girl. "And this is my junior. We came here to gather medicinal herbs, but unexpectedly, a torrential downpour began, compelling us to seek refuge from the rain. Dongfang Chen nodded, introducing himself. I am Dongfang Chen. I just happen to be here with my wife. Also seeking shelter from a rain that we recently had a minor disagreement. Why don't we join forces and see if there are any hospitable souls in this town? Dongfang Huaizhu, taken aback, exclaimed, You are also of the Dongfang lineage? Yet I do not recall ever having met you. To think there's another of our surname in this vast continent is quite peculiar. Dongfang Chen shook his head, clarifying, I share the surname Dongfang. But I am in no way connected to your family. Despite her astonishment, Dongfang Huaizhu refrained from probing further. He asked for her sister, Dongfang Qinlan. She remained blissfully unconcerned, for in her world, the most significant matter was the enjoyment of candied hawthorn. Let us proceed, Dongfang Huaizhu agreed. There should be someone ahead. Initially, she harbored a deep resentment toward scoundrels, but upon beholding Dongfang Chen's striking appearance, she felt her resolve wavering. Alas, she had succumbed to his charm, for he was undeniably handsome. Yet, as a girl of virtue, she knew she must maintain her composure. With La Zili nestled on his back, Dongfang Chen engaged in conversation with Dongfang Huaizhu as they walked. However, after some time, they found themselves unable to locate an open dwelling. Dongfang Chen contemplated whether to simply enter a random house, but Dongfang Huaizhu objected, insisting on maintaining decorum. One must not intrude without the homeowner's consent. At that moment, Dongfang Chen berated himself for having invited Dongfang Huaizhu and Dongfang Qinlan to accompany him. Soon, however, he spotted a house illuminated by light. There appears to be a residence ahead. Let us seek shelter for the night. Dongfang Chen suggested with a smile. Excellent. I shall scout ahead. Do follow closely, he urged. Dongfang Huaizhu's disciple, whose name I am uncertain of, approached the illuminated establishment, a tavern named Linen Inn. Thank goodness there is finally someone here. I feared the townspeople had vanished, he exclaimed. Innkeeper, may we have a room? Suddenly, a sharp blade was aimed at Dongfang Huaizhu's disciple, who gulped nervously. He had merely inquired about room availability, yet it felt as though his life were at stake. Knowing this place is devoid of inhabitants, why have you come? Are you not perhaps a demon? The man with the sword accused. And no, I'm merely a human. A good person, Dongfang Huaizhu's disciple stammered, nearly losing his composure. All he desired was a simple lodging, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. You might assume that La Zili and Dongfang Chen would harbor long-standing grievances before meeting again, but you are mistaken. I shall not depict it that way, he declared with a chuckle. This young master, Dongfang Huaizhu interjected, we have come to this place to gather herbs. These two by my side have nowhere to stay. We are not demons that I implore you, kind sir, to allow us to take refuge from the storm. Indeed, brave hero, she added. The herb-gathering man scoffed. This town is rife with demons. Who in their right mind would come here for herbs? Especially not with a woman and a child in tow. You appear far more demon-like than human. Let me pierce you with my sword, and we shall see if you are truly human, he retorted, lunging at Dongfang Huaizhu's disciple. Dongfang Chen watched the spectacle unfold with quiet amusement. If they refuse him entry, he would have to intervene. Ah, miss, save me. I'm merely a bystander. I have wronged no one. With a resounding crash, the man's sword flew from his grasp. Startled, he turned angrily toward the man behind him, who had interrupted his demon-slaying mission, but a figure clad in white, holding a feathered fan, shook his head. Sherdang, have your eyes gone blind? These individuals exude no trace of demonic energy. How could they be demons? The man in white glanced at Dongfang Huaizhu and smiled. Please, allow them to enter and seek refuge from the rain. We are all good people here. Dongfang Chen scoffed, suspecting the man in white was not to be trusted, for his smile resembled that of a villain from a television show he had seen. Shirtang, how infuriating! Shimin Chuzand, you dare to thwart my efforts! Shimin Chuzand smirked dismissively. I am indeed here to spoil your plans. What will you do about it? Shall we engage in a duel? If you win, you may have your way. I will not interfere, Shirtang retorted. However, Shirtang quickly reconsidered, realizing he was no match for Shimin Chuzand and would only invite unnecessary suffering upon himself. Enough, brothers, a figure clad in fiery red attire and golden hair descended from above Dongfang Huaizhu. Uniquely, the rain around him evaporated in a vapor as it fell. Dongfang Chen mused that he too could achieve such a feat, perhaps even halting the rain altogether and transforming the day into a sunny one. He preferred to remain modest, indeed, modest in demeanor, yet grand in action. Dongfang Huaiju's disciple gazed in astonishment. Goodness, the rain evaporates upon contact. Such incredible power. Dongfang Chen tilted her head in confusion. Power? Chen, do not be troublesome. Dongfang Huaiju admonished, reflecting on her sister's incessant curiosity, for she was small yet quite mischievous. In due course, Dongfang Chen carried La Zili into the inn, followed closely by Dongfang Huaiju. Darling, please set me down. I must surely be weighing you down, La Zili protested, having been unable to sleep, fearing that if she did, she might awaken to find Dongfang Chen gone. Dongfang Chen nodded, gently lowering La Zili and assisting her onto a nearby stool. Wife, please sit for a moment. I owe you an apology. All that transpired earlier was my fault, and I vow it will not occur again. Oh, Zili smiled softly. Scoundrel, Dongfang Chen scoffed, though she could not deny Dongfang Chen's striking looks. In her eyes, he remained a rogue. Little sister, cease your foolishness. He merely had a moment of conflict. Dongfang Huaiju interjected, though she felt a flicker of affection for Dongfang Chen. She believed that it was natural for couples to have minor disagreements. It was nothing of great consequence. Cough, cough. Dongfang Chen cleared his throat, acknowledging that he indeed bore some responsibility for the earlier incident. At tea that moment, an elderly man approached, bearing a selection of dishes and placing them before Dongfang Chen and his companions. Then serving the same to Shimin Chuzend and his group, Dongfang Chen, entranced by the delectable spread, could not help but swallow hard. It looked utterly delicious. She wasted no time in grabbing a bowl of rice and beginning to eat. In this vast world, there is nothing more important than a good meal. As La Zili prepared to partake in a meal, Dongfang Chen grasped her hand gently. Wife, all that transpired earlier was my fault. I shall make amends. He lifted a bowl of rice, conjuring a spoon, and began to feed her. Zili nodded in acceptance. Although Dongfang Chen had always cared for her, he had never fed her like this before. She felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, akin to consuming honey. Nay, even sweeter than honey. Dongfang Chen could no longer bear to watch. One moment they were at odds, and the next they were a picture of marital bliss. While they were indeed husband and wife, was it truly necessary to feed one another? Meanwhile, the rain is not a bother. Brother Chiho's fiery prowess is indeed extraordinary. The title of Little Fire God is well-deserved. Shimin Chuzin chuckled. Indeed, in our generation, Brother Chi is the strongest, Shurtang proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Strong? I cannot claim such a title, for the Taoist sect is the mightiest clan, having always revered royalty in the Dongfang lineage. Suddenly, as Dongfang Chen was feeding La Zili, she unexpectedly spat out her food. Dongfang Chen was taken aback. Wife, what ails you? Please do not frighten me. La Zili waved her hand dismissively that I am fine, merely feeling a bit unwell. Oh dear, host, your wife La Zili is pregnant, Ling Xin announced. What? Pregnant? Dongfang Chen was momentarily stunned, disregarding Ling Xin's words, confident that she would not deceive him. My dear wife, I just sensed it. You are with child. We're going to have a baby. Dongfang Chen rejoiced, elated beyond measure, for he had thought it would take ages before they could have a child. To my astonishment, within just a year, La Zili has become pregnant. La Zili herself is quite surprised. Yet upon regaining her composure, she feels immense joy as she gently caresses her belly. Is it true? Of course, would I ever deceive you? Congratulations, congratulations. I never expected your wife to be with child. Dongfang Huaiju shares in the happiness of Dongfang Chen, yet simultaneously feels perplexed. How could Dongfang Chen possibly know about La Zili's pregnancy without checking her pulse? However, she refrains from probing further. Thank you. Dongfang Chen also places his hand on La Zili's belly, burying his head against it with a foolish grin. Enough already. Husband, you look utterly ridiculous. While La Zili is delighted, she cannot help but feel exasperated by Dongfang Chen's antics. Indeed, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations to this brother on the birth of a son. Shimin Chue Sha laughs heartily. Due to La Zili's pregnancy, she can hardly eat anything, leaving Dongfang Chen at a loss. However, both he and La Zili have already mastered the art of fasting, rendering them unaffected by the absence of food. Thus, Dongfang Chen guides Lazili to their designated room to rest. L la 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 la. Hee. Chapter 47. The monster approaches Lingxin, the beautiful maiden. What should one pay attention to during pregnancy? Dongfang Chen, having never cared for a child, especially an unborn one, feels a tinge of anxiety. Lingxin, speechless, wonders why he would inquire such matters of her, having never borne a child herself. Alas, what can I do? After all, I am the omniscient system. Such trivial knowledge is beneath me. Fear not. Lazili's condition poses no discomfort. She merely needs to rest more. Well, I must confess, I am not particularly well-versed in the affairs of expectant mothers. Nevertheless, given Lazili's strength, it would be difficult for anything adverse to happen. Dongfang Chen reflects and agrees. Lazili is indeed a formidable figure now, possessing combat prowess in the hundreds of billions that he realizes that his worries may be unwarranted. What man does not fret upon learning his wife is pregnant? My dear, let's take some time to rest. With your strength, you should be fine. Husband, I must inform you, tonight you are not allowed to touch me. Lazili, too, is unclear about childbirth, as this is her first experience. Why, dear, you underestimate me. Now that you are carrying my child, how could I possibly impose myself upon you? Any such actions must wait until later. This is not a time for recklessness. The implications for the child could be significant. Before long, Lazili has fallen asleep in Dongfang Chen's embrace that in the middle of the night. Dongfang Chen dreams a beautiful dream, envisioning himself on vacation with Lazili and a child in a picturesque setting. The monster has arrived. Seeing you so joyful today, sleep well. Alas, I, the great beauty, have a kind heart. Lingxin muses. Outside, a horde of monsters approaches the inn. All spider spirits. Ha ha! What a delightful sight! A sword chi cuts through the air from the inn, and the surrounding spiders perish. Humph! Summoning these minions is akin to underestimating me. Your esteemed Taoist. Such audacity is laughable. Shurtang scoffs. The slain spiders split open, releasing wisps of purple essence. These spiders are poisonous. Shurtang is taken aback, realizing the spiders possess venom, complicating matters. Alas, these monsters are toxic. We cannot slay them. That a mere toxin. What harm could it possibly pose? Watch me. Chihua dismisses the threat. Seeing the poison as inconsequential, the flame bursts forth from Chihua's right hand, soaring into the sky and transforming into a cascade of fire, raining down upon the recently deceased spiders. Ha! These little monsters will turn to ash beneath my flames. After a while, the spiders are charred, yet the poison persists and multiplies. This is bad. The flames are ineffective against the toxin. Such poison pales in comparison. Before me, the jade-faced wind lord. It is nothing but trivial that a fierce wind arises, obliterating the structures around them. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen and Lazili remain sound asleep, blissfully unaware. Ha! Brother Shiman, your brilliance shines through, even in this eye of the storm. The toxic fumes cannot harm us. Indeed, the one who summoned these little demons underestimated us. Shurtang adds. Have you not considered the plight of ordinary people? Dongfang Huaizhu expresses her indignation towards the three before her. You show no regard for even the common folk, behaving more like beasts than humans. Blowing away the toxic smoke will render the surrounding area uninhabitable, leaving no birds or trees. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Humph, Miss Dongfang, this is a battlefield. Sacrifices are a natural occurrence. Shiman Chue Sha chuckles at her words. You could easily clear a path with your wind and retreat from the encirclement. Dongfang Huaizhu, infuriated, thinks to herself that had she not needed to protect the elderly, she would be the first to engage in battle with him. Puffed, retreat. Miss Dongfang, does that not imply weakness before the monsters? I, the jade-faced wind lord, shall never bow my head to monsters. That I am eager to confront this individual, who shows no mercy even to ordinary people. That a wooden stick flew past the eye of Dongfang Huaizhu, who then noticed a spider releasing its venom and thought to himself, oh no, this room harbors poisonous spiders. Everyone must join forces. Each person exerted their power in defense. Sister, look! Dongfang Qinlan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the location of Dongfang Chen and Lazili. Dongfang Huaizhu and the others also turned their gaze toward Dongfang Chen. What the hell? Are you kidding me? We are here battling wits with monsters while you are still asleep with your wife. A man lamented. Why do you have to wear clothes while sleeping? If Dongfang Chen were no, he would certainly say, of course I know I'm wearing clothes. I remember to take them off at bedtime. All of this, of course, was thanks to Lingxin. Dongfang Huaizhu resolved to wake Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li, for it was too perilous otherwise. Upon reaching Dongfang Chen, she was suddenly repelled, perplexed by the unseen force that seemed to protect him. This is not good. A powerful, malevolent aura is approaching. Everyone, be cautious. The jade-faced wind lord's expression turned grave as a monster with 8 eyes on its face, clad in red, sauntered closer. Oh dear, you have discovered me. The monster tore its clothing, revealing its robust physique. Adorned with myriad eyes, each eye emitted an incredible light, transforming the night into day. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li remained deep in slumber, yet Dongfang Chen felt a blinding glare. Simultaneously, in his dream, he and Lotzi Li were holding a child's hand. Watching the sunrise. It's too late. The monster is here. Shimin Chue Sha waved his fan, and a fierce wind surged. Qinlan, sister, Qinlan. As everyone was unable to see, they could only endure the wind stirred up by Shimin Chue Sha, unaware of where it blew. The next morning, Dongfang Chen awoke on time, glancing around in bewilderment. What in the world? Where's my house? Where's my bed? He exclaimed, utterly confused. Cough, cough, dear Dongfang Chen, it seems a monster visited last night. I noticed you were quite content, so I refrained from disturbing you, you understand? Lingxin said. Dongfang Chen instantly ignored Lingxin. What mattered most now was, of course, his wife. Wife, are you all right? Dongfang Chen shook Lotzi Li, urgently inquiring. Lotzi Li was roused by his shaking, slowly opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, displaying a look of utter bewilderment. Cough, cough, dear wife, a monster came last night. I wanted you to rest well, so you understand. Dongfang Chen stammered, feeling awkward. Lingxin thought, forget it, I can't be bothered with him. Lotzi Li felt a twinge of gratitude, touched that her husband had considered her well-being. She gently kissed Dongfang Chen on the cheek. Chapter 48, The Phoenix of Immortality. Thank you. Dear husband, it's nothing. It is my duty, Dongfang Chen replied, somewhat pleased. Cough, cough, could you two possibly hold off on the displays of affection for a moment? Dongfang Chen lifted his head, noticing a man standing atop a large tree, clad in white and wielding a sword, though the man's face was obscured from view to that moment. The previously collapsed Dongfang Huaizhu also awakened. Lotzi Li hurried to assist Dongfang Huaizhu in getting up. Miss Dongfang, are you all right? Dongfang Huaizhu surveyed her surroundings and shook her head, indicating she was fine. Have you seen Qinlan? Lotzi Li shook her head in response. Dongfang Huaizhu felt a bit disheartened. After all, they had slept so soundly last night that they were unaware of what transpired. Upon hearing this, Lotzi Li and Dongfang Chen exchanged awkward glances, as they indeed had been in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Lotzi Li remarked, it's all my husband's fault for letting me sleep so soundly. Now, Miss Dongfang's sister is missing. I must insist he go search for her. Dongfang Chen retorted, it's all Lingxin's fault for making us sleep so soundly that we didn't even see the legendary monster. What a pity. I must see what the monster looks like. Lingxin sighed, feeling unjustly wronged. What have I done to deserve this? Everything I do is for your happiness, to prevent any disturbances. The man in white atop the tree expressed his discontent. Am I not a living person? Is it really acceptable for you to ignore my presence? Cough, cough, everyone. Are you well? Dongfang Huaizhu glanced back and noticed the man holding a treasured sword, his side profile partially visible beneath a mask. Could it be that you're the recently famed masked sword immortal? Dongfang Chen approached Dongfang Huaizhu's position for a better view. Wow, he really is wearing a mask. Just moments ago, all I saw from my position with Lotzi Li was his back. But from here, Dongfang Huaizhu could see his profile. Dongfang Chen thought to himself, this is quite the display. Should I also don a mask and have my wife wear one too? Perhaps I could ask Lingxin to conjure a large eagle. And together, my wife and I could travel the martial world, fighting villains and rescuing the good. In the future, Tales of the legendary couple known as the Divine Eagle couple would echo throughout the realm. Indeed, it's settled. Ling Xin suddenly felt that Dongfang Chen's eccentricity was flaring up again. The title of Masked Sword Immortal is one I do not deserve. I'm merely an amateur swordsman, the masked man humbly replied. Dongfang Chen found this humility rather amusing. Wearing a mask certainly added an air of mystery, and if he spoke with a touch more modesty, he might appear as a sage from beyond the realm. Dongfang Chen was quite taken with this demeanor. As the masked man turned, Dongfang Chen noticed the mask resembled that of a clown, a rather comical face. Instantly, the grandeur associated with the title of Masked Sword Immortal crumbled in Dongfang Huaiju's mind. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li exchanged puzzled glances. You could have chosen a more imposing mask. Why wear one that looks so silly? Dongfang Chen mused, contemplating whether he and Lotzi Li should still wear masks in the martial world, as it cast out on their own image. Now, Dongfang Chen regarded this so-called Masked Sword Immortal as nothing more than a jester. My lady, I have a matter to discuss with you, the masked man began. Only to hesitate, feeling a bit shy. Me. Dongfang Huaizhu responded, puzzled. I don't know you. What could you want from me? Are you attempting to profess your feelings? The mere thought sent chills down her spine that I'm unsure how to articulate this. It feels quite awkward, the masked man stuttered. In a flash, he unsheathed his sword and, with a swift motion, severed a few strands of Dongfang Huaiju's hair. I urgently require this, and I shall compensate you for it later. Dongfang Huaizhu was taken aback by the speed of his swordplay. Dongfang Chen thought this fellow was getting a bit too high on himself, acting as if he were above him. This will not do. I must ask Ling Xin to procure a steed for me to elevate my status. Dongfang Chen found himself inexplicably eager to flaunt a bit of grandeur in front of the masked man. Author, did you not expect this? It is my power that incites your desire to show off. Ling Xin, exasperated, thought, has this host lost his mind? Why is he so intent on posturing? You need not worry about that. I simply cannot stand that masked man. Dongfang Chen insisted. If you can't stand him, then deal with him. Is he really a match for you? Ling Xin retorted. Ling Xin arrived, stating that she believed in winning people over with virtue. Do you understand? Quickly bring me a steed. Dongfang Chen. What kind of steed do you desire? I would like a divine eagle, one that exudes an aura of power. The appearance must be striking. If a steed is merely a pretty face with no strength, it is nothing more than a decorative vase, utterly useless, save for showing off. Indeed, a phoenix would suffice, wouldn't it? It will arrive swiftly. Please wait a moment. Ling Xin, feeling helpless, pondered whether her host had been possessed, though that seemed implausible. With her presence, how could possession occur? Even someone at the Dominion level would find it impossible to seize Dongfang Chen. That IT was quite perplexing. Yes, the prestige of a phoenix is undeniably high. Also, I require a mask, one that commands respect. Ling Xin exclaimed, Oh my, has my host truly been possessed? Why would one request a mask, such a frivolous item? What do you need a mask for? I have no choice. I am simply too handsome that I require a mask to obscure my unparalleled beauty. Dongfang Chen replied. All right, that explanation is valid. Ling Xin conceded, left speechless. If you wish to flaunt, then so be it. What more is there to say about concealing one's appearance? Furthermore, Ling Xin, if the mask you provide lacks any utility, it would be quite embarrassing for your all-powerful system. Dongfang Chen expressed his delight. These two masks are perfect for me and my wife. Should any issues arise, I can send my subordinates to deal with them while I cheer from the sidelines. Moreover, my wife, Lazili, is in dire need of assistance in her cultivation. This mask is truly a blessing to, young Master Dongfang. Miss Lazili, I must take my leave. I need to rescue my sister, Dongfang Huaizhu said, concern evident for her sister. Qinlan. Miss Dongfang, wait a moment. I will have my husband rescue Miss Qinlan. She will be back shortly, Lazili assured, her expression serious as she turned to Dongfang Chen. Darling, please go save Qinlan. We cannot afford a delay. Yes, I will fulfill my wife's request, Dongfang Chen responded, approaching Lazili to hand her the pink cat mask. Lazili looked at Dongfang Chen with confusion, wondering if he was preparing to gift her something. Dongfang Chen donned the white ghost mask, clearing his throat. My dear wife, wear this mask. It will add an air of mystery. Dongfang Huaizhu, uncertain of Dongfang Chen's abilities, realized his strength was formidable, especially given that she hadn't noticed his arrival the previous day. However, she could not afford to wait. Each second could mean greater danger for Qinlan. She took out her flute, tossing it into the air, and soared onto it. "Take care, sister. There is no time to lose." "I must depart." Lazili had intended to call out to Dongfang Huaizhu, but she had already flown far away. Lazili approached Dongfang Chen and playfully pinched his waist. "You better hurry after her, if you fail to rescue the young lady. I shall not let you off easily." "Understood. I shall go immediately," Dongfang Chen replied, feeling exasperated. After all, Dongfang Huaizhu and Qinlan were not his kin. Why should he rush to save them? Was he to play the hero? But Lazili's command was one he could not defy that moment. A magnificent bird, enveloped in flames and adorned with fiery feathers, descended nearby, crouching down and spreading its wings on the ground, signaling for Dongfang Chen and Lazili to mount. Lazili gazed at the phoenix in bewilderment. "When did you acquire a steed?" Dongfang Chen reassured her. "Do not worry, my dear wife. I promise to be transparent with you in the future. But for now, should we not rescue Dongfang Qinlan? Let us ascend." Lazili chose not to press further. Every individual harbors their own secrets, and as a wife, she ought to support her husband quietly. Dongfang Chen helped Lazili onto the phoenix, which flapped its wings and pursued the direction in which Dongfang Huaizhu had departed. Lazili, seated upon the phoenix, found the experience extraordinary. The flames emanating from the creature did not harm her. Likely due to her status as its mistress, as they soared, a symphony of sounds filled the air, marking their swift journey. Before long, they spotted Dongfang Huaizhu, who was still in pursuit of the masked man. A profound sense of pressure loomed behind her, akin to suffocation. Upon turning, she beheld an immense bird radiating flames. She realized that her own divine fire, pure and potent, paled in comparison to the flames of this magnificent creature. Upon closer inspection, she noticed two figures clad in masks atop the firebird, their attire and masks identical to those worn by Dongfang Chen and Lazili moments ago. Initially suspecting they were ancient demons, she soon understood that the firebird was indeed the steed of Dongfang Chen and Lazili. The overwhelming aura it exuded signified its immense power, suggesting that Dongfang Chen must possess considerable strength. Yet, she had never encountered such a being before. The most potent factions among humans were the Taoist royal families and her own Dongfang clan, while the strongest demons resided in the countries of ally. Nangua, and, as for the previous king of Tushan, he had perished, leaving behind only the young fox demon, Tushan Hong Hong, in charge. The only conclusion was that Dongfang Chen and Lazili must possess extraordinary strength, as they had remained unperturbed amidst the chaos that transpired the night before. Dongfang Huaizhu pondered these thoughts as Dongfang Chen and Lazili arrived, riding the phoenix beside her. "Miss Dongfang, come aboard. We shall reach our destination swiftly." Lazili beckoned with a smile. The phoenix, sensing the urgency, was ready to take flight without delay. "I am a divine beast, the phoenix, and only my master and mistress are permitted to ride upon my back. What right does this feeble individual, who resembles a mere chicken, have to mount me?" The phoenix swayed its body, shaking its head in protest, firmly refusing to comply. Dongfang Huaizhu had initially intended to test the sensation of sitting upon the phoenix's back. But upon seeing its rejection, she abandoned the thought. If this fiery creature were to unleash its flames on her, it would indeed be a most regrettable outcome. Dongfang Chen was quite pleased. The phoenix possessed a remarkable sense of propriety, or rather, an exceptional understanding of its avian nature. He himself had no desire to grow too close to Dongfang Huaizhu, especially after a disagreement with Lotzi. Li had arisen from his casual remark about seeking other women. Although Lotzi Li had claimed to be unconcerned about his intentions, Dongfang Chen had already promised her that he would not pursue other romantic interests. While every man may dream of establishing a harem, it is crucial that his current wife remains untroubled by such notions. Clearly, based on Lotzi Li's behavior the previous day, she would indeed be troubled that, Miss Dongfang, I sincerely apologize, but my steed does not permit you to mount. You shall have to fly on your own for a while, Dongfang Chen lamented. That is quite all right, young Master Dongfang. I can manage to fly by myself. It shouldn't be too far, Dongfang Huaizhu replied. shaking her head to indicate that she was unbothered by the situation. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li, observing the phoenix's refusal, began to suspect that Dongfang Chen had ordered the bird to act in such a manner, merely to ensure her own amusement and to prevent any misunderstandings regarding his feelings. If Dongfang Chen were to grasp Lotzi Li's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at her perceptiveness. Yet, regrettably, these were not his commands but the decisions of the phoenix itself. Soon, Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li rode upon the phoenix, while Dongfang Huaizhu gracefully flew alongside on her flute. They quickly caught up with the masked swordsman. The swordsman sensed the phoenix's presence from afar and wore a grave expression, aware that he was no match for it, and thus quickened his pace. Yet ultimately, he was overtaken. "Monster, take this!" he shouted, drawing his sword to strike at the phoenix. The phoenix, unimpressed, thought it a jest that such a pitiful creature would dare to attack it. A fireball materialized in its beak. Dongfang Chen had long felt disdain for the masked man, who dared to flaunt his bravado in his presence without possessing the necessary skills. However, Lotzi Li held a different view. The masked man did not appear to be malicious, so why harm him? Realizing it was too late to stop the phoenix, she cried, "Phoenix, do not kill him." Had the phoenix been aware of the mistress's sentiments, it would have been pleased. Since the mistress believed it could not temper its flames, it decided to hold back. Although it had intended to eliminate this insignificant pest, it could only reduce the intensity of its fire. The phoenix, looking down upon the masked man, pondered how much to diminish its flames to ensure his survival. Let him perish, it thought, and with a gentle breath, a wisp of flame darted towards the masked man. The masked man, realizing the peril he was in, lamented his fate. "Who am I? Where am I? Why did I provoke this fiery beast? Perhaps it was merely passing through and had no intention of confronting me. I am courting disaster." A scream pierced the air as the masked man's garments were incinerated to ashes, leaving him charred and unconscious, plummeting downwards. Dongfang Chen quickly shielded Lotzi Li's eyes, for such a sight was not suitable for a lady. Dongfang Huaizhu could hardly believe that the fabled masked swordsman was so easily defeated, or perhaps it was the phoenix's overwhelming power that rendered even him powerless. The flames it expelled surpassed even her own divine demon flame, known as the purest yang fire in existence. Being females, Dongfang Huaizhu and Lotzi Li found it inappropriate to rescue the fallen man. Thus, it was left to Dongfang Chen. "Husband, please check if he is alive," Lotzi Li urged. Although Dongfang Chen was reluctant to assist the masked man, he could not ignore his wife's request. He leaped from his position, descending towards where the masked man had fallen. "Ah, no," Dongfang Huaizhu gasped. Feeling a pang of concern, it was known that cultivators could not fly without a means of transport, and Dongfang Chen's leap might lead to dire consequences. After all, the masked swordsman had needed a sword to soar. While Dongfang Huaizhu relied on her flute, as they descended, a voice called for votes of recommendation. "Fear not, Miss Dongfang. He will come to no harm," Lotzi Li assured, observing the sorrow in Dongfang Huaizhu's eyes. Despite having accepted Dongfang Chen's pursuit of other women, Lotzi Li remained cautious. Her agreement was merely verbal, and she would have no recourse if Dongfang Chen truly sought other romantic interests. Yet, Dongfang Chen had no ulterior motives towards Dongfang Huaizhu, which offered Lotzi Li some reassurance, at least for the time being. However, she could not dismiss the possibility of future feelings developing. Seeing Dongfang Huaizhu descend, Lotzi Li felt compelled to follow suit. The phoenix trailed behind them. Dongfang Chen reached the masked man, but did not aid him. Instead, he allowed the man to land on the ground. He approached the masked figure, shaking his head in disapproval. "Tisike, poor child, why provoke my steed?" "The phoenix? This is the consequence of courting disaster." A white light emanated from Dongfang Chen's hand as he employed the laws of life to gradually restore the masked man's vitality, healing his wounds. Though his appearance would remain unchanged from now on, he should not be referred to as the masked man, for he is now entirely blackened, comparable to charcoal. Black charcoal seems more fitting. Dongfang Chen felt a wave of pity for the now charred figure. Lamenting that he could no longer use his lower appendage, Dongfang Chen sensed Dongfang Huaizhu, Lotzi Li, and the phoenix descending. He quickly clothed black charcoal in a dark garment to shield him from the lady's eyes. Upon landing, Dongfang Huaizhu rushed to Dongfang Chen's side. checking for any injuries. After ensuring his safety, she sighed in relief that, oh, thank goodness, you are unharmed. Dongfang Chen, feeling bewildered by her sudden impulse, was grateful that Lot Sealy had not witnessed it. Wife, let me explain, he began, but his mind faltered, realizing Lot Sealy was nearby. Dongfang Huaizhu, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, hurriedly retreated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What has come over me? Why was I so impulsive? Though I hold great affection for Dongfang Chen, I should not have checked his body. Am I developing feelings for him? Lot Sealy watched the exchange with a knowing smile, her expression suggesting, I understand. You need not explain. Approaching Black Charcoal, Lot Sealy examined him, placing a finger near his nose and confirming he still breathed. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, she had no further concerns. Dongfang Chen observed his wife's indifference towards him, unsure of how to respond. Ah, forget it, he thought, deciding not to dwell on it. With a gentle wave of his hand, Black Charcoal coughed twice. Are you all right? Lot Sealy inquired kindly. Black Charcoal opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, slowly rising to his feet. He felt somewhat disoriented, but upon catching sight of the phoenix, he screamed, Monster! Before fainting once more. Dongfang Chen facepalmed, realizing that Black Charcoal bore a deep-seated fear of the phoenix. Even a mere glance sent him into unconsciousness. At that moment, Black Charcoal cautiously opened one eye, stealing a glance at the phoenix, only to discover it had not departed, prompting him to feign unconsciousness again. Dongfang Chen, witnessing this, thought, oh dear, he is truly finished. He has lost all courage to face the phoenix. Black Charcoal, you need not continue pretending to be unconscious. My steed means you no harm. Everything that transpired was of your own making. Lazili, Dongfang Huaizhu, and the Phoenix of Immortality. Who would have thought that Dongfang Chen would bestow such a distinctive name? Hey Tan Tan, for goodness sake, he is known as the masked sword immortal. And now he refers to himself as Hey Tan Tan. Has he lost his mind? Hey Tan Tan remains oblivious to the fact that his entire being has transformed into a shade of black. Even his hair has vanished. Others may use their baldness to resemble a light bulb. But Hey Tan Tan cannot even achieve that. Nevertheless, since that magnificent bird would no longer attack him, Hey Tan Tan breathed a sigh of relief. Its power was overwhelming. Yet, it is only fitting to remember that he had been the one to provoke the Phoenix of Immortality first. Rising to his feet, Hey Tan Tan examined himself for any injuries but paused slightly upon seeing his hands. How they turned black. Ah, they must have been charred. He noticed that his sword was also missing, and his once pristine white garments had transformed into a complete ensemble of black. Such trivial matters were hardly worth dwelling on. The priority now was to exterminate the demons. Hey Tan Tan glanced at Dongfang Chen and cleared his throat. Esteemed brother, might I borrow a sword from you? I shall return it shortly. Realizing his misstep, Hey Tan Tan noted that Dongfang Chen possessed no sword. With a mere wave of his hand, a sword materialized before Hey Tan Tan, an utterly unremarkable blade. Take it, Dongfang Chen instructed. Taken aback, Hey Tan Tan marveled at the sudden appearance of the sword. Dongfang Chen had clearly been unarmed moments ago. Regardless, he resolved to focus on vanquishing the demons, standing atop the sword. He declared, farewell, my friends, before soaring into the skies. Let us also rescue Dongfang Huaizhu, your sister, he suggested. Despite her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, Dongfang Huaizhu nodded in agreement upon hearing the mention of her sister's rescue. Dongfang Chen and Lazili perched upon the back of the Phoenix of Immortality, while Dongfang Huaizhu stood atop her flute, flying away to, oh, Phoenix of Immortality, do refrain from such antics in the future. Have you seen that individual we just encountered? He scarcely resembles a human now, Lazili admonished the Phoenix. The creature simply nodded, dismissing her concerns. Should a weakling provoke it, it would merely incinerate them. If Lazili were privy to the Phoenix's thoughts, she might not know whether to laugh or cry. Did she hold no semblance of authority in its eyes? La 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 la. I seek recommendations. Votes, votes, votes. Chapter 51. The Angelic Legion before long. Dongfang Chen, Lazili, and Dongfang Huaizhu caught up with Hey Tan Tan, who remained blissfully unaware of his transformation into a figure clad in black, save for his eyes. Hey Tan Tan halted, puzzled by their presence. "What brings you here?" he inquired, though upon seeing the phoenix, a subconscious urge to distance himself arose. "Ah, hey Tan Tan, Dongfang's sister has also been captured by demons that we are en route to rescue her," Dongfang Chen revealed, increasingly fond of referring to the masked man as Hey Tan Tan, a name most fitting for his current guise. "Then we must hasten our pace. By the way, esteemed brother, whence does your steed arise?" Hey Tan Tan questioned, still grappling with the existence of such formidable demons in this world. After all, he had battled the South Kingdom's demon King Huan and stood his ground against the might of the heavens. Yet here he was, overwhelmed by a mere flicker of the phoenix's power. The enigma of the bird's origin left him astounded. What kind of terror must Dongfang Chen embody to command such a creature? "Brother, may I inquire if you hail from beyond?" Upon mentioning the outside world, Hey Tan Tan's expression brightened with excitement, though it remained concealed beneath his inky exterior. Indeed, Dongfang Chen nodded, revealing that the outside world was a forbidden realm for those from within. Dongfang Huaizhu, perplexed, questioned the distinction between the outside and the inside. "Dear Miss Dongfang, we reside within this world, which is but a fragment of a larger reality that lies beyond," Dongfang Chen explained. This conclusion is drawn from exhaustive research and exploration of both the demon and human realms. The notion of the outside world ignited a sense of yearning within Hey Tan Tan. For years he had sought this secret, and now that it was confirmed, he longed to explore it. Dongfang Huaizhu gasped in astonishment. The outside world filled with powerful beings. Phoenix of immortality. "I believe you should temper your aura. Otherwise, we may not see any demons upon our arrival. Just wait until I decide to deal with you," Dongfang Chen warned. The phoenix promptly complied, suppressing its pressure, for the thought of facing its master's wrath was indeed terrifying. Soon enough, they reached the domain of the demons. "The clouds below are laced with poison. I am unsure how we should proceed." Dongfang Huaizhu pondered. "Allow me," Hey Tan Tan declared. Dongfang Chen internally groaned, realizing that Hey Tan Tan was monopolizing all the opportunities for grandeur, leaving him with none. "No, leave it to me. Bring forth the demons below, and spare none." Lazili, Dongfang Huaizhu, Hey Tan Tan, Phoenix of immortality, summon whom? Are you out of your mind? Are there others here aside from us? Suddenly, numerous rifts opened in the sky, each releasing a figure, both male and female. Clad in armor and helmets, each bore snow-white hair and wielded swords. Most astonishingly, each possessed a pair of ethereal white wings sprouting from their backs. Dongfang Chen exclaimed, "Goodness, are these not angels?" The summoned White Shadow Legion is indeed comprised of angels. The angels descended gracefully, for the poison barriers were nothing more than trivial obstacles in their eyes. Dongfang Huaizhu, Hey Tan Tan, and Lazili stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that these winged beings had emerged from the rifts. Lazili pondered the multitude of secrets her husband still kept hidden from her. "Ling Exen, this White Shadow Legion is comprised of angels." "Indeed. What else would you expect? Did you think they were the grotesque creatures from the Black Shadow Legion? They are neither human nor ghostly. Besides, you have usurped the position of the High Priest, who was originally an angel. Is it not fitting to grant you the Angel Legion? Or would you rather have a legion of monsters?" Well, Dongfang Chen found no grounds for rebuttal. He was indeed an angel at present, and the angel leader accompanied by his angelic subordinates seemed to pose no issue. "Let us descend," he declared, to which the reply was a simple, "Oh, very well." Upon arriving at the base of the monsters, the angelic squad commenced a ruthless slaughter. "Who are you?" inquired a monster, designated as Monster Bystander. "One. Curse you." "Everyone fight back," shouted Monster Bystander. "Two. Please, spare us. I was forced into this wretched existence," pleaded Monster Bystander A3 in desperation. However, the angels paid no heed to the monster's pleas for mercy. Dongfang Chen had already commanded the extermination of all monsters, and thus it was to be executed. "How dare you? Who are you to slay my minions? We are the demons of the Southern Kingdom. You court death," roared the once mighty demon leader, only to be met with a swift "My husband," cried his wife in anguish. "I shall fight you for his honor." Yet, she too met a grim fate. As Dongfang Chen and his companions descended, they were confronted with a harrowing sight. Bodies of monsters lay strewn about, grotesquely dismembered in a multitude of ways. Dongfang girl, you must seek your sister, urged a companion. Dongfang Huaizhu nodded, her mind racing with concern for her sister. I wonder how she fares. Has she been tormented by these monsters? Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen, Lotzi Li, and Heightened Tan observed the angels' massacre with a sense of tedium, finding the monsters utterly feeble, with none able to withstand a single strike from an angel. Such monotony. Perhaps we ought to explore other locales. He mused. Before long, Dongfang Huaizhu returned, cradling her sister, Dongfang Qinlan. Who is this? Exclaimed Dongfang Qinlan. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of Heightened Tan. Why, she looks even uglier than a monster. Heightened Tan was baffled by the comment, unable to comprehend why she was deemed unattractive when she was unmasked at that moment. Dongfang Chen transformed his visage into that of a mirror and presented it to Heightened Tan. Upon gazing at herself, she gasped, Esteemed ones, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Dongfang Chen had anticipated a more expressive reaction to her appearance, yet was met with disappointment. All she could muster was a shriek. Thank you all for your timely rescue. I am at a loss for how to repay you, she stammered. Dongfang Huaizhu, having recognized her feelings for Dongfang Chen, grappled with the knowledge that he was already wed and found herself at a loss for words. This flute I shall give to you, she declared, handing it to Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen graciously accepted the flute, while Dongfang Qinlan looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom why her sister would part with such a cherished possession. La 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 la, I seek your recommendations for votes. Qinlan, let us depart, urged Dongfang Huaizhu, feeling overwhelmed in Dongfang Chen's presence. Alas, my sister has fallen for someone she met merely yesterday. Though Dongfang Chen is undeniably handsome, it seems unnecessary to succumb so quickly. My candied hawthorn skewers are far superior. Resolute in her intent to support her sister's happiness, she thought, since Dongfang Chen is already married, I must devise a plan to orchestrate their encounters. My dear husband, it appears your charm is quite formidable. This Dongfang girl seems smitten with you, remarked Lotzi Li, grinning at Dongfang Chen once Dongfang Huaizhu and Dongfang Qinlan had departed. Ahem, my dear wife, such is the burden of my overwhelming allure. You were captivated at first sight, Dongfang Chen replied, recalling the very moment Lotzi Li had succumbed to his charm. Over the years, she had come to realize that her destiny was inextricably linked to him. Sigh. Lazili let out a sigh, realizing that Dongfang Chen was no longer solely hers. My dear husband, it seems that Miss Dongfang has taken a liking to you. If you reciprocate her feelings, I wouldn't mind having more sisters. This sudden happiness left Dongfang Chen momentarily flustered. He was not inclined toward the harem. However, he quickly shook his head. Let's forget about that. I am not the type who wishes to marry every beautiful woman I encounter. Even if she likes me, the feelings are not mutual. Thus, my fate with Miss Dongfang Huaizhu appears to be one of missed opportunities. The reason Dongfang Chen chose to marry Lazili was twofold. Firstly, her stunning beauty, and secondly, she was his goddess. Who could resist a goddess? As for Dongfang Huaizhu, despite her beauty, Dongfang Chen felt no connection with her. He was aware that Lazili was deeply averse to the idea of him seeking other women, and he could not bear to disappoint her. Even if he were to consider other women, he believed it would not exceed 3 or 4. Of course, such matters are unpredictable. Soon, all the nearby monsters had been vanquished by the angels, who subsequently rescued all the captives. Dongfang Chen, perplexed, stared at the scene. Ling Xin, did you not say that these angels were devoid of thought? How then did they manage to save people on their own? Did I ever claim that the summoned angels lacked thought? Ling Xin retorted. True, you did not explicitly say that, Dongfang Chen conceded, but you previously mentioned that the White Shadow Legion and the Black Shadow Legion were similar, and the latter lacked thought. Ling Xin, are you mistaken? The similarity I refer to pertains to the ability to summon countless angels who are utterly loyal and can be revived upon death, awaiting summoning, not to those devoid of thought. Do you think I would possess such beings? I wouldn't even glance at them. Well then, Dongfang Chen found himself at a loss for words, conceding to Ling Xin's assertions. These angels have a place to live. Why must you have so many questions, dear host? Yes, they reside in another dimension. Oh, understood. When the time comes, my wife and I shall go and explore, he replied, a playful grin on his face. Goodbye, and do not disturb this beauty while she plays mahjong, Ling Xin declared. Dongfang Chen noted how Ling Xin had changed. She once simply answered his inquiries, but now seemed to display a temper and, more alarmingly, an inclination towards gambling. Greetings, esteemed one, we have eliminated all nearby monsters. One female angel indicated towards the rescued individuals. These were captured by the monsters to serve as laborers, and they have now been liberated. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the esteemed one? Upon realizing their freedom, the rescued individuals instinctively knelt before Dongfang Chen, bowing their heads. Thank you for saving us, my lord. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Dongfang Chen was not a saint. He cared little for the lives of these people. His presence there was solely due to Lazili's insistence on rescuing Dongfang Qinlan. I do not recall instructing you to save them, he remarked, his tone incredulous. The angel who had spoken earlier looked astonished. Was it not out of pity for these individuals that you summoned us? Very well, you have been saved. It is of little consequence, Dongfang Chen said dismissively. You may leave. Yes, my lord. With that, several angels vanished from sight. Dongfang Chen turned to the remaining individuals. You may depart as well. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Before long, the area was cleared, leaving behind 3 men, Shirtang, Shimen Chue Sha, and Chihua. Why do you linger? Do you intend to remain here idly? Shirtang, Shimen Chue Sha, and Chihua exchanged awkward glances. They wished to leave but were unable to do so. Esteemed brother, we 3 have been poisoned by the monsters and have lost our powers. We cannot depart, Shimen Chue Sha explained. Dongfang Chen had been slightly annoyed with the trio since last night. If you cannot leave, then state, I have already saved you. Now you may fend for yourselves. My dear wife, let us depart. There is nothing for us to do here. We should continue to enjoy our world together. Lazili nodded, recognizing that the trio were not particularly virtuous and saw no reason to assist them. Very well. Hey, Phoenix, can you transform into a human? Dongfang Chen inquired. Curiosity piqued about whether the Phoenix was male or female. The Phoenix nodded and gradually transformed into a breathtaking woman clad in fiery red attire, her hair mirroring the flames. Dongfang Chen was so taken aback that he nearly lost control of himself. The Phoenix's figure was simply mesmerizing, surpassing even that of his wife, Lazili. Lazili, too, was taken aback by the Phoenix's revealing attire and noticed her husband staring intently. With a huff, she swiftly covered Dongfang Chen's eyes. Phoenix, could you perhaps change into something more modest? Lazili requested. Oh, I see. The Phoenix realized her attire was too revealing and quickly conjured a full-coverage outfit. Once the Phoenix had changed, Lazili released her grip on Dongfang Chen's eyes. Dongfang Chen looked at the Phoenix again, feeling a tinge of regret. Her form was indeed flawless, leaving his wife's physique in the shadows. Phoenix, what is your name? I can't very well continue to call you Phoenix forever, Dongfang Chen asked. My master, I am called Yinxue. Requesting recommendation tickets. Tickets. The next world will be the Tianxin continent that I have drawn the map of the entire continent, which I will post in the comments for everyone to see. Chapter 53. The severely wounded Lazili found it rather peculiar that Yinxue was supposedly Dongfang Chen's mount. How could he not know her name? Coughing, Dongfang Chen struggled for a moment to explain to Lazili, glancing at Yinxue in hopes of a resolution at It seems I have never encountered Dongfang Chen before, yet I have accepted him as my master. How strange, Yinxue pondered. Dongfang Chen, seeing Yinxue lost in thought and offering no assistance, felt a surge of irritation. I am your master. At a crucial moment, you offer no aid but choose to daydream instead. My dear wife, this matter is rather complex. I shall explain it to you later. Dongfang Chen deferred. Very well, Lazili replied. Resigned, she recognized that Dongfang Chen was reluctant to share certain secrets, and she did not wish to press him. As long as she understood that he had many mysteries, she would continue to support him quietly from behind. Let's take our leave, she said, preparing to take flight. Regardless, as long as I know that Dongfang Chen is my master and Lazili is my lady, what need is there to delve deeper? Yinxue reasoned. Meanwhile, Shirtang, Shimen Chue Sha, and Chihua were utterly bewildered. Shouldn't you assist us in detoxifying? Esteemed brother, "Fair maiden, would you kindly help us with the antidote? After all, we are acquaintances, having met just last night. Surely that count for something?" Dongfang Chen and Lazili dismissed the trio, asserting, "We do not know you." "Humph. You dare create chaos in my southern kingdom and expect to leave so easily? Such good fortune does not exist." An elderly man, notably short in stature, ambled forward, surrounded by toxic fumes. With each step he took, the surrounding flora withered instantly. "Help! Benefactor, please save us!" The individuals who had just escaped found themselves ensnared by the elder's poison, unable to flee far. Seeing this, Dongfang Chen, Lazili, and Yinxue ascended quickly into the air. Below, Shirtang, Qihua, and Shimenchue Sha were paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control of their bladders. "Esteemed brother, please save us. I do not wish to die." Dongfang Chen ignored their pleas, instead watching the slow-moving elder with amusement. Lazili showed no concern for them, even disregarding the ordinary people who were succumbing to the poison. After all, Lazili was a lethal weapon created by Dr. Guluo. Unfazed by such trivial matters, Yinxue, as an immortal bird, was similarly indifferent. She had faced far greater perils than mere death. The poison continued to spread, and below, Shirtang, Shimenchue Sha, and Qihua were terrified to the point of desperation. "Father, mother, forgive me for my unfilial behavior. I shall no longer be able to honor you," they lamented as the toxic gas crept closer, slowly encroaching upon Shirtang, Shimenchue Sha, and Qihua. Even the slightest contact would spell their doom. In less than a second, the three had transformed into desiccated corpses. .3 juniors. "Having ventured into my southern kingdom, you shall not leave. Come, let us enjoy some tea," the elder declared. A massive hand formed from the poison lunged toward Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen found the situation lacking in challenge. Taking a deep breath, he blew towards the poisonous hand, dispersing it effortlessly. The elder was at a loss. How could this masked youth so easily nullify his first technique with a mere breath? "I refuse to believe this. Let's try again." Poisonous body, activate. With a thunderous roar, the sky filled with toxic vapors, enough to frighten any ordinary person. Dongfang Chen simply shook his head. Such petty tricks could not hope to match him. "Let us see how you fare against the earthly fiend celestial ice. I have yet to test its power since absorbing it." Dongfang Chen slowly raised his right hand, and a block of ice materialized in his palm, freezing the entire sky above and the ground beneath him. It was a magnificent spectacle. However, it seemed he had overexerted his powers for hundreds of miles around. Everything lay encased in ice. Even the air was thick with frost. Thus, the southern nation faced annihilation. Even his beloved wife, Lotzi Li, had transformed into a frozen statue, while Yin Shui remained unscathed. In a rush, Dongfang Chen hurried to thaw Lotzi Li. Observing her shivering, he felt a pang of guilt. "My dear, are you all right? I didn't mean for this to happen. I am so cold. I feel like I can't hold on much longer," she stammered. "Please don't frighten me, my love," he implored. "Ling Xen, come quickly and see how my wife is faring." "What now? I'm in the middle of a card game," Ling Xen replied, slightly annoyed at being interrupted. She found her existence as a system rather dull, often resorting to playing cards or mahjong to pass the time. Yet her host always chose the most inopportune moments to disturb her. "Just check on my wife." Dongfang Chen was on the verge of tears, lamenting why he had to unleash the earth-shattering frost of the earth spirit, and why he had inadvertently overexerted himself. Now his enemies had been vanquished, but at a great cost. Even his wife was gravely injured. Ling Xin conducted a quick assessment and exclaimed, "Isn't this the typical result of being struck by the frost of the earth spirit? Does your host harbor ill feelings towards his wife?" "Enough with the questions. Just heal Lotzi Li," Dongfang Chen insisted, growing increasingly anxious. "All right, but you must leave. I need space to work." Ling Xin urged that it was imperative to understand that the frost of the earth spirit was immensely powerful, and healing Lotzi Li would demand both time and a variety of medicinal ingredients. Dongfang Chen felt foolish for having never used a frost before, and now he had overdone it. "Can I stay with Lotzi Li?" he pleaded, knowing Ling Xin would ultimately be able to heal her, but still feeling apprehensive. After all, she was his wife, And who wouldn't he be concerned? You really can't stay. Your presence complicates things. Ling Xian replied. Fine, but promise you'll call me the moment she awakens. Dongfang Chen insisted. Understood, she replied. Master, you've returned, Yin Shui exclaimed, puzzled as to why only Dongfang Chen emerged. Where's my mistress? She is recuperating elsewhere and will be well soon, he replied with a sigh. Yin Shui dared not inquire further, sensing the gravity of the situation from her master's expression. Although saddened, she felt fortunate that her own powers were supreme. Otherwise, she too might have been turned into an ice statue by her master. Master, look at all this ice. Shouldn't we relocate to another place? She suggested. Dongfang Chen nodded, realizing that fretting would accomplish nothing. After all, worrying wouldn't hasten Lotzi Li's recovery. Yin Shui transformed in her phoenix form, beckoning him, please hop on. Dongfang Chen mounted Yin Shui's back. Where shall we go? She inquired. Anywhere is fine, he replied absent-mindedly, preoccupied with thoughts of Lotzi Li and wishing for a swift recovery. Hold on tight, she instructed. Unsure of where to go, she decided any tranquil place would suffice. Soon, Yin Shui brought Dongfang Chen to a desolate forest. Master, this place seems perfect. You need peace and quiet, she remarked. Dongfang Chen agreed, dismounting to survey the serene surroundings. Yin Shui, he called. Yes, master, she responded. I have a task for you, he said. Please command me, she replied eagerly. Build a house here. He instructed. What? Yin Shui was taken aback. The first task assigned to her was to construct a house. Master, I lack the skills to build. Wouldn't it be better to create a grand castle instead? Having been born of noble lineage, she had never learned the art of construction. I said build a house. So build it. I could create a castle myself. But I prefer you to handle this. Dongfang Chen stated, bemused by her reluctance to comply. Very well, master, Yin Shui conceded, feeling somewhat aggrieved that I truly don't know how to build a house. But I'll give it a try. Hours passed, and finally, Yin Shui completed the house. Upon seeing it, Dongfang Chen was astonished. What on earth is this? It looks like a hut made of grass. Where are the wooden beams? The forest was teeming with trees. Yet surprisingly, the house was not made of wood, but rather of straw. Dongfang Chen gently touched his forehead, and with a wave of his hand, the straw house constructed by Yin Shui vanished into thin air. Forget it. Let us create a different house, he declared. With another flourish, a new dwelling materialized in the very spot where the straw house once stood. Yin Shui, however, was not pleased. Master, how could you do this? This was my very first house. Painstakingly built, and yet you have destroyed it so easily. She pouted. Is this truly a house? I would say it resembles a mere straw hut, she added. Reluctantly, Yin Shui conceded that her creation was hardly fit for habitation, and fell silent. A month passed. During this time, Dongfang Chen frequently visited Lotzi Li. Despite Ling Xin's healing efforts, she remained in a deep slumber, though the fortunate news was that the child within her was safe. One evening, Dongfang Chen and Yin Shui were seated at home playing cards. Although it was merely the two of them, it hardly diminished their enjoyment. At that moment, an extraordinarily unattractive young man appeared, accompanied by a man who was driving a horse-drawn carriage. Behind the carriage were two young girls, one with orange hair and the other with green, both sporting fox-like ears. Dao Yi, look over there. There's a house not far from here. Shall we seek lodging for the night? Remarked the exceedingly ugly youth. According to my years of experience in catching demons, this forest has always been desolate. Yet here stands a house that must harbor some kind of spirit, a man with an unusual mark on his face added. The youth, feeling a twinge of fear, queried, Dao Yi, should we still proceed? Of course. Why not? Today, I shall capture this demon, the Dao Yi replied. Meanwhile, Yin Shui sensed an approaching presence. Master, there are people in this realm. Oh, Dongfang Chen exclaimed, surprised that there were indeed others in this forest. Let us go and take a look. As you wish, master, Yin Shui responded. Upon stepping outside, Dongfang Chen felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Isn't this the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker? He realized, having unexpectedly traversed into that realm. Although Dongfang Chen had not watched much of Fox Spirit Matchmaker in his past life, the current scene seemed eerily familiar. The self-proclaimed Dao Yi, upon spotting Dongfang Chen and Yinxue, especially the latter, with her stunning beauty and figure, thought to himself that he would enjoy her company before taking her to the Celestial Academy. "Demon spawn, take this," the man exclaimed, lunging at Dongfang Chen with his sword. Though Dongfang Chen was not well-versed in Fox Spirit Matchmaker, he recognized the man before him as a villain. "Yinxue, I leave him to you." "Understood, master," and in an instant, Yinxue conjured a ball of fire and flicked it with ease. "Puffed. You think mere flames can contend with me? Such foolish delusions." The man scoffed as their powers collided, with a piercing scream. The man was reduced to ashes, a gust of wind sweeping away even the remnants. Dongfang Chen then approached the ugly boy. "You may leave now, Dawis. Thank you for sparing my life," the boy stammered. Thoroughly terrified, realizing he had no time to waste. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Chen unlocked the cage that held the two little fox spirits, and the talismans binding them dissolved. "Come forth. I will not harm you." The two fox spirits remained frightened, as humans were often deemed villains. Observing their trepidation, Dongfang Chen shook his head. "I am not a human. You need not worry. Come now, it's all right." Chapter 55. Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong. Dongfang Chen thought there was nothing wrong with his declaration. He was merely a human in his past life and an angel in this one. "You re-lying. If you're not human, are you a demon instead?" Every demon that transforms into human form retains certain characteristics of its original nature, yet you possess none. It is perplexing to Dongfang Chen, who wonders why a demon's transformation into human form still exhibits such traits. Could it be that all the novels he has read are mere fabrications? But that cannot be the case. After all, Yinxue is undeniably a demon, yet she transformed into human form without retaining any features of her original immortal phoenix. Regardless, if Yinxue were to learn that Dongfang Chen perceives her as a demon, she would undoubtedly confront him, asserting her identity as a divine beast, far superior to any mere demon. Dongfang Chen, feeling helpless, thinks if they cannot believe in themselves, then there is nothing he can do. "Yinxue, revert to your original form and show them as you wish." Mastered in an instant, a flash of red light envelopes Yinxue, and she returns to her majestic phoenix form. The two little fox demons were taken aback. Realizing that this beautiful young lady is indeed a demon, "Change back. As you wish, master." With another flash of red light, Yinxue resumes her human appearance. "Now do you believe that I have not deceived you?" The green-haired little fox demon nodded, seemingly convinced that this older brother is indeed truthful. "Wait," the orange-haired little fox demon pointed at Yinxue. "She is a demon, but you must be human if you want us to believe you. You must transform once." Dongfang Chen thought this little fox demon quite clever, but he realized he did not possess the ability to transform. "Oh, wait a moment. Why am I even concerned about these two little fox demons? I do not know them personally. What compels me to entertain their whims? Besides, I saved them," he sighed. "Whether you come out or not is of no concern to me." With that, Dongfang Chen returned to his humble abode. The orange-haired little fox demon was somewhat bewildered. "Aren't you supposed to transform once? Why did you just leave? This was not how her mother had taught her." "Ahem, little sisters, come out at him, why master, and I mean you no harm." Yinxue felt her master was truly failing, unable to even convince two little children, and now she must step in. "We won't come out. You and that person are in cahoots." This was proving to be quite a challenge. This was a task entrusted to her by her master, and although he had not explicitly stated so, as a subordinate, she should assist him in coaxing these two little fox demons out. After all, why else would he have rescued them? A firmer approach is necessary. Otherwise, they may never come out. "Little sisters, you must understand, had it not been for my master, you might still be trapped in a cage. Moreover, do we really need your permission to act based on our strength?" The two little fox demons pondered this and realized she was right. They had been rescued, and if they wanted to impose their will, they could do so through sheer force. However, they momentarily regarded Dongfang Chen and Yinxue as good individuals, though whether they were genuinely good would require further observation. "All right, sisters, let's go out." "Okay, sister, at a grand division line, master." "I have brought them. Why did you bring them here?" Dongfang Chen was puzzled as to why these two little fox demons did not trust him. "Isn't it because you instructed me to bring them?" He wondered what was going on with himself today, inexplicably rescuing them, yet leaving without calling for them. only to now wish to send them away. Yinxue believed her master must be missing the mistress terribly, which had led to his current erratic behavior. If Dongfang Chen were to discover that Yinxue had cursed him for being mentally unstable, it would be uncertain whether he should be angry or amused. Did I say anything? No, you did not. Humph. Master is the most despicable. You clearly implied it, yet now you denied. I curse you to find no other wives. All right, you've brought them, so let it be. There's an empty room available. By the way, what are the names of these two little fox demons? I seem to have forgotten. What are your names? It had been so long that Dongfang Chen had completely forgotten their names. Besides, he had hardly watched Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. I am Tushan Hong Hong, Tushan Hong Hong said, glancing at the green-haired little fox demon. This is my sister, Tushan Rong Rong. I am Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen also looked at Yinxue. This is Yinxue. Upon hearing this, Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong immediately grew wary. You claim you are not human, but your surname is Dongfang. If you are not human, then what are you? As expected, no human is trustworthy. Dongfang Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What was wrong with his surname? It seemed that even Dongfang Huaizhu had assumed he was connected to her. Now Tushan Hong Hong was implying a connection to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Chen could only think to himself, what the hell does it matter? Say what you will. I am too lazy to explain further. Dongfang Chen was inherently a lazy person, and since he did not know Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong, the only reason he had rescued them was that they appeared to be pitiful little children. Had they been adults, unless they were beauties, he would have turned a blind eye. Goo-goo, suddenly, Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong's stomachs growled. That older brother, do you have anything to eat? My sister and I are so hungry. Tushan Rong Rong, unlike her sister, was solely focused on her hunger and the need for food. This made Dongfang Chen's heart soften instantly. This was what they called the lowly killer. He was not immune to this notorious assassin. However, he felt a bit awkward as he and Yinxue had been fasting and truly had no need for food. But where could they find something to eat? I could just call my subordinates. I can't be the one to handle everything. Otherwise, what use are they? Yinxue, you are in charge of finding food. Why is it always me? First, I was tasked with building the house. Now I must fetch these two little fox demons, and now I must go find food as well. But I suppose there's no alternative. Yes, master. I shall leave at once. Once Yinxue had departed, Dongfang Chen scrutinized Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong, thinking they resembled characters from television. From now on, I will call you Tu Hong Hong and Rong Rong. How does that sound? Sounds good, Tushan Rong Rong exclaimed gleefully. Tushan Hong Hong nodded as well. The man named Dongfang Chen did not seem so bad after all, at least better than those two Taoists from before. Dongfang Chen felt he had become rather wicked if he could not resist the charm of two little girls. It seemed he needed to practice his self-restraint around them more. Then my sister, and I shall call you Brother Dongfang from now on, Tushan Rong Rong suggested. Dongfang Chen nodded, pleased. That sounds wonderful, Brother Dongfang. Tushan Rong Rong chimed. Dongfang Chen glanced at Tushan Hong Hong, as if to say, your sister has called me brother. Shouldn't you do the same? Humph, Tushan Hong Hong scoffed. Fine, this Tushan Hong Hong is not cute at all. She won't even call me brother to la. Recommendation votes, votes. Chapter 56. Dongfang Chen weeps. Soon, Yinxue returned with a collection of small animals, 3 rabbits, 2 sheep, and some wild vegetables. Master, I have returned with the food I found. Dongfang Chen nodded. Yinxue, since you have brought back the food, let us roast it. Wait, are you serious? Is this how you treat a divine beast like me? First, I was called to build a house, then to fetch these 2 little fox demons. And now I'm tasked with roasting meat? Master, do you think I'm your maid? She lamented dramatically. Woe is me, such injustice. Now, let us prepare a whole roast sheep and a whole roast rabbit. A grand division line. Before long, Dongfang Chen had roasted 3 rabbits and 2 sheep, adding the wild vegetables to the mix. Come, let us eat. Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rong Rong could hardly contain themselves. And even Yinxue found herself salivating. How had her master managed this? With just a casual roast and a sprinkle of seasoning, the aroma was simply divine, even more so than the dragon meat she had previously consumed. She wondered how it would taste. Dongfang Chen remarked, There's no way around it. My culinary skills are truly exceptional. Yinxue responded, What? The two little fox spirits have already begun their feast. This simply won't do. The rabbit and the sheep were retrieved by myself. How could there be no share for me? I, too, must partake. With that, I engage in an intense food-snatching battle alongside Tu Shan Hong Hong and Tu Shan Rong Rong. Dongfang Chen shook his head from the sidelines, realizing that his divine culinary skills had reached an unparalleled peak, that he couldn't believe that even Yin Xue was unable to resist the allure of his roasted meat. Before long, the 2 sheep and 3 rabbits had been completely devoured. Burp, brother, I'm full, Tu Shan Hong Hong said, patting her belly and letting out a satisfied belch, indicating her contentment. Master, I want more, Yin Xue pouted, expressing her desire. The meat you roast is simply too delicious to refuse, Dongfang Chen replied. But I can't cook for myself, I simply don't know how. Well then, I shan't be cooking either. Very well, she huffed. Master is the worst. It's just roasting meat. If I could do it myself, I wouldn't be waiting for you to do it. Hong Hong, Rong Rong, it's getting late. You should both head to rest now. All right, brother Dongfang, sister, let us go rest. Tu Shan Rong Rong chimed in, while Tu Shan Hong Hong nodded in agreement. After spending the entire day confined in that cage, with talismans affixed to them that would rebound their demon power, they were indeed quite exhausted. The next day, sister, wake up quickly. Let us go ask brother Dongfang to make us breakfast, shall we? Tu Shan Rong Rong gently shook Tu Shan Hong Hong awake. Tu Shan Hong Hong nodded, still uncertain whether Dongfang Chen was a good or bad person. But his food was simply too delectable to resist. However, to their dismay, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find Dongfang Chen. Yin Xue, where's brother Dongfang? Has he gone out? Tu Shan Rong Rong inquired with curiosity. Master has gone to see the mistress. He will return shortly, Yin Xue replied with a smile directed at Tu Shan Rong Rong. The mistress? Tu Shan Rong Rong pondered, wondering if she was brother Dongfang's wife. Yes, the master's wife has sustained severe injuries and has yet to recover after a month. Moreover, it is even more concerning that the mistress is with child, if anything were to happen to her. Yin Xue sighed, reflecting on how Dongfang Chen had revealed that Lazili was pregnant, a fact that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Had Yin Xue known of the mistress's insufficient strength, she would have certainly protected her when the master unleashed the earthly fiend ice. Alas, it was surprising to discover how frail Lazili truly was. This unfortunate reality could be attributed to Dr. Gallo. Originally, Lazili and Lapisai had no discernible aura, if not for seeing them with her own eyes. One could hardly sense their presence. Consequently, the inability to discern Lazili's true strength led to misconceptions about her being formidable, which ultimately resulted in tragedy. Yin Xue remained puzzled as to why someone as powerful as the master would choose such a weak individual as a wife. Oh, Tu Shan Rong Rong and Tu Shan Hong Hong were taken aback, realizing that Dongfang Chen's wife had been gravely injured. Whereas brother Dongfang's wife being treated? I do not know. The master has not shared that information with me. Yin Xue shook her head. Wife, please awaken swiftly. Once you do, I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day, and we shall travel the myriad realms together with our child. Dongfang Chen tenderly caressed Lazili's face. Lazili remained in a comatose state. Her injuries had healed, yet she could not awaken. Alas, Dongfang Chen, my dear host, your words hold no weight. It is best not to disturb Lazili any further, Ling Xin advised. What she truly needs now is rest. In truth, Ling Xin had the ability to awaken Lazili instantly, but chose not to act. Every shortcut comes at a price, akin to the systems portrayed in novels that claim to directly enhance one's power or instantly max out cultivation techniques. Such notions are utterly nonsensical. There are no such fortuitous circumstances that to put it plainly. These systems merely seek to obtain what they desire, utilizing their hosts as mere tools. They can be discarded at will. And while some systems may not harm their hosts after acquiring what they need, such cases are rare. Most systems ultimately erase their hosts before seeking the next one. Dongfang Chen kissed Lazili's forehead before taking his leave. Ling Xin, I entrust my wife's care to you. I shall return tomorrow to see her. All right, truly. Ling Xin waved her hand dismissively. Master, you have returned. Dongfang Chen nodded, finding a spot to sit down. Upon hearing of his return, Tu Shan Rong Rong rushed out to greet him. Brother, you've been crying, Tu Shan Rong Rong exclaimed. Noticing the redness in Dongfang Chen's eyes, which were clearly indicative of tears shed. No. How could I cry? You reimagining things, he retorted, though Tushan Rongrong felt a pang of sympathy, unable to fully grasp the emotions swirling within him. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb Dongfang Chen's mood. So Tushan Rongrong quietly retreated into the room. I hope everyone avoids contracting viruses, minimize outings, and remember to wear masks when you do venture outside. Though this year may not be particularly joyous, there are still ways to find entertainment at home. I wish everyone a delightful time indoors. Chapter 57. The Celestial Emperor of Tushan. All right, Rongrong Hong Hong, you are home now. I shall take my leave. Ultimately, Dongfang Chen decided to escort Tushan Hong Hong and Tushan Rongrong back home. Why not stay a few days in Tushan, brother? Dongfang Chen shook his head, and Tushan Rongrong felt a twinge of disappointment at his refusal. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Dongfang Chen, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. Ling Xin, why am I feeling this unease? Is something amiss with Lazili? Rest assured, Lazili is well. Then what could be causing this disquiet? Could it be that something has happened to my parents? He pondered, convinced that this must be the case. Ling Xin, please check on my parents and see if they are in trouble. Very well. Moments later, Ling Xin confirmed the well-being of Dongfang Chen's parents, Li Ling and Dongfang Yi. Discovering no issues, she then scanned the entirety of Mercury in the Dragon Kingdom, a mansion in the capital city. A birthday celebration was underway for Ji Qingxue, the 23rd birthday of the daughter of Ji Chongkong, the head of the Ji family. The Ji family was one of the clans that assisted the Dongfang family in managing their assets, ranking among the most prestigious families in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Of course, only the Dongfang family and a few others who managed their wealth were more powerful than the Ji family. Haha, wishing Miss Ji a happy birthday. Here is a gift I have prepared. I hope you will accept it. A rather handsome young man presented a box to Ji Qingxue. That Ji Qingxue accepted the gift with a smile. Thanking him, I sent Miss Ji curious about what I have gifted her. The young man teased mysteriously. Oh, Ji Qingxue was indeed intrigued by the contents of the box. Who is that man? I don't recognize him. Someone remarked. Neither do I. As Ji Qingxue opened the box, she discovered a purple stone, roughly the size of an egg. What kind of gem is this? Ji Qingxue inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of the unfamiliar stone. This gem is known as the Spirit Stone. Upon my return, I bore no gifts, and the only item of true value I possess is this Spirit Stone, which I present to you as a birthday gift. Your kind intentions are duly acknowledged, yet this gift is far too precious. I insist you take it back. Ji Qingxue, unaware of the true purpose of this Spirit Stone, could only surmise its worth by its size, akin to that of an egg, suggesting it must be quite valuable. Although Ji Qingxue was not lacking in wealth, the fact that this Spirit Stone was the man's most cherished possession made her reluctant to accept it. The man shook his head, assuring her that the Spirit Stone held little actual value, and urged her to accept it as a token of my sincere affection, for I have resolved to pursue you from this day forth. What a surprising declaration of love, especially at Ji Qingxue's birthday banquet. Ji Qingxue, one of the four great beauties of the capital, had been a prodigy since childhood, mastering the piano by the age of 4 and performing by 5. With Ji Chongkong's sole heir being Ji Qingxue, it was inevitable that she would inherit the family fortune upon his passing in the capital and indeed across the globe. Ji Qingxue had no shortage of suitors. Yet this marked the first instance of someone openly professing their love at her birthday celebration. As Ji Qingxue processed this shocking revelation, she quickly tossed the Spirit Stone back to the man and made her exit. The man smiled, having merely tested Ji Qingxue's character by claiming the Spirit Stone was his most treasured possession, and was not disappointed by her response. The banquet continued smoothly. Later that night, upon returning to her chamber, Ji Qingxue was taken aback to find the Spirit Stone inexplicably in her possession. Enraged, she wondered how that scoundrel dared to intrude into her private space. Meanwhile, the man had arrived at the seaside, exclaiming, "Ha! I never thought I would return at last. Dongfang Chen, await me. It won't be long before I seek you out." A flicker of crimson glinted in his eyes. Fang Yu had once been an utterly ordinary individual. looked down upon due to his inability to find employment, even struggling to afford a meal. Just as he contemplated leaving this world, Ji Qingxue offered him a job, which ultimately led to his downfall. When Dongfang Chen learned that Ji Qingxue had assisted Fang Yu, his fury ignited. After all, Ji Qingxue was his designated concubine, and it was unacceptable for her to aid another man. Consequently, Dongfang Chen ordered Fang Yu to be brutally incapacitated and discarded into the river. In that moment of despair, Fang Yu was unexpectedly transported to a realm of cultivation, rescued by an elder, who later revealed that Fang Yu possessed the rarest of elemental roots. Thus began his arduous journey of cultivation. After 5 millennia, destiny smiled upon him, and he ascended to the throne, hailed as the Celestial Emperor. However, upon achieving this pinnacle, Fang Yu discovered he was plagued by inner demons, which demanded retribution against Dongfang Chen and those who had belittled him in his past life. Thus, he exerted every effort to return to Mercury, initially planning to confront Dongfang Chen for vengeance. However, upon sensing the urgency of the day, he discovered it was Ji Qingxue's birthday, and in his haste, he had forgotten to prepare a worthy gift. Ultimately, he found the purple spirit stone within his spatial ring, leading him to the banquet where he made his confession. At the same time, Tushan Lingxin realized that Dongfang Chen's anxiety stemmed from the return of a celestial emperor seeking revenge. Dongfang Chen, perplexed, questioned the nature of the identity Lingxin had arranged for him. Despite her reassurances that the celestial emperor was not overwhelmingly powerful, Dongfang Chen felt a sense of foreboding. If the emperor sought vengeance, his parents would become the target in his absence. Fueled by rage, Dongfang Chen declared, "A mere insect, one who hasn't even reached the pinnacle of supremacy, dares to threaten my family. Who grants you such audacity?" Liang Jingru, he summoned his resolve and declared, "Yin Snow, we must go." A black portal appeared in the sky, and he flew into it, with Yin Snow following closely behind, bewildered yet obedient. "Brother Dongfang, sister Yin Snow, where are you going?" Tushan Rongrong called out. Tushan Honghong patted her head and said, "Rongrong, brother Dongfang and sister Yin Snow have left. We should return for now. Will brother Dongfang and sister Yin Snow come back to visit us?" Rongrong pondered. Honghong reassured her, saying, "Of course they will. Brother Dongfang and sister Yin Snow will certainly return." Thus, in the world of the Fox Demon Matchmaker, those who needed saving were saved, and those who deserved punishment received it. The brother of the Sovereign of Power had met his demise, ensuring that the Sovereign of Wealth would never be born. As for Dongfang Yuechu, a resolution would have to be found later. Chapter 58, Encounter with the Sovereign of All Realms on Mercury. Dongfang Chen and Yin Snow materialized in Dongfang Chen's home. That moment, Li Ling and Dongfang Yi were already resting, having attended Ji Qingxue's birthday banquet and indulged in considerable drink. Dongfang Chen refrained from disturbing his parents, prioritizing the elimination of the so-called Celestial Emperor, a potential source of future trouble. According to the novels Dongfang Chen had previously read, it was clear that he had wronged the Celestial Emperor first, leading to his reincarnation, formidable cultivation, and subsequent quest for revenge. However, these details were inconsequential. He had never personally offended the emperor. Only the identity arranged by Lingxin had caused offense. Thus, as adversaries, the only resolution was the emperor's demise. Dongfang Chen assessed that he was far superior and could dispatch the emperor with ease, that he soon discovered that Fang Yu was at the Imperial Hotel, engaged in a classic hero saving the damsel scenario, only to find that the damsel was being harassed by a rotund individual. When Fang Yu's companion struck the rotund one, chaos ensued, prompting Fang Yu to summon his group for assistance. Fang Yu was embroiled in this unfortunate affair. The hapless White Uni found himself in a precarious situation, pressed against the ground and subjected to humiliation. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen arrived at the hotel, where he overheard the commotion echoing from White Uni's suite. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of blood and chaos, and without hesitation, Yin Snow pushed the door open. "Help!" White Uni cried out as he saw Dongfang Chen. Unperturbed, Dongfang Chen took a seat on the sofa, while Yin Snow chose a seat beside him. "Oh, you remember me?" Fang Yu glared at Dongfang Chen. "Not at all. I've never met you," Dongfang Chen replied candidly. Fang Yu scoffed. "You don't remember me? Thanks to you, I became a cripple, but your actions also led me to become a formidable force. Dongfang Chen, how should I repay you? Fang Yu sneered, I seek no repayment. However, your existence now threatens my parents, and for that, you must perish, Dongfang Chen declared. Fang Yu laughed. You think I'm the same as before. Today, I shall end you. Yin Snow, handle this, Dongfang Chen said indifferently, having no desire to dirty his hands, knowing he had a powerful subordinate at his disposal. Understood, master, in an instant. Yin Snow had Fang Yu in a chokehold, rendering him incapable of movement, her hand igniting with flames. The great celestial emperor meets his end. Having given her instructions, Dongfang Chen departed. Yes, master. Soon, Dongfang Chen and Yin Snow strolled through the streets, when suddenly he spotted a figure that made him pause. Could it be the sovereign of all realms? What brings him here? The sovereign approached the center of the road, just as a vehicle sped toward him, seemingly poised to collide. Watch out. In a flash, Dongfang Chen leaped forward, saving the sovereign from impending doom. Are you all right? Dongfang Chen inquired. Thank you for saving me, young man. Speak your desires. I shall grant you 3 wishes. The sovereign replied. Dongfang Chen, taken aback, said, Do you not recognize me? The sovereign, glancing closely, exclaimed, Ah, Dongfang Chen, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? As the sovereign of all realms, are you attempting to stage an accident? Dongfang Chen questioned, puzzled by the sovereign's antics. That is not the matter at hand. What are your wishes? I can grant you 3, the sovereign insisted, seemingly eager to repay Dongfang Chen's act of heroism. Dongfang Chen, pondering his wishes, thought, Is this sovereign of all realms akin to the characters in novels, where a young man saves an elder from an accident, who then grants him wishes? Very well, I shall accept your offer. My first wish is for my beloved, Lotzi Li, to recover immediately, he stated, still holding on to hope for his wife. Granted, you have 2 wishes remaining. Dongfang Chen contemplated further and declared, for my second wish, I wish to attain the level of sovereign myself. You lazy boy, you still refuse to train? This wish can be fulfilled, the sovereign chuckled. And for my third wish, could you restore Ling Xin's physical form? After all, a system without a body must be quite dull, Dongfang Chen said, recalling Ling Xin's mundane activities. Granted, the sovereign concluded before vanishing from sight. Ling Xin, touched by Dongfang Chen's thoughts, felt a warmth in her heart. However, Dongfang Chen soon realized he had squandered a wish. Hey, Ling Xin, you mentioned that once I reached the sovereign level, you would regain your body. Now that I am a sovereign, what was the point of wishing? Dongfang Chen lamented, regretting his poor memory. Where is my wife? Dongfang Chen, you obtained my 6 wishes, but they are not easily WONAS for your wife. You shall see her in 10,000 years. The sovereign's voice echoed in Dongfang Chen's mind. Dongfang Chen, did you forget? It was your choice to request those wishes, not mine. Suddenly, Dongfang Chen, Ling Xin, and Yin Snow found themselves enveloped in darkness, collapsing unconscious. Chapter 59. 10,000 years upon awakening, Dongfang Chen found himself in a pitch-black space. Confined and unable to see anything, he shifted slightly, only to touch something soft. Where are you touching? Ling Xin yelled. Flustered, Dongfang Chen realized he had inadvertently touched something inappropriate and quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. Ling Xin, having bumped her head, discovered they were trapped in a coffin known as the Heavenly Xian Coffin. We're trapped in the Heavenly Xian Coffin, she exclaimed. Dongfang Chen, furious, deduced that it must be the work of the sovereign of all realms, who had mentioned they would be imprisoned for 10,000 years. Why must it be 10,000 years? How can I explain this to my parents, my wife, my child? He lamented, regretting ever involving himself with the sovereign. Let us wait. 10,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye, Ling Xin reassured him, as she was unfazed by the passage of time. But Dongfang Chen could not bear the thought of being away from his family for so long. As 10 years passed, in the realm of the Fox Demon Matchmaker, a girl named Qin Lan was confronted by a foe. Run, sister. Jin Renfeng is coming. I can't run anymore. In a desperate act, she drew a sword to end her own life. Don't. If you see Dongfang Chen, tell him I can never be with him in this life, but in the next, I wish to marry him, even if it means being a concubine. And thus, the tragic tale unfolded. 100 years later, in the realm of Tushan? Ron pondered, do you still think of Brother Dongfang? Yes, sister, I wonder where he and Yin Snow went a century ago, and if they will return to see us. Thus, the world of Mercury reported unusual occurrences in the mountains, heralding the arrival of a new era, the resurgence of spiritual energy in the depths of the night. Dongfang Yi pondered, when do you think Chen Er and his wife will return? It has been over a century without a single word. Li Ling's expression was one of profound disappointment that I cannot say. She replied that I hope they haven't encountered any misfortune. Dongfang Yi, equally disheartened, retorted, why speak such nonsense? Chen Er and his wife are surely blessed by fate. How could anything befall them? If you continue with this reckless talk, I shall not hesitate to break your legs, Li Ling snapped fiercely. Yes, I shall speak no more. 10,000 years later, Ling Xine, how long has it been? I feel as if I might suffocate in here. Unable to move while two beautiful women stand by, doing nothing. It has indeed been nearly 10,000 years. Do not fret. It could easily extend to 100,000. Just be patient a little longer. Ling Xan reassured him. Indeed, master, your anxiousness serves no purpose. I, too, am bored, particularly yearning for the taste of the meat you used to grill. Yin Shui. Ling Xan remarked. This Yin Shui truly is a glutton, still reminiscing about the flavor of grilled meat after all these years. Wait until we emerge. You might very well overindulge. 10,000 years. Boom, boom. The cosmos roared with thunder and lightning as celestial bodies crumbled into cosmic dust. Report, General, an unidentified object is hurtling towards us, expected to crash into the ocean in 10 minutes. A woman announced, alas, what a troublesome time we are in. We have no idea where this object originates, and it exudes an immensely powerful energy. When it lands, the coastal inhabitants will surely suffer, she lamented. Quickly, issue orders to disperse the crowds along the coastline to minimize casualties. Understood. Quickly. Move away. Chapter 60 Dikeo. The nearby populace, puzzled, wondered why they were being urged to leave but dared not stay once the soldiers had spoken. A flash of fire erupted as the object plunged into the sea, and countless souls, unable to escape, were engulfed by the waves, while numerous structures were swept away. Helicopters hovered nearby. Soon, the object was retrieved from the depths. Report, General. The unidentified object has been salvaged. Proceed to investigate, he instructed. Dikeo, this object resembles a coffin. There may be someone inside, a soldier remarked. Dikeo observed, nodding in agreement with Lian Feng's words. The object was indeed a coffin, its surface pulsating with immense energy, the nature of which was beyond detection. Let us open it, Dikeo ordered a nearby soldier. The soldier complied but hesitated. Wait, this coffin should not be opened without a key. Lian Feng pointed to a small hole atop the coffin. It seems a key is required. We should take it back for further consideration. Dikeo nodded, acknowledging that the coffin indeed appeared to necessitate a key for access. Then let us transport it back. In the city of Juxia. Aboard the Juxia ship, a woman inquired curiously, General Dikeo, how do you plan to bring coffin back? Reina, this coffin is the unidentified object that fell. Reina nodded, but could not suppress her curiosity about the coffin's contents, especially since its material was unfamiliar and appeared remarkably sturdy. Another flash of crimson light streaked across the sky, landing on the Juxia ship. Both Dikeo and Reina's expressions grew grave. They clearly recognized the newcomers. What brings you to Earth? You are not welcome here, Dikeo stated bluntly. The warmonger Dikeo and the deity of the sun star, Reina, one of the newcomers remarked. We arrived because we detected something flying towards Earth, which you have subsequently brought here. Is there any issue with our presence? A winged woman scoffed. Indeed, there is. This is Earth, not your angel nebula, Reina retorted. Having long held disdain for these celestial beings, who shared no rapport with the sun star. Meanwhile, a report reached Lady Kaisha. An unidentified object is approaching us. Kaisha responded indifferently. Intercepted. Our technology is insufficient for such a task. Came to reply. Oh, this piques my interest. What manner of object can evade interception? I shall investigate. How utterly tedious. Ling Xine. Might you indulge me in conversation? Dongfang Chen exclaimed. He felt he might suffocate within the confines of the heavenly mystic coffin. rendered immobile and wedged between Ling Xian and Yin Shui. When will this torment end? Dongfang Chen lamented. It has already been 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen's heart surged with excitement. Finally, the possibility of escape seemed imminent. Do not get ahead of yourself. We still require a key to exit, Ling Xian cautioned. How could this be? Must it truly require a key to leave? Is this some twisted joke? Dongfang Chen protested, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. The key is likely hidden in some corner of the universe. Ling Xian replied that I might as well perish. How could the three of us, confined within this heavenly mystic coffin, ever hope to locate a key? Dongfang Chen despaired. You could summon the Angel Legion. Ling Xian suggested that not jest with me. Can I truly summon the Angel Legion while trapped in this coffin? Dongfang Chen questioned, incredulous at Ling Xian's assertion. This is a loophole left by the master. Otherwise, escaping would be utterly impossible, Ling Xian explained. Very well, I shall give it a try. Dongfang Chen donned a mask, invoking the Angel Legion. With a crack, rifts appeared across the sky. What is happening? Alert the troops. The three angels readied their weapons, prepared for combat. From the fissures emerged winged beings. Angels, once again. Are you angels preparing to assault Earth? Reina inquired of the three angels. The leading angel shook their head. I do not recognize them at all. Furthermore, they consist of both female and male angels, so how could I possibly know them? Reina pondered this. Indeed, 30,000 years prior, the angel nebula had been comprised solely of female angels, and male angels were regarded as foes, making any alliance impossible as thousands of angels continued to materialize. 5 leading angels gracefully descended beside the coffin. That we pay our respects, Your Excellency, they acknowledged, addressing the 3 angels, Reina and Decao. What is this? Are they conversing with the coffin? Dongfang Chen unexpectedly heard a voice from outside. Dawei, who are you? Your Excellency, I am your subordinate. Dongfang Chen could now confirm that this was indeed the angel he had summoned, and he felt an overwhelming excitement, knowing that he would soon be free. Ahem, listen carefully. Right now, immediately, go find me the key to the Tianxian coffin. But, Your Excellency, I do not know what the key looks like. How dare you say you don't know? I will tell you this. If you do not find the key within 3 days, you might as well consider yourself dead. Dongfang Chen was enraged. Having been imprisoned for 100,000 years already, the response from his subordinate was utterly infuriating. The angel was scared, sweating profusely, but felt wronged. He truly did not know what the key to the Tianxian coffin looked like. Reina and Du Cao, along with their companions, were astonished to discover that there was indeed a living person inside the coffin, and his temper appeared to be quite volatile, frequently threatening his subordinates with death. They could hardly comprehend why anyone would willingly follow Dongfang Chen's orders. But Your Excellency, I genuinely do not know what the key looks like, the angel nearly cried, feeling unfairly treated. Ling Xin was speechless. It seemed that Dongfang Chen was truly on the verge of exploding. Listen, first memorize the aura of the Tianxian coffin, and then search the universe for a key that carries the same aura, Ling Xin advised. The angel, not daring to linger any longer for fear of further reprimand from Dongfang Chen, hastily departed. In an instant, thousands of angels dispersed throughout the universe in search of a key that matched the aura of the Tianxian coffin. Hey, is there anyone left? If so, speak up. Du Cao suppressed a shock and slowly approached the Tianxian coffin. Hello, is there anyone here? What is your name? And where exactly are we? Du Cao could ascertain that the angels he had encountered earlier were indeed subordinates of the man within the coffin. My name is Du Cao, and this is Earth.0, so this place is Earth. Dongfang Chen felt a sense of familiarity with the name, though he could not quite place it. What? You say this is Earth? Dongfang Chen suddenly remembered that this was indeed his homeland. Was it not also called Earth? He felt immense joy, realizing that he had finally discovered the path back to his roots after so long. Du Cao and his companions were puzzled by the reaction of the man in the coffin upon hearing the name of Earth. Are those angels your subordinates? The angel Yin inquired, approaching, upon hearing a woman speak to him. Dongfang Chen responded nonchalantly. Well, if they're not my subordinates, are they yours? Yin realized that her question was indeed redundant. Can you tell me how long you have been imprisoned? Dongfang Chen reflected on the 10,000 years he had spent in the Tianxin coffin. It was a torment beyond what any man should endure. I have been imprisoned for 100,000 years. This revelation left Yin, Du Cao, and the others astounded. They could hardly fathom enduring such a lengthy confinement. Are you also an angel? Is that even a question? If I am not an angel, then what am I? Do you think I am some sort of monster? Dongfang Chen responded incredulously, bemused by the foolishness of her inquiry. The angels Chue and Mo stifled their laughter, finding Yan's questions to be rather superfluous. Yet, they were also astonished by Dongfang Chen's angelic identity, if he truly was an angel and had been imprisoned for 100,000 years. It meant he was the progenitor of all angels in the current angel nebula. Yin found this notion unbelievable. If it were true, the implications were staggering. Should Dongfang Chen emerge, and if he were indeed their ancestor, it would lead to a confrontation between him and the current ruler of the angel nebula, Queen Kaisha. Such a significant matter required immediate reporting to Queen Kaisha. Enough noise, Dongfang Chen, if you continue to speak so loudly. I will make you regret it. Ling Xin snapped, having grown increasingly irritated with Dongfang Chen's behavior over the last 100,000 years, during which he had continuously taken advantage of her. Indeed, Master, please refrain from speaking so loudly. Yin Shui added, feeling exasperated by her master's loud proclamations within the confines of the Tianxin coffin. Yin was surprised to discover that there were two women alongside Dongfang Chen in the coffin. Could they also be angels? Perhaps even his wives? The dynamic intrigued her, especially given the evident fear Dongfang Chen had of the woman who had just spoken loudly. I, too, am an angel. So should I call you ancestor? Yin teased, don't be ridiculous. I have no children. Well, I do have one, but I have yet to meet them, Dongfang Chen replied. Besides, I believe I have another 18 children yet to be accounted for. Let's not go there. Calling me ancestor makes me feel old. You can call me brother or handsome instead, he added. Yin chuckled at her playful ancestor, who sounded quite youthful. Then I shall call you brother, she decided, feeling that it was more fitting given their age difference. Brother, why were you imprisoned in this coffin? Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it held a monumental secret. Dongfang Chen reflected on the fact that he had been imprisoned 100,000 years ago, during a time when angelic technology was not advanced, and their strength was relatively modest. However, having observed the angels earlier, Yin sensed immense pressure. Each one seemed to surpass her in power. Dongfang Chen, if you dare to speak so loudly again, once we are outside, I will make you regret it, Ling Xin warned, unable to contain herself. The noise within the Tianxin coffin was unbearable, particularly as her powers were restricted, if she were able to utilize her abilities. Dongfang Chen could say whatever he pleased. Come on, who is afraid? I finally have a lovely lady to converse with, and you interrupt me. That I warn you, if you disturb me again, I may just retaliate. Dongfang Chen shot back. All right, Dongfang Chen, you are quite the character. Once we are outside, you shall face the consequences. That I won't stop until you're begging for mercy. Dongfang Chen swallowed hard, realizing that he might truly be in trouble. Although he had reached the realm of dominion, he sensed that he might not measure up to Ling Xin in a fight. If it came to blows, he could only wonder what sort of outcome awaited him. Haha, Ling Xin, I was just joking. I promise to keep quiet now, Dongfang Chen conceded. Ling Xin, Yin Shui, and the others exchanged glances, surprised by how quickly he had backed down. What is this? You're not going to fight. We've never seen a divine battle before. 3 days swiftly slipped by, and at this juncture, the angel dispatched to retrieve the heavenly seal's key returned us. So, have you found the key? I am deeply sorry. Esteemed one, the key remains elusive. The female angel could not help but break into a cold sweat. Dongfang Chen did not truly hold these angels accountable, for the universe is vast, and his own powers were sealed. The angels he summoned were not particularly formidable, making the quest for the key genuinely challenging. I apologize, esteemed one. My subordinate has failed in their duty. With that, the female angel drew her sword across her own neck, and the remaining thousands of angels followed suit, brandishing their swords towards their throats. Angel Yin did not leave Earth. He remained, indulging in leisure. However, after 3 days, he felt compelled to discover the nature of this key. Yet upon arrival, he was met with the sight of thousands of angels committing suicide This moment, Angel Yin had firmly categorized Dongfang Chen as a tyrant akin to Hua Yi. Initially, he thought Dongfang Chen's threat to slay his subordinates was merely jest, a reflection of his bad mood after being imprisoned for 100,000 years. Yet he was taken aback by the reality of these angels' self-inflicted demise. Angel Yin concluded that Dongfang Chen must not be allowed to emerge. Otherwise, the Angel Nebula would descend into a brutal maelstrom. The angels summoned by Dongfang Chen, much like the Shadow Legion, could be resurrected upon death. However, should Dongfang Chen kill them, or they take their own lives? It would be a finality. Indeed, they had truly taken their own lives. Well, if they are dead, they are dead. Let us continue summoning angels to search for the key. Once more, a host of angels descended from the heavens, this time numbering over 20,000. Salutations. Esteemed one, resume the search for the key. Should you fail to retrieve it within 3 days, you are aware of the consequences. The angels were taken aback. The prior angels had already taken their lives. And if this new batch failed to find the key, they would inevitably follow in their footsteps. Yes, should I fail to return with the key in 3 days, I shall take my own life. With that, the angels soared away from Earth, continuing their quest throughout the cosmos. The sight of angelic suicide shocked both Duke Ao and the lurking demon Queen Morgana, who could hardly believe the swift resolution to end their own lives without a moment's hesitation. Angel Yin felt the urgency to report this matter to Queen Kaisha. Didi, Yin, have you encountered Morgana at the Chuang Star? Kaisha inquired, perplexed that no. Queen Kaisha, I encountered a critical situation on Earth that I must discuss with you. It is of utmost importance. Yin replied anxiously that, oh, what could possibly cause such distress in you? Kaisha pondered, baffled. Could it be that Morgana's demonic legion has resurfaced? A splendid division line. Yin recounted the entire incident to Kaisha, who grew increasingly incredulous. She had inadvertently acquired a new ancestor, one even more brutal than Hua Yi. While Hua Yi was merely cruel towards female angels, this purported ancestor was far more savage. If he were to emerge, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloodbath. Yin, do you know what the key looks like? Kaisha realized they must find the key before taking further action. I am uncertain. However, it seems there is a circular hole in the coffin, suggesting the key resembles a sphere. Kaisha was at a lost point 3 days prior. An unidentified object had flown into the Angel Nebula, coincidentally resembling a sphere. Currently, this sphere was under the scrutiny of He-She, who claimed that once researched, angelic technology would undoubtedly become vastly more potent. Yet the angels were scouring the universe for this sphere, and it would not be long before they located it within the Angel Nebula, which would surely spark another conflict. Group leader, what should I do? I find myself in a predicament, Kaisha mused internally. Indeed, just yesterday, Kaisha had joined a group known as the Multiverse Chat Group, populated by individuals from various worlds, both strong and weak. The most formidable among them was the elusive group leader, a veritable powerhouse capable of establishing a channel for communication across the multiverse. Wow, Queen Kaisha, it's astonishing that you've encountered trouble. Indeed, indeed. You must remember, you are a deity. Kaisha, speak. What difficulties have you encountered? The group leader urged. Kaisha relayed the information she had received from Yin to the group, that my goodness, a deity imprisoned for 100,000 years. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed, indeed. The group leader became intrigued. Please send me a picture of the key. Before long, Kaisha transmitted an image of the Heavenly Seal's key to the group leader. System, what can you tell me about this sphere? System, ding, system scanning in progress. Ding, this sphere is the key to the Heavenly Seal, and the Heavenly Seal is a coffin crafted from the offerings of all beings in a supreme world. The system relayed this information to the group leader, who was taken aback. What kind of deity is imprisoned within this Heavenly Seal? If released, the consequences will be dire. Kaisha, this sphere is the key to the Heavenly Seal, which is a coffin formed from the offerings of all beings in a supreme world. Thus, you must either return the key or face endless slaughter. Upon hearing this, Kaisha was astounded. Upon entering the group, the leader had explained the hierarchy of worlds within the multiverse, revealing that her universe was classified as a middle-tier world. Yes, Queen Kaisha, it would be wise to return the key to avoid the ensuing carnage. Thank you for your guidance, group leader. I shall take my leave. Now, Kaisha contemplated whether to return the key It seemed prudent to do so, as it could forge an alliance with the powerful entity. Failing to return, it could lead to countless wars, all of which would be ultimately futile. In the end, Kaisha resolved to return the K.E.Y.My goodness. Is this for real? Has such a terrifying figure emerged from the super-divine universe? The being confined within a coffin formed by all the lies of Supreme World must be immensely powerful. Ding, the High Priest has joined the multiverse chat group. The High Priest? Is that the steward of the King of All in the Dragon Ball universe? This is a significant player. Welcome, newcomer. Newcomers, please share your images. Yes, newcomers, do not be shy. We are all family now. Group leader, do you all know how formidable the High Priest is? He can destroy a universe with a mere thought. Is it wise to speak so casually? Ahem, everyone, let's quiet down and not disturb the newcomer. What is this voice in my head? Ding, warning, warning. Due to the High Priest's overwhelming power, the multiverse chat group is being surveilled. The group leader must expel him immediately. The group leader was startled that my goodness. The High Priest is indeed formidable, capable of probing the multiverse chat group. Quickly, kick him out. Ding, warning, warning. Due to the High Priest's immense power, the system cannot expel him. Group leader, please exercise caution. How can this be? This is outright bullying. The High Priest is far too powerful. What is this? Why is something appearing in my mind? Dongfang Chen pondered. Perplexed, am I being targeted for possession by another powerful entity? Haha, the newcomer has finally spoken. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gu Santong, a veteran member of this group. Shouldn't the newcomer offer a red envelope? Gu Santong chuckled. Indeed, indeed, this handsome fellow is named Tony that a newcomer must certainly present a red envelope. If not, do not blame us for being impolite, Tony remarked. The group leader, this Tony, is quite the trickster. Do you even know who the Grand Officer is? You dare to threaten? You must not know how to write the character for death. Jiayong interjected, intrigued. It is a fine opportunity to chat in this myriad worlds group while I am bored in this heavenly mysterious coffin, especially since Lingxin does not allow me to speak. Group leader, Tony, you should be silent. Haha, greetings, Grand Officer. I am the leader of this myriad worlds group. My name is Yeshuan, that I hope to receive your guidance henceforth. Good heavens, the group leader has fallen from grace, speaking to newcomers with such deference. Gu Santong exclaimed in disbelief. Esteemed one, I humbly seek your favor. Tony, ever the astute observer, noted that the tone of the group leader indicated that this newcomer, referred to as the Grand Officer, was a figure of considerable power, rivaling that of the group leader. Now would be the perfect moment to curry favor. Group leader, are you aware that just moments ago you have offended the Grand Officer? It may already be too late to seek his favor, another member warned. You wish to gain my favor? That is not impossible. As long as you can help me escape, I shall grant each of you a wish. Currently, I possess the power of the Divine Dragon, which includes the ability to grant wishes, and once I am free, my strength shall return to its former dominion. What wish could not be fulfilled? Chapter 63. The deceiver Yeshuan contemplated the peculiar dynamics of this group. In other novels, members typically ascend from lower worlds to become formidable figures in higher realms. Yet here it had barely been a moment since a being capable of cosmic destruction had arrived. Most alarmingly, the Grand Officer could sense the existence of the group system. Will my formidable position as group leader be exposed, or worse, would I be killed, paving the way for the Grand Officer to take my place? Alas, what misfortune! Pray tell, Grand Officer, were you imprisoned? Yeshuan, though fearful, was also curious about how such a powerful figure could be confined. The Grand Officer was the steward of the entire cosmos and ranked among the top 5 strongest beings. How could such a deity be trapped? Indeed, esteemed one, where are you confined? Gu Santong and Tony shared the same curiosity that, you are all present. I merely stepped away for a meal and did not expect a newcomer to join the group. Yan Shengji, hurry and pay your respects to the esteemed one. This is a figure so significant that even the group leader bows in deference. Tony stated with solemnity. Good heavens, a formidable figure has arrived. Sob, I seek your favor, esteemed one. After all, I am but a child, Yan Shengji exclaimed in astonishment. What manner of individuals inhabit this group? These names sound so familiar, yet I cannot recall their origins. No matter, as long as I can escape. Their identities are of little consequence. As for me, I am currently trapped within the heavenly mysterious coffin. Lacking the key, I cannot escape. Whoever brings me the key shall have 3 wishes fulfilled. This time, I have increased the number of wishes to 3, believing it would be more enticing, with the caveat that only the bearer of the key may claim them. Gasp. Many in the group inhaled sharply. To them, the group leader, Yeshuan, had always been omnipotent, possessing foresight and knowledge of their futures. Yet this grand officer was a figure even Yeshuan regarded with respect. Surely, he could fulfill their wishes. Why does the term heavenly mysterious coffin sound so familiar? Isn't the key with Queen Kaisha? Indeed, the key resides with Queen Kaisha. Tony, quickly summon Queen Kaisha and request that she deliver the key to the Grand Officer. Gu Santong urged. Stop. Grand Officer, could you enlighten us on how you came to be imprisoned within the heavenly mysterious coffin? If you are a dangerous entity, releasing you would spell disaster for the world, Yeshuan cautioned, attempting to quell the group's excitement. Though uncertain of the Grand Officer's threat level, he recognized that allowing him to escape could be perilous. Eastern Chen scoffed. According to Ling Xin, the key is within this very universe, and Queen Kaisha must be among this group. Since it is with Kaisha, summoning her subordinates to retrieve her should suffice. Why would I tell you? Group leader, in my eyes, you are nothing that in the past, Eastern Chen would have engaged Yeshuan diplomatically, but after being trapped for 100,000 years, his mood was foul. Anyone who obstructed his escape would meet their end. Yeshuan was taken aback. It seemed this grand officer truly intended harm against him. I cannot allow him to escape. The consequences would be dire, as long as Kaisha does not hand over the key to you. You cannot escape, he retorted. The group members watched intently as the tension between the grand officer and the group leader escalated, eager to see who would emerge victorious. You wish to prevent my escape. Yeshuan, let me enlighten you. Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to hinder me? Your power in this group is the weakest, while the strongest is Kaisha, Eastern Chen revealed, exposing Yeshuan's true standing. What? Impossible! How could the group leader's strength be the weakest? The members were incredulous. This so-called Myriad Worlds group has already fallen under my control. Is it difficult for me to discern your strengths? What? Are you implying that the Grand Officer is now the true leader of the group, and Yeshuan is merely a puppet? Even more troubling is the revelation that Yeshuan has been deceiving us. Many were convinced, having observed Yeshuan's behavior since joining. It hardly resembled that of a true powerhouse. Would a true elite covet our techniques? Yan Shengji had once claimed she would marry the group leader. Why did he hesitate at that time? Everything felt amiss. Yeshuan could hardly believe how swiftly the Grand Officer had taken control of the entire chat group. He attempted to contact the group system, but there was no response. Yeshuan realized he was doomed. Once the Grand Officer escaped, he would be the first to perish. Why did I speak so foolishly? Grand Officer, spare me. I am willing to serve you loyally. At this point, my dignity matters not. I will do anything to survive. Alas, it seems the Grand Officer's words ring true. This group leader has always been a charlatan. Kaisha! Eastern Chen, uninterested in Yeshuan's plight, planned to summon Kaisha to bring the key. After all, waiting for her subordinates to find her could take an eternity. Upon hearing her name, Queen Kaisha understood it was the Myriad Worlds chat group. When she entered, she was astonished to discover that the newcomer was her ancestor, trapped within the coffin of the Crimson Crow Star. However, it now appears that this entity is evidently not one's own ancestor, but rather an angel from another realm. Yet, Kaisha did not anticipate that the seemingly formidable group leader would turn out to be a deceiver. Why would a fraud possess such extensive knowledge and claim that Morgana would soon take their life? Nevertheless, these matters have become inconsequential. What truly matters is that the current high priest in the group is the most distinguished, and he belongs to the angelic lineage. If Kaisha wishes to elevate her own angelic faction, the high priest presents an excellent opportunity. Rest assured, I shall entrust the key to you, she stated, but are the 3 wishes you mentioned genuine? Kaisha intended to get straight to the point, feeling no inclination to indulge in superfluous dialogue. The high priest sought the key, and discussing irrelevant topics could potentially irk him. The high priest had developed a slight fondness for Kaisha. Behold, this is the wisdom of those who recognize the times. In contrast, That Knight Xian seems intent on opposing her. Sparing him would be utterly unjust. Very well, as long as you bring the key. 3 wishes are but trifles. I would grant you 5, or even 10, he declared. Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He was finally on the verge of liberation, eager to reunite with his wife and children. He wondered about the well-being of his parents. Had anyone bullied them? Should that be the case, his army would soon arrive. Please, if you have any recommendation tickets, spare a few for me. After all, I had no intention of signing a contract. At this point, recommendation tickets are my sole motivation to continue updating. Everyone receives them daily. Granting me some would incur no harm. Would it? Today is my birthday. A couple more tickets by noon would be delightful. Chapter 64, Liberation Revision. All right, I hope the High Priest adheres to his promise. I will bring it to you shortly. Kaisha was uncertain if the High Priest's assurance of fulfilling her wishes was genuine. Yet she had no alternative but to appease him. Even if his words were false, she stood to lose nothing. Of course, Dongfang Chen had never deceived anyone. Kaisha found her own words rather disingenuous. But she resolved to promptly deliver the key. Suddenly, Kaisha sensed something amiss. Why did the High Priest refer to Dongfang Chen again? High Priest, is your name truly Dongfang Chen? Kaisha queried, perplexed. All who entered the group used their real names. Yet the High Priest seemed different. However, it soon dawned on her that such a formidable being might elude the group system's detection of his true identity. Dongfang Chen is akin to my former name. I used to be the steward of the All-King, and back then, I was called High Priest Dongfang Chen. There's no need for concealment, he recounted. Reflecting on the All-King, Dongfang Chen realized he had not visited in 100,000 years. Most importantly, there were 18 children in the Dragon Ball world. Though not his biological offspring, they were nonetheless the progeny of his former self. Now that he had taken over the body of the High Priest, it would be remiss to neglect the children of his past life. Kaisha was intrigued. If Dongfang Chen had once been the steward of the All-King, how powerful must the All-King have been to appoint him? It seemed her perspective had been too narrow. With the advent of this multi-realm chat group, she had encountered a powerhouse like Dongfang Chen, and it was time for the mellow heavenly court to ascend to new heights. Since joining the multi-realm chat group, Kaisha had set her sights on long-term aspirations. For no one desires to remain weak, nor do they wish for their kin to be weak. One could never know when a mighty adversary might emerge to obliterate them. As a ruler, she understood that strength is revered in any realm. Be it the universe or other worlds, the weak must rely on the strong for survival, lest they face annihilation. Enough of this. She needed to hasten the delivery of the key. Dongfang Chen was exceedingly eager to escape. Confined within the Tianxin coffin, he was unable to move without inciting attacks from Lingxin and Yanxue. Although Yanxue's strikes were gentle and painless, Lingxin was quite ruthless, holding grudges from the past. All right, I will bring the key to you shortly. Delivering it promptly will also serve to garner Dongfang Chen's favor. Haha, Lingxin, Yanxue, we shall soon be free. Dongfang Chen exclaimed with laughter. Is that truly the case, master? Upon our release, you must prepare roasted meat for me. Yanxue had been utterly captivated by Dongfang Chen's culinary skills, feeling discomfort at the thought of a day without his roasted delicacies. Understood. Kaisha will soon deliver the key, Lingxin replied nonchalantly, though she too felt a flicker of joy. For Lingxin, even spending billions of years within the Tianxin coffin would elicit no feeling. But who would willingly remain there if given the chance to escape? Unless one were entirely idle and well-fed. How do you know this? Dongfang Chen inquired, curious he had entered the multi-realm chat group. While Lingxin had not, how could she be aware of all this? Is it so difficult to ascertain? Lingxin countered at you have a point. Lingxin is, after all, a system that has taken human form, yet remains a system. It is reasonable for her to perceive the multi-realm chat group. Even if her power is sealed, her mental acuity remains intact. Dongfang Chen mused. He felt a kinship with her. His current strength was indeed lacking. Yet his spiritual power, which governed realms, persisted. Otherwise, how could he control the multi-realm chat group? Meanwhile, Kaisha arrived at He-Shi's research facility. He-Shi, I shall take this sphere with me. Hey, now you're crossing the line. This sphere contains immense power. Once researched, angelic technology will advance significantly. Moreover, research is my passion. He/she protested, unwilling to let go. Kaisha regarded he/she's expression, which seemed to convey, if you dare take this sphere, I shall not hold back. With a sense of resignation, Kaisha divulged her entry into the multi-realm chat group, along with the group leader and the newly inducted Dongfang Chen. Upon hearing this, he/she's face registered shock. He had not expected Kaisha to join such a chat group. Take it, Sai. He/she conceded, recognizing that if the key were not delivered to the Chiwu Star, Dongfang Chen's army would inevitably arrive. Yet, he was also eager to learn more about Dongfang Chen and this multi-realm chat group, as well as the myriad realms that as you wished. He/she retrieved the key from the research apparatus and handed it to Kaisha. Let us depart. Kaisha nodded and activated the communication device. What instructions do you have, Queen Kaisha? Is there another battle to be waged? Cold, accompanied by over a dozen high-ranking angels, set forth towards the Chiwu Star. Upon hearing this, Cold felt a surge of excitement. He had long been aware that Yin had ventured to the Chiwu Star in search of Morgana. Now that Queen Kaisa was also heading there, it signified that Yin had indeed located Morgana. However, Yin was no match for Morgana, necessitating assistance. Yes, Queen Kaisa, my subordinates will ensure the complete annihilation of Morgana's demon army this time, Cold declared fervently. Had Kaisa herself mentioned that this venture was to confront Morgana? Cold was truly a battle fanatic, ever fixated on the prospect of engaging Morgana in combat. Kaisa, however, saw no need to elucidate matters. As a competent subordinate, obedience to her directives sufficed. Before long, Cold arrived with his entourage of high-ranking angels before Kaisa. Queen Kaisa, all preparations are in place. This time, Morgana shall not escape, Cold proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Then let us proceed, Kaisa responded, taking her seat upon the throne, while he/she stood by her side, and Cold's contingent of angels positioned themselves behind her. Several hours later, Kaisa's party encountered a throng of female angels. Halt! Kaisa commanded. Upon sighting Kaisa and her company, the angels sensed the presence of the heavenly coffin and swiftly encircled them. Hand over the key. Or do not blame us for our rudeness, a female angel demanded. How audacious, to speak thus in the presence of Queen Kaisa! Cold retorted angrily, brandishing his weapon at the angels. Cold had already regarded these angels as those dispatched by the Meluo celestial court to carry out tasks. Return the key, or we shall be left with no choice but to kill you. Kaisa observed the angels, confirming they were indeed those sent by Dongfang Chen to seek the key. Stop. We are merely tasked with delivering the key to Dongfang Chen. Kaisa interjected. The angels, albeit skeptical, knew very few individuals of high standing, and though these were angels, they were not of the same kind as themselves. Yet they were still angels, were they not? Then hand over the key to us. How can we trust you otherwise? One angel insisted, believing that ensuring the key's safety was paramount. Kaisa, now displeased, recognized that Dongfang Chen had promised to grant a wish to whomever returned the key. This angel was clearly coveting those 3 wishes. No, the key must be delivered by me personally. Otherwise, none of you shall obtain it. Those 3 wishes are mine alone. None shall take them, for they are crucial to augmenting our angelic power. The angels accompanying Cold were left in wonder about the nature of this key. The angels found themselves in a dilemma. Though they feared not Kaisa, should the key be damaged, they would have no face left to present before their master. However, they could not ascertain the key's fortitude. Very well, but we shall accompany you to meet our master. The angels conceded, compelled to ascertain whether Kaisa truly intended to meet Dongfang Chen. Kaisa nodded in agreement. The angels harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the key in Kaisa's possession. In this universe, it was inconceivable for anything else to emanate the same aura as the heavenly coffin. Hours later, Kaisa reached the outskirts of Earth. Queen Kaisa has arrived. Let the clouds churn. Not good. That vixen Kaisa has come. Swiftly, Kaisa manifested above the giant gorge in the city, while the members of the Shonbing Corps sensed a powerful dark energy surging through the skies, hastily arming themselves for battle. Kaisa, what brings you to Earth? Dukeo inquired, gazing at the angel in the heavens. Kaisa, uninterested in Dukeo's concerns, was escorted directly to the heavenly coffin. We pay our respects, master. The key has arrived. The angels announced. Cold and his fellow angels increasingly questioned Kaisa's motive for traveling such a distance to merely observe a coffin. Hearing the arrival of Dongfang Chen from within the heavenly coffin, he urged, "Quickly, release me." Duko and the members of the Xiongbing Corps, witnessing Kaisa's intent to approach the coffin, sighed in relief. After all, it was not wrong for her to seek out her ancestral figure. "Very well," Kaisa nodded, retrieving the key from the dark space and placing it atop the heavenly coffin to that moment. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, a tremendous pressure enveloping the earth, causing its inhabitants to struggle for breath. Even Kaisa found it difficult to inhale. What is happening? Oh no! Gradually, all those unable to withstand the pressure perished, exploding in a blood mist. Even Kaisa succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground, finding it arduous to lift her head. Ha! At last, I am free. After 100,000 years, a full 100,000 years, Dongfang Chen emerged with a triumphant laugh. Suddenly, a powerful suction force enveloped Kaisa, its target being Dongfang Chen. What is happening? Ling Xin, help me. Boom! Dongfang Chen was forcibly drawn into Kaisa's being. Lulu, if you have recommendation tickets, please share them. After all, I never intended to sign a contract. Recommendation tickets are my sole motivation to continue updating. Everyone receives recommendation tickets daily. Offering me some wouldn't hurt, would it? Today is my birthday. I hope to receive a couple more by noon. Chapter 65. Kaisa's wish revised. At this moment, the oppressive force dissipated, yet all surviving beings on Earth had vanished. Save for Ling Xin and Yinxue, who remained unscathed. Ling Xin, observing the fusion of Dongfang Chen and Kaisa, could not help but sigh. It seemed that the master truly had a knack for orchestrating chaos. Before long, Kaisa regained consciousness, recalling the earlier pressure that still instilled trepidation within her. It had been utterly terrifying. This was the true embodiment of strength, as merely the oppressive aura had rendered her immobile. Gazing at the sky, now filled with blood mist devoid of any breathable air, Kaisa believed that had it not been for her divine form, she too would not have fared well. "You are awake," Kaisa noted, glancing around to find that the over a dozen high-ranking angels who had accompanied her had vanished. She felt a pang of guilt for their absence, but upon hearing someone call her name, she turned to see two women not far away. "Who are you?" Kaisa inquired. "My name is Ling Xin, and I'm called Yinxue. But what about Dongfang Chen?" Kaisa asked. "He is currently within your very being." Kaisa's expression was filled with confusion. "What on earth? Dongfang Chen is actually inside me." Upon noticing Kaisa's bewilderment, Ling Xin explained, "This means that Dongfang Chen has now become your guardian spirit. If he perishes, you will remain unharmed. However, if you die, he will perish alongside you." Kaisa began to grasp the concept, realizing that Dongfang Chen was essentially a part of her, while she was no longer him. She pondered why Dongfang Chen would become her guardian spirit. Although Kaisa was unaware of the true meaning of a guardian spirit, she deduced from the term guardian that she had now become the master of Dongfang Chen, who was bound to protect her. This thought brought her mixed emotions: joy at being united with Dongfang Chen, which promised swift progress for Meluo Heavenly Court, yet a sense of awkwardness at the loss of her privacy in Dongfang Chen's eyes. After all, she had yet to find a suitable male deity, and now what was she to do? Coughing, she wondered, what in the world is happening to me? Suddenly, she heard Dongfang Chen's voice resonating in her mind. Gradually, his ethereal form materialized before Kaisa. "Speak. What are the 3 wishes you desire? I can fulfill them all." Unbeknownst to Dongfang Chen, he had already become Kaisa's guardian spirit. Coughing again, Yinxue couldn't help but remind, "Master, you should take a look at your current form." Although Yinxue felt a sense of camaraderie with her master, the fact that her master had become someone else's guardian spirit struck her as somewhat amusing. After all, her master had only just emerged from the Tianxin coffin, and now she was bound as Kaisa's guardian spirit, which meant her master was still imprisoned, merely in a different manner. The peculiar nature of this new confinement was even more significant. Upon hearing Yanshu's suggestion to examine his body, Dongfang Chen was taken aback. "What is happening? Why have I transformed into a spirit?" He was filled with questions. "Dongfang Chen, you are now Kaisa's guardian spirit. Do you understand what that means? It implies that if you die, Kaisa will remain safe. However, if she perishes, you shall follow suit." Ling Xin, too, was sympathetic towards Dongfang Chen. Initially, she had intended to teach him a lesson upon his emergence. But now that he comprehended his current predicament, it provided her with a sense of satisfaction. Well then, why is this happening to me? Dongfang Chen lamented, tears streaming down his face. This is unbearable. The ruler of all realms truly knows how to torment one. Why did I ever attempt to save the ruler? Why did I make that wish? Why is this happening? Kaisa, who had not intended to disturb Dongfang Chen, was taken aback to see him crying because of his new role as her guardian spirit. What on earth? How can a formidable being like you be reduced to tears? Where is your dignity as a powerful entity? More importantly, she considered, aren't I the one at a disadvantage here? If I were to bathe, wouldn't you see everything? However, Dongfang Chen quickly wiped his tears away. Forget it. If I must be a guardian spirit, then so be I. At least I am a guardian spirit for a beautiful woman. Perhaps there will be delightful moments ahead. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Hey, can you please watch your words? I am right here. Is it truly appropriate to speak like that in my presence? Have you considered my feelings? After all, I am still a young maiden and have yet to find a suitable male deity. Why should you have the audacity to take advantage of me? I am not crying. Why are you? Kaisa suddenly recalled that she had become his guardian spirit, and she had set him free. Additionally, she had the opportunity to have 3 wishes granted. The principle of word once spoken is hard to retract dawned on her, reminding her that she owed Dongfang Chen those 3 wishes. That I'm right behind you, Kaisa called out. Fortunately, Dongfang Chen had not forgotten about those 3 wishes. Otherwise, her inquiries might have irked him. Though Dongfang Chen had become her guardian spirit, she knew she was no match for him and could not exert control. She decided to view the 3 wishes as a form of compensation for any future advantages he might take of her. With this thought, Kaisa found solace, realizing that even if she could not evade being at a disadvantage, she could at least reclaim some recompense. Kaisa felt that 3 wishes were insufficient. If Dongfang Chen were to take advantage of her in the future, she would undoubtedly remain by his side. Since Dongfang Chen had become her guardian spirit, why not aspire for him to become her male deity as well? Yet, this hinged on whether he would genuinely take advantage of her. Now that I have become your guardian spirit, I am also a person of my word. Speak. What are your 3 wishes? No matter what they are, I can fulfill them, Dongfang Chen stated nonchalantly. Not long ago, Dongfang Chen had recalled the identities of those in the chat group across the realms, realizing that, due to the passage of time, he had momentarily forgotten. After some contemplation, he recognized Kaisa as the Angel King from the Super God universe. More importantly, he realized that the Super God universe had its own goddess, leading him to believe that he might soon have another wife. Kaisa pondered and realized that she did not have any immediate wishes to fulfill. How about this, since I haven't thought of my wishes yet? Can we discuss them later? That's fine. After all, I am now your guardian spirit. You can make your wishes whenever you like. Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, something felt off. What's going on? Why is the sky filled with blood mist? Kaisa, are you unaware? This is all due to your overwhelming pressure, Dongfang Chen remarked. He's saying that if anyone has recommendation tickets, please share. After all, I never intended to sign a contract, and right now, recommendation tickets are my only motivation to keep updating. Since everyone receives daily recommendation tickets, giving me some won't hurt. Right? Chapter 66. Want Dongfang Chen to rest from his wives? Revised. It dawned on him that Earth also had its own goddess, and he had unwittingly slain her. His conscience weighed heavily upon him. Time rewound as Dongfang Chen resolved to resurrect those he had inadvertently killed. For if his goddess were to return and learn the truth, how could he ever pursue her again? If her first impression of him was shattered, it would be disastrous. Thus, Dongfang Chen decided to reverse time, ensuring that aside from himself, Kaisa, Yin Shu, and Ling Xin, no one would remember what had transpired from an external viewpoint. One observing Earth would witness its rotation reversing. Kaisa could scarcely believe her eyes, witnessing time itself retreating, as the scenes before her gradually restored to their original state. Mere seconds passed, and everything returned to normal, whether ordinary people or the angels brought by Kaisa. All those who had recently perished were revived. Kaisa felt almost numb. What kind of power could enable one to reverse time? Yet, recalling Dongfang Chen's 3 wishes, it seemed genuine. Any wish could indeed be fulfilled. All right, I need not fear the goddess discovering this now, Kaisa thought. Members of the Xiong Lian and the Du Cao team were left bewildered. What just happened? Kaisa was clearly unlocking the key, and now Dongfang Chen has reemerged without any transition. Moreover, Kaisa is standing in the wrong spot, and why is that angel still lying on the ground? Most importantly, why was Dongfang Chen transparent? The scene before them left the Xiong Lian and Du Cao team utterly perplexed. Oh, right, Lingxin. Do you know where my wife and child are? Are they on Mercury? Dongfang Chen reminisced about Lotzi Li and their child, and now he felt an immense longing for both mother and son. The esteemed dominator had already informed me that your child is safe. However, he is yet to be born. As for your wife, she has merged her soul with another. Lingxin shrugged and remarked, what a predicament. Dongfang Chen has a wife now. If he were to take advantage of the situation, I would undoubtedly find myself marrying him. Considering the allure of a powerful individual is hard to resist. Yet here I am, a dignified monarch of the Meluo celestial court, contemplating becoming a concubine. How can this be acceptable? Alas, it seems that aside from becoming a concubine, I possess no other options. Dongfang Chen, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. His child had not yet been born. His wife had merged souls with someone else? Where had his child gone? Whose soul had his wife merged with? Your child resides within my dimensional space and will be born in a few days. Lingxin waved her hand. As for your wife, I cannot ascertain her whereabouts. However, your child is indeed within my dimensional realm, and currently he is encased within an egg. Without the nourishment from his mother, he would not survive. Yet within the egg he is well protected, as it offers substantial sustenance. I must see my child, Dongfang Chen declared. Lingxin nodded, and a black hole materialized in the air, into which Dongfang Chen flew, followed closely by Lingxin. Kesha pondered whether she should enter as well, but by the time she decided, the black hole had vanished. Meanwhile, the unfortunate she was still neglected, lying on the ground. Kesha, witnessing the disappearance of the black hole, opted not to pursue it, though she was quite curious about what lay within. However, upon looking around, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Only then did she realize that she was still sprawled on the ground. In her astonishment, she had completely forgotten about him. She hurriedly helped Shi to his feet, but he remained unconscious, leaving her no choice but to carry him. The group of angels, led by Long, assumed that Shi was merely resting on the ground, so they did not assist him, especially since they had not seen Queen Kesha tending to him. However, upon witnessing Queen Kesha lift Shi, they realized he had truly fainted, which left them feeling somewhat awkward. They could not fathom why he should collapsed in the first place. Not far away, three angels approached: Angel Yin, Angel Jie, and Angel Mo. They had initially been in the United States searching for Morgana, but suddenly, since the arrival of Queen Kesha, Yin, Jie, and Mo hurriedly flew over. Kesha nodded in acknowledgment. Humph, Yin, why have you only just arrived? Queen Kesha has been here for quite some time, she said coldly, her anger palpable. Lung had long harbored resentment towards Yin, as she believed her abilities were on par with his, yet Kesha had chosen Yin as her left-wing guard. When Lung felt she could fulfill that role just as well. Yin, too, had grown weary of Lung's presence. Every time he faltered, she was quick to take advantage of it. I was in the United States at the Chiwu Star searching for Morgana, which is why I'm late. I asked their problem. Yin retorted, equally unwilling to back down. Enough, both of you, Kesha interjected, exasperated by their inability to amend their contentious relationship, regardless of whether in private or in front of oneself. The quarrels must ensue, which is quite embarrassing for your king. Furthermore, we are currently on another planet, with many eyes observing us. Glistening divider. Lingxin brought Dongfang Chen to the place where his child resided. The scenery here was exceptionally beautiful, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers. Upon seeing an egg of considerable size, an unsettling thought crossed Dongfang Chen's mind. Lingxin, please do not tell me that my child is inside that egg. Dongfang Chen could hardly fathom the idea of his child being contained within an egg. Was the child born from that egg truly his? A dreadful question arose in his mind. Bingo! Congratulations, you are correct. Your child is indeed within that egg. Lingxin replied with a mischievous smile, eager to witness Dongfang Chen's reaction. Instantly, Dongfang Chen's expression darkened. What on earth? This child was conceived by Lazili, yet it is to emerge from an egg. That feels utterly bizarre. Doubt crept into Dongfang Chen's mind regarding the child's parentage, but upon gazing at the egg, he felt an undeniable connection. Never mind, as long as it is my child, that suffices. Now that I know the child is safe and on the verge of being born, it's time to find Lazili. After all, the sky is vast, the earth is expansive, and the wife reigns supreme. However, I wonder if Lazili will still recognize me. If not, that could pose quite a predicament. I may have to pursue her once more. P.S. Today is my birthday, so I shall refrain from writing further. All my drafts have been exhausted, which accounts for today's 4 chapters that I will continue updating the day after tomorrow if you have recommendation tickets. Please bestow them upon me, as I never intended to sign a contract. Currently, recommendation tickets serve as my sole motivation to continue updating. After all, everyone receives tickets daily. Giving me some wouldn't be detrimental. Would it? Chapter 67. Xiongpo, revised. All right. Lingxin was disappointed. She initially believed Dongfang Chen's expression would darken significantly, and while it did momentarily, he soon regained his composure. By the way, Lingxin, how long until my child is born? Dongfang Chen inquired eagerly. Any parent who learns their child is about to arrive inevitably becomes anxious. Soon, just within a few days, Lingxin reassured him. She understood Dongfang Chen's nervousness, but she had never experienced such feelings herself and could not grasp the depth of his emotions. Ah, the child is about to be born. What should I name them? Dongfang Chen mused, already contemplating potential names. If it a boy, I shall name him Dongfang Batian. What a magnificent name, befitting the child of Dongfang Chen. Lingxin Batian? What on earth? Is that name truly appealing? If your wife, Lazili, discovers you had chosen such a name, might she not engage in a brawl with you? And if it is a girl, what name do you intend to give her? Lingxin inquired curiously. Clearly, Dongfang Chen was not adept at naming, likely only aiming to make his own name sound more appealing. After a moment of thought, Dongfang Chen's eyes brightened. If it's a girl, I shall name her Dongfang Qiong. Lingxin, is Dongfang Chen's mind perhaps befuddled to name a girl Qiong? The previous name, Batian, was somewhat acceptable, but if your wife, your parents, find out, they will surely confront you. Very well, suit yourself. After all, it's not my child. You may name your child whatever you wish. Should Dongfang Chen realize Lingxin had misunderstood him, he would undoubtedly clarify. It is Qiong, not Xiongpo. Qiong symbolizes beauty. Suddenly, Dongfang Chen felt his body gradually fading away. Although invisible to the naked eye, he was acutely aware of the sensation. Lingxin, what is happening? Why is my body disappearing slowly? Dongfang Chen exclaimed in panic. He was genuinely frightened. This vanishing act was bewildering. Indeed, you are bound to disappear. You are currently the guardian spirit of Kaisa and cannot afford to lose contact with her for too long. Lingxin shrugged nonchalantly. If a guardian spirit could leave its host, what would be the purpose of a guardian spirit? If that were the case, Dongfang Chen could wander freely, rendering Kaisa merely a decoration. Dongfang Chen felt exasperated. I must leave. I will return to see the child when time permits. Glistening divider. Yen Snow rushed to Dongfang Chen's side upon seeing Lingxin and him emerge, hugging his arm tightly. Master, now that we are out, isn't it time for you to roast meat for me? Dongfang Chen felt a peculiar sensation in his arm, causing his heart to flutter. It had been ages since he had felt such a sensation. Yen Snow seemed to be playing with fire, unable to endure the feeling. Dongfang Chen hastily pushed Yen Snow aside. All right, I will roast it for you shortly, he replied helplessly. Master, you promised. No backing out. Yen Snow protested, clearly unhappy about being pushed away, yet instantly cheered up upon hearing Dongfang Chen would prepare meat for her. After all, the vastness of the sky and earth pales in comparison to the importance of a good meal, especially when the master's cooking is exceptionally delectable. Dongfang Chen, disinterested in Yen Snow, succumbed to his own culinary delights. Yen Snow, who are you? You are an immortal bird. Ah, the supremacy of strength, yet you have been utterly vanquished by barbecue. That is this truly acceptable? Have you considered the sentiments of your master? while others toil in the kitchen for their leaders. Here I am, the leader, cooking for my subordinates. This leaves me with a profound sense of embarrassment that the unknowing. One might assume you're my master. Upon emerging, Dongfang Chen felt that his body was no longer dissipating. Yet it remained transparent, akin to a soul. Indeed, a guardian spirit is but a manifestation of the soul. Dongfang Chen summoned his divine power to manifest a corporeal form, removing the white mask that obscured his face. Revealing a mirror to admire his reflection that, still as handsome as ever, the years have not diminished his charm. Among the ranks of the valiant soldiers, angels, and Kesha, Dongfang Chen is not only a paragon of strength, but also a veritable narcissist. However, upon removing his mask, he is undeniably striking. Kesha, having traversed the cosmos for millennia, has never encountered such a captivating visage. Yet, being a monarch for over 10,000 years, she can only lament the existence of such astonishing beauty. No, such divine beauty that it is time to seek out the goddess. Dongfang Chen yearns to meet her, and other matters may be addressed later. His mental faculties scanned the entirety of the earth and swiftly located his goddess. However, he also discovered her strolling hand in hand with another man. More importantly, he sensed the essence of his beloved Lazili emanating from her. Realization dawned upon Dongfang Chen. The master of all realms had previously stated he would not reunite with his wife for another 100,000 years. Yet, Lazili was gravely injured and with child. The thought of her waiting alone for 100 millennia was unbearable. Thus, the master of all realms allowed their child to survive within an egg, recognizing that Lazili could not wait so long. Hence, she either experienced rebirth or merged her soul with another. Ultimately, the decision was made for Lazili to fuse with another soul, which turned out to be that of another goddess. Dongfang Chen had intended to make his move later that night, but that now seemed impossible. What he could not tolerate was witnessing his wife holding hands with another man while shopping. Moreover, he sensed a familiar energy emanating from this man. He was either a transmigrator or a system bearer from this realm. Anger surged within Dongfang Chen. How dare he lay a hand on my wife? I shall see him dead. In a fit of rage, he vanished from his location. Ding! Alert! Alert! Someone is probing the system. Someone is probing the system. System, retreat. Host, be cautious. The man, bewildered, wondered what was happening. He was merely shopping for clothes with his girlfriend when suddenly someone was prying into the system. What kind of formidable being could breach the system? Could it be that an entity from the heavenly coffin had emerged? The moment the heavenly coffin descended, the man's system detected it and informed him of its nature, leaving him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Ling Xin, Yen Shu, Kesha, and others present were taken aback by Dongfang Chen's fury. It was evident he was not merely upset, but furious enough to kill. They were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning what could have provoked him so suddenly. Can you guess the identity of Dongfang Chen's goddess? There are no rewards for incorrect guesses, nor for correct ones. Please, do lend your support with more recommendation votes. Chapter 68. Pause. Amend chapter if you find Dongfang Chen's role as Kesha's guardian spirit unappealing. I am willing to make amendments. These 1 or 2 chapters will undergo revisions. Please hold on. Once completed, they will be released. Chapter 69. The way Dongfang Chen slowly approached the egg, gently caressing it. Inside lay his child, a connection of flesh and blood that felt truly wondrous. He sensed immense strength within the egg, nearly surpassing the supreme level. The thought of his child being born so powerful filled him with excitement. Their talent would undoubtedly exceed his own. Moreover, he detected the presence of source flame and earthly ice within the egg. Clearly, once the child is born, they will possess both abilities. Those who dare to bully his child shall face a fate of being roasted alive or frozen solid. Yinshu approached with curiosity, gazing at the egg. Wow, the little master will emerge from this egg? How fascinating. She touched the egg and remarked, the little master is incredibly strong, almost on par with me, and no wonder, being the master's child, they are so powerful. She pondered, perhaps she should train harder. If the little master surpassed her, it would be quite embarrassing. Besides, she must ensure the little master is well protected from any harm. Once some time passes, I should bid farewell to the master and venture out to train. ensuring I possess the strength to safeguard the little master. By the way, Lingxin, where is Lazili? The child is safe and nearing birth. There is nothing to worry about. Follow me, not far from here. Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement. Yinshu wished to linger and protect the little master, but had to leave to see the matriarch. Sigh. I wonder how the matriarch is faring. Before long, Lingxin led Dongfang Chen and Yinshu to the place where Lazili lay in slumber. The surroundings were formed entirely of ice, and they could sense a powerful energy emanating from it. Achoo! Yinshu sneezed. Dongfang Chen turned to ask, "What is wrong, Yinshu? Are you unwell?" He found it curious. After all, Yinshu was an immortal phoenix with supreme-level power. How could she sneeze? "No, master. I am not ill. I just felt uncomfortable upon entering here, and my strength seems to be suppressed." Yinshu also found it strange. Lingxin, however, had forgotten that Yinshu, being a fire element phoenix, was at a disadvantage in this icy environment that specifically counters fire. With a wave of her hand, Lingxin restored Yanshu's comfort. The ice here is formed from the essence emanating from Lazili, which exerts a strong suppressive effect on flames. Yinshu, Dongfang Chen, my wife can emit such ice. Moreover, the aura of this ice feels no weaker than earthly ice. Upon entering, Dongfang Chen sensed an overwhelming chill. Yet since this was Lingxin's dimensional space, and had entered many times before, coupled with Lingxin's peculiar abilities, he refrained from questioning it. This must be a boon granted by the master to your wife, Lazili. Due to her originally weak constitution, which was a blend of various genes, Scion, human, ice demon, and others, she possessed inferior genes. Once she reached her limit, further enhancement would be challenging. Thus, the master granted Lazili a constitution akin to that of the Ice Sovereign Dada. Now Dongfang Chen and Yinshu understood. Lazili was no longer a mere artificial being, but possessed a constitution similar to that of the Ice Sovereign. But who was the Ice Sovereign? Was she powerful? Dongfang Chen inquired out. Of course, the Ice Sovereign is formidable. She is a being of the Sovereign Realm that if you were to engage her in combat now, you would undoubtedly lose. Lingxin did not intend to belittle Dongfang Chen. In the presence of other sovereigns, he truly seemed weak. Even she, as a sovereign, would find it easy to best him. Dongfang Chen pondered. Am I truly that weak? I can't be considered weak. After all, I'm also a sovereign now. Lingxin, how dare you underestimate me? I shall challenge this Ice Sovereign to a duel, Dongfang Chen declared, filled with indignation. Yinshu, too, wondered if her master was truly weak, yet he was undeniably powerful. After all, it would only take a mere slap to defeat her. Not to criticize you, but you haven't even found the path you wish to take. How can you speak of battling other sovereigns? The path. What a peculiar notion it is for Dongfang Chen to ponder what path he might tread, it not merely a game. In the future, he envisions a world shared with his wife and child, a serene triad of existence. Lingxin, with a furrowed brow, reflects on the absurdity of Dongfang Chen's situation. He has assumed a position of dominion, yet remains oblivious to his own path. Nonetheless, it is true that many would not comprehend the meaning of path, especially someone as befuddled as Dongfang Chen. The path I refer to is akin to the Tao depicted in the novels of your past life. Each individual possesses their own Tao. So, what might yours be? Tao. Dongfang Chen concedes that he has yet to discover his own. Presently, his existence revolves solely around leisure. He is not engaged in any form of cultivation. With his realm elevated directly by the sovereign of all realms, how could he possibly seek a path that is rightfully his? Dongfang Chen's contemplation reveals his lack of understanding regarding the concept of Tao. Such matters are elusive and deeply intricate, requiring countless trials to unearth one's own path. Some may even sever their ties to the mortal realm, forsaking all vestiges of human emotion, becoming indifferent to everything, which is termed the path of indifference. Regardless, my path is undoubtedly one of leisure. Much like the carefree individuals in the novels of my past, I aspire to embody the ethos of the Tao of carefree living. Dongfang Chen believes this carefree Tao to be the essence of a true existence. Lingxin, however, finds Dongfang Chen's resolution to be rather hasty, to declare his Tao so recklessly, claiming a carefree Tao. Does he even comprehend what that entails? Lingxin, weary of continuing the conversation, perceives Dongfang Chen as a mere floundering fish, one destined never to rise. Yet, should he genuinely uncover the Tao of carefree living, she would feel a genuine happiness for him, as the quest for one's own path is indeed a formidable challenge. Many individuals simply follow the paths of others, pursuing what does not belong to them. Then what is your Tao? Dongfang Chen inquires with curiosity. Master, I have yet to discover my own Tao. The pursuit of a personal Tao is no simple endeavor. Ling Xian replies that by the way, what is your Tao? Ling X, surely someone as formidable as you must possess a Tao of your own. Why should I divulge my Tao to you, Dongfang Chen? Well, if you choose not to share, then so be it. I shan't press further, he asserts. Dongfang Chen surmises that Ling Xian likely does not possess a personal Tao, being a system after all. What Tao could a system possibly have? The more he contemplates this, the more convinced he becomes. If she had a Tao, she would certainly articulate IT this moment. Ling Xian guides Dongfang Chen and Yin Shui to the resting place of La Zili, surrounded by an icy landscape that grows colder as they approach her. Soon, Dongfang Chen beholds La Zili reclined upon a bed of ice, her beauty radiating even more than before. He perceives an air of nobility about her. Any ordinary individual would regard her as an untouchable noblewoman. Even Yin Shui shares this sentiment. Dongfang Chen approaches La Zili, tenderly caressing her cheek, a pang of guilt washing over him. Ling Xian and Yin Shui, sensing the intimate moment, discreetly withdraw. It is time for Dongfang Chen and La Zili to share their solitude, for lingering would only serve to intrude. To my beloved, at long last, I see you again. I wonder when you will awaken. When you do, I shall prepare delightful meals for you, and we shall live our small, happy life together. He rambles on, unsure what he is saying, yet pouring out his heart nonetheless. After a considerable time, Dongfang Chen notices a slight flutter in La Zili's eyelids, prompting him to question his senses that no, it cannot be an illusion. She is on the verge of awakening. My love, he gently calls out, but La Zili remains unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent as he resolves to remain by her side until she stirs. Thus, he quietly watches his wife, who seems increasingly enchanting, exuding a regal aura. It would indeed be a shame if she did not ascend to queenship. However, he muses that should La Zili become a queen, what would his role entail? It seems more fitting for him to assume the mantle of king, while she remains as queen. Yet, as Dongfang Chen reflects, he realizes he is already a king, commanding countless angels. The exact number eludes him, but surely there are billions, if not more. He contemplates absorbing the powers of the mask. For donning it each time he summons angels feels rather peculiar. Lost in thought, he suddenly finds himself gazing upon an exquisite visage. Upon closer inspection, he exclaims, "My love, you have finally awakened," and embraces La Zili. However, she reacts with displeasure, pushing him away with force and eyes ablaze with fury. Who are you to dare invade my space? Dongfang Chen, bewildered, wonders why La Zili does not recognize him. This is unexpected. Could it be the work of the sovereign of all realms seeking vengeance? Dear wife, please do not jest. I am your husband, Dongfang Chen. Shall we return home? Dongfang Chen slowly rises, reaching for La Zili's hand. But she resolutely denies him, slapping his hand away. I warn you, should you act impudently again, my retaliation will be far from gentle. Now, Dongfang Chen is genuinely perplexed. Zili exudes an unusual aura, one that even he, at the sovereign level, finds chilling. Yet he cannot fathom that she would truly harm him. Even if she has lost her memory, he believes her subconscious would never wish him harm. He cautiously approaches her once more. My love, cease this jesting and return home with me. I promise to prepare numerous delicious meals for you. You are utterly shameless. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your wife, La Zili retorts coldly. Dongfang Chen smirks, swiftly closing the distance between them, wrapping his arms tightly around her and kissing her lips passionately. Zili is taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected kiss. What is happening? Am I truly being kissed? My dear, your acting is woefully inadequate. I saw through your ruse almost immediately. Not even think of feigning amnesia. Dongfang Chen whispers softly in her ear. Alas, you have unraveled my intentions that I suppose I lack any talent for acting. Lazili concedes, feeling somewhat defeated as her playful scheme has been discovered so swiftly. Dongfang Chen gradually releases her, taking her hand as they sit together upon the icy beach. My love, would you like to know how I discerned your charade? He smiles mischievously. You wish to play with me, yet you are unaware of your husband's prowess. Do tell. I believe my performance was rather convincing. How could you possibly have uncovered it? Lazili has also developed an interest, pondering how her husband discerned her true feelings. She believed she had performed admirably, even capable of securing an award without issue to my dear wife. Your recent expression was indeed flawless. The reason I could perceive it is that every time I am near you, you gently push me away, never exerting force. One must understand that if a woman were suddenly accosted by a man, she would not exhibit the softness you do. Oh, is that so? Then next time, I shall be more resolute. Lazili reflected, acknowledging her own tenderness. This softness stemmed from the previous turmoil of their impending divorce, which had instilled fear of losing Dongfang Chen, preventing her from acting with conviction. She feared that any display of strength might provoke his dissatisfaction. And should another divorce occur, she would be at a loss for what to do to him. My dear, I apologize. Had it not been for my words, you would not have changed so, Dongfang Chen lamented, feeling heavy-hearted. Knowing it was all his doing, Lazili placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, assuring him, I understand none of this was intentional on your part. I have never blamed you. The fault lies with my own vulnerability, rendering me incapable of withstanding even your slightest gesture. Though Lazili did not hold Dongfang Chen accountable, she realized that blaming him served no purpose, as the past was behind them. She had grown significantly stronger, having reached the dominion of the Xian realm. While this strength was derived from the mastery of the myriad realms, it ensured she would not be inadvertently harmed by Dongfang Chen again. And she had also acquired a unique constitution akin to that of the Ice Empress. Oh, a la 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 la. No matter the distance, love endures. Would it be possible to grant a ticket? Chapter 71. Xiao Yin sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, the fault was mine. Had I not succumbed to momentary pride, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. Ultimately, the genesis of this entire situation lay in Dongfang Chen's momentary negligence. Sigh. Now, I wonder how my parents are faring. Lazili nodded, contemplated her younger brother, Lapisai, and how he was managing to... So, my husband, what do you intend to do about Ling Xin? I know you have always harbored feelings for her. Dear wife, you are aware, Dongfang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Lazili revealed, having known all along about Dongfang Chen's past, including his previous life, that a voice within her dreams had disclosed everything, revealing the master of the myriad realms, who had also elevated her strength to the level of the Xian realm. Dongfang Chen nodded, relieved that Lazili was already privy to this knowledge, sparing him the difficulty of broaching the subject, unsure of how to speak with his wife. However, his feelings for Ling Xin remained complex and enigmatic. Although his abilities had been directly enhanced by the master of the myriad realms, Ling Xin, despite being a system, had imparted significant wisdom to Dongfang Chen, serving as a mentor of sorts. Moreover, he was oblivious to Ling Xin's feelings towards him, as her demeanor fluctuated between kindness and coldness. Never mind, my dear wife. It is time for us to return and check on my parents. I'm certain they're quite worried about us. Indeed, it has been 100,000 years. Regardless of the circumstances, no parent can endure such a lengthy separation from their child without concern. Although Li Ling and Dongfang Yi now enjoyed an extended lifespan upon their departure, Dongfang Chen had bestowed upon his parents not only longevity, but also immortality. Were it not for their reluctance to cultivate, he would have certainly urged Ling Xin to endow them with formidable bloodlines and techniques. Dongfang Chen believed that, despite their lack of power, the gifts of longevity and immortality would keep his parents safe. Even if adversity were to befall them, he possessed the ability to resurrect them. However, should anyone dare to harm his parents, he vowed they would pay a grievous price. Such transgressions would not be forgiven easily. Let us go, my wife, and see our children. Lazili felt a twinge of strangeness at the thought of her offspring still encased in an egg, as she was no creature of the avian or reptilian kind. Yes, Dongfang Chen replied, taking Lazili's hand as they stood and made their way outside. Upon emerging, they found Lingxin and Yinxue enjoying spicy hot pot. What a surprise! Master Mistress, you have returned. Wonderful. Come and enjoy the hot pot. It's just right, Yinxue exclaimed, eagerly lifting a morsel with her chopsticks and savoring it. My dear master, Lingxin's spicy hot pot is far more fragrant than the meat you have grilled. How could it not be so? My culinary skills have been imparted by Lingxin. Thus her expertise undoubtedly surpasses my own by leaps and bounds. Zalizi, and I shall take a moment to check on the child. You may dine at your leisure. Dongfang Chen cast a resigned glance at Yinxue, cautioning her to be mindful lest she indulge herself in a plumpness, as she seemed preoccupied solely with eating. Admittedly, I, Dongfang Chen, also harbor a yearning for spicy hot pot. The aroma is simply irresistible. Tea has been eaten since I last savored any food. Gurgle! Zalizi's stomach audibly protested, and she bashfully scratched her head. She lamented that her belly was truly most uncooperative. Despite the lengthy absence of sustenance, was it necessary for it to protest upon citing food? Darling, why don't we have a bite before checking on the child? After all, what's the rush? Zalizi proposed, enticed by the irresistible allure of the hot pot. Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement, for what could be more paramount than the joy of dining? To live is to relish life, and the most fundamental pleasure is that of a meal, particularly when it involves delicacies. Why forfeit such an opportunity? Thus, without further ado, Dongfang Chen and Zalizi joined Lingxin and Yinxue in their indulgence of the spicy hot pot. Unborn child. Wah wah. Have mom and dad forgotten about me? You promised to come see me. Yet upon encountering this hot pot, you've abandoned me. How utterly cruel. But I too long to taste the hot pot made by Sister Lingxin. Approximately 2 hours later, burp, Dongfang Chen let out a satisfied belch. Having not tasted such delectable food in ages, Zalizi caressed her slight belly, which had begun to protrude modestly. From now on, I shall insist that Lingxin prepare hot pot for me regularly. As for your grilled meat, it pales in comparison to Lingxin's spicy hot pot, she declared, casting a disdainful look at Dongfang Chen. Was he truly being scorned by his own subordinate? He observed that in the dramas and novels, subordinates always treated their leaders with utmost reverence. Yet here, his subordinates seemed to relish in banter, especially Yinxue, who displayed a complete disregard for decorum. Despite currently having only Yinxue as his direct subordinate, he mused that the angels of the Celestial Legion were far more respectful, following even the most casual command without hesitation. Now, that was what he deemed a true subordinate. Lingxin felt a mix of frustration and despair. After preparing a delightful spicy fish, she found it immediately devoured by these three. Do you not realize that spicy hot pot is my favorite dish? Were it not for the fact that Dongfang Chen seems so joyous reuniting with Zalizi, I would have made you regret snatching my hot pot. Dongfang Chen continued to hold Zalizi's hand. My love, we are now full. Let us proceed to see our child. Indeed, Zalizi acquiesced with a nod. Unborn child. Wah wah. At last, mom and dad remember me. Do I truly hold so little significance in your eyes? I'm your own flesh and blood. Or perhaps I'm not. Why else would I still be in this egg? Soon, Dongfang Chen led Zalizi to the location of their child, while behind them, Yinxue and Lingxin each clutched a bowl of hot pot. Merrily enjoying their meal, as Dongfang Chen and Zalizi approached the egg, Zalizi felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection. In the multiverse chat group, a notification chimed. Xiao Yin has joined the chat. Regardless of mountains or rivers, it's always about feelings. Could I possibly request a ticket? The conversation continued to flourish, welcoming newcomers with enthusiasm in a distant realm. A man rested in a state of disarray when suddenly a cacophony of voices erupted in his mind, startling him. A powerful being attempting to seize my body. Surely not. Yet upon seeing the speaker's name in the chat, excitement surged within him. Could this be my golden opportunity? He thought, laughing heartily. Xiao Yin, why do you look so elated? Have you been startled by the sort of mortal you mentioned earlier? Though, that expression doesn't quite suit you. An elder spirit emerged from the man's ring, a spectral being. Teacher, I shall first focus on healing my wounds and engage in conversation, he replied. The elder suspected Xiao Yin was hiding something but decided not to press further. After all, who didn't he have their own secrets? Even he, in his youth, had tales of romance he refrained from sharing it. The burdens of being handsome, the elder mused. The man, however, was not healing but was instead delving into the multiverse chat group. Greetings, fellow friends. We are all family here. Newcomer Xiao Yin. Promptly share your image. Quickly post a red envelope, or I shall inform the boss to deal with you. Xiao Yin felt overwhelmed. Wasn't the group leader supposed to be the strongest? Why did Tony dare challenge him? More perplexing was the revelation of the leader being a fraud. Xiao Yin, have you stumbled upon your fate? The leader, Yi Xian, inquired lazily, uninterested in the traitorous individuals, preferring to maintain his role as the group's trickster. How dare you ignore me, you charlatan? I shall make sure the boss punishes you. Tony fumed. How utterly disgraceful. You are undoubtedly the most worthless here, and while I don't know how you possess knowledge of the future, it does not absolve you of being the most pitiful member. Wah, indeed. I shall become the wife of the great deity. Having been deceived by you once is enough. Now you dare mislead newcomers again. How shameless. Yi Xian, labeled a scoundrel, faced the accusations without a hint of shame. How dare you accuse me of shamelessness? Not long ago, you claimed that once you grew up, you would marry yourself. And now, a divine official has appeared, and you assert that you will marry him instead. Who, then, is truly shameless? You or I? Yang Gua is utterly bewildered. He merely took a short nap, and suddenly the group leader has transformed into a fraud. The saying goes, silence is golden, and this handsome gentleman has wisely chosen to observe quietly, assessing the group's dynamics before resurfacing. Even if I were a fraud, aside from misleading you into believing my strength, have I deceived you in any other regard? Yi Xian is also a person of temperament. No one can endure being labeled a fraud continuously. You are indeed a fraud. How can we know whether what you claim about our future is genuine? Even if it were true, you would still be a fraud. Tony, behave well. You may choose to believe or not, but do not come to me and regret later, Yi Xian retorted. When the time comes, do not seek my assistance. Humph. Even if what you say is true, once everything unfolds, I will be like a leader in need of rescue. Tony exclaimed at Yi Xian, however, asserted that you are overthinking it, beings like the divine official. These angels will never involve themselves in anyone's conflicts. After all, the angelic faction of the divine official always maintains a neutral stance. How could you expect them to save you? Meanwhile, Gu Santong has also chosen to remain silent, observing as Yi Xian and Tony have begun to clash. If the two were in the same world, Gu Santong believes Tony would not hesitate to engage in battle with Yi Xian. Xiao Yin, feeling genuinely perplexed, wonders what on earth is being discussed. Is there no one who cares about this newcomer? Well, silence is golden. It is better to stay submerged. Yin Lingji, too, wisely opts to remain silent. Noting that she is still young, the adults should refrain from tainting her innocent heart, lest her future husband, the divine official, takes drastic measures against you all. Woe is me. Gu Santong has mistakenly vented his frustration at the wrong person. He intended to chastise Tony. Why, then, must he direct his ire at me? And what does this mean? Gu Santong, he insulted your mother. No, he insulted your lineage. Tony reminded, I have indeed conducted a bit of research on the art of insult in Huaxia. What? He dares to insult my mother. How dare you? One must not strike a person's face or reveal their weaknesses. Cursing one's parents is crossing the line. I shall not hold back. Yi Xian, you wretched son of a turtle. Gu Santong bellowed. Yi Xian had intended to apologize to Gu Santong, having wronged him initially, but this little rascal dared to insult him, and he could not tolerate it. Thus, he decided to show this ancient individual a glimpse of modern insults. Gu Santong. You la 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 la. Sigh, I am utterly exhausted that I hope for an abundance of recommendations, and no matter the distance. Kindness prevails. Would it be possible to grant me a vote? Chapter 73. The Mighty Sword Immortal. What on earth is Yi Xian implying? Gu Santong, he is mocking your ancestral grave being exhumed, Tony pointed out. Yi Xian, I shall challenge you to a duel. Gu Santong, now furious, could not bear the thought of his mother being insulted, let alone the idea of his ancestors' graves being desecrated. I guess there's not a shred of moral integrity left in you. Did your parents never teach you to respect the deceased? You do not even spare the departed. You are truly more beastly than an animal. He raged, spewing a torrent of curses. Author's note. I too am unsure of what these two are quarreling about. Readers are encouraged to interpret it themselves. During the exchange between Yi Xian and Gu Santong, many were left baffled. It was Tony who stepped in to translate. Why, Yi Xian, you little bastard, dare you challenge me? Why should I duel you? I am a civilized person. Only a brute like you would resort to violence. And whom are you calling a bastard? A bastard, of course. Oh, so you are calling me a bastard. Gu Santong finally comprehended. He was labeling himself as the bastard, and now he vowed to take down Yi Xian, regardless of whether it was Yin Lingji, Yang Guo, or any others watching from the sidelines. They could not help but swallow hard. Though Yi Xian may not be extraordinarily powerful, his skill in insults is unparalleled. Only Xiao Yin appeared contemplative. I shall not stoop to your level, fraud. With that, Gu Santong logged off. Hiss, how impressive Yi Xian is to have driven Gu Santong away. Tony hastily logged off as well, fearing the same fate. The art of insult in Huaxia is indeed formidable. I, Tony, vow never to engage in street brawls with Huaxia people again. Those who should log off have done so. Tisich, seeking to spar with someone as modern as me, truly an exercise in futility. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. Xiao Yin, are you still here? At this moment, the majority of the group consisted of his adversaries, leaving only Xiao Yin as a fellow countryman. They say when compatriots meet, tears fill their eyes. That sentiment resonates here. Xiao Yin has confirmed that Yi Xian is indeed his fellow countryman, yet despite this kinship, he cannot help but gulp. The ability of this compatriot to hurl insults is truly impressive, surpassing anything he encountered in his previous life. Indeed, in every field there are masters. This compatriot possesses remarkable talent in the art of insults. Though he is a fellow countryman, I, Xiao Yin, must maintain my composure. I cannot reveal everything just because he shares my background. After all, there's a saying, when compatriots meet, a dagger may follow. One must always be cautious. I wonder if the group leader has anything to discuss. Xiao Yin inquired. Brother Xiao Yin, do you wish to know your fate? Fate? Xiao Yin found this peculiar. It seemed his fellow countrymen, though not particularly powerful, possessed the ability to foresee the future. Could it be that this compatriot is indeed a soothsayer? I must cling to him tightly and ascend to the pinnacle of life, ultimately marrying a wealthy beauty. How thrilling! Group leader, please do tell me. Ahem, Brother Xiao Yin, you know there is no such thing as a free lunch. So, well, you understand that why Yi Xian too could only rely on this fellow countryman for some benefits. Otherwise, enhancing his strength would be quite the challenge. However, group leader, I have nothing to offer you. Perhaps I could provide you with something good in the future. Xiao Yin, currently impoverished and nursing his injuries, genuinely had little to give. Why Yi Xian was not the type to engage in free transactions. Since Xiao Yin had nothing of value, he would have to wait until next time. Alas, it is indeed a great pity, sighed Yi Xian. Alas, I must first stabilize this fellow villager, for it pertains to my own future destiny. I cannot simply let this matter rest. As for the group leader, I possess a technique known as the absorbing palm. I wonder if you might find it useful. Despite the formidable nature of the absorbing palm, Xiao Yin hesitated to share the skills imparted by his mentor with this fellow villager. Yi Xian was elated, thinking, the absorbing palm is splendid. I had thought Xiao Yin was still a mere waste, but it seems that Yao Lao has already made his appearance. Look at that, how easily fellow villagers get along. Unlike those others who are all actors, they completely turned against us just because a great divine official joined the group. Alas, how the world has changed. Human hearts are unpredictable. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian suppressed the restlessness within. Very well, please send me the technique. Xiao Yin nodded, exploring the myriad world chat group, and soon spotted the words for sending techniques. He clicked on the option for the absorbing palm, and the technique was dispatched. Yi Xian received the technique with great joy, nearly leaping with delight, but recognized that this was not the time for celebration. In the future, this Xiao Yin would become his primary source of strength enhancement. All right, but could you first tell me where you are? I would like to calculate something for you. Xiao Yin found nothing suspicious about Yi Xian. Group leader, I am currently healing in the Tagore Desert. The Tagore Desert? I understand. Please wait while I make my calculations. All right. Haha, it's truly too easy to deceive. Yi Xian soon concluded. Xiao Yin, are you searching for it? Remarkable. How did you know this, group leader? Xiao Yin must cling to your support. If you could deduce this, I shall seek your guidance wherever I go in the future. Wouldn't that be splendid? You haven't yet captured the, have you? Correct, group leader. Currently, the is in the possession of Medusa. Am I right? Indeed. Are you planning to steal the? At the mention of stealing the, Xiao Yan's expression grew somber. Alas, group leader, I have indeed attempted to steal it before. Yi Xian was taken aback by this unexpected turn. I encountered a sword immortal, whose mere gesture transformed the heavens and earth, unleashing thunder and lightning, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that even turned the entire Tagore Desert into an oasis in an instant. Xiao Yan reminisced about that sword immortal, filled with yearning, believing that one day he too would become a powerful being, if not stronger than that immortal. The sword immortal seemed to possess the ability to resurrect the deceased. With thoughts leading to life or death, it was this power that enabled a near-fainting Xiao Yan to break through to the Dongfang realm. And had he not fled swiftly, he would surely not have survived. Or perhaps the sword immortal simply deemed Xiao Yan unworthy of pursuit, not even bothering to chase after him. But no, it would have been effortless to end Xiao Yan's life with a single sword strike from a distance. 1,000 rivers and mountains always convey affection. May I ask for a ticket? Chapter 74. The child is born at this moment. Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Now, there's a sword immortal as well. Could there also be system owners? This complicates matters. Feeling embarrassed about his miscalculation, Yi Xian wondered if he would have to expose himself to no. It was impossible to reveal himself. He must find a way to muddle through. Xiao Yan, based on my years of experience, this sword immortal must be from another world. I am aware that this sword immortal is from another realm, Xiao Yan responded, bemused in the Doqi continent. We cultivate Doqi, and no one else uses sword for flight. That sword immortal is unique in this aspect. Yi Xian found himself in a genuine dilemma. Based on Xiao Yan's words, the ability to bring the dead back to life indicated that this sword immortal was even more powerful than a Dodi. Not to mention the overwhelming pressure they commanded. Xiao Yan, this is quite troublesome. I cannot calculate this. Yi Xian decided it was best to confide in Xiao Yan. Perhaps I should return the absorbing palm to you. After all, I cannot assist you, my fellow villager, and taking your technique feels inappropriate. Never mind, the absorbing palm is not particularly precious. Consider it a token of our acquaintance, dear group leader. Xiao Yan was not overly concerned about the absorbing palm. Fostering a good relationship with the group leader was advantageous as well. Yi Xian felt a touch of gratitude. How considerate of a fellow villager to offer a gift upon their first meeting. By the way, group leader, who is this great divine official they speak of? Xiao Yan was quite curious about the divine official. Although the current group members were not formidable, he believed they would improve in time. However, it was evident that the greatest power in the group at that moment was the divine official. Xiao Yan, let us discuss the divine official in private. Yi Xian decided to share the identity of the divine official, but felt it inappropriate to do so in the group chat. Who knew if the divine official might become upset? Yet, Yi Xian seemed to forget that Dongfang Chen had already acquired the highest permissions in the Myriad Worlds chat group and could easily view private messages. But Dongfang Chen had no interest in prying into others' private conversations. Understood, Xiao Yan replied, sensing a hint of fear in the group leader's tone regarding the divine official. Could it be a world-destroying figure? Yi Xian, Xiao Yan, private chat, speak quickly, group leader. Before we proceed, there is something I must tell you, Xiao Yan. Stop. I already know, Xiao Yan interrupted as soon as he heard the term fellow villager. Yi Xian contemplated this and realized that having just quarreled with Gu Santong, it was improbable for Xiao Yan, a modern individual, to remain unaware of his identity. Very well, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Xiao Yan, have you seen Dragon Ball? Of course, Dragon Ball is one of my favorite anime series. Xiao Yan exclaimed, recalling the exhilarating adventures filled with star-level powers. Then you surely do not know about the Omni-King. No, since Xiao Yan had traversed to this world early on, he had not seen the later Dragon Ball Super. Had he done so, he would have sought the support of the Omni-King. The Omni-King is the most exalted deity in Dragon Ball, possessing the ability to erase the entire universe with a mere thought. Xiao Yin could not help but gasp in awe, pondering how one could possess such immense power to obliterate a universe with a thought. But that is the Omni-King, not the divine official. Xiao Yin inquired, perplexed. The divine official is the Omni-King's steward, capable of destroying the universe at any moment. Yi Xian explained, filled with admiration for the divine official and the Omni-King. If I could attain such power, who would dare to provoke me? Xiao Yin swallowed hard, realizing the necessity to align with such formidable beings. If the divine official were to accept me as a disciple, I would be able to walk proudly on the Do-Chi continent. No, even across the universe. Xiao Yan's imagination began to soar. All right, Xiao Yan, I've said all I needed to. I shall log off now. Understood. Sigh. It is indeed a pity that formidable individuals, such as the great divine officer, would never deign to notice someone like myself. I suppose I must diligently strive to enhance my own prowess, and then await the 3-year agreement. Xiao Yinzi, what troubles you? Your mood seems to swing from elation to despondency. This rascal must surely be concealing something from me. It's nothing, teacher, he replied. That moment, the egg suddenly cracked open. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li were startled, but their hearts surged with joy upon seeing the child within. It seemed that the baby had been born. Yet they wondered why others' children emerged as infants while their own appeared to be 5 years old at birth. Lotzi Li did not ponder as deeply as Dongfang Chen upon seeing the child. An overwhelming wave of maternal love enveloped her. She gently cradled the child, who was not clad in any garments, and she magically transformed into a suitable outfit. It's a girl, and she is utterly adorable. Mama! My dear Lotzi Li. This was the first time she had heard her child call her mama, and her heart swelled with joy. The child then turned to Dongfang Chen and exclaimed, Papa! Dongfang Chen's face lit up with a radiant smile. This was indeed his daughter, and given her precious looks, she would surely grow into a stunning beauty. Perhaps we should have another child with Lotzi Li, and this time, I must ensure it is a boy. The more Dongfang Chen contemplated this, the happier he became. Come here for a hug, my dear, he beckoned, extending his arms. The child soared from her mother's embrace and flew toward Dongfang Chen. He held her close, gently pinching her cheek. Truly delightful. No wonder she is my daughter. Wow. Is this the little master? She is absolutely adorable. Yin Shui, having abandoned her spicy hot pot, rushed to Dongfang Chen's side, gazing at the little master with wide-eyed curiosity. Master, may I also hold the little master? Yin Shui asked excitedly. Dongfang Chen nodded, and Yin Shui took the child in her arms. The little master is just too cute. Little master, call me Sister Yin Shui. The baby, however, turned her head away in displeasure, as if to protest. Papa, why do you let Yin Shui hold me? Yin Shui felt a tad awkward, sensing that the little master was rejecting her. Why would she disdain me? I haven't wronged her. Dongfang Chen was equally puzzled, unable to comprehend why his daughter would harbor disdain for Yin Shui. I'm hungry. I want to eat, the child protested, patting her belly. Hungry? Is it time for a feeding? Dongfang Chen glanced at Lotzi Li. My dear, it seems our child is hungry. Should you not nurse her? Lotzi Li's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. But I have no milk. It's been ages since that was the case. I don't want mama's milk. I want spicy hot pot. Lotzi Li, Dongfang Chen, Ling Exen, la 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 la. Though mountains and rivers may be vast, affection remains unbounded. Is it permissible to request a ticket? Chapter 75. The Deteriorated Mercury. Hey, this little imp demands spicy hot pot right after birth. Though you may resemble a 5-year-old rather than an infant, it hardly seems necessary to crave spicy hot pot immediately. My dear, could you enlighten your father as to why you desire spicy hot pot? Dongfang Chen mused, wondering if perhaps the aroma of spicy hot pot had beckoned her into the world. He quickly dismissed this thought. How could she possibly smell anything from inside the egg? Daddy, of course, I smelled the spicy hot pot. Did you think there was another reason for my arrival? The child retorted. Dongfang Chen was at a loss for words. Think she had come into the world simply for spicy hot pot. Did she not realize that arriving early could be detrimental to her health? But now that she was born, he had no choice but to provide her with spicy hot pot. It was all Ling Xian and Yin Shui's fault. eating their hot pot and bringing it here. Now look, the child was born prematurely, yet his daughter insisted on spicy hot pot. Dongfang Chen turned his gaze to Ling Exine, hoping she might prepare some for his daughter. That I shall also keep an eye on sister Ling Exine. The child thought, intending to win Ling Exine's favor with sincere eyes, so she would make spicy hot pot every day. Da-da. I am truly clever. Ling Exine sighed, pondering why she was always the one to suffer. I'm not your family's servant. If anything, I am your master. Is it truly acceptable to command your master thus? Have you considered my feelings? However, when she saw the child's expectant gaze fixed upon her, Ling Exine relented and decided to prepare a meal of spicy hot pot, but made a mental note that such indulgences would not be frequent in the future. All right, soon a sumptuous feast of spicy hot pot will be ready. Come and eat. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li had little appetite. They had already eaten to their fill. But Yin Shui was still hungry, and the child was practically drooling with anticipation. They rushed over to dig in, leaving Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li to watch quietly as Ling Exine, Yin Shui, and their daughter enjoyed the hot pot. Though Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li could have continued eating, he had no desire to partake any further. Despite the hot pot's delectable taste, Lotzi Li had already filled her belly and was conscious of maintaining her figure. She could not afford to overindulge. As the child savored her meal, she noticed her parents watching from the sidelines and felt puzzled. Sister Ling Exine's spicy hot pot smells so good. Why aren't Papa and Mama eating? I shall bring some spicy hot pot for Papa and Mama. They will surely praise me for being a dutiful child. With that thought, the child lifted 2 bowls of spicy hot pot and approached Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li. Papa, Mama, you should eat spicy hot pot. Sister Ling Exine made it. It's delicious. Lotzi Li gently ruffled her child's hair. Papa and Mama aren't hungry. You enjoy it. The child's eyes brimmed with tears at the response. Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li were taken aback when their daughter suddenly began to cry. Could it be that on her very first attempt to offer something to her parents, they would have the heart to refuse? The little one felt utterly heartbroken, weeping softly. With no other option, Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li resignedly accepted the spicy hot pot. All right, dear daughter, how could we possibly not partake in what you have offered us? They said, wiping away her tears. Really? Then, dear parents, you should hurry and eat. Dongfang Chen, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, realized that his daughter was quite cunning, using her tears to compel him and Lotzi Li into enjoying the hot pot. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a swell of joy that their daughter was considerate of them. In no time, the meal of spicy hot pot was devoured. The child patted her little belly, which had already begun to swell. Dear parents, shouldn't you give me a name? I still don't have one. You must choose a beautiful name for me, or I will cry and throw a fit. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Chen and Lotzi Li agreed that it was indeed time to name their daughter. While it was acceptable for the couple to affectionately call her baby, it would seem rather peculiar if others did the same. Do not worry. Dear daughter, I've already thought of a name for you. From now on, you should be called Dongfang Chen. How does that sound? Isn't it lovely? Dongfang Chen expressed his satisfaction with the name, as Chen signifies beauty. However, Lotzi Li and the child were not pleased. How could you come up with such a name? It sounds dreadful. What name do you desire, my dear? Dongfang Chen inquired. I don't want you to name me. I want Mama to choose. Dongfang Chen thought his chosen name was rather nice, yet Lotzi Li found herself in a quandary, as she truly struggled with naming. If their daughter refused the name given by her husband, what could she do? Moreover, she felt that Dongfang Chen's suggestion was rather unreliable. How about we call her Nana? Yin Shu suggested. Although she didn't understand why the little one disliked her, she felt compelled to do everything possible to bring joy to her, even though naming the young master was not her place. She had gleaned enough about her master's character to know he wouldn't hold it against her. Dongfang Chen paid no mind to Yanshu's chosen name, and found Nana to be quite pleasant. My dear, do you think the name Nana is suitable? Dongfang Chen asked as he lifted his daughter, smiling. Yes, from now on, I shall be called Nana, Dongfang Nana, she declared. Dongfang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his daughter was satisfied. If she had been unhappy, he would have had to wait until they returned home for his parents to name her. Naming proved to be a challenge, and he resolved never to undertake it again, vowing to let Yin Shu handle it in the future. Come, my dear, Shortly we shall return to see your grandparents, he said, his heart filled with longing for his parents. It had been 100,000 years since he disappeared. They must be quite worried. He needed to hurry back. Let's go home to see Grandma and Grandpa. Daddy, you must take me to see them quickly. Of course, that as for the goddess of earth. Dongfang Chen believed he could only hope for a reunion if fate allowed, if not. On Mercury, towering buildings lay in ruins, and not a soul could be seen. Only colossal monsters roamed the desolate landscape. A black hole appeared in the sky, from which Dongfang Chen and his companions emerged. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, Dongfang Chen's rage ignited. Such vast waters and mountains are but trifles. I await your offerings as flowers wither. Offerings! Offerings! Everyone please spare some offerings. Why do you not give offerings? Chapter 76. Sichuan continent, the place where Dongfang Chen and his companions emerged, was directly above their former home. Yet everything, be it home or city, was in tatters, making it exceedingly difficult to find anyone. Daddy, I'm scared. Dongfang Nana clung tightly to Dongfang Chen, burying her head in his chest, for what she had just witnessed was truly terrifying. Lotsili flew to Dongfang Chen's side, taking Nana into her arms. Don't cry. But Mama, Daddy was so frightening just now. There's no need to worry. Your father merely encountered some difficulties, which will be resolved shortly. Lotsili had not anticipated their return would turn out like this. Nor did she know the fate of her brother. Dongfang Chen believed his parents were safe, for they possessed immortal bodies. Yet it was evident that a battle had transpired on Mercury, possibly due to an alien invasion or incursion from another world. This must be the consequence of beings from another world encroaching upon this realm, Ling Xin explained. Dongfang Chen inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure in front of his daughter, not wanting her to witness his fury. I understand. Let us discuss something useful. This situation likely arose from the resurgence of spiritual energy, heralding the dawn of a new era of cultivation. Soon after, worlds began to invade, and the inhabitants of Mercury are no match for them. The resurgence of spiritual energy in each world signifies the emergence of treasures. Dongfang Chen seethed. Ling Xin understood his anger, and thus kept her explanation brief. As for your parents, they should be fine due to their immortal bodies. I suspect they have been captured for research, as such bodies are coveted by all. Dongfang Chen nodded, reassured that his parents were likely safe, but he feared for their well-being amidst potential torment. What of my brother? Lotsili asked, her concern for her brother palpable. Though she worried for her parents, their immortality provided some solace. Her brother, however, lacks such protection. Your brother, Lapis, is also safe and has grown even stronger. Ling Xin replied. Lotsili sighed in relief. As long as her brother was unharmed, she could bear anything else. Master, permit me to annihilate that world, Yanshu declared, her anger mirroring her master's as she felt it was her duty to alleviate his burdens. If she could not serve him in this way, what use was she? She had never fought for him since joining. Very well, but there will be time for you to slay enemies. Dongfang Chen turned to Ling Xin, asking, what kind of world is this? It is a highly advanced realm known as Sichuan continent, which has only recently ascended to a higher level. With a cold laugh, Dongfang Chen declared, regardless of whether it is an advanced or supreme world. Those who dare harm my parents shall pay in blood. Open the portal to that world, Ling Xin. Understood, she nodded. A black hole materialized in the sky. Dongfang Chen turned to Lotsili. Dear, you and the child should wait here for me. But I want to go. My brother is still there. Yes, Daddy. I want to find Grandma and Grandpa. Dongfang Nana looked up at her father with eager anticipation, though she did not grasp why her grandparents were absent. The clever little one had deduced that something must have happened, as her father was clearly upset. That's nonsense. What do you intend to do? Dongfang Chen did not wish to forbid Lotsili and their daughter from accompanying him. But Nana was still far too young. He wanted to shield her from the horrors of violence. Moreover, Lotsili must remain to care for their daughter. Nana broke free from Lotsili's embrace and clung to Dongfang Chen, an expression of stubborn determination on her face. Daddy, if you do not allow me to go, I shall find a block of tofu to throw myself against. Dongfang Chen. Lotsili, are you really considering throwing yourself against a block of tofu? Even an ordinary person wouldn't be killed by a mere piece of tofu, yet your strength is already nearing the pinnacle of supremacy. Not even a dragon could bring you down. Alas, there's nothing to be done, such as the softness of my heart. Ultimately, I shall simply cover my daughter's eyes, shielding her from the gruesome sights. Very well. I shall take you there, da-da. I must go and rescue my grandparents. It seems there is no other choice. Let us proceed. A splendid division line. In a remote city of a northern country on the Dongfang continent, a martial arts competition is currently underway. And the final showdown is about to commence. It remains to be seen who shall emerge victorious in this contest. Let us all await the outcome with bated breath, though we invite our contestant, Meng Lu, to the stage. A stunning young woman, adorned in resplendent attire and appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, gracefully ascends the platform. Meng Lu, Meng Lu. Now, let us welcome the next contestant. Yang Xiao, to the arena. A man clad in simple garb steadily makes his way onto the stage. I truly wonder if Yang Xiao is a match for Meng Lu. I suppose he must be, considering he has effortlessly triumphed over his previous opponents. Even if he is not a rival, he should at least be able to hold his ground for a few rounds. Alas, Yang Xiao, the humiliation you have bestowed upon me shall be repaid in full today. Meng Lu glares furiously at Yang Xiao. Ha! Yang Xiao sneers. An ant is but an ant. How can I hope to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? You vile wretch, I shall see you dead. Meng Lu, unable to bear the disdainful expression on Yang Xiao's face, reminiscent of a self-proclaimed ruler, retorts, if you wish to kill me, let us see who truly meets their demise. Just as Yang Xiao prepares to strike, a black hole appears in the sky, from which several figures emerge. These are none other than Dongfang Chen and his companions. The audience falls silent. Who are these individuals that have descended from the mysterious black void? Why have they arrived in such a manner? At this moment, the guards draw their weapons, and four elderly men swiftly position themselves before Dongfang Chen and his party. May I inquire what brings you here? One of the elders questions. Dongfang Chen, disinterested in engaging with these old men, knows that they will soon become corpses. There is no need to waste breath on the soon-to-be deceased. Ling Xian, he says, pointing towards Yang Xiao. That individual is one of those who led the assault on Mercury. Ling Xian has already gathered information, noting the key figures involved in that invasion. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen's face twists with fury. He buries his daughter, Dongfang Na, into his embrace, and then conjures an energy sphere, hurling it towards the martial arts arena. The elders feel an ominous premonition. The power of this energy orb is capable of obliterating everything in the vicinity. There is no time to consider others. Self-preservation takes precedence. With a resounding explosion, the martial arts platform and all surrounding structures are reduced to ashes. Dongfang Chen's energy blast was merely a casual flick of his wrist. Yang Xiao, the once great emperor betrayed by loved ones, had his life extinguished, yet a fragment of his soul managed to escape and fortuitously attached itself to this man also named Yang Xiao. Allowing him to seize control, he had vowed to return and enact vengeance upon those who wronged him once he regained his strength. But alas, his power was still insufficient. And now, who are you? Do you not realize this territory is under the jurisdiction of the Luo kingdom? An elder glares at Dongfang Chen and his companions, his fury palpable. The fallen not only include his disciples, but also his granddaughter, lost without cause. However, as a man of age, he refrains from rash actions, recognizing that the strength of these newcomers far surpasses his own, or perhaps they are simply concealing their true power. Indeed, who are you? Do you not fear the repercussions from the Luo kingdom? Another elder inquires. Dongfang Chen pays no heed to the elders, instead turning to Ling Xian. Ling Xian, could you kindly fetch my parents and my uncle? Of course, Ling Xian nods, vanishing in an instant. Dongfang Chen entrusts Dongfang Na to La Zi Li, saying, "Be good, my dear. Grandfather and grandmother will be here shortly, and you shall play with them." "All right, Daddy," Dongfang Na replies, sensing her father's fearsome demeanor, which seems to herald violence. Don't you know that killing is wrong? Yet, thinking of those who have captured her grandparents ignites her ire. If they dare harm my grandparents, they are wicked. Humph. But being still a child, she buries her head in her mother's embrace, hoping to avoid any gruesome sights. Be careful, Daddy. Dongfang Na turns back to remind him. Dongfang Chen smiles reassuringly at his daughter. Fear not. They will not lay a finger on your father. The elderly men sense that the situation has turned dire. It seems these newcomers are here to instigate trouble. This matter must be reported to the sovereign immediately. With that thought, one elder disappears. Dongfang Chen pays no mind to the elder's departure, as they are soon to be mere corpses. Who cares where the dead wander? A splendid division line. Ling Xian arrives at a dungeon, where numerous powerful beings are imprisoned. Yet in her eyes, these individuals are of no consequence. Soon, Ling Xian encounters Dongfang Chen's parents, Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, who are currently enduring brutal treatment. Not inquire further. We have been questioning them for millennia with no results. One guard laments, Bang. Who goes there? A breathtakingly beautiful woman strides into the room. The two men are momentarily spellbound by her beauty, as they are lost in admiration. They're suddenly decapitated without warning, courtesy of Ling Xian. Ling Xian approaches Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, who are in a state of disarray. Being immortal, they have endured inhumane treatment. Greetings, uncle and aunt. I am Ling Xian, the master Dongfang Chen. She declares, feeling her statement to be entirely accurate. Is that truly so? Certainly, Dongfang Chen has arrived and summoned me to lead you away. How wonderful. Thank you. Although I am uncertain whether the woman before me is truly Chenurus master, she has lingered here for tens of thousands of years, without having seen the sun. Even if Ling Xin is not Chenurus master, and is merely here to torment us in a different location, Li Ling and Dongfang Yi express that it matters little. They simply wish to venture out and behold the world beyond, leaving other concerns for another time. Ling Xin nodded lightly, gesturing gracefully, and in an instant, Dongfang Yi and Li Ling returned to their original forms, adorned in splendid attire. Ling Xin led Dongfang Yi and Li Ling into a valley, where another individual awaited them, clad in tattered garments and grievously injured. Sensing their arrival, the man readied himself for a confrontation. But upon recognizing Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, a wave of joy surged within him. This man was Lapisai. Soon, Ling Xin brought Dongfang Yi, Li Ling, and Dongfang Chen to where their parents were, and tears welled up in Chen's eyes as he rushed to embrace them tightly. Father, mother, I am so sorry for your suffering. Lazili, witnessing her brother Lapisai, entrusted her daughter to Yin Xue before hastening to inspect Lapisai's condition. Are you all right? Lazili inquired with concern. I am fine, he replied. Dongfang Yi and Li Ling, overwhelmed with emotion at seeing Dongfang Chen once more, shed tears as well. Chenur, where have you been? Father, mother, I've been unfilial, causing you to endure hardship. However, you must leave first. It is time for me to settle accounts with the Tsangshuan continent. Do not act recklessly. The Tsangshuan continent is teeming with powerful beings that we cannot ascertain whether you are a match for them. Dongfang Yi and Li Ling implored, determined to prevent Chen from taking rash actions. Rest assured, I shall be unharmed. That I do not regard the Tsangshuan continent with any seriousness, Dongfang Chen declared, releasing his parents and turning to Ling Xin. Ling Xin, take them back. Mercury can no longer be a refuge. Let us proceed to the super god universe. Daddy, I want to stay, Dongfang Nana exclaimed. Dongfang Chen waved to his daughter, who instantly understood, breaking free from Yin Xue's embrace to fly in her father's arms. Father, mother, this is my daughter with Lazili, named Nana, he said, gently caressing Nana's face. Quickly, greet your grandparents. Hello, grandparents? Oh, my precious granddaughter. Dongfang Yi and Li Ling were taken aback by the surprise of having a granddaughter after not seeing Chen for 100,000 years, leaving them momentarily speechless. Come, let me hold you, Dongfang Chen said, handing Nana over to Li Ling. Mother, you should return for now. I will join you shortly. But will you truly be all right? Dongfang Yi questioned, still apprehensive. You must trust me. How could your son be anything but a match for the rabble of the Tsangshuan continent? Dongfang Chen felt the remnants of his parents' suffering etched into their beings. Though Ling Xin had healed them, the marks of their torment remained palpable. Very well, Dongfang Yi and Li Ling conceded, realizing that with Chen's assurance, further protest would be futile. Yin Xue remained behind, while the others departed. A black hole manifested in the sky as Ling Xin, Lazili, and Dongfang Nana vanished, leaving only Yinxue and Dongfang Chen. "Master, what shall we do next?" Yinxue inquired. "Leave not a single soul upon this continent," Dongfang Chen commanded, a whimsical tone in his voice. "Understood," Yinxue responded, astonished by her master's intent to annihilate the entire continent. Yet as a loyal subordinate, she would follow his orders. Dongfang Chen smiled wryly. Did they not revel in invasion? "Let us return the favor." Suddenly, a military force appeared in the distance, evidently the reinforcements summoned by the old man. "General, it is those two, though a few others seem to have disappeared," the elder reported. His voice filled with awe as he addressed a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, intrigued, observed the devastation around them, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. How did this destruction come to be? He pondered, recalling the elder's account of a luminous sphere that had exploded upon contact with the ground. Fascinating, he mused, but upon catching sight of Yinxue, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. He thought to himself, "Heavens, she is breathtaking. I have encountered many beauties, yet none have stirred my heart in such a manner. Could this be the fabled love at first sight?" Yinxue, feeling his gaze, turned to find the middle-aged man staring at her incessantly, her stomach churning at the sight of him. Unable to endure it any longer, she conjured a ball of fire and hurled it toward the man and his entourage with a resounding explosion. The reinforcements summoned by the elder were reduced to ashes. Yet another deafening blast echoed as the sky crackled with lightning, ready to descend, accompanied by an immense oppressive force that sent shivers through all beings of the Tsangshuan continent. Within a grand hall, a voice echoed, "What has provoked such a tremendous pressure? Who has dared offend the heavenly Tao? And why is the heavenly Tao amassing the destruction divine thunder? Is it seeking to reboot the world?" In a small village, a voice cried, "Celestial being, calm your wrath. Celestial being, please." Dongfang Chen disregarded the pressure of the heavenly Tao, merely scoffing, "It is but a trifling matter. The heavenly Tao cannot harm me. Years ago, you invaded Mercury. Now, the Tsangshuan continent shall not be spared." Impudent, a crimson bolt of lightning streaked toward Dongfang Chen, striking him squarely on the crown of his head. "Wait, what?" "That is the destruction divine thunder. My ultimate weapon," the heavenly Tao exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing the bolt strike the man without effect. "How can this be? The destruction divine thunder has failed? I shall unleash even more potent strikes upon you." Indeed, Dongfang Chen remained unscathed, yet Ling Xin was not so fortunate, suffering severe injuries from the residual power of the destruction divine thunder. Dongfang Chen hurriedly embraced Yinxue, enveloping her in a green light that swiftly restored her to health. "My apologies, Yinxue." Dongfang Chen admitted that he had intended to show off, only to forget that Yinxue was beside him. "It is all right. Master, I must thank you again for saving me. However, could you please release me now?" Realizing his grasp, Dongfang Chen promptly let go of Yinxue, acknowledging her alluring figure, which was undeniably captivating. Now, the priority was to obliterate this world, after which he could return to spend time with his parents. Initially, he had contemplated summoning an angelic legion for an invasion, but after some reflection, he decided against it. As such an endeavor would require time, he was unwilling to spare. With a flash of white light in his hand, the entire world dissolved into nothingness. "What just happened? I was just on the verge of unleashing the chaos divine thunder, and now it seems both I and the world have vanished," the heavenly Tao exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden emptiness surrounding it. Dongfang Chen surveyed the void, then opened a black hole above him. "Let us depart," he instructed, and Yinxue complied, flying into the black hole, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events. Yinxue nodded absently, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover that her master had effortlessly annihilated the world. Sighing, she thought, "What a turn of events! Indeed, ever since I became a follower of my master, I have never once vanquished an enemy on their behalf. Yet now, when adversaries have clearly arrived, my master effortlessly eradicates them." Yinxue, "Master, may I take a turn next time? I cannot perpetually be unable to alleviate your burdens. Otherwise, as your subordinate, I truly feel a lack of significance. Alas, my master has departed, so I shall follow suit, lest the passageway be sealed." With this thought, Yinxue hastened to soar into the black hole, a magnificent dividing line. Before long, Dongfang Chen and Yinxue emerged from the black hole. From a distance, Dongfang Nana spotted her father and swiftly flew into his embrace. "Father, I missed you so much," Dongfang Chen chuckled, gently caressing his daughter's cheek. "My dear, how long has it been that you already yearn for me?" "I don't care. I simply want my father," pouted Dongfang Nana, expressing her discontent. "All right, my precious, you miss Daddy, and I miss you too." Tea that moment. Du Cao approached respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed sir. May I have a word with you?" Dongfang Chen glanced at Du Cao and nodded in acquiescence. He turned to his parents and their companions. "I shall join you shortly." Soon, Du Cao led Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Nana to a conference room, where not only members of the Xiongbing Lian were gathered, but also Angel Yin. "Please have a seat." Dongfang Chen nodded and sat down. Cradling his daughter, Du Cao also found a chair to occupy. "Mr. Dongfang Chen, Queen Kaisa has declared that you shall henceforth be the new king of the Meluo Celestial Court. Although I am uncertain as to why Queen Kaisa has made this decision, I, Angel Yin, shall certainly adhere to her commands." The mention of Queen Kaisa. Angel Yan's expression fell down. "No, I shall not assume the role of your king, that I only agreed to Kaisa's request that you may follow me. Yet I did not consent to be your king. Is there truly a distinction?" Angel Yin pressed. "As the king of the Meluo Celestial Court, all angels henceforth must heed your word. Yet you refuse the title of king. Shall I then take on that mantle?" Taking a deep breath, Angel Yin forced himself to regain composure. Now that Queen Kaisa and he have both fallen, becoming the king of the Meluo Celestial Court's angels is the final wish of Queen Kaisa. Chapter 79. Lucia's plea for help. Dongfang Chen? What on earth? How could Kaisa have fallen? Clarify that after your departure, Queen Kesha found Morgana in her quest to eradicate evil. Queen Kesha was ensnared by Morgana's treachery, leading to the downfall of she as well. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen realized the gravity of the situation. "What do you mean it's not a big deal? Do you not understand that Queen Kesha fell precisely because she sought to release you? If it were not for you, she would still be in the Melu Heavenly Court," the Angel Yin exclaimed. "This Dongfang Chen is utterly despicable. The origin of all this chaos lies with you." "Do not scold my father, or else I shall not be kind to you," Dongfang Nana retorted fiercely to Yin. "Nana, please hold your tongue." Dongfang Chen gently stroked his daughter's head. "Humph, she started it by scolding my father." Nana pouted, feeling displeased. Was her father interested in this woman? That simply would not do. If her father wished to find another mother, he would have to seek her approval first, and this fierce woman was decidedly unacceptable. "Understood, Nana. Please do not make a fuss." "Got it." Dongfang Chen was not overly concerned about Kesha's fall. After all, it was merely a matter of a life lost, and in truth, she had not perished. He had already investigated. Kesha's essence had merely scattered across the cosmos, and with a bit of time, she would be reborn. With a light snap of his fingers, suddenly, two figures appeared in the conference room. Kesha and she. The Angel Yin was astonished to see them, but her expression quickly transformed into one of joy. "Queen Kesha, it is truly wonderful to see you unharmed." The members of the Xiongbing Lian were equally taken aback. Kesha had clearly died, so how could she now be resurrected? They had just witnessed Dongfang Chen snap his fingers, and then Kesha and she appeared in the room. What on earth is happening? "I was certain I had died," Kesha exclaimed in bewilderment. "I feel the same." She echoed her confusion, and no need to ponder. "I resurrected you both as a token of gratitude for your release. As for the final wish, it remains valid. This time, it is complimentary, given that you assisted Dongfang Chen in his liberation, of course. Even without Kesha, Dongfang Chen's emergence was merely a matter of time." "Thank you," Kesha said, "and no need for thanks. I have no desire to be the king of the Melu Heavenly Court." "You may take that role," Dongfang Chen replied. Kesha nodded in acknowledgment. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Dongfang Chen stated, wishing to reunite with his parents after such a long time. "Wait, I have something to discuss," Du Cao interjected. "Speak quickly. I am pressed for time." "Dongfang Chen, I formally invite you to become a teacher at the Super God Academy." "I wonder if you would be willing," Du Cao said with a slight bow. "I beg your pardon, but I am a person who thrives on freedom and leisure." Moreover, my daughter has just been born, and I must accompany her and my wife. Dongfang Chen responded. Teaching is a burden, and there are training responsibilities involved, and most importantly, Dongfang Chen had no expertise in teaching. His entire cultivation had been directly bestowed upon him by the rulers of the myriad realms, supplemented by a brief period of instruction from Ling Xian, but that did not imply he could teach others. Very well. Duke Kao and the members of Xiangbing Lian felt a tinge of regret. Having such a powerful deity as a teacher would have undoubtedly accelerated their strength. Moreover, Dongfang Chen's ability to resurrect Kesha and He-Shi in an instant, though the reason behind it was unknown, could have significantly reduced casualties for the people of Earth. However, since Dongfang Chen was unwilling, they could not press the matter. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. A day later, in the Myriad Realms chat group, a notification chimed. Due to a system error, Lu Xie, who entered alongside Xiao Yin, has arrived late. Lu Xie has joined the Myriad Realms chat group. Welcome, newcomer. Newcomers must post a photo. Newcomers must give red envelopes. If you do not recognize me as the boss, I shall take action against you within a palace. A child was sleeping when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, startling him awake. Who dares to disturb me? At that moment, several guards burst into the room, glancing around. What are you shouting about? There is no one here. Lu Xie was taken aback that it is nothing. I merely had a nightmare. The guards closed the door and exited. How infuriating. I'm the Honorable Emperor, and I am imprisoned here by the traitor Dongjue. I refuse to accept this. Newcomer, speak up. Do not be shy, Gusan sneered. Who are you? Who are you all? Could it be that I have encountered immortals? Do they also disapprove of Dongjue and wish to assist me? Haha, this is truly wonderful. Immortals, you must save me and the Han Dynasty. As he spoke, Lu Xie could not hold back his tears that, I did not expect the newcomer to be an emperor and the last emperor of the Han Dynasty at that. Newcomer should first review the group information. Tony suggested. The group information was specially set up by Yi Xian, considering newcomers would be unfamiliar with a Myriad Realms chat group. Suddenly, group information appeared in Lu Xie's mind. Upon reading it, he nearly burst into laughter. This meant that he would one day lead the Han army to conquer the Myriad Realms and establish an immortal empire. However, thinking of his current predicament, Lu Xie sighed. Would you all be able to help me eliminate Dongjue? I promised to offer substantial rewards afterward. Who would dare to do that? Currently, only Tony, Xiao Yin, Kesha, and the Grand Priest possess the power to deal with Dongjue. The rest of us will be shot to pieces by his army. Someone remarked, Lu Xie, it is not that we are unwilling to help you, but without the Grand Priest's permission, we cannot traverse to other worlds, Tony explained. The Grand Priest currently holds the highest authority within the Myriad Realms chat group. Without their consent, we cannot leave. Then where's the Grand Priest? Lu Xie, on the brink of madness from his desire to escape Dongjue's control, inquired. Why not call for the Grand Priest to see if they are present? Grand Priest, are you there? I am here. What is it? Dongfang Chen had nearly forgotten that he had joined the Myriad Realms chat group. Upon logging in, he happened to see someone mentioning him. My lord. Could you assist me in eliminating the traitor Dongjue? I promised to offer generous rewards afterward. The members of the group were astonished. They had not expected the Grand Priest to truly be present. Did this mean the Grand Priest had been eavesdropping? How shameless. As a peerless powerhouse, how could he resort to such tactics? Dongfang Chen pondered for a moment. The way Lu Xie addressed him as my lord felt oddly familiar. Wait a moment, is this not the last emperor of the Han Dynasty? His mind felt somewhat muddled, as he had forgotten many things. Theoretical Theory Chapter 80. Going with the flow from now on. Updates will be sporadic. If I feel like updating, I will. If not, I won't. I am indifferent to whether people enjoy it or not. That I had previously found it strange that I could not see the ratings for this book. Upon inquiring with other authors, I learned this was due to a low score. Hence it was hidden that I suppose the number of people who rated my book barely exceeds 20, and it has not even reached 5 stars. At that moment, I felt disheartened and thought about ceasing to write altogether. Since it seems that no one enjoys this book, I will update at my own leisure from now on. Farewell. Chapter 81. Division of Strength. Dongfang Chen could not help but sigh. He had truly lived too long, to the point of forgetting some historical events, especially those concerning the renowned 3 kingdoms of his previous life. The things you have given me are of no assistance. What else can you provide? Lu Xie is now merely a puppet emperor, daring not to utter a single word more than necessary in the court. Even if Lu Xie were to eliminate Dongzhuo, his role as emperor would still hold little significance, for the various warlords have risen across the lands. He is but a figurehead in name. The high priest declared, I can bestow upon you the title of king, a king who stands above all others. Yet Lu Xie, discontented, reflected that the Han dynasty was known for its reluctance to confer titles upon those of differing lineage. Now, in the face of Dongzhuo's tyranny, such measures have become unavoidable. Surely, if the ancestors were to learn of this, they would not blame their unworthy descendant, for it is indeed a critical moment for the survival of the Han. Lu Xie mused, the kingship you speak of holds no allure for me. What am I but a mere pawn now? Dongfang Chen, the true sovereign, why would I covet the throne of a mere mortal? Conflicted, Lu Xie noted that the high priest showed no interest in the title of king. After all, he is a figure of great power. The concept of a mortal's kingship would hardly captivate him. However, Dongfang Chen contemplated a visit to this world, a chance to experience the scenery of the ancient past. After all, he had lived for billions of years, and what better way to appreciate the beauty of history than through the lens of the three kingdoms, which boasted one of the four great beauties, Diaochan? Yet he pondered whether Lu Xie's world reflected true history or merely folklore. For Diaochan, in authentic historical accounts, was but a figment, her true inspiration being Lady Du, whose unparalleled beauty had stirred Guan Yu's compassion, prompting him to wish for her to be bestowed upon himself after a certain conquest at Ah. He mused, where did Lady Du serve? Perhaps it was under Dongzhuo, or perhaps it was not. Upon Cao Cao's eventual conquest, he was taken aback by Lady Du's beauty, dismissing Guan Yu's words as mere whispers. This led to a bitter enmity between Cao Cao and Guan Yu. In contrast, the legend spun in Romance of the Three Kingdoms portrayed Diaochan as a catalyst for conflict between Lu Bu and Dongzhuo, a figure of calamity. Yet Dongfang Chen was confident that he would not be ensnared by Diaochan's allure. After all, he had encountered countless beauties in his time, even those as rare as Ling Exen, who transcended realms. Diaochan was hardly a concern. How splendid it is! I extend a warm welcome to the high priest's arrival. He declared, I too wish to explore the Han, for I have heard it is one of the mightiest dynasties of Huaxia, especially with the phrase, those who offend the strong Han shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. It stirs my blood. The era of the Three Kingdoms was indeed an age of heroes, and he too desired to partake in it. Woe is me, I, a mere beauty, yearn to witness the high priest's visage, to discern whether he is handsome. Another voice chimed in. Observing the eager participants in the chat, Dongfang Chen frowned. I came here for a vacation. Yet why are you outsiders so intent on joining? At that moment, Kaisha interjected. I must keep a watchful eye on Dongfang Chen, for he has saved both my life and she's. How could I fail to repay him? Though Dongfang Chen had professed he would never marry either her or she. Such declarations were but words. Who could predict the future of one's heart? Remaining by Dongfang Chen's side could foster a bond. After all, she was the queen of the Meluo celestial court. Surely her charm could captivate him. Despite the presence of countless beauties surrounding him, including the enigmatic Ling Exen, whose beauty left her awestruck, that I must insist. This time, I am taking my wife and child on vacation. What purpose do you have in coming? Dongfang Chen firmly declined at Ah. High priest, you have a wife and even children. How utterly devastating. Yin Lingji lamented, shocked to discover that her destined partner, the high priest, was already married with offspring. What is this? Why does Yin Lingji's tone seem peculiar? Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? But that cannot be. We have never even met. Dongfang Chen pondered that I wish to accompany you, for you have accepted all angels from the Meluo celestial court as your followers. Thus, it is only reasonable that I follow you. Another voice chimed in. Could it be that Kaisha has developed feelings for me? He mused, though he deemed it unnecessary for every beauty to flock to him. Since you are now under my command, I hereby decree that you shall not follow me. Kaisha, having forgotten the matter, resigned herself to nurturing feelings at a later time, for there was no rush. You all continue your chatter. I shall take my leave. Dongfang Chen felt a sense of exasperation toward the chat group. Why must they all seek to claim him as their own? Soon he arrived at the side of La Zili and Dongfang Nana, who were currently enjoying a meal. Wife, parents, shall we venture to other worlds for a time? An ancient realm awaits us. Sounds delightful. When shall we depart, dear father? I have no particular preference. La Zili shrugged. You may go. Your father and I will remain in this world, that we prefer not to travel to the ancient times, Li Ling stated. Now, Li Ling and Dongfang, ye merely wish to enjoy their lives without embarking on adventures in other worlds. By the way, master, I too wish to depart, that I feel my strength is lacking and desire to train in other realms, Yin Shui thought to herself, resolving to protect her young master in the future. Dongfang Chen nodded, understanding Yin Shui's desire for growth. By the way, Dongfang Chen, I forgot to mention something. You have reached the sovereign realm, but you have yet to attain the strength that accompanies it. Ling Xen remarked, I am aware. I simply have not discovered my own path yet. Dongfang Chen waved his hand dismissively. The path must be sought gradually. One cannot rush it. It is not merely the path. Part of your strength has been diffused, and it may exist in any realm of the myriad worlds, possibly in the future or the past, Ling Xine elucidated. Chapter 82. The pitiful refugee's Dongfang Chen was taken aback. What did it mean that part of his strength had diffused? This implied that reclaiming it would be a formidable challenge. Ling Xine, you must not deceive me. How could I not perceive this dispersion of strength? You wouldn't notice, for have you ever sensed the true power of the sovereign realm? Ling Xine retorted. Dongfang Chen pondered, realizing he had not. His strength had always been granted directly by the sovereign of the myriad worlds. And upon making his wishes, he had been confined within the Tianxian coffin. Where his power had been suppressed, he had never experienced the true might of the sovereign realm. But why has my strength been diffused? Dongfang Chen wondered aloud. Could this be the sovereign's form of retribution for having made 6 wishes? This is a unique ability of the Tianxian coffin. Those confined within it will find their power diffused upon exit. However, the amount is not excessive, merely 1/3 of your strength, she explained. Dongfang Chen felt an urge to shatter the Tianxian coffin. What nonsense is this? 1/3 of my strength has been lost. How am I to continue living? Taking a deep breath, he realized, does this mean that Yin Shui's powers have also been diminished by 1/3? Ling Xine shook her head. No. Only your strength has been affected. That moment. Dongfang Chen's expression mirrored shock. Why is this so? Why did your powers remain intact? He felt a surge of frustration, for they had all been confined together for eons, yet only his strength had suffered. Why were Ling Xine and Yin Shui exempt from this fate? You must inquire with the master, for I am at a loss. Ling Xin shrugged, indicating that the thoughts of the master are beyond the comprehension of this humble system. Never mind. I shall seek that 1/3 of power later. There is no urgency as for Dongfang Chen. He is at a loss regarding where to search, as this power is scattered across one of the myriad realms. And the time it fell into is random. How can one possibly find it? Furthermore, it is possible that your 1/3 of power has been divided into several portions, Ling Xin remarked. Dongfang Chen, in disbelief, exclaimed, this is quite unfair. Finding a single portion of power is already a daunting task, but to discover that it has been further divided makes it all the more challenging. Yet upon reflection, he conceded that the Tianxian coffin was birthed from the sacrifice of a being from a supreme plane, and those imprisoned within are likely notorious villains. Much like a trapping bee within the Tianxian coffin, bee would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon a once freed. However, if B's strength has been partitioned into 1/3, then before B would be but a mere shadow of its former self. Regardless, whether I can reclaim my strength is now a matter of fortune. Dongfang Chen mused, resigned to the situation. Should I embark on a quest through the myriad realms to recover that power? That would be a jest. It is a matter of luck now. Daddy, you will surely regain your strength. I believe in you, Dongfang Nana confidently declared, convinced that her father is the mightiest of all. It is merely a fraction of power. If necessary, we can simply do without it. Look at that. My precious Nana is the best, comforting her father. What expression might Dongfang Chen wear if he were to discover his daughter's true thoughts? Dongfang Chen cast a discontented glance at Razali, as if to say, even our daughter knows to console me, yet you, my wife, do not offer a single word of comfort. How disheartening, Razali, sensing Dongfang Chen's gaze, felt a sense of helplessness. Her husband seemed to care about such matters. Indeed, Nana speaks truth. My dear husband, your strength will undoubtedly be restored, Razali reassured him. Yet, internally, she could not help but scoff, questioning whether that power truly belonged to him. Given that it was bestowed by the master of the myriad realms, Akati almost sounded as though he had suffered a great loss. Yet her own strength, too, came from the master, Akati, that moment. Razali found herself slightly intrigued by the master of the myriad realms. What kind of power could elevate an individual directly to the level of a sovereign without any adverse effects? If the master desired, could he not simply gather a group of individuals, elevate their power to the sovereign level, and then lead countless sovereigns to wander the myriad realms? What a scene that would be, deciding the fate of those who displeased them. Dongfang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Surely, as his wife, she ought to offer him some comfort at this time. Let us venture into the ancient times tomorrow. For today, I shall spend quality time with my dear parents. The following day, Dongfang Chen, Razali, and Dongfang Nana arrive at the Three Kingdoms, atop a mountain peak. Meanwhile, Yinxue had ventured to other realms for training, and Lingxin expressed a lack of interest in the ancient times. The absence of Lingxin left Dongfang Chen with an odd sensation, as though something was amiss within him. Yet he felt a flicker of joy. After all, Lingxin's presence beside her parents meant they would be shielded from harm. Especially with Earth currently under siege by demons and gluttons, that Lingxin's choice to remain was not without merit. Wow, Daddy, Mommy, is this truly the ancient world? And why do those people look so thin? They are even eating tree bark. Dongfang Nana's eyesight was remarkably sharp, as she spotted many individuals from afar. Yet these people struck her as peculiar. Why did they not consume meat? Was it unpalatable, or did they find tree bark more delectable? Nana, this land is engulfed in turmoil. These individuals are homeless. Dongfang Chen explained, and aren't they pitiful? Dongfang Nana exclaimed, surprised. Could you not lend them a hand? She had not anticipated these individuals were truly destitute, unable even to afford meat. How tragic. Dongfang Chen felt a surge of happiness at his daughter's plea to assist the refugees. It was not out of sympathy for the displaced, but rather a reflection of his daughter's tender heart. At her young age, such compassion was vital. A lack thereof could lead to a disdain for life in adulthood, perhaps even turning her into a merciless killer. Dongfang Chen wished for his daughter to avoid such a fate. Of course, but I want you, Nana, to be the one to help them, he replied. Absolutely, Daddy, she responded eagerly. Dongfang Chen contemplated briefly, deciding that his hair should be transformed to black for the occasion. After all, these individuals would likely view a person with white hair as a monster. With a gentle wave of his hand, his hair turned black. Chapter 83. The soldier's helplessness. Dongfang Chen patted Razali's head, causing her golden locks to shift to black. Why did you change my hair black? Razali protested, slightly disgruntled. Her golden hair was her favorite, and this black hue seemed rather strange. Wasn't Dongfang Chen's snowy white hair handsome? The black shade did not suit him at all. Fortunately, my hair is black. Otherwise, I would surely be transformed as well. She thought that my dear wife. You must understand these ancient people. If they see our hair not black, they will deem us monsters. Or would you prefer to be called a monster by others? If there truly exists someone named Lotsili Monster, Dongfang Chen would undoubtedly eliminate that individual without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, dear mother, I, your child, would not wish for them to refer to you as a monster. The reverse scale of Dongfang Nana is, after all, our father, mother, as well as grandfather and grandmother. Should anyone dare to bully us, I shall fight them to the bitter end. Very well. If it must be black hair, then so be it. I can always revert it back later. Lotsili pouted. Now, father, let us swiftly rescue those people. I aspire to be a good person, and when the time comes, they shall all chant, Long live Dongfang Nana. The spectacle will surely be magnificent. Ah, wait a moment, Nana, that if you were to rescue them, you must bring food. Oh, you have any provisions? It seems not. Dongfang Nana pondered aloud. I just discovered that Cao Cao has gathered 18 warlords to confront Dongzhi. Why don't we join the fray as well? Dongfang Chen recalled that Lu Xia wished to save him. Thus, he decided to align himself with the campaign against Dongzhi. After all, he had come to this Three Kingdoms era for leisure. If it were to be filled with war, Then what enjoyment could he find? A peculiar urban holiday would surely be more delightful, devoid of conflict and brimming with entertainment. However, if he were to simply join the alliance, he would likely be cast aside, which would be rather embarrassing. Moreover, it seemed he did not possess a formal rank. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Dongfang Chen's mind. Lotzi Li and Dongfang Nana exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he could be contemplating. What could he have suddenly realized? Dongfang Chen waved his hand, and not far away, a grand army of 50,000 soldiers materialized. Each soldier donned full armor, brandishing swords, while some wielded firearms, resembling the warriors from Dongfang army is merely a trivial matter. It poses no challenge for me, Dongfang Chen. With my wishing ability, conjuring such a force is not difficult. Moreover, this army consists of ordinary folk, certainly stronger than those elite soldiers by a factor of 1 or 2. Lotzi Li's expression turned dark. While I won't question your ability to summon an army, what are these commanders? Are they beggars? Even women and children are present. Among the leading figures, 9 stood out, one clad in tattered clothing, leaning on a cane and carrying a broken bowl, limping like a beggar. 2 in modern military garb wielding sabers. 2 in suits and sunglasses, armed only with daggers. A young woman brandishing a soft sword. A man dressed in dark attire, equipped with curved blades, and a burly warrior with 2 large hammers. Most bizarrely, there was also a child, around 8 years old, holding a folding knife. What do you intend to do, Dongfang Chen? These commanders would be regarded as fools wherever they go, even if you don't mind. You must consider me and the child. Yet the sight of this 2,000-strong army was indeed imposing, particularly with their full armor. The thunderous sound of the adult army resonated around them. It seems my summoned army possesses quite a presence. Just look at their synchronized formations. It's simply marvelous. Hey, I must say, husband, while I have no qualms about your army, what on earth are these commanders? Lotzi Li felt compelled to insist that Dongfang Chen change a few commanders. This was simply embarrassing to behold. I find it quite impressive. Dear wife, just look at this formidable aura. Indeed, there's an aura, but it belongs to the army, not to these commanders, Lotzi Li replied helplessly. I think the army father conjured is splendid, especially these commanders. They're simply cool. Dongfang Nana exclaimed, praising her father's ingenuity in devising such a formation. Nana, your words please me, Dongfang Chen acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction. Pleased that his daughter shared his taste. Lotzi Li sighed, contemplating the peculiar taste of his father-daughter duo. Oh well, as long as my daughter is happy. All right, Nana, you may now go save those refugees. Dongfang Chen waved his hand again, and a procession of horse-drawn carts appeared, laden with food and meat. He conjured several luxurious carriages alongside. Climb aboard. Okay, father. These carriages are absolutely stunning. Dongfang Chen lifted Dongfang Nana and boarded a carriage. Lotzi Li shook her head helplessly and followed suit. As the sound of synchronized footsteps approached, the refugees, curious, turned to look. They beheld a fully armored army advancing towards them. Run for your lives. The army is coming, someone shouted, prompting the refugees to hastily grab their belongings and flee. My lord, those refugees are all fleeing upon sight of our army. They appear quite terrified, a soldier reported upon reaching Dongfang Chen's carriage. Quickly, pursue them. Inform them that we come bearing food and that they need not fear. Yes, this was the first time his daughter was doing a good deed. He simply couldn't allow it to fall through. Moreover, he must encourage her to continue doing good in the future. The grand division line appeared. Drive. Drive, drive. Run. Everyone, stop ahead. My lord has seen that you have no food, so he has prepared meat for you. Do not believe his words. Armies have always demanded food from us. When have they ever provided us with sustenance? A tall man among the refugees shouted. Indeed, armies are never benevolent. They only exploit our hard-earned labor. Another echoed. The soldier felt helpless as the people refused to believe him. Would he need to resort to force? If so, he could not explain himself to his lord. Truly, my lord's daughter wishes to provide you with meat because she sees you are in need. That if you do not believe me, I would not approach you alone, but rather bring the entire army. Ah, that makes sense. If they truly intended harm, they wouldn't send just one soldier, and we have nothing left to lose but our lives. Everyone halt. the tall man called out. Upon hearing his command, the refugees ceased their flight, clearly recognizing him as their leader. The tall man approached the soldier, who dismounted from his horse. "Did you just say it is your lord's daughter who wishes to provide us with meat?" The great Han, filled with perplexity, inquired. In this era, to partake in a meal of meat is akin to experiencing sheer bliss, of course. This privilege is reserved for the affluent and powerful, while it is but a fanciful notion to expect those in authority to share such bounty with the common folk. The soldier, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "Would I deceive you? What benefit would I derive from such deceit? I speak only the truth." The great Han, still skeptical, gestured toward two individuals nearby, instructing, "You two, accompany him and ascertain whether there truly is meat." Very well, the soldier mounted his steed, saying, "Follow me in short order." The soldier led the two destitute souls to the wagon of Dongfang Chen. "My lord," they said, "we wish to see if there is indeed meat, for we shall not approach otherwise." Dongfang Chen did not open the wagon's window. "Then take them have a look," he commanded. "Yes, follow me, and I shall show you the meat." "Oh, splendid." As the two destitute individuals took a few steps, Dongfang Nana, unable to suppress her curiosity, opened the window and peered out. Once the sight of the two had vanished, she promptly closed the window. "Father, those two destitute souls seem so pitiable. I can see their bones protruding from their gaunt faces," she exclaimed. This was her first encounter with such extreme malnourishment, yet she considered her own tender age, appearing like a 5-year-old despite being merely days old. Dongfang Chen gently patted her head and replied, "Nana, we are in a time of turmoil. Such suffering is commonplace. But they truly are most unfortunate," she insisted. Dongfang Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plight of these individuals, having never before witnessed such extreme deprivation. Though he had not looked closely, he had gleaned enough during his earlier observation. Soon, the soldier brought the two destitute individuals to the side of the wagon bearing the meat, which also contained rice and vegetables. The sight of food made their mouths water uncontrollably. It had been so long since they had seen meat that they had nearly forgotten its existence. The two longed to rush forward and feast, but ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse, for they understood that such a reckless act would lead to their demise, given the soldier's formidable armament. "Now do you believe?" the soldier asked, as the destitute individuals nodded vigorously, convinced of the soldier's honesty. "Come, summon your companions to partake in this feast." "Indeed, let us hasten to call them." The two, already famished, felt their hunger intensifying at the sight of the meat, nearly losing their composure. Just then, 3 soldiers approached, each leading a horse. "Can you ride?" one soldier asked. "It would expedite your journey." "We cannot ride. We are mere farmers and have never even seen a horse," they replied. "Since you cannot ride, you must walk. That is acceptable." "Let us proceed." The soldier nodded in assent. Before long, they arrived at the gathering of destitute souls, who rushed excitedly to the great Han's side. "My lord, it is true. There is indeed an abundance of meat and a variety of vegetables." Upon hearing this, the great Han ceased to harbor any doubts. Turning to the other destitute individuals, he called out, "Follow this soldier. They speak the truth. There is plenty of meat. Is it truly so? That is wonderful. Let us hurry," they exclaimed, rushing forth, eager for sustenance. The soldiers guided all the destitute individuals into the camp, where the soldiers were roasting meat and preparing rice and vegetables. The female commander stood on an elevated platform, calling out, "Do not rush. Wait until we are ready to serve." Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen, La Zili, and little Nana observed from a distance that it would be somewhat perilous to approach now. While we may not be harmed, it is best to keep Nana away from such tumult, Dongfang Chen advised. The female commander noticed the agitated crowd of destitute individuals below and sighed, understanding that, without the soldiers' watchful eyes, they would likely rush forward to seize the food. After 2 hours, the food was finally ready. "Come forth, everyone," the soldier announced, and the crowd surged forward, their earlier order disintegrating within seconds as they began to scramble for food. The female commander gestured to the soldiers, who received their orders to quell the unrest, swiftly cutting down over 30 of the rioting destitute. The remaining individuals, witnessing this brutality, fell silent, their fear palpable. "Listen well," Should anyone dare to incite trouble, the female commander pointed to the fallen. This shall be your fate. Form an orderly line. You shall be served, but do not think you will not be fed. The destitute, now fully aware of the consequences, quieted down, understanding that to provoke unrest would lead to death. Before long, each individual was well fed, with children and elders alike feeling the satisfaction of a full stomach. The great Han approached one of the soldiers and asked, "Might you take me to meet your esteemed leader? I wish to express my gratitude in person, as well as to his daughter." The soldier shook his head, indicating this was not permissible. The great Han felt a pang of disappointment, but respected the soldier's wishes, his esteem for the officer growing immensely. More importantly, he noted how polite each soldier was toward the destitute, devoid of any condescension. The only exception was the necessary force used to suppress the earlier unrest. As Dongfang Chen observed the now sated destitute, reassured of their lack of threat, he approached slowly with La Zili and little Nana in his arms. The great Han took notice of them, perceiving the man and woman, accompanied by a child, to be of noble status, never suspecting that Dongfang Chen was the very leader he sought to meet. The great Han did not recognize Dongfang Chen, but the female commander did. Approaching Dongfang Chen, she bowed respectfully to "My lord," she greeted. Dongfang Chen nodded, moving closer to the great Han. "Are you their leader?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am," the great Han affirmed. "And who might you be?" "I am their lord." The great Han was taken aback. The leader he sought was this young man. "How can this be? You appear so youthful." Cough, cough. Dongfang Chen cleared his throat, remarking, "I merely appear young. My true age spans millennia." Realizing the truth, the great Han immediately knelt before Dongfang Chen. "I wish to follow you, my lord, if it pleases you." Dongfang Chen asked, "What is your name?" "I'm called Dinyo." Cough, cough. Chapter 85. The Clash. Dinyo, what a unique name you possess, Dongfang Chen mused. Contemplating the implications of such a peculiar choice, that it was understandable, given that common folk in ancient times seldom bore surnames, and those who did were few and far between. "Well then, Dinyo, rise and speak." Dinyo gradually stood, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Why do you wish to follow me?" Dongfang Chen queried, intrigued. "My mother always said, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Your provision of food saved my life. Though I have not studied much, I understand the value of gratitude, especially as you have also aided my fellow villagers. I, Dinyo, am not one to forget kindness, and besides, following you means I shall not go hungry again. However, I do not take in those who lack merit. What capabilities do you possess that would warrant my acceptance?" Dongfang Chen challenged. "I possess great strength. I could serve as your protector or join you in battle," Dinyo declared confidently, thumping his chest. Dongfang Chen shook his head. "I have no need for subordinates, nor do I require them that if necessary. One can certainly transform oneself entirely, and there exists an innumerable host of angelic warriors. My lord, please do not doubt my words. Otherwise, you may summon your subordinates to engage in a contest with me, to determine who is mightier." Dinyo, observing Dongfang Chen, shook his head and grew anxious. For his desire was not only to repay Dongfang Chen, but, more importantly, to partake in meat. "All right, Daddy, I want to see," shouted Dongfang Nana, who had yet to witness a duel. Though these individuals might be relatively weak, watching would still be enjoyable. Initially reluctant, Dongfang Chen was persuaded by his daughter's interest to permit a match between Dinyo and his subordinates. "Since my daughter wishes to see, I shall grant it. Should you prevail against my men, I shall entrust you with an army of 10,000. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Dinyo was elated, as he had never encountered a rival to his strength. Receiving such a formidable army would be akin to a windfall from the heavens. Dongfang Chen addressed a soldier, instructing him to summon that tall individual, hoping the soldier would not misidentify him, lest it lead to an awkward situation. "Yes," the soldier replied. Dinyo soon realized something rather astonishing. This lord did not even know the names of his own subordinates, or perhaps he intended to randomly select one to duel with him. "Please hold for a moment. My subordinate will arrive shortly." Dinyo nodded. By the way, my lord, the officer mentioned that your daughter provided us with food. Might I request an audience with her, so I can express my gratitude in person?" Dinyo felt he had misspoken. The lord before him appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years of age. Even if he had a daughter, she would be but a few years old. How could she possibly provide meat for them? The destitute Dongfang Chen, displeased, interjected, "Hey, big guy, it was I who said I would provide you with meat." Daniel was genuinely astonished that the one offering sustenance to him and his fellow destitutes was this seemingly 5 or 6-year-old girl. "Thank you, miss." He decided to address her simply as miss. Upon hearing Daniel refer to his daughter as miss, Dongfang Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. It sounded rather peculiar. However, recalling that such titles were customary in ancient times, he refrained from admonishing Daniel, recognizing that the man was unaware of the alternative connotation of miss. Soon, a soldier escorted a tall commander over and returned to his post. "And why, lord, may I inquire why you summoned me?" Dongfang Chen felt as if 1,000 grass-mud horses were soaring overhead. His subordinates should be at his beck and call, yet here they were, questioning him, while Yin Shui enjoyed sparring with him, which he could attribute to Ling Xian's influence. This man was summoned personally by Dongfang Chen. "I called you here to face Daniel in battle. My daughter wishes to witness your duel." He indicated Daniel. "Very well, my lord," the commander replied. "However, this space is rather cramped. We should relocate." Daniel nodded in agreement. "It is not cramped at all. We merely need to clear a space," Dongfang Chen exclaimed, finding these two rather foolish for not resolving such a simple issue themselves. Leaving it to her, a mere child a few days old, to assist, squeezing her daughter's cheek, Dongfang Chen thought, "It appears my daughter is quite clever indeed." With an air of dignified authority reminiscent of his past, Dongfang Chen gestured for the soldiers and refugees to clear a space. The soldiers promptly obliged, creating an open area. Soon, a sizable clearing emerged. Approaching the towering general, Dongfang Chen inquired, "What is your name?" "Reporting to you, my name is Tang Ba." Tang Ba could hardly believe that his lord was oblivious to his name. Was he truly so inconsequential in the eyes of his superior? "Ah, understood," Dongfang Chen acknowledged, hastily leading his wife, Zili, and cradling his daughter, Dongfang Chen, to the side to prepare for the spectacle ahead. Tang Ba, observing the imposing figure of Daniel, taunted, "Your name is Daniel, is it? I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you may suffer the pain of defeat." Though uncertain why the lord wished for him to spar with Daniel, Tang Ba, drawing from his years of experience, surmised that Daniel sought to align himself with the lord and would need to pass a test to do so. Otherwise, anyone could join. "Surrender? I've never even learned how to write the word defeat in my life. Indeed, I have never been educated, so how could I possibly write such a word?" Tang Ba mused, his logic sound. Seizing a fleeting moment when Daniel was distracted, Tang Ba advanced, preparing to deliver a punch to Daniel's head. Daniel, not daring to underestimate his opponent, raised his hands to shield himself, only for Tang Ba's fist to collide with Daniel's hands. Both men stood astonished at the unexpected strength of one another. Tang Ba thought, "I exerted 80% of my strength. Even a tiger would be felled by such a blow." Yet Daniel withstood it. He must be a formidable adversary, that Daniel reflected. This Tang Ba possesses extraordinary strength. "I have never encountered anyone so powerful. It seems a thrilling battle is at hand." The two men cautiously retreated a few steps, each regarding the other with solemn expressions. The scene unfolded, and Tang Ba was taken aback. For Daniel matched him in strength, something he had never experienced before. Even the other 8 generals refrained from confronting him directly in strength. The other generals remarked, "You should consider your own size. Are you as agile as we are?" The rest of the scene is omitted. I am not adept at writing combat sequences, so I leave it to the imagination of those who are reading. Dongfang Chen observed in astonishment. Daniel was impressive, enduring several rounds against Tang Ba without faltering. Yet he pondered why no figure named Daniel appeared in the annals of the 3 kingdoms. Why overthink it? Most generals in the 3 kingdoms were once ordinary individuals, such as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Had they not encountered Liu Bei, they might have remained mere merchants of dates or pork. Clearly, Daniel is a talent overlooked by history. However, Dongfang Chen felt no personal need for such talent. He could conjure skilled individuals at will. Yet having spoken, he could not retract his words, although Daniel had not bested Tang Ba. It seemed the outcome was a draw. Dongfang Chen, losing interest, remarked, "Father, This fighting is dull. It lacks the grandeur of cataclysmic battles. Dongfang Chen gently caressed his daughter's cheek, glancing towards the fray between Tang Ba and Daniel. You may cease. Daniel, you have passed my test. Shortly, I shall grant you an army of 10,000. You will be a general henceforth. Tang Ba exclaimed, This is unjust, my lord. I am one of your mightiest subordinates. Yet I command only 5,000 troops. Why does Daniel, having merely passed the test, receive an army of 10,000? This favoritism is intolerable. However, he kept this grievance to himself, knowing better than to voice it. Surely, the Lord's decision is based on sound reasoning. As a subordinate, I ought not to question it. He concluded internally that Daniel, exhilarated, could hardly believe he was appointed general, a source of pride for his family. Watching from beyond, salutations, my lord, Daniel quickly half-kneeled, exclaiming loudly. Dongfang Chen nodded, passing his daughter to Zili before approaching Daniel to assist him up. Henceforth, you shall be my vanguard general, do not disappoint me. Yes, my lord, just command me, and I shall eliminate any foe you desire, Daniel replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Dongfang Chen harbored no doubts regarding Daniel's sincerity. Loyalty and righteousness were paramount in ancient times. As long as a lord treated his subordinates well, they would protect him to the death in battle. Withdraw for now. I shall soon provide you with 10,000 troops. Thank you, my lord, Daniel replied before stepping back. Dongfang Chen surveyed the 5,000 troops he had conjured, contemplating whether to summon additional forces. After some reflection, he decided against it. I have infantry and cavalry. It seems I still require archers. I shall summon another 10,000 archers momentarily. Daniel approached the refugees, wiping away tears as he addressed them. Dear villagers, I have become a general and can no longer remain with you. Those who followed me must now continue without my guidance. We are delighted by your promotion, Daniel, but you must serve the Lord diligently. An elder advised, Fear not, dear villagers. I shall strive to achieve great deeds alongside my lord. Daniel reassured them that a day later. The refugees had departed, and Dongfang Chen had provided them with ample provisions to sustain them for a considerable time. The archers had also been summoned, clad in armor, equipped with bows and swords, and accompanied by a general whose archery skills were nothing short of legendary. To avoid future awkwardness, Dongfang Chen requested that these generals reveal their names. He was left speechless when he discovered all the generals shared the surname Tang, identified merely by their ordinal numbers from Tang E to Tang Shi.